A modern man had been transmigrated back to the ancient savage era, and at the very start, he became the reserved food of a cannibal tribe. Yet, using the immense knowledge and wisdom of his modern era, he escaped from the cannibals, survived alone, gradually gathered a tribe of wild humans, and endured the harsh life of the primitive world. Just when he thought he had understood the truth of this era, he encountered legendary figures like Shennon, Chiyou, and Shennong. If you were to meet your own ancient ancestors, how would you face them? In the end, he chose to start from zero, abandoning hunting and gathering, cultivating land, selecting and breeding crops. Over time, his tribe entered the agricultural era, built cities, established a civilization, expanded territory, and became the strongest tribe of the time, leading humanity from savagery to civilization, just like the ancestors he had once revered. Chapter 1. Escaping the Cannibal Tribe. When Bai Feng woke up lying naked on the ground, he immediately realized things had gone horribly wrong. All around him were foul-smelling, dirt-coated savages. Snoring rose and fell rhythmically, and the fire at the cave entrance burned brightly. Bai Feng could be sure of one thing. Even though he had transmigrated into this primitive era, the people in this cave did not belong to his tribe. Beside the fire were bones, partially gnawed. Judging from his medical knowledge, there were at least 4 femurs lying on the ground, and 2 heads stacked nearby, meaning at least 2 people had been eaten. Why was Bai Feng not from their tribe? Because a corpse lay beneath him, completely stripped. This body probably belonged to a companion from his original tribe, but it was already cold. The blood on Bai Feng's back was dry. Touching it, he saw the victim had suffered a fatal blow to the back of the head. But somehow, Bai Feng was fine. This must be the effect of transmigrating. Originally just a humble doctor, Bai Feng now found himself the food supply of a cannibal tribe. Worse than transmigrating into someone like Zhu Zhongba, who had just killed a landlord's cow. He didn't expect to gain a system or modern weaponry. At least a knife would have helped. Instead, he woke up completely naked. It was all because of that cursed altar. After thousands of years, it was still active. Primitive gods were just tools to trick unenlightened savages, right? Bai Feng had arrogantly claimed that even starting from nothing, he could create the strongest tribe. A passing bird happened to defecate on the altar, lightning struck, and now he woke up in this miserable state. If only he had thrown the bird on the altar instead, at least he would have had a piece of animal hide to wear. Now, the biggest problem was how to survive and escape. Observing carefully, the cave was huge. Big enough for a semi-trailer, but the entrance was narrow, only wide enough for one person to crouch through. He had to admit the savages had chosen well. The cave sheltered from rain, and a fire at the entrance was enough to scare away predators. Bai Feng's only option was to wait until they slept and then sneak out. If he stayed until daylight, he would become food, no plating or serving necessary. A rough count showed about 30 savages, 13 adult men, the rest women, plus a few children. Don't ask how to distinguish genders at night. There was no sense of shame. Many were completely uncovered. Bai Feng moved silently, stepping carefully among the sprawled bodies, holding his breath, utterly focused. But it was night, and he didn't see a fragile piece of shale. His foot crushed it with a crack, echoing through the cave. His heart nearly stopped. Only 1 or 2 savages stirred, scratched, and turned over. Bai Feng waited until the snoring returned to rhythm before cautiously standing and moving forward. By the fire, he found stone axes and knives. They looked primitive, but for someone completely naked, he had no room to complain. He grabbed a stone axe and a knife and headed for the exit. Outside, darkness swallowed him. He didn't even know where he was or which direction to go. The previous body's memories were blank, and trying to inhabit them made Bai Feng feel like a fool. He quickly pulled himself together. The unknown lay ahead. A few steps might mean death by predator, yet staying meant certain death. He decided to take a gamble. First, he returned quietly to grab a burning piece of wood from the fire, both for light and to ward off predators. In an era without lighters or matches, fire was precious. Bai Feng had no destination, but this body was strong, and subconsciously he seemed to know where to find shelter until morning. A passive skill, left by the former owner. A minute from the cave, he noticed the mountain stones reflected the firelight. Closer inspection revealed coal, black and low quality, but it gave him a bold idea. If he threw some into the cave fire, the smoke might incapacitate the savages tomorrow. Considering all factors, if the savages discovered his escape, they would chase him. He was unfamiliar with the terrain, so evading them alone was risky. Better to gamble. Smoke them out tonight. Bai Feng grabbed a sizable chunk of coal, placed it in the fire, observing until they slept soundly. He repeated the process several times, then slipped away. Following the subconscious GPS of his new body, he cut and twisted through trees, finally finding a small cave just big enough for 1 or 2 people. In this era, trees and firewood were abundant, so he quickly stacked a pile at the entrance to keep the fire alive all night. Lying inside, listening to distant beasts, Bai Feng considered his next steps. Returning to the modern world. He had no clue where or when he was. Was this the Neolithic or Paleolithic? If still on the lands of ancient China, he prayed that Shenyuan and Shennong had already appeared. With his knowledge and intellect, he might have joined his ancestors instead of becoming cave food. But judging from the stone tools, the living conditions, and the savage's diet, he realized that meeting the Yellow Emperor and Shennong might still be hundreds or thousands of years away. Chapter 2. Starting from scratch. The fire outside the cave blazed brightly, providing Bai Feng with a certain sense of security within the confines of the narrow cavern. He longed for a restful sleep to regain his strength. However, his nerves remained taut throughout the night, rendering slumber elusive. At long last, dawn broke, and the wild cries of beasts in the wilderness gradually subsided. The herbivores stirred, relieving themselves, and began to partake of their morning repast. Only then did Bai Feng dare to venture forth, deeming it imperative to distance himself from this land and seek refuge in more remote areas. After all, the human population was likely scarce, and amidst such vast desolation, a suitable hiding place could surely be found. Grasping a stone axe in one hand and a fire starter along with a stone knife in the other, Bai Feng set off into the distance. As he walked, Bai Feng surveyed the surrounding landscape through the lens of a modern sensibility. The expanse was characterized by rolling hills interspersed with patches of flat terrain. Based on the topography and climate, he surmised he might be in the northwest region. However, the dense forests and abundant water sources left him hesitant to draw any definitive conclusions. After all, the landscape could have undergone significant transformation over the course of several centuries, not to mention the potential leap of thousands or even tens of thousands of years from the era he recognized. In this body, Bai Feng found a perfect amalgamation of a savage physique and a civilized intellect. Despite his robust constitution, he was still a target for becoming someone else's meal. Nevertheless, Bai Feng believed that with his knowledge and intellect, he could outpace this era and ascend to the apex of the food chain. An additional advantage of this body was its instinctual ability to discern edible items. Whenever he encountered unfamiliar wild fruits in the forest, his subconscious would alert him to their edibility, guiding his choices. By the time twilight approached, Bai Feng had yet to discover a satisfactory campsite, and the distance he had traveled in a day felt insufficiently secure. Just before the sun dipped below the horizon, he gathered enough firewood to last until dawn and foraged some wild fruits for dinner. However, lacking a suitable cave, he resorted to seeking refuge behind a large rock that offered some wind protection. Exhausted, Bai Feng, despite the warmth of the fire, dared not sleep too soundly, waking several times throughout the night to the chilling howls of wild beasts. He feared not the specters of the night, but rather the lurking dangers posed by both man and beast. As dawn broke, Bai Feng resumed his quest for a campsite. When the sun reached its zenith, casting nearly no shadows, he finally stumbled upon a spot that pleased him. A platform beneath a rocky overhang, devoid of a cave, faced the sun and was sheltered from the wind, flanked by dense woods that obscured the view from afar. This strategic location was chosen to ensure it would not be easily discovered. The platform, formed of stone, was laden with a thick layer of soil, measuring 7 to 8 meters in length and 4 meters at its widest. The left side, the broadest, descended into a steep slope, choked with rocks and shrubs, which would deter any potential wild men or predators from approaching. To the right lay a gentler incline, which with a bit of clearing and modification, could easily become a pathway. Above him loomed a smooth, towering stone wall, offering no risk of falling debris. A water source lay not far off, and the nearby woods were teeming with wild fruits ripe for harvesting. On the stone platform, Bai Feng cleared out a small area and deposited all his meager possessions, releasing a long, relieved sigh. After a brief respite, his first order of business was not to construct a shelter or search for food, but rather to take his knife and cut some long grasses to fashion a grass skirt. As a modern man, the sensation of the universe as his undergarment, allowing his private parts to sway in the breeze, was too much for Bai Feng to endure, despite the absence of an audience. Draped in the grass skirt, he found it somewhat uncomfortable, with his members swaying freely, yet the modesty it provided eased his discomfort, marking his first step from savagery toward civilization. Having completed his makeshift attire, Bai Feng set about the task of establishing his camp. His first priority was to gather firewood, for a fire was far more crucial than a wooden structure. While his stone axe lacked sharpness, the nature of the wood he sought did not require precision. Anything he could fell from the trees that could be dragged to camp sufficed as firewood. Next, Bai Feng sought sturdy, straight logs, roughly the thickness of his arm, to transport back for constructing a temporary abode. Fortunately, this area was abundant in trees, and he quickly accumulated a sufficient quantity for his humble shelter. Yet, as the sun began its descent, Bai Feng felt the urgency of time and wasted no moments, using the readily available stones in conjunction with the wood to erect a modest lean-to against the stone wall. Once completed, he stood with hands on hips, surveying his handiwork with satisfaction. While the sun still lingered above the horizon, he constructed a fire pit from stones to contain the flames, ensuring the fire would not ignite his shelter. That night, perhaps buoyed by the security of a roof overhead, Bai Feng finally enjoyed a relatively restful sleep. However, by morning, comfort was a distant memory. He awoke to the pangs of hunger, having subsisted on meager wild fruits that offered little nutritional value, predominantly sour and devoid of sufficient sugars, with nary a morsel of protein to sustain him. Moreover, the sleeping surface was far from even, littered with sand and stones, causing discomfort with every turn. As the first light illuminated the desolate expanse, Bai Feng set off with his knife and axe, determined to devise a means of hunting, for subsisting solely on fruits would not see him through the summer ahead. To facilitate movement, he fashioned a rope from grass, securing his knife to his waist while wielding only the axe. Recalling the water source he had discovered near his campsite, where numerous fish swam, large and largely unthreatened, Bai Feng resolved to craft a fishing spear. The mountains were abundant in bamboo, an ideal material for such a tool. Splitting the bamboo at one end to form 4 prongs, he inserted a slender piece of bamboo in the center, binding the prongs with grass rope to maintain their spacing, and sharpened the tips to create a 5-pronged fishing spear. The waterhole was expansive, verging on a small lake, fed by a steady stream of fresh water, thus becoming a paradise for fish. Yet now, it transformed into Bai Feng's own haven, as he beheld the plump fish frolicking in the depths, his mouth watering at the sight. Exercising caution, he chose a shallow area to wait patiently for his opportunity. As the fish, unafraid of humans, glided by, Bai Feng aimed his spear at one and thrust it into the water, only to have the splash drench his face while the spear emerged empty. Startled, the fish flicked its tail and darted away, leaving Bai Feng to ponder the significance of this misfire. Undeterred by his initial failure, he rallied his spirits and continued to wait. The waters teemed with fish, and soon enough, curious creatures approached to inspect this peculiar being. However, Bai Feng found himself missing the mark once more. Not only this time but in subsequent attempts, his spear failed to connect, and the fish evaded capture once again. With a sense of discouragement, Bai Feng cast the harpoon into the water, contemplating alternative methods. To his surprise, he observed the harpoon bending as it submerged. Oh dear, how could I have been so foolish not to realize this? Bai Feng chided himself, tapping his primitive head. Refraction. How could I forget something I learned in elementary school? No wonder I couldn't catch any fish. He lamented the limitations of his primitive brain, unable to process the latest techniques. Chapter 3. A Sense of Lack. After a moment of clarity, Bai Feng rejuvenated his spirits and resumed his fishing endeavors. Although he initially failed to catch anything, he felt he was beginning to grasp the essential technique. He patiently waited, carefully assessing his position, and with all his might, he thrust the harpoon downward. The quivering of the harpoon signified his success. Upon retrieving it, he discovered he had speared a fish nearly the length of his arm. Though he was unfamiliar with the species, it mattered little. As long as it wasn't pufferfish, Bai Feng was bold enough to eat it. With this newfound experience, Bai Feng approached fishing with a sense of confidence. Even when he occasionally missed, he did not feel disheartened. By the time his stomach began to grumble with hunger, he had already caught 6 sizable fish along the shore. After chopping a piece of wood, he strung the fish together and hoisted them onto his shoulder. It was then that Bai Feng understood the fervor with which so many anglers pursued their craft. The thrill of catching fish was simply exhilarating. As he made his way back to the camp, Bai Feng glanced up at the sun to gauge the time. Estimating the angle between himself and the sun to be approximately 70 degrees, there was still some time before noon. Upon reaching the camp, he joyfully prepared to cook his meal, only to realize he lacked a pot and would have to roast the fish instead. Reflecting on this, he recognized the urgency of accelerating his progress toward the age of pottery. Having already processed the fish's entrails and scales by the waterhole, he returned to the camp with them thoroughly cleaned. He found a sturdy branch, pierced the fish, and placed it over the fire to roast. However, the discomfort of hunger was matched by the heat of the flames. It was summer, and although he had no thermometer to confirm the exact temperature, based on his past experiences in various cities, Bai Feng surmised that the outside temperature was nearing 30 degrees, mitigated somewhat by the shade of the trees. The intensity of the bonfire scorched his chest, yet he endured the discomfort, determined to savor his roasted fish. When he finally took a bite, the first sensation was not one of rich flavor or freshness, but rather a blandness, far too mild, with only a hint of the fish's natural taste and a faint fishy odor. Nevertheless, for Bai Feng, who had gone 3 days without a proper meal, the quality of the food was of little consequence. Filling his stomach and replenishing his energy was paramount. Yet, he was suddenly reminded of another crucial element. Salt. Without salt, one could suffer from cramps, fatigue, or even death within a week. Bai Feng realized that his task was daunting. Starting from scratch was exceedingly difficult. After satisfying his hunger with fish, he patted his belly and reclined in the shade, comfortably awaiting the digestion of his meal to fuel his upcoming endeavors. As he observed the sun climbing higher in the sky, an idea struck him. He swiftly grabbed his knife and went to chop a straight stick, finding a level spot in the camp to insert it. He scrutinized it from side to side, ensuring it stood upright. Bai Feng then sat beside the stick, watching as its shadow grew shorter. When the shadow ceased to shorten and began to elongate, he marked the shortest point with charcoal. This revelation came from his observation of the sun. He realized he could roughly deduce the current date. While he could not ascertain his latitude, he could determine the summer solstice by observing the changing lengths of shadows. If the next day's shadow was shorter than today's, it would indicate he was still before the solstice. Conversely, if the shadow lengthened, it would signal that he was past it. Ideally, he hoped to ascertain the exact date of the summer solstice, but a 10-day margin would suffice. Bai Feng, with his yellow skin, noted that the cannibal tribe shared this trait, and since the forest was predominantly deciduous, he was quite certain he was north of the Tropic of Cancer, unless he had somehow traversed to a different planet. After this whimsical endeavor, he became concerned about how to preserve the fish. With such high temperatures, it was unlikely they would last long. They might spoil by nightfall. Lacking salt for curing, he could only attempt to make smoked fish, despite having no prior experience in such matters. Relying on his imagination, Bai Feng first fashioned a simple 4-legged frame from thin wood and grass twine, creating a smoking rack. He sliced the fish open, laid it flat on the rack and, fearing that direct fire would result in roasted rather than smoked fish, he gathered some damp wood to place on the fire. As expected, the damp wood produced an abundance of smoke, so thick that Bai Feng hesitated to approach. Resolutely, he gathered his belongings and ventured out in search of suitable clay to craft a pottery vessel. Bai Feng diligently scoured the area for clay. Though he was uncertain of what constituted good clay, he was merely hoping for luck, planning to collect various types to see which could withstand firing. As he wandered, feeling increasingly frustrated, he finally stumbled upon something familiar. Red clay. The Chiyou culture, discovered in later times, was located near Bai Feng's hometown, and they used this very red clay for their colorful pottery. Ecstatic, he hurriedly transported large chunks of the red clay back to his camp. This type of clay, when dry, became as hard as stone and was conveniently easy for Bai Feng to carry. Once he deemed he had gathered enough clay, he found a sturdy bamboo stalk, cutting off a section to use as a bucket for fetching water, ensuring his camp had an ample supply. Bai Feng had heard his elders discuss the ancient methods of pottery making, so he resolved to rely on those fragmented memories to create his own pottery. His first step was to break the red clay into smaller pieces and then crush them finely. This proved easy. Bai Feng found a thick piece of wood and, using an axe, transformed it into a makeshift mallet. After pulverizing the red clay, he added water and kneaded it like dough. When his hands grew tired, he used his feet, ensuring the mixture was smooth and compact. Once he had worked the clay into a consistent texture without bubbles or particles, he began to shape his pottery. Bai Feng prioritized crafting a pot, as it would facilitate cooking rice or boiling water, and perhaps one day, if he stumbled upon tea leaves, he could enjoy a warm cup of tea. The pot did not need to be exquisitely crafted. In fact, to ensure durability, he made the bottom and sides quite thick, adding 2 handles for convenience. After completing a large pottery pot, he still had plenty of clay left, so he fashioned 2 small bowls and even created a lid for the pot. Additionally, he attempted to make a large water jug. Though he lacked confidence in his ability to fire it successfully, he could only hope for the best. Once completed, the pottery could not be fired immediately. It needed to air dry and set, as rushing it into the kiln while still wet would result in catastrophe. Surveying the fruits of his labor from the afternoon, Bai Feng felt a profound sense of accomplishment. The sun had yet to set, and with summer's long days, he extended his work hours, adding wet twigs to his smoking rack. Observing the fish turning dark and slightly desiccated, He felt confident that his endeavor to smoke the fish would not fail. However, contemplating the insipid fish meat, Bai Feng resolved to first devise a method to procure some salt. Chapter 4. Preparations for salt production and pottery firing. Salt is one of the most crucial strategic resources. Human existence is inextricably linked to salt, and Bai Feng is no exception. The quest for salt proves to be a formidable challenge. As Bai Feng is utterly unaware of his surroundings and cannot rely on the memories from his past life to deduce where salt might be found. The primary sources of salt are merely sea salt, well salt, lake salt, and rock salt. In this temperate inland region, sea salt is unlikely to be found. Yet there exists a significant possibility of lake salt. What Bai Feng can do is wander about, sampling water from any pool he encounters to ascertain its salinity. Regrettably, the water sources Bai Feng discovers are not only devoid of salt but possess a hint of sweetness. This leaves Bai Feng feeling quite disheartened, prompting him to seek alternative strategies, namely to observe the ground for any signs of returning alkali. A white layer on the soil indicates the presence of saline water nearby, or that the soil itself has a high salt content. Extracting salt from alkaline soil is a method employed by ancient people in the northwest to produce illicit salt, although the yield is small and the quality poor, deterring most from undertaking such labor. Bai Feng has ventured far from the campsite, and as the sun gradually descends in the west, he must return. If he cannot find salt today, he will seek it again tomorrow, prioritizing safety and ensuring he returns to camp before nightfall. Before heading back, Bai Feng approaches a waterhole, fills a bamboo tube with water, and notices numerous wild quails and similar birds returning to the reeds to roost for the night. He muses that he should seize an opportunity to gather some bird eggs from the reeds for sustenance or, alternatively, when autumn arrives and the reeds dry, to set them ablaze at night, roasting the reeds and enjoying roasted fowl. The juxtaposition of reeds and fire ignites a spark of knowledge in Bai Feng's mind, something significant that eludes him momentarily. After a few firm knocks on his head to reboot his thoughts, he recalls reed salt. The ash produced from burning reed stalks can be refined into reed salt, albeit with many impurities. Yet, for Bai Feng at present, it is a life-saving remedy. Without hesitation, Bai Feng seizes his knife and begins fervently cutting down reeds. Unfortunately, the stone blade lacks sharpness, allowing him to sever only a few stalks at a time. He resorts to bundling the reeds together and using a stone axe to chop them, significantly increasing his efficiency. Before long, he has harvested a substantial quantity. But he does not transport them back to camp just yet, as the reeds need to be dried before burning. Leaving them by the waterhole suffices. As the light shifts to a golden hue, Bai Feng returns to his campsite. The smoked fish has turned quite dark. Yet he believes it insufficient and plans to continue smoking it tomorrow, intending to catch more for future provisions. Dinner once again consists of unremarkable roasted fish, accompanied by a tube of cool lake water. After entering this era, Bai Feng has discovered that the stomachs of wild men are remarkably resilient. Otherwise, like his former self, consuming this tube of cold water would surely have transformed him into a projectile. Having eaten his fill, a weary day comes to a close as Bai Feng tends to the campfire, stoking it to a vigorous blaze before retreating into his modest shelter to sleep. On the following day, as the sun rises, Bai Feng finds himself unable to sleep any longer. He rises to discover numerous small stones have left imprints upon his body. Fortunately, despite the absence of a pillow or bed, Bai Feng finds his rest uncomfortable but not debilitating, though it seems he must take the time today to improve his living conditions. Maintaining his modern habits, Bai Feng begins his morning by washing his face, splashing a bit of water from the bamboo tube for a semblance of cleanliness. However, he must brush his teeth. Preserving a good set of teeth in the primitive age is paramount, and he has no desire to resemble those wild men with mouths full of yellowed teeth. Lacking a toothbrush, he simply breaks a twig, chewing one end to create a makeshift brush. The impoverished of ancient times utilized such methods. Without toothpaste, pulverized with charcoal suffices, though the experience is decidedly unpleasant. In his previous life, this would have been a leisurely breakfast, yet Bai Feng finds himself desperately short on time. He must gather all essential supplies before his body can no longer endure or the weather shifts unexpectedly. After hastily tearing off a few bites of roasted fish, he adds some firewood to the campfire and sets about his tasks. Today, Bai Feng intends to construct a fishing trap, which will free up considerable time in the future for other endeavors. The structure of the fishing trap is simple. A large cylinder fitted with a funnel, allowing entry but preventing exit. The materials, bamboo, are abundant, and using finer bamboo makes the process more convenient. After tightly binding one end with vine, he creates a wide-open end, inserting a woven funnel-like structure within. Secured externally, the fishing trap is complete. Bai Feng crafts 2 traps, takes them to the waterhole, and gathers numerous pond snails from the reeds. After crushing them, he tosses them into the traps and finds suitable locations to set them. Fish can easily enter through the wide opening, yet their limited intelligence prevents them from escaping through the narrow exit. Having secured the fishing traps, Bai Feng inspects the reeds he cut the previous night, noting that they are still too moist and require a full day's exposure to the sun to dry properly. However, he also realizes that reed stalks make excellent bedding material, prompting him to recommence his reed harvesting project. After cutting down the reeds, he removes the leaves, retaining only the stalks, which require only a brief sun exposure to reduce moisture before they possess sufficient pliability to begin weaving. Simultaneously, Bai Feng collects a substantial amount of reed flowers, which are not exclusive to autumn and winter, as they also bloom in summer. These flowers are incredibly soft for bedding, making them ideal. Observing that the reeds will take some time to process, Bai Feng returns to the campsite. The pottery he crafted yesterday has dried considerably and, notably, shows no cracks, much to Bai Feng's satisfaction. However, it requires another day of drying before firing. In preparation for the pottery firing, Bai Feng tirelessly chops wood, chopping and chopping. Yet, the stone axe proves exceedingly ineffective. It lacks sharpness and is inadequately secured, causing Bai Feng to worry that a bit of excessive force might destroy the axe. He ponders when he might enter the Iron Age. After a morning of labor, he has amassed a considerable pile of firewood at the campsite, wood both thick and long, resembling sections of a felled tree, sufficient for an extended period. To fire the pottery, a kiln is necessary, and Bai Feng resolves to construct a small wood kiln himself. He digs into the earth, mixing water with ample clay, knowing that a kiln does not necessarily require clay. First, he forms a thick, circular mound of mud, gradually building it higher, after which he crafts a round cover from mud with several large holes. Once it has dried sufficiently to hold its shape, Bai Feng tosses it directly into the campfire to burn. This disc will serve as a platform for the pottery to be fired, while also acting as a barrier between the pottery and the flames. Once the disc has hardened adequately, Bai Feng places it atop the partially constructed kiln and continues to build it higher until there is ample space to accommodate all the pottery. At the base of the kiln, he creates a large opening for inserting firewood, and Bai Feng also fashions a proper kiln lid, as it must be sealed tightly once the pottery is placed inside. Rubbing the clay from his hands, Bai Feng considers all preparations for entering the pottery age complete. Chapter 5. A torrential downpour. Observing that the sun has begun its westward descent, Bai Feng tidies up the campsite, adding some dry wood to the fire before removing the fish rack, preparing to retrieve the fishing traps. Upon arriving at the pond, Bai Feng was not disappointed by the fishing net. After half a day's effort, it was brimming with fish, affirming that resources are indeed of paramount importance. At the water's edge, he meticulously cleaned the entrails and scales, acquiring a dozen large fish. He skewered them on bamboo, reminiscent of carrying luggage, and transported them back to the campsite. The fish smoked yesterday appeared nearly ready today, prompting Bai Feng to construct another rack specifically for food, accommodating not only the fish but also the wild fruits he had foraged. He also discovered numerous familiar wild vegetables but, lacking a pot for cooking, had to forego them until he could craft one. Additionally, Bai Feng fashioned another smoking rack to cure the freshly caught fish, as a single rack could not accommodate them all. Fortunately, the platform was spacious enough, allowing him to set up 2 fire pits with damp firewood for smoking the fish, while keeping one close for cooking, thus avoiding the thick smoke from irritating himself. Bai Feng returned to the pond to collect the reeds and cattails he had gathered, this time transporting the reeds intended for making a mattress, while those for salt remained drying by the water. Salt production would have to wait, as Bai Feng had not anticipated needing a filtering vessel when crafting pottery, leaving him to hastily create a rudimentary one tomorrow, as any pot with a hole in the base would suffice, even if it was riddled with cracks. After a half day of drying, the reeds had lost their brittleness, becoming more pliable. Bai Feng organized them sequentially, then intertwined them in pairs, crafting a mat without the need for excessive precision. Even significant gaps mattered little. After neatly finishing the edges, he ended up with a somewhat unsightly reed mat. He placed the mat in his small wooden shelter, and it fit quite well. He evenly spread the cattails atop the mat, resulting in an extravagant cooling mat for the primitive society he inhabited. Bai Feng was thoroughly satisfied yet felt something was amiss. A pillow. He turned to search for a suitable headrest, and after a lengthy search, he ultimately selected a sizable stone. Though irregular in shape, its flat surfaces made it perfect for use as a pillow. Once everything was arranged, he leisurely set about roasting the fish, reflecting on the day's labors. With the fishing net, he no longer feared food scarcity. He simply needed to seek out other food sources to diversify his diet. The direction for salt production had been established, awaiting the pottery firing tomorrow to attempt salt making. All preparations for pottery crafting were now well in place, and he planned to ignite the fire first thing in the morning. Another piece of good news was that the shadow cast by the upright wooden stick was still growing shorter today, indicating that they were still before the summer solstice. This not only provided him with a rough sense of time but also afforded Bai Feng ample opportunity to prepare for the cold, food-scarce winter ahead. As he turned the fish on the grill, feeling it was nearing completion, a refreshing, moist breeze swept through the forest, brushing against him. Suddenly, Bai Feng shivered, not from the cold, but from fear. He quickly stood and rushed outside the campsite, seeking a high vantage point to gaze into the distance. In the southeast, a dark mass of clouds loomed ominously, driven by the wind towards him. Alarmed, Bai Feng hurried back to his camp, aware that his shelter consisted merely of a translucent wooden shed, insufficient to shield him from rain or even the wind. Ignoring the fish, he hastily elevated a small patch of ground with stones to avoid the impending rainwater and relocated the fire to this elevated spot, encircling it with stones to create a windbreak and covering it with larger rocks for protection. Yet, Bai Feng remained uneasy, pulling out his mat to cover the setup, folding numerous leafy branches atop it for additional shielding. He also placed his pottery and several smoked fish beneath the mat, uncertain how much rain they could withstand, but resolved to do his utmost. The wind intensified, and Bai Feng understood well the ferocity of summer storms in the north. Once the cumulonimbus clouds gathered, it took merely 10 minutes for torrential rain to descend upon him. Severe convective weather spared no explanations. Bai Feng hastily piled some firewood, hoping it wouldn't be entirely soaked, as retaining even a portion of dry wood was better than none. He considered gathering more branches to reinforce his small wooden shelter when the first large raindrops began to fall. The rain struck him sharply, even painfully, with scattered drops splattering against the ground, creating a wider splash than an egg. Within moments, a torrential downpour engulfed the landscape, darkening the sky completely. Thunder roared overhead, resonating through Bai Feng's very being, as if his insides were vibrating in sync with the thunderclaps. Lightning streaked across the sky, and Bai Feng realized this deluge would likely persist for quite some time. As he retreated into his leaky shelter, the groundwater began to flow outward incessantly. Within less than half a minute, he was thoroughly soaked, the once dry grass skirt clinging to his legs. Uncomfortable, he tore it off and discarded it, choosing instead to immerse himself in the rain. The downpour grew heavier and more urgent. The wind propelled the rain like bullets against the earth. The thunderous cracks of lightning echoed close, and Bai Feng had never felt such fear before, not even when he was treated as prey in the wild man's cave. The might of nature was beyond human comprehension. Bai Feng's foremost concern was the campfire. He could not allow it to be extinguished. Should it go out, he would be perilously close to death in this wilderness. The rain was no longer merely falling. It cascaded from the heavens, with visibility reduced to less than 2 meters. He could see his fire flickering amidst the deluge, water cascading around the stone pile, yet the fire continued to burn valiantly. The water level on the ground rose significantly. Bai Feng surmised that if he stood, it would surely reach his Achilles tendon. Thankfully, water was flowing outward, and he had elevated the fire pit. Otherwise, the flames would have been extinguished long ago. The rain continued unabated for an unknown duration, transforming the sky into an impenetrable darkness, relentlessly pouring down. Bai Feng lost track of time, oblivious to when the sun had set, only aware of the continuous clash of thunder and lightning overhead. Just as he thought this was the worst of it, a clattering noise erupted from the ground, and the surrounding trees emitted anguished cries. In the flash of lightning, white pellets fell, bouncing high upon impact, and even Bai Feng's small wooden shelter could not withstand their assault, as they tumbled through the gaps, striking him. Upon touch, they felt cold, fortunately not too large, merely the size of mung beans. A gust of wind intensified the hail, causing it to crash even louder against the ground, shattering into icy fragments that relentlessly pelted Bai Feng. The hailstones grew larger, rolling beside him like quail eggs. Although his small shelter could not fend off the rain or smaller hail, it spared him from the potential fatality of larger hailstones. The saturated humidity caused the fire, protected by stones, to flicker weakly. Yet, Bai Feng had ceased to worry about whether his fire would extinguish. He now feared he might not endure this tempest. Chapter 6. The Spark. Bai Feng had no idea when the rain ceased. It was only when the sun of the following day illuminated him that he realized he had survived. Last night, the rain likely persisted throughout the night, initially falling as droplets before transforming into hail. There was a brief lull in the hailstorm, only for it to resume shortly thereafter. Fortunately, it was summer, and the chill from the wind was not too severe. Moreover, this body was in good condition. Had it been the previous incarnation of Bai Feng, such a body would have surely succumbed to the second onslaught of hail. As the storm wore on, Bai Feng felt both cold and fearful, compounded by a day's fatigue, and succumbed to slumber as the rain began to wane. Struggling to rise, Bai Feng gazed upon the ground strewn with white hail, unsure how to convey his emotions. Looking down the mountains and valleys, he saw the hail cascading downward with the rainwater. The leaves had been battered to shreds, leaving the trees looking half bare, their shattered foliage mingling with the hail, rendering the world akin to a pot of rice porridge generously sprinkled with scallions. Bai Feng pondered the dire consequences of this hailstorm. All creatures would undoubtedly face immense hardship, as food sources dwindled, and many plants bore fruit that was still immature. This calamity amounted to a total loss. Bai Feng had long since relinquished any hope for his fire. With the tempest raging and no fuel added, it must have extinguished long ago. Thus, he resolved to use branches to sweep away the hail and standing water. Thankfully, once the sun emerged, the hail at higher altitudes melted rapidly, making the cleanup considerably easier. Bai Feng arranged the gathered firewood to dry, and by fortune, the central pieces remained nearly untouched by moisture due to their abundance. After tidying up, Bai Feng cautiously retrieved his sheltered belongings, discarding the branches from the reed mat and laying out the nearly deformed mat itself to dry. To his astonishment, the pottery remained largely unscathed, thanks to the cushioning provided by the branches and reed mat. The hail had inflicted no damage, save for the water that had soaked the exterior, leaving it slightly damp. With a bit of drying, it would return to its original state. The smoked fish, softened by the water, still bore no signs of spoilage, prompting Bai Feng to indulge in it directly. The chilled, waterlogged smoked fish was quite a unique delicacy, albeit a necessity. This hailstorm surely claimed the lives of countless creatures, both avian and terrestrial. Without sturdy shelters, survival was nearly impossible. This should have been an opportune moment to scavenge for meat. Yet the valley was inundated with water rushing from every direction, the mountain floods roaring incessantly. Bai Feng was reluctant to take any risks after narrowly escaping with his life. Finally, he began dismantling the stone furnace that had shielded his fire. The stones were already ice-cold, and the fire had undoubtedly been extinguished. It seemed Bai Feng's mission for the day was to find a way to rekindle the flames. Layer by layer, he removed the stones, revealing a bed of ash within. It appeared the fire had survived the rain but had simply gone out due to a lack of fuel. As Bai Feng sifted through the ash, intending to clear it away, he was surprised to find it still warm. He gently blew upon the ash, and to his delight, tiny sparks flickered to life. Overjoyed, Bai Feng realized that whether through friction or striking stones, igniting kindling required producing sparks to catch fire. One could not simply bore wood into flame without aid. These sparks could take an entire day to cultivate. Anxiously, Bai Feng searched for something to use as tinder, but after the heavy rain, dry materials were scarce, let alone good tinder. Just as he was about to give up, he noticed the reed fluff lining his wooden shed. Although thoroughly soaked, this light and fine fluff was indeed the perfect tinder. Hastily, Bai Feng extracted a pile of damp reed fluff from the shed's floor and laid it out under the sun, which, despite being early summer, still radiated considerable heat. Some of the stone slabs on the platform had dried, and the reed fluff, once wet and matted together, gradually became fluffy and dry. Once he was certain the fluff had dried sufficiently, he rubbed the finest fibers together into a fist-sized bundle. He tore this bundle open, then approached the bonfire pile, blowing gently upon it, watching as the glowing embers within the ash dwindled. With a swift motion, Bai Feng scooped up the ash along with the sparks and enveloped them within the reed fluff. He began to blow gently into the fluff. After a few breaths, smoke began to rise, prompting him to blow a bit harder, and soon the smoke thickened. With a decisive breath, flames erupted from the center, igniting brilliantly. Cradling the flame in his hands, Bai Feng rejoiced as if he had just discovered fire for the first time. He placed the flame into the bonfire pile and immediately sought out some wood that had remained relatively dry, waiting for the smoke to dissipate before the fire blazed robustly. Only then did Bai Feng truly feel he had been saved from this disaster. With fire restored, Bai Feng no longer felt urgency. He began to methodically engage in post-disaster recovery. There was little to rebuild, yet the raging mountain floods left little room for other endeavors. By midday, Bai Feng enjoyed a meal of waterlogged smoked fish, and the hail outside had mostly melted away, the sounds of the mountain floods gradually subsiding. Feeling compelled to venture out, He hoped to scavenge for some meat to bring back. Armed with an axe, Bai Feng set out, returning to a state reminiscent of the universe wearing his undergarments. The grass had been trampled, rendering any attempt to craft a grass skirt futile. This situation would likely persist for some time. He chose to navigate the flatter terrain, aware that steep areas, soaked by rain, were on the brink of collapse, ready to slip away underfoot. Bai Feng avoided densely wooded areas, knowing that only open spaces might yield anything, as many creatures likely had no time to seek shelter. Indeed, it wasn't long before he stumbled upon a small bird, crushed and lifeless. However, it was far too diminutive to be of any worth, and he dismissed it. As he approached the reed thickets, Bai Feng discovered several wild chickens and pigeons. All perished beneath the hail. They remained remarkably fresh owing to the cold, prompting him to pluck their feathers and eviscerate them on the spot, ultimately bringing 3 wild chickens and 2 pigeons back to his camp. Feeling it insufficient, Bai Feng set off in another direction, only to discover several eggs on a slope. While most had shattered, with yolk spilling everywhere, he still managed to collect 8. Suspecting they were wild chicken eggs, their size lying between that of a chicken egg and a quail egg, their silence upon shaking indicated their freshness. Lacking a container, Bai Feng returned to the camp to drop off his finds before heading out once more. In his final foray, Bai Feng came across 4 rabbits. Their fur a dull gray, too large and too small. Likely, their burrow had been flooded, forcing them to flee, yet they could not escape the hail. Bai Feng deemed it unwise to venture further afield, concluding that these were the spoils he had gathered in the aftermath of the calamity. Chapter 7. Not Alone. With several rabbits in hand, Bai Feng returned to the camp, stroking their soft fur, feeling as though his undergarments had finally found purpose. Skinning them was a time-consuming task, yet devoid of technical difficulty. Due to the gruesome nature of the task, I shall refrain from further description. Allow your imagination to fill in the details. Gazing upon the kiln he had painstakingly constructed for firing pottery, now reduced to a disarray by the torrential rains, Bai Feng could only sigh in resignation and prepare to rebuild. The heavy downpour had thoroughly soaked the clay, while the surface moisture had evaporated somewhat in the sun. A mere dig revealed easily accessible mud. After Bai Feng meticulously rebuilt the kiln, he noticed the day was drawing to a close, prompting him to commence the firing process without delay, working through the night. He kindled a fire within the small kiln, continuously adding firewood to evaporate the moisture contained within the kiln itself. Once the kiln was sufficiently dried, Bai Feng placed the completed ceramic pots, water jars, and 2 bowls inside, subjecting them to intense heat. When he observed that both the pottery and the kiln walls had turned a vibrant red, he sealed the kiln tightly and continued to stoke the fire. In the intervals between adding wood, Bai Feng processed several rabbits, yielding 4 rabbit skins, 2 large and 2 small. He intended to fashion the larger ones into shorts, while the smaller ones might be transformed into shoes. Despite the thick calluses on his feet, which rendered him impervious to pain even when running across rocky terrain, Bai Feng remained anxious, fearing that a sharp object might pierce his soles. As dusk deepened, the sun sank lower, and the eerie hoots of owls echoed in the night, adding to his unease. Bai Feng roasted 2 rabbit legs over the fire. They were remarkably tender, though lacking in flavor. The kiln glowed with a fierce red hue, and the campfire provided him with an overwhelming sense of security. By its light, he repaired the smoke-drying rack that had been damaged by hail and constructed a few more. Unfortunately, the smoked fish he had previously prepared had spoiled due to exposure to rain and the sweltering summer heat, forcing him to discard it. He chopped the rabbit and wild chicken meat into small pieces and placed them on the rack for smoking. Bai Feng continually added wood to the kiln, uncertain of the exact duration required for firing, though he had heard it might take a day or 2. He mused that perhaps his small kiln would suffice after half a day. He roasted 2 eggs in the embers, and within minutes, they cracked open. Upon tasting them, he found them delicious. With only a few eggs at his disposal, Bai Feng contemplated roasting a few more to save for breakfast the following day. However, a bold idea soon took root in his mind. He resolved to attempt hatching the eggs himself in the hope of raising chicks, thereby initiating the domestication of chickens, a pivotal step in human agriculture. Without hesitation, Bai Feng gathered 4 chicken eggs for his experiment, reasoning that consuming them would not significantly satiate his hunger, but the potential success could mark a historic achievement. Alas, in this primitive environment there were no incubators, and he had no means to capture a wild hen to incubate the eggs. Bai Feng decided to harmonize with nature, leaving the rest to fate, hoping that perhaps the wild hen's eggs were resilient. Armed with a torch, he searched nearby for dry mugwort, grass, and dry leaves, which he fashioned into a nest at the campsite, placing the eggs inside and covering them with more grass before setting them aside to await their fate. As the clock struck midnight, the air in this primitive era was pure and untainted, with high visibility and no light pollution. The Milky Way stretched across the sky, a celestial river said to have been drawn by the Queen Mother to separate the cowherd and the weaver girl, though at this time, they had yet to exist. The bright stars of Altair and Vega shone brilliantly above, forming part of the summer triangle along with Deneb. The handle of the Big Dipper pointed southward. Being summer, the distant bright star it indicated was Polaris. This star was first discovered and named by the ancient firemaker. Without his invention of fire, humanity would have been relegated to hiding in dark corners, praying for dawn, unable to gaze at the stars. After reflecting on the impermanence of life, Bai Feng added one last log to the campfire and the kiln before laying out a sun-dried reed mat and settling down to sleep. Upon awakening, he discovered an abundance of mosquito bites on his skin, more than in previous days. After rain, mosquitoes proliferated. However, the native mosquitoes of Huaxia were relatively small and less venomous, unlike the large, aggressive mosquitoes that would later invade during the era of global exchange. After replenishing the campfire with wood, Bai Feng inspected the kiln, which had been burning for a long time and had yet to cool down, with embers still glowing inside. He decided to leave it to cool naturally. Today, Bai Feng intended to prepare salt but realized he had forgotten to make a filtering jar. Frustrated, he tapped his head, lamenting his forgetfulness. With no other option, he set out to find red clay and began kneading the mud anew. This time, he gathered a substantial amount of clay. In addition to crafting a water jar, he planned to create some tiles. Although his makeshift wooden shelter did not require them, he envisioned constructing a miniature house to store his belongings, safeguarding them against torrential rains. The thought of heavy rain filled him with dread, for once it rained, the likelihood of subsequent showers increased significantly. Bai Feng felt compelled to upgrade his wooden shelter to build a proper house. When he had fashioned a porous water jar and a dozen tiles, the kiln had cooled sufficiently. He set the water jar and tiles in the sun to dry before preparing to open the kiln. Breaking the seal of mud atop the kiln, he removed the lid to reveal yellow pottery, and to his delight, none of it had shattered. He retrieved a small bowl, tapped it to hear its resonant sound, and filled it with water. It did not leak, nor did it absorb moisture, showing no signs of disintegration. After shaking it a few times, he confirmed that the water remained clear and tasted free of soil. Bai Feng was now entirely convinced that his pottery had been successfully fired. He hurriedly extracted the ceramic pot and water jar, repeating the process he had used for the bowl, finding no issues whatsoever. He had truly entered the era of pottery. Eagerly, Bai Feng placed the pot over the campfire, adding wild chicken and rabbit meat along with water to simmer, even covering the pot with a lid. Feeling it was not enough, he ventured outside the campsite with his stone knife, soon returning with a handful of dandelions and some wild lettuce. After cleaning the roots and rinsing them with water, he tossed them into the pot, disregarding whether the combination would taste good. He simply craved some greens. His primary concern was the discomfort he had been enduring due to the lack of fiber in his diet, which had led to constipation. As he awaited his meal to cook, Bai Feng crafted a pair of exquisite chopsticks from bamboo, achieving a perfect round and square shape, marking yet another significant step forward in humanity's journey towards civilization. The stone knife was neither sharp nor sturdy enough to carve a spoon, so Bai Feng took a different approach. He found a bamboo stalk of similar thickness, preserving a sufficiently deep section at one end while tapering the other. Thus, he fashioned a straight-handled spoon, which, while not aesthetically pleasing, was fully capable of serving soup. Bai Feng sat beside the campfire, doing nothing but anxiously checking on the food to determine if it was ready. After a long wait, he felt it was time to remove the pot from the fire, using a stick to lift it off the flames. He ladled himself a bowl, ready to eat, but as he glanced at the empty bowl beside him, an overwhelming sense of loneliness washed over him. In modern society, even without friends or family to share a meal with, one can still hear the sounds of others. Yet here, the only sounds were the rustling leaves in the wind. Bai Feng filled the other bowl as well, uncertain of whom he would share it with. Reflecting upon my memories during the Lunar New Year, I recall the tradition of offering a tablet inscribed with the name of the Heavenly Lord. After preparing food, I would first present it to him. Bai Feng, in a moment of simplicity, found a square stone and inscribed the characters for heaven and earth upon its surface using charcoal. He then placed a bowl of rice before the stone as an offering, accompanied by a pair of chopsticks he had fashioned himself. Bai Feng's intention was not to seek the favor or protection of the divine, but rather to quell his profound loneliness. For those nurtured by heaven and earth are akin to family. Yet, Bai Feng was not entirely solitary. Chapter 8. prosperity the deities did not partake of the offerings, and Bai Feng assumed they were not hungry. After finishing his own meal, he took the remnants of his offering for himself. As the saying goes, consuming the leftovers of the Almighty can bestow wisdom. With the acquisition of a water jug, Bai Feng discarded the cumbersome bamboo tube that was small and inconvenient to carry, eagerly venturing to the waterhole to fetch water. Upon arrival, he was taken aback. The once tranquil waterhole, a deep bay in a small stream, had been transformed by a mountain flood. It was now broader and deeper than before, with the upstream area obstructed by logs, stones, and silt, creating a dammed lake. The water level upstream was elevated, but this was only a temporary reprieve. In a few days it could collapse. Meanwhile, the downstream was nearly dry, devoid of fish, with water barely reaching Bai Feng's ankles. Though the dam was not yet at its limit, the continuation of the situation would render Bai Feng's access to water and fish increasingly difficult, and he could not foresee how long it would take before it would inevitably burst. Cautiously, Bai Feng climbed atop the dam, noting the water level upstream was over 3 meters, while the dam itself exceeded 4 meters in height, a stark contrast to the waterhole's previous maximum depth of merely 2 meters. In such circumstances, fishing was out of the question. Bai Feng resolved to act preemptively to hasten the collapse of the dam. To maximize his gains, he gathered numerous bamboo shoots and fashioned a fish trap at the water's outlet, creating a barrier with a wide opening that would ensnare fish as they were swept downstream. With his fishing device prepared, Bai Feng ascended the dam armed with an axe, selecting a secure spot to begin digging into the earth. As the adage suggests, fortune favors the bold. Bai Feng sought fish and a stable water source, initiating his destructive task at the dam's most stable moment. The freshly deposited silt was easily excavated, and he created an opening less than 10 centimeters wide, gradually deepening it. Once the depth reached the upstream waterline and water began to flow through the gap, Bai Feng swiftly retreated from the dam. The water surged relentlessly through the breach, widening and deepening it further, transforming into a torrent. Bai Feng referred to this as the Bai Feng Dam Flood Relief Project. The water level beneath the dam continued to rise, murky and turbulent, cascading toward the now disconnected stream. Fish of various sizes were swept downstream, many remaining in the waterhole, reluctant to venture further. However, as the current intensified, the fish were inevitably carried away. Bai Feng's fish trap soon yielded an abundance of fish, with Bai Feng deftly stunning them with a stick faster than the trap could contain them. Before long, he had amassed 4 or 5 dozen fish on the shore, scarcely pausing to count, only selecting the larger specimens and releasing the smaller ones. Feeling it was time to cease, Bai Feng began dismantling the trap. Midway through, he heard the dam emit ominous cracking sounds, akin to the snapping of a violin string. He abandoned the task and hurried back to the shore, keeping a safe distance from the waterhole, while dispatching a few fish that were still wriggling on the bank. The groaning of the dam crescendoed until, in an instant, it shattered under the force of the rushing water, muddy torrents cascading downstream. The flood raged for over an hour before the waters began to settle. Seizing the moment, Bai Feng skillfully harvested fish amidst the chaos, ultimately securing 52 fish. At an average weight of 3 pounds each, he had gathered over 150 pounds of meat in a single afternoon. If properly preserved, this bounty would suffice for an entire winter. Bai Feng had initially intended to fetch water but instead returned with an unexpected catch. Fortunately, the waterhole was only a 5-minute trek from his camp. As he transported the fish back to the campsite, the air was filled with a pungent fishy aroma. In his past life, Bai Feng would have avoided such a scent, yet now he found immense satisfaction in it. His smokehouse was nearly overflowing, and he was fortunate that the wood required for smoking was readily available. Washed ashore by the flood, he merely needed to gather what he could carry. From a distance, Bai Feng's campsite resembled a celestial abode, while within, the overwhelming odor was reminiscent of a heavenly feast. With a brief respite, Bai Feng turned his attention to processing rabbit hides. The freshly stripped skins were not without merit, though he held himself to high standards. Presently he lacked even a grass skirt, running about in the nude. To prepare the hides, he first scraped away the membranes and fats, a task he accomplished swiftly. Next came the curing process. Bai Feng contemplated using urine for soaking but lacked a suitable container, leading him to temporarily abandon the endeavor. The task of tanning the hides was thus postponed, as he realized the scarcity of his tools. Instead, he sought clay to craft an array of pots, bowls, and dishes. With ample experience in pottery, Bai Feng quickly fashioned a collection of vessels. As dusk approached, he reduced the fire for smoking fish to avoid excessive smoke, fearing he might suffocate during the night. For dinner, Bai Feng prepared fish soup devoid of seasoning or modern enhancements. The broth was a milky white, thick yet still pungent. True to form, he filled 2 bowls, one for heaven and earth and one for himself. After a hearty meal, he washed the pot and gathered the bowls. Under the bright moonlight, Bai Feng found himself restless, gazing at the array of smoked fish, his anxiety significantly alleviated. With an ample supply of food secured, his focus shifted to enhancing his quality of life. He resolved to procure salt the following day, as he sensed an uncomfortable tightness in his muscles, perhaps merely a psychological effect. Lying beneath the moonlit eaves of his modest wooden shelter, Bai Feng forced himself into slumber. Rising early, he stoked the campfire and boiled some fish meat in a clay pot, preparing to fire the pottery he had crafted. The bowls and jars from the previous evening required another day to dry, and the small kiln could not accommodate them all at once. Armed with the experience of his first firing, Bai Feng approached this session with composure. Though the quantity of firewood consumed in recent days had begun to strain his stone axe, which was on the verge of succumbing to the rigorous demands of labor, the unwieldiness of the stone axe compounded Bai Feng's struggles. In truth, the efficacy of coal for kiln firing is superior. However, the coal discovered by Bai Feng lies perilously close to the dwelling of a tribe of cannibals, and thus, he hesitates to venture forth into danger. Coal is not far from the wild men's abode, where an open coal mine exists, and it is likely that a similar vein lies beneath Bai Feng's very feet, buried deep beneath the surface. While coal cannot be used to smoke meat, can serve to fuel a kiln. Once Bai Feng constructs a well-sealed furnace, it will also provide warmth during the winter months. In pursuit of coal, Bai Feng resolves to explore the uncharted territory behind his camp in the coming days. Should he fail to locate it, he may as well update his weaponry and venture forth into the wasteland. After indulging in a brief daydream of establishing a civilization alongside primitive men, Bai Feng ultimately returns to reality. After ensuring all areas are sufficiently stocked with firewood, he sets out in search of reeds. Following a hailstorm and mountain flood, the reeds lay broken, bent, or flattened in the mud. Bai Feng easily collects several bundles of reeds, securing them tightly with vines, and employs bamboo as a carrying pole. He carefully positions the reeds and, with a slight wobble, manages to transport 2 bundles back to camp. After making 2 more trips, he successfully brings all the reeds back. In a clearing, Bai Feng digs a pit to burn the reeds, marking the commencement of his salt-making endeavor. Chapter 9. The beginning of a grand undertaking. Bai Feng ignites the reeds in the pit, finally taking the first step in his salt production venture. After a prolonged duration of burning jars and tiles, the kiln is ready for use. To his surprise, several tiles have shattered, yet fortunately, the essential porous water jar remains intact. Once the bundles of reeds have been reduced to black ash, Bai Feng tentatively begins the filtration process. In all honesty, while he knows that reeds can yield reed salt, the actual operation fills him with anxiety and fear of failure. The newly fired porous water jar features tiny holes the size of rice grains, designed for water seepage. Bai Feng fills the jar with reed ash, compressing it to half full before adding water to extract the salt content. He constructs a makeshift workstation using 2 stone slabs, placing the jar atop them and positioning a pot below to catch the filtered water. Bai Feng rinses the half-full jar of ash with water more than a dozen times. When the ceramic pot can no longer hold any more water, he sets it over the campfire to evaporate the moisture. To his delight, he observes a substance resembling salt slowly forming. Having achieved the desired outcome, Bai Feng replaces the ash with fresh reed ash and continues the salt extraction process. By midday, hunger begins to gnaw at him, yet he resolves to extract the salt before preparing his meal, despite the dwindling ash in the pit. During this time, he checks the shadows cast by the newly erected wooden sticks post-downpour. Just days prior, the shadows had been shortening, but today, they do not reach the shortest point observed yesterday and begin to lengthen instead. Bai Feng finally confirms the date. Yesterday marked the summer solstice, and today is the first day following it. However, the date of the solstice is not fixed, occurring either on June 21st or June 22nd. Bai Feng chooses to regard today as the 22nd. He does not employ the lunar calendar, which would be more suitable for the northern regions of Huaxia, as he has never mastered its complexities in his previous life. In this life, he hopes to encounter the Yellow Emperor, who might assist him in calculating the lunar calendar. Bai Feng spends considerable time filtering the reed ash, and the water in the pot turns a yellow-black hue. Upon tasting it, he finds it bitter and salty. Indeed, salt can be produced. He places the pot over the roaring campfire, intending to hasten the evaporation process to crystallize the salt. As the water diminishes, the granules of salt multiply, eventually forming a substantial layer at the bottom of the pot. To prevent the salt from burning, Bai Feng scrapes it out and places it on a clean stone slab to dry naturally. The amount of salt produced is roughly equivalent to half of Bai Feng's fist. Albeit with an unappealing appearance, a mix of black and white due to the simplicity of the filtration process. Dipping a finger into the salt and tasting it reveals a savory flavor with a hint of char, an exquisite delight that once commanded a high price in his past life. For the pot used to make salt, Bai Feng simply adds water and cooks meat, as the dish requires no additional seasoning due to its inherent flavor. Anticipating the future, Bai Feng had prepared 2 small lidded jars, ideal for storing the salt once it is ready. With the source of edible salt secured, he must now consider enhancing the camp, necessitating at least a waterproof and windproof dwelling for adequate insulation. Bai Feng does not intend to remain in the wasteland indefinitely. Both the significance of life and the unbearable solitude dictate that he must eventually leave in search of a suitable human community. Yet, the fragmented memories of his predecessor linger in his mind, consisting solely of knowledge about wild fruits, bird-catching techniques, or the rudimentary aspects of human creation from the primitive era. This knowledge proves of little practical use, but Bai Feng is certain that the tribe he once belonged to was a typical fishing and hunting civilization, known for not resorting to cannibalism and possessing a substantial population. However, he cannot recall the location of that tribe or any familiar faces within it. What if he returns only to find a dark-haired little boy who turns out to be his son? Nevertheless, such a scenario is improbable. At this moment, he knows only the mother, not the father. Yet, in terms of human relationships and time, it is indeed possible that Bai Feng might become a stepfather. For now, he sets aside those thoughts and resolves to forge an iron weapon and craft a set of primitive leather armor before departing. However, his stolen stone axe is nearing its breaking point. Among the tiles he fired, only 13 are intact, insufficient for roofing his own dwelling but adequate for constructing a small food storage shed. Instead of continuing tile production, Bai Feng takes his axe and prepares to search the mountain behind the camp to see if he can locate an open coal mine. Now, clad only in his bare skin and wielding an axe, Bai Feng navigates around the rocky cliffs surrounding the camp, relentlessly searching. Upon reaching the back of the camp, he is momentarily taken aback. Having never explored this area before, he discovers that the stone wall is not merely a singular mass of rock but rather a section of a sprawling rocky mountain. The entire expanse of the mountain is sparsely populated with trees, mostly overrun with shrubs, and large swathes of rock are laid bare upon the ground. As Bai Feng approaches to investigate, he encounters layers of glossy black shale, which fills him with excitement, for if this shale is present, coal must surely exist as well. Striking it gently with the axe handle, a piece crumbles off, brittle and weathered, though thankfully the section near Bai Feng's camp remains solid. As he walks and searches, he soon discovers scattered lumps of coal, glistening with golden specks. These golden grains are iron disulfide. This type of coal is somewhat of a double-edged sword for Bai Feng. While it burns, it is toxic, and iron smelting is beyond his current capabilities. After discarding it, he continues his search, and at last, he stumbles upon an open coal mine, not too large but sufficient for his needs, enough to last him a lifetime. After selecting numerous large, good-quality pieces of low-sulfur coal, Bai Feng returns to camp, carrying a lump in his bare hands without any equipment for transport, determined that his trip shall not be in vain. Upon returning to the camp, he tosses a piece of coal into the fire, and it ignites swiftly, crackling with energy. In order to facilitate transportation, Bai Feng harvested several bamboo stalks, subsequently splitting them into bamboo strips. He paid little heed to aesthetics, opting instead to soften the strips over a fire, ultimately weaving 2 large baskets with handles. The bamboo baskets were robust, albeit quite unsightly, with considerable gaps. Yet Bai Feng remained unconcerned, reflecting on his own craftsmanship and dexterity. Before dusk fell, he utilized the baskets to transport a substantial quantity of coal back to the camp, estimating that it would suffice for at least 5 or 6 more kiln firings. Naturally, Bai Feng kept his axe nestled within the baskets, as it was his sole reliance in the wilderness. As he sat on the ground cooking his meal, Bai Feng gazed at the camp, filled with racks of smoked meat, a towering heap of coal, neatly arranged pottery, and the salt he had produced himself. He felt that some of his aspirations were finally within reach of realization. After satisfying his hunger, Bai Feng began conversing with the stones and the earth, though there was no response, rendering him somewhat peculiar in appearance. Nonetheless, this was his only solace during the loneliest hours of the night. He feared that if he ceased speaking, he might lose the ability to articulate altogether. Bai Feng stoked the campfire with wood and added some coal, for in the vast wilderness, where there was no enclosure, the risk of poisoning was negligible. The summer bonfire primarily served to deter wild beasts. After placing his axe and knife beside him, Bai Feng lay down to rest. The flickering flames and the surrounding smoke from the meat racks provided him with a semblance of protection. However, he did not anticipate that what he considered his greatest safeguard resembled a primitive version of the Maginot Line. In his dreams, Bai Feng was stirred by the rustling sounds within the camp and the distinct noise of something gnawing. He opened his eyes but dared not move, feigning sleep. Once his hand found the axe and knife, he abruptly rolled over to a sitting position, and the creature ceased its gnawing, its green eyes locking onto Bai Feng. Chapter 10. The Wolf. By the light of the fire, Bai Feng discerned that the intruder was a large yet gaunt wolf. Strangely, it appeared unafraid of the flames, having ventured close to steal a meal. Upon noticing Bai Feng in a crouched position, the wolf immediately adopted a threatening posture, emitting a low growl as it sought to intimidate him, even preparing to pounce on the bipedal intruder. This was not the modern world. Wolves of that era still held a modicum of caution towards humans, aware of their potential threat. Yet, in the current hierarchy of the food chain, humans were merely relegated to the lower tiers. Aware there was no escaping the confrontation, Bai Feng bit down on his stone knife, gripping the axe with both hands, bracing himself for battle. The wolf lowered its body, moving laterally to test Bai Feng's resolve. Bai Feng, hesitant to strike first, steadied himself as he mirrored the wolf's movements. The wolf seized its moment, lunging at Bai Feng's thigh. Startled, Bai Feng recoiled slightly and brought his axe down with force. Though the wolf missed its target, it managed to leave a gash on Bai Feng's thigh, while only sustaining a minor scrape on its back. The adrenaline surged through Bai Feng, causing his hands to tremble. He felt no pain from the wound on his leg. Sensing the scent of blood and noticing Bai Feng's compromised state, the wolf prepared for a fatal attack. It leapt towards Bai Feng's neck, but he managed to block the lethal strike with the axe handle. However, the wolf had already knocked him to the ground, incessantly seeking a position to sever Bai Feng's throat. In a desperate struggle, Bai Feng pushed against the wolf's head with the axe handle. As chaos ensued, he seemed to grasp the wolf's neck. The creature, striving to bite Bai Feng, was met with resistance as he tightened his grip. Once Bai Feng sensed the wolf's struggles were waning, he rolled over, pinning the beast beneath him. Using his arms to encircle the wolf's neck, he executed a crosslock, exerting every ounce of strength to choke the creature. Although he sensed the wolf growing still beneath him, he remained vigilant. Rather than releasing his hold, he applied further pressure. After a prolonged struggle, when his own arms felt nearly depleted, he finally dared to let go. The first thing he did was plunge his knife into the wolf's neck, delivering a fatal blow to ensure there would be no unexpected resurgence. As the warm blood flowed from the wound, Bai Feng allowed himself a moment to rest, though his hands continued to tremble. Having never encountered a large predator before, he had nearly forgotten the reality of such encounters. He moved closer to the fire, using its glow to inspect his injuries. His arm bore shallow scratches from the wolf's claws, while the wound on his leg featured 3 deep gashes, with the central one being the most severe. However, it was not deep enough to require stitches. While the arteries remained intact, blood continued to flow, prompting Bai Feng to grasp a handful of ash and apply it to the wound to staunch the bleeding. Though he had no choice, even with a background as a physician, he found himself at a loss in this desolate situation. Fortunately, his robust constitution, combined with the ash, quickly halted the bleeding. Observing the encroaching dawn, Bai Feng realized sleep would elude him after such a fright, so he settled beside the fire, waiting for the first light of day. When the sun's rays finally pierced the horizon, Bai Feng's breakfast was ready. After savoring his meal, he turned his attention to the wolf's carcass for a closer examination. Its skeletal frame was substantial, yet it was primarily a skeleton, gaunt and worn, indicating it was an old wolf. Bai Feng surmised that this was likely the former alpha, ousted by a new leader and forced to forage alone. Had a pack come upon him last night, he would have become mere carrion for nature. Wolves hunt in cooperative packs to take down larger prey. This solitary old wolf would have had a low success rate in capturing sustenance on its own. It likely resorted to a risky venture for a meal due to desperation. In terms of size and strength, a human could indeed overpower a wolf. With knees and elbows serving as formidable weapons, it was merely the fear of injury that often held them back. Bai Feng, upon his arrival in the wilderness, was fortunate that his adversary was this aging wolf, allowing him to emerge victorious at such a minimal cost. Using his knife, he skinned the wolf, setting the pelt aside with the rabbit skins, intending to prepare it once he had gathered everything he needed. As for the wolf's meat, Bai Feng was uncertain of its flavor, but reasoning that dog meat was consumable, he assumed wolf would be as well. He cut a small piece and roasted it over the fire, but upon tasting it, its flavor sour and unpalatable. He found it old and caught in his teeth, decidedly unpleasant. Nevertheless, unwilling to waste even a morsel of meat, he processed it into smaller pieces and hung it on the smoke rack for preservation. The bleeding from his leg had ceased entirely, and Bai Feng prepared a pot of boiling water, adding some salt to cleanse his wounds gently. Though not severe, he remained apprehensive about the risk of infection, particularly given the summer's heat and humidity, which were conducive to the proliferation of pathogens. Despite his fears, he understood that life must proceed. Following the events of the previous night, Bai Feng resolved to commence building a shelter without delay. As the kiln was ignited, he sealed the prepared pots and jars within, and with the availability of coal, he no longer needed to spend time chopping wood or tending to the fire. He merely needed to toss in coal every half hour. While managing the kiln, Bai Feng also shaped clay to create tiles. Due to the injury on his left leg, his movements were restricted, resulting in a slower pace of progress. However, the process of crafting tiles is quite straightforward. One compresses the clay into evenly thick patties, which are then sliced into uniformly sized smaller patties, and given a slight curvature to form the tile blanks. Bai Feng managed to produce 200 pieces in one go, believing that would suffice for constructing a modest dwelling before he concluded his work and set the tiles aside in a flat area to dry. As for the house, Bai Feng intended to create a structure of earth and wood, with a roof of timber and tiles, while the walls would be composed of earth. A method that is both efficient and expedient, providing warmth in winter and coolness in summer. However, to erect the walls, a solid earth foundation was necessary, made from large blocks of unburned earth bricks. Stacking raw clay alone would not suffice, as it would lack stability and could easily collapse. Yet, Bai Feng had no plans to proceed with that today, as he needed to craft a tool for the foundation, which could be done after the tiles were fired. For now, he took the bamboo basket he had used to gather coal the previous day, and ventured out to forage for wild vegetables. For a steady diet of meat was not advisable. By summer, many wild vegetables had matured and become tougher, aiming to propagate their seeds, thus lacking the tenderness of spring and often possessing a bitter taste. The area was abundant with bitter lettuce, also known as potentilla, as well as dandelions, and Bai Feng selectively picked the tender specimens. By a small stream, he discovered a plentiful supply of water bamboo, which, when infected by fungi, expands into the edible shoots used in cooking. Under normal circumstances it would yield bamboo rice. Upon inspection, Bai Feng found that they were uninfected, promising a bountiful harvest of bamboo rice come autumn. On his way back, he stumbled upon a patch of gray vegetable, which he had overlooked on his way there. This plant, regardless of the season, always boasts tender leaves, which Bai Feng particularly relished. Chapter 11. Foraging for medicinal herbs. Bai Feng began to sense that his wound was not healing as it should. After finishing his labor in the morning and sitting down to prepare a meal, he felt a dull ache in his injured leg. While this was not unusual, he noticed that the wound had not only failed to improve but had also begun to ooze pus. This alarmed him, for while a scratch from a twig may not pose a significant threat, the claws of a wolf could potentially carry unknown viruses and bacteria. With no time to lose, Bai Feng resolved to seek out medicinal herbs before the wound deteriorated further. Without hesitation, he set out with his basket to forage for remedies. In this era, people lacked medical knowledge. They relied on the accumulated wisdom of generations, perhaps recognizing the effects of certain specific plants. However, for the most part, their understanding was limited, and it was not uncommon for someone to succumb to illness suddenly while sharing a meal, without anyone finding it particularly strange, as death was a commonplace occurrence for them. Bai Feng aimed to locate both greater and lesser burdocks, as these herbs were known for their efficacy in treating external wounds. When crushed and applied topically, they could cool the blood, detoxify and staunch bleeding, particularly the lesser burdock, which was especially effective at stopping hemorrhages. Both varieties were readily found throughout the expanse of Huaxia, identifiable by their purple flowers, thorny buds, and spiky leaves and stems. The greater burdock was tall and robust, while the lesser was shorter and more delicate. In a patch of wild grass, Bai Feng spotted the unmistakable purple flowers, confirming his expectations. Both types of burdock were present. He carefully cut several plants with his knife, mindful of the thorns, and used a stone to crush them into a pulp, which he then applied to his wound. Although he felt a cooling sensation, the pain intensified, but he knew that using medicinal herbs was seldom comfortable. He wrapped a leaf around the injury and secured it to his leg, considering it bandaged. Along the way, Bai Feng encountered numerous other medicinal plants. With a mindset of seizing every opportunity, he also harvested some licorice, anemone, and cotinopsis. The variety was plentiful. Even in the area where he had dug clay, he stumbled upon several large pieces of gypsum, albeit heavily contaminated. After some consideration, he decided to take them with him. As the discomfort from his wound grew more intense, Baifeng ceased his labor upon returning with the herbs, seeking refuge in the shade beneath his wooden shelter. As evening approached, he felt increasingly parched and uncomfortably warm. Touching his forehead, he found it burning. A sense of dread washed over him. He feared he was developing an infection and that his condition was worsening. While he still had the strength, he rummaged through the herbs he had gathered, selecting the gypsum, anemone, and licorice. Baifeng wished to prepare a white tiger decoction, but he was missing a crucial ingredient, the rice husk. At that moment, he realized that even dogtail grass seeds were scarce. After some thought, he decided to add the cotinopsis as well. Lacking measuring tools, he had to rely on intuition. The gypsum was laden with impurities, and Baifeng worried about ingesting dirt, so he crushed it, rinsing it in water to remove most of the contaminants. As he felt increasingly lightheaded, drenched in sweat, the pot of medicine finally began to boil. He persisted in applying more burdock juice to his leg. After a dizzying struggle, he removed the pot from the fire and poured himself a bowl of medicine. After drinking the concoction, Baifeng could no longer withstand the fatigue and collapsed onto the ground, feeling as if the world were spinning around him. He fumbled to rest his head against a stone and then closed his eyes, surrendering to sleep. During the night, Baifeng hazily felt cold, flailing his arms in search of something to cover himself with, but all he found was air and earth. After a brief struggle, he murmured himself back to sleep. When the sun's rays warmed his body, Baifeng felt as though he had been thoroughly beaten. Every part of him ached, his head felt heavy, and his mouth was exceedingly dry. Upon opening his eyes, he realized it was nearly noon. He touched his forehead and concluded that he likely no longer had a fever. Rising to change the dressing on his wound, he noticed an improvement. The flesh was beginning to show signs of healing. The pot still contained remnants of the previous night's medicine, which Baifeng discarded before adding water to cook rice. Although he had little appetite, he understood he must eat. As long as he could consume something, there was hope for recovery. He prepared some smoked fish, generously adding bitter lettuce and dandelion, both known for their cooling properties, as food and medicine share a common origin. Suppressing his discomfort, Baifeng finished a large bowl of soup. After the meal, he promptly resumed preparing medicine. Without the remedy from the previous night, he feared he might not have survived. He followed the same formula, allowing it to simmer slowly in the pot. Once the rice began to digest, Baifeng gradually felt his strength returning, even believing he could resume his work. However, as a healer, he understood this was merely a temporary reprieve. Once the medicine had cooled, Baifeng drank every last drop, though he could not see his tongue. The strength of his pulse and the state of his urine indicated that the fever had not fully subsided. To conserve energy, he lay in his wooden shelter during the afternoon, extending his leg into the sun for disinfection, though he was uncertain of its effectiveness. As evening approached once more, Baifeng felt the fever returning, albeit not as severely as the night before. He prepared his dinner and evening medicine early, determined not to repeat the previous night's near miss with his medication. After drinking the medicine, he lay down steadily, attempting to drift off amidst the swirling dizziness. The following day, Baifeng woke later than usual, but he felt less discomfort. His wound appeared to have cleared of infection. Only then did he allow himself to relax, relieved to have survived the first serious illness of his primitive existence. Today, Baifeng is able to work diligently, and he is disinclined to squander time. A persistent sense of urgency lingers in his heart, though he cannot quite discern the source of his anxiety. The moment this thought arises, he feels akin to driving on a highway with a stomachache, yet the nearest service area is miles away. The kiln of pottery he fired the day before remains unopened until today, when he finally decides to unveil it. Among the numerous bowls and jars he retrieves, only one jar has shattered, the rest are intact. Baifeng selects a lidded jar to store salt, ensuring it remains moisture-free and shielded from impurities, preventing the wind from whisking his precious salt away. The tiles he previously crafted have dried exceptionally well, and he prepares to fire them in the kiln, although its size necessitates at least 4 firings to accommodate 200 tiles. While firing the kiln, he also gathers wood to create tools for tamping the earth foundation. For wooden pieces are joined using traditional mortise and tenon joints to form a square mold, one side removable, which will serve as a template for the earth foundation. Ideally, he would require a stone pestle to compact the foundation, but lacking the skill to drill into stone, he must forego that notion, opting instead to find a suitable rock to pound it down. Observing the black smoke billowing from the kiln and the flames dancing within, Bai Feng reflects on the joy of existence. Chapter 12. With grain one is untroubled. He opens the kiln, retrieves the tiles, and subsequently seals it for another round of firing, continuously cycling through the process. Now that he possesses salt, Bai Feng's ambitions extend beyond merely curing meat. He ventures to the pond to set fish traps, aspiring to create salted fish. Using field snails as bait proves effective, as the fish remain blissfully oblivious and easy to catch. After placing the fish traps, he neglects them momentarily to harvest reeds from the nearby marsh, for he needs to produce more salt to adequately preserve the meat. Originally, Bai Feng contemplated igniting the marsh in a fiery blaze, but feared it might ignite a forest fire, leaving this area barren and unsafe, devoid of food sources. Moreover, he intends to capture some of the birds that fatten up in the marsh come autumn, making it imprudent to eradicate everything at this stage, as sustainability is vital. With newfound experience, Bai Feng approaches reed salting with increased confidence and ease, tirelessly cutting and hauling reeds while maintaining a constant fire in the pit to process them. Fortunately, the marsh is vast, and his activities amount to mere trifles. The salt he produces surpasses the capacity of his salt jar, prompting him to find a bowl for storage, which will later serve for making salted fish. Upon returning to the pond, he retrieves the fish traps, yielding a bountiful catch. He tosses a few small fish back into the water to allow them to grow, while he carries 10 larger fish back to camp. After cleaning the fish, removing scales and entrails, he splits them open, flattens them, and scores the flesh to facilitate better salt absorption. He follows this procedure for all the fish, intending to wash them before hanging them out to dry in the sun. However, concerned about flies and potential spoilage during the summer, he decides to hang them up directly, reasoning that he can rinse them before consumption if necessary. A little saltiness will not be a detriment, as he cannot afford to be picky at this juncture. The previously prepared cured meat is placed on a makeshift rack, but Bai Feng feels compelled to construct a granary as a precaution. He gathers numerous large stones to serve as bricks for a small structure. Mixing ample clay with wood ash and straw, he uses this as a binding agent to erect walls. Leaning against the stony wall of the camp, he outlines a 1 square meter plot for the granary. He meticulously stacks the stones with clay, smoothing both the inner and outer surfaces to enhance their finish. By the end of the afternoon, he has constructed a 1-meter-high wall on all sides, leaving an opening for a door to access the stored grain. Though modest in size, it suffices for his needs. Bai Feng plans to use this granary temporarily, sufficient to protect his grain from the impending rains. While future harvests will be stored in a larger house he intends to build to prevent theft. When evening arrives, the tiles he fired are ready from the kiln, with plans to fire the remainder the following day to avoid the risk of burning them due to inadequate coal supply. In the morning, Bai Feng awakens, unable to restrain a song of joy, primarily due to the long silence he has endured, feeling a profound loneliness that compels him to express himself. As he sings while working, the pent-up frustrations within him begin to dissipate. The longer he remains in the wilderness, the more he yearns to seek out human kin. Despite his camp taking form, Bai Feng is eager to attempt smelting iron. If successful, he plans to embark upon a journey in the autumn to locate human settlements. Even if he fails at smelting iron or does not find any humans, his camp is equipped to sustain him through the winter. Although Bai Feng harbors such aspirations, the implementation of these plans requires time, as he must prioritize constructing the house and preparing pickled vegetables to ensure a food supply for the winter. Kiln firing and tile making continue. The granary he constructed yesterday has dried considerably, and with the midday sun, he can finalize it by placing a roof and tiles by evening. Bai Feng gathers a basket and forages for wild vegetables, indifferent to their varieties or taste, selecting only the tender ones, quickly filling a large basket. After a brief sorting and rinsing, he places them in a pot to blanch. While waiting for the water to boil, he continues to dig for more, fully utilizing every moment. Once the water reaches a rolling boil, he tosses the assorted vegetables in, retrieves them, and cools them in cold water, squeezing out excess moisture. Among the pottery he previously crafted, there exists a jar approximately 50 centimeters tall, complete with a lid, ideal for pickling vegetables. Bai Feng layers the vegetables within the jar, generously sprinkling salt between each layer until the jar is nearly full. He finds a piece of granite of similar size, cleans it to use as a weight for the jar, though he refrains from applying excessive pressure, uncertain of the pressure limits of his creation. After enjoying lunch and conversing briefly with the stone tablet marking the date, he etches a line to signify all the tasks he intends to accomplish that afternoon. Upon concluding his midday rest, Bai Feng heads to the pond to set the fish traps, hoping for a substantial catch, as the more fish he can salt, the better. Returning to the camp, Bai Feng prepares to commence the construction of his dwelling. He retrieves the mold for the earth foundation and chooses a nearby earthen slope, rich in soil and easily excavated, as the site for his foundation. After digging a sufficient amount of earth, he mixes in wood ash and stirs thoroughly, then places it into the foundation mold, compacting it with his foot. If it is not firm enough, he employs a large stone to press it down tightly, subsequently removing the mold to reveal the compacted foundation. Bai Feng is able to produce a foundation block every 3 minutes, fortunate that his body is robust and tireless. Otherwise, the Bai Feng of his past life would have struggled to lift the stones after just 2 blocks. He continues until he has crafted 100 blocks, pausing momentarily before heading back to the pond to retrieve the fish traps, leaving the finished foundation blocks on the slope to dry in the sun, assured that no animals will disturb them. In the sweltering summer heat, in areas devoid of shade, the ground scorches beneath one's feet, and the earth dries completely within just a couple of days. Once the soil is thoroughly parched, it poses no threat of being washed away or soaked through, provided there are no torrential rains for 2 or 3 consecutive days. The fishing yield can be described as extraordinarily bountiful. Such is the benefit of primitive times. If one possesses a modicum of wit, sustenance is never in short supply, unlike in later eras where even a mighty river yields scant fish. Currently, twilight descends late, with the sun setting around 8 o'clock, allowing ample time to leisurely prepare salted fish after returning from the catch. Once the salted fish is ready, the kiln from today's firing has cooled, and the remaining clay tiles require just 1 more firing. However, the coal supply is dwindling, necessitating a trip tomorrow to procure more. After the tiles are fired, the white wind may not require immediate use, yet it is essential to carve out time to construct a smelting furnace. Once everything is arranged, attempts to refine iron may commence. But what does a smelting furnace truly look like? Chapter 13. Another wild man in the wilderness. Beneath the blazing sun, Bai Feng labored with stones, sweat cascading down his tanned, bare body. He had long since diverged from the image of the fair-skinned youth. Today, his objective was to complete all necessary earthen foundations, and once dried, he would commence building. Just as he set down a stone to wipe his brow, he heard rustling in the nearby thicket. The sound of branches snapping indicated the presence of a large animal. Bai Feng hastily left the earthen slope, retrieved an axe from the camp, and concealed himself behind a tree to observe. As the sounds drew nearer, his anxiety heightened. Should a ferocious beast appear, he would meet his end here. To his surprise, emerging from the underbrush was a person wielding a wooden spear, alone in the wilderness. The individual exhibited no fear upon seeing Bai Feng's earthen foundations. Instead, he squatted down to examine the rectangular object, even breaking off a piece to taste before spitting it out in disgust. Bai Feng, intrigued, pondered whether this man was simply foolish or overly confident in his strength. Surely, this unnatural sight would provoke some trepidation. Was it possible there was a larger group behind him? Bai Feng crouched lower, concealing himself as he continued to watch. The wild man stood up, gazing around like a simpleton. The more Bai Feng scrutinized his face, the more familiar it appeared, though he could not recall from where. Struggling to recollect memories from his previous life, although his mind was sluggish, the word slow slipped out. Hearing someone speak, the wild man grasped his wooden spear, preparing to look for enemies. Bai Feng stepped out from his hiding spot and called out to the man, "Chi, it's me, Feng." The individual named Chi took a few seconds to respond, as if he were trying to remember who Feng was, before suddenly bursting with joy, leaping in place, discarding his spear, and rushing over to embrace Bai Feng. "Feng, it's been so long since you returned to the tribe. I thought you had been devoured by a beast. I can't believe you're still alive." Chi was a comrade from Bai Feng's former tribe, and due to the limited intellect of primitive people, such simpletons were not uncommon. The chieftain had named Bai Feng Feng in hopes that he would run as swiftly as the wind. Bai Feng surmised that this was likely the design of that mysterious, cursed altar. Sharing names led to chaotic traversals in time. After a brief reunion, Bai Feng inquired why Chi was alone in the wilderness. Though Bai Feng was also solitary in this vast expanse, even lacking trousers, Chi at least had a wrap. Yet, Chi remained oblivious to the peculiarity of Bai Feng's solitude. Using his somewhat disjointed speech, Chi gestured to convey that the recent storm had obliterated all the seeds their tribe had sown. The redirected river had devastated their settlement, and many tribespeople had perished in the flood. However, Chi had no grasp of numbers. When Bai Feng asked how many remained, Chi scratched his tangled hair and indicated a small length with his hand, saying, "There are this many left." Bai Feng realized that inquiring further would yield little. So he simply asked where the surviving tribespeople were. Chi pointed toward the distant forest, stating that they were still behind, and that the shaman claimed to be the bravest hero, determined to clear the path for the tribe. He believed they could return to the tribe to relay news when the sun was directly overhead. Bai Feng felt exasperated. It seemed that their territory was no longer habitable, forcing them to seek new land, and they had dispatched this simpleton to scout for dangers ahead. Yet, Chi remained blissfully content. How pure the hearts of primitive people. Bai Feng began to contemplate whether to bring the tribespeople here to settle. If they expanded their hunting grounds, this area could sustain at least 200 individuals without risking starvation. However, Bai Feng was uncertain of the tribe's true numbers, and if he returned, would he need to heed the chieftainess' commands? Or how could he seize power from the chieftain and guide the tribe toward the right path of development? Gazing at the rudimentary camp he had constructed, Bai Feng felt compelled to take a gamble. Strength lies in numbers, and he was confident that he could outwit a group of primitive people with some clever tricks. Grasping his axe, Bai Feng instructed Chi to lead him back to find the main body of the tribe. Halfway there, Bai Feng suddenly remembered his lack of trousers, feeling quite exposed. After spending so long alone in the wilderness, he had forgotten this detail, but as he was about to encounter many people, he feared the embarrassment of being seen unclothed. Thus, he halted Chi's brisk pace and expressed his desire to fashion a grass skirt. Chi, perplexed, questioned why Bai Feng would want to make a grass skirt at that moment. Bai Feng replied that he did not wish to be naked. Chi remarked that most of the tribe members were unclothed due to the heat, yet he was reluctant to part with his own skin skirt, fearing he would have nothing to wear when the weather turned cold and risk freezing to death. However, after glancing at Bai Feng's bare backside and then at his own, he reluctantly removed his skin skirt and offered it to Bai Feng. Initially, Bai Feng felt a twinge of embarrassment at receiving it, but upon noticing the various unsightly stains, the grime polished to a sheen, and the lice scuttling through Chi's hair, he decisively declined Chi's kind offer, instinctively creating some distance between them. Bai Feng felt a slight itch, suspecting it might have originated from Chi's earlier embrace. Perhaps he was the first of his time to prioritize personal hygiene. Hearing Chi mention that nearly all the tribespeople went unclothed, Bai Feng concluded that there was no immediate necessity to craft a grass skirt. A little mental preparation would suffice. Yet what would happen when he encountered those wild women? Should he gaze or avert his eyes? As Bai Feng and Chi engaged in a casual exchange, they soon spotted a large group of wild people in motion, estimating roughly 400 individuals. Meanwhile, Chi remained oblivious, engrossed in studying a stone that had pricked his foot, completely unaware that the main body of the tribe was not far off. Bai Feng alerted Chi, inquiring if that distant group was their tribe. Chi merely glanced up, confirmed it was indeed, then returned to his examination of the stone. From a distance, Bai Feng spotted the foremost figures of the tribe, a shaman adorned with a feathered crown and a robust man wielding a massive stone axe. That man was the current chieftain. Bai Feng pondered whether the chieftain would be willing to relinquish his position after witnessing his abilities. Was there a possibility of abdication? Or would Bai Feng need to engage him in a duel, victorious in combat to claim the chieftaincy? The answer was unequivocal. Without becoming chieftain, Bai Feng's life and the lives of his kin could be forfeit. Chapter 14. The primitive man does not lie. Late, having finally arrived at the forefront of the tribe's formidable assembly, rushed to report the situation to the chieftain. However, the chieftain paid little heed to his words, merely seizing a whip to strike Late. Bai Feng discerned that this chieftain ruled through sheer force, and he could recall only that the chieftain was named Shennong, a warrior of unparalleled strength. All else escaped his memory. After reprimanding Late, the chieftain turned his gaze to Bai Feng, scrutinizing him before uttering, "I remember you. Your name is Feng, is it not? Since you have not perished, why do you not return to the tribe? Are you considering defection?" Bai Feng was taken aback. Upon his first encounter with the chieftain, he was branded with such an accusation. Upon hearing these words, a cadre of brawny men beside the chieftain braced themselves, poised to strike down Bai Feng, the alleged traitor, and sever his head to instill fear in the hearts of all. However, Bai Feng's mind raced with cunning. At that moment, the prospect of deceit seemed a trivial endeavor. Unfazed, he addressed the chieftain, "Shennong, do not employ your domineering tactics against me. When I was seized and slain by the cannibals, it was the divine that resurrected me, granting me fire and weapons, sustenance and land. Now the deity shields me. What right have you to speak to me thus?" Before the chieftain could respond, the shaman, adorned with feathers, interjected with urgency. "You encountered a deity? Which one was it, wind god, rain god or sun god?" The shaman harbored no doubts about Bai Feng's claims, his curiosity palpable. In truth, Bai Feng was not entirely fabricating. He had indeed been cast into this realm by divine forces, though whether it was punishment or favor remained ambiguous. Bai Feng gestured towards the heavens and then the earth, declaring, "It is heaven and earth that bestow their grace upon me." The shaman was bewildered, straining to recall which deity encompassed heaven and earth, while Xiong's urgency surpassed that of the shaman. In primitive times, divine favor and will were deemed paramount above all. Bai Feng contemplated the notion of directly fabricating a deity. If the Yellow Emperor had ministers of wind and rain, why could he not forge a connection with the divine? Thus, with a demeanor of utmost reverence, he pointed skyward, proclaiming, "Heaven is my father. Whether the rain god, wind god, or sun god, they all serve under heaven's dominion." Then, pointing to the ground, he continued, "Earth is my mother. The water god and wood god are also under her realm." Bai Feng then gestured to himself, stating, "My former body was consumed by the cannibals, yet my spirit endures. My father, heaven, provides rain. My mother, earth, offers soil and stone, forming this new body. Therefore I am wind, yet not merely wind." Xiong and the shaman failed to comprehend Bai Feng's final assertion, while Late stood in bewilderment, unsure of the current circumstances. The other tribesmen, hearing Bai Feng's declarations, were equally at a loss, casting their gazes toward the chieftain and shaman. Once Xiong finally grasped the meaning of Bai Feng's earlier statements, he furiously confronted him. "If heaven and earth are your parents, why then do they unleash white stones and torrential rains, causing floods that destroy our homes? That is your tribe as well." Bai Feng pointed to himself, explaining, "Because I was devoured by the cannibals, they became enraged and unleashed calamities to punish all beings upon this land." Xiong, filled with wrath, accused Bai Feng, "You were not consumed. You stand here alive and well." Bai Feng shrugged, replying, "Thus I have said, I am wind, yet not merely wind. My name is Bai Feng of the Bai clan, wind." Upon hearing Bai clan, Xiong's demeanor shifted unexpectedly, inquiring, "Are you saying you possess a clan name?" Bai Feng did not reply directly to Xiong but instead addressed the entire assembly, proclaiming, "I, Bai Feng, am the son of a deity. You may all adopt the Bai name. I can ensure your bellies are full, and you shall no longer fear beasts or the cold. However, the condition is that you must heed my words. Will you comply?" Among the 400 individuals, fewer than 100 voiced their willingness. Witnessing the apathy of those nearby, the rest quietly relinquished their excitement. Xiong, gritting his teeth, asked, "Do you mean to say you aspire to be chieftain?" Bai Feng replied nonchalantly, "No. I seek to become the king of the Bai clan." Xiong, brandishing his stone axe, advanced menacingly towards Bai Feng. "By what right should everyone heed you? With your frail physique? You claim your body is shaped by rain and earth. Can it withstand the might of my axe and fists?" Bai Feng, undeterred by the simplicity of the primitive man, took a step forward, asserting, "I can ensure that all are well-fed, that none fear the harsh winter. I can transform our tribe into the most powerful and prosperous on this land. Can you accomplish that?" Xiong was taken aback by Bai Feng's audacity. He remembered a time when he could strike Bai Feng with impunity. What Bai Feng claimed was beyond Xiong's capacity. Many tribesmen would not survive the winter, succumbing to hunger, yet he remained skeptical of Bai Feng's promises. Bai Feng, from his elevated position, declared to Xiong, "I can achieve it because I am the son of a deity." Disregarding Xiong, he directly commanded the tribesmen to follow him, assuring them he would lead them to his domain, where food abounded. Upon hearing food, the starving tribesmen, driven by their cravings, disregarded their chieftain's authority, pushing forward in a fervent rush. Xiong was swept along, his commands rendered futile. The allure of sustenance surpassed the threat of the whip. Bai Feng would not allow such a formidable man as Xiong to become his adversary. Approaching Xiong, he said, "The chieftaincy remains yours. I will not usurp it. They will still heed your words." Xiong, incredulous, questioned, "Did you not claim to make them heed you? What then do you aspire to?" Bai Feng patted Xiong's sturdy shoulder, gesturing towards the vast expanse of wilderness. "I will not settle for the chieftaincy of a mere few hundred. I aspire to be the king of this land." Xiong remained perplexed, but upon hearing that Bai Feng would not contest his chieftaincy, he found Bai Feng less objectionable, deeming him not worthy of death by axe. He could only inquire, "What does it mean to be a king?" Bai Feng painted a grand vision for this primitive man, vividly illustrating, "Once I become the true king, you will no longer be merely the chieftain of a small tribe. Your tribe will swell to thousands, even tens of thousands. You will not toil, for your tribesmen will bring you delectable meals, and countless beauties will be at your beck and call." Xiong, captivated by Bai Feng's simplistic yet enticing vision, found himself lost in thought, imagining such a splendid life. He counted on his fingers, asking, "A king of tens of thousands. How many is that?" Seeing that Shennong was beginning to grasp the concept, Bai Feng dramatically gestured with both arms, as if to encompass the very sky, proclaiming, "Tens of thousands is this many. Just think of it as the sum of all 100 of your current tribe multiplied by so much more." The bear seemed to comprehend, and once again fell into a reverie, showing no suspicion towards Bai Feng's words, for primitive men do not lie. Chapter 15. Do you wish to become wise? When Bai Feng led everyone to his camp, disappointment swept through the crowd, for there were neither the vast plains they had envisioned nor the rapidly ripening seeds, nor the mountains of meat they had imagined. To stabilize the emotions of the group, Bai Feng stood upon a platform and proclaimed loudly, "I am the son of the divine. I assure you that if I say you shall be fed, you will not go hungry. As long as you heed my words and those of the chief, I will ensure your bellies are full and your bodies warm." The wild men below were perplexed, unsure whether to listen to him or the chief. Bai Feng fell silent, surveying the meager possessions the wild men had brought, and saw only a handful of clay pots and animal hides, with some bulging pouches that likely contained food. It was evident to Bai Feng that this was a tribe of simple-minded wild men, pitiable even compared to beggars. Bai Feng stepped aside to clear away the clutter of the camp, revealing a pile of fish and meat. The wild men below, upon seeing the food, instinctively rushed forward to seize it. Bai Feng snatched the whip from the bear's hands and fiercely lashed out at the advancing wild men, who, terrified by the chief's whip, momentarily regained their senses and retreated, though their eyes remained fixed hungrily on the meat. With grave seriousness, Bai Feng stood tall, embodying the essence of manhood, and loudly declared, "I possess food for you, but you must obey. Whoever dares to act out of turn shall feel the sting of my whip." After delivering his message, he returned the whip to the still-dazed bear, instructing him, "You organize the tribe, find a place to start a fire and prepare for the meal. I will show them where the water source is. For men shall share one fish, you will divide it." Upon hearing that he still held the power to allocate food, the bear felt a sense of authority, not perceiving any wrongdoing in Bai Feng's command. The chief of the wild men must be able to satiate his tribe. Strength and martial prowess were paramount, while intellect was of little consequence. Soon, smoke began to rise all around the camp, as Bai Feng's salted and smoked fish were distributed. The wild men, unfamiliar with the meaning of 4 per group, struggled to count themselves. When one man in front received a fish while another did not, frustration would ensue, and after receiving a whip's crack, they would obediently follow the lead of the one ahead. Conversely, if the man in front had no fish but received one, he would be filled with joy. The bear himself was oblivious to the number of his tribesmen. Being able to count up to 10 was a considerable feat for him. In total, 103 fish were distributed, leaving 2 men who received half a fish each, which they deemed highly unfair, questioning why others received full portions while they did not, only departing after feeling the sting of the whip. Thus, it was revealed that there were 414 members in the tribe, with the bear unaccounted for, as Bai Feng intended to share a pot of food with him alone. The tribe did not possess enough pots, so those who received fish gathered in groups around a large pot, tossing all the fish inside. Once cooked, they would scramble to eat, leading to the stronger individuals consuming more while the weaker ones received little, sometimes not even tasting the broth. Bai Feng called the bear to the platform and, with deliberate grace, began to prepare the fish in a pot, adding some wild vegetables for balance. The bear, likely famished, gazed intently at the pot, swallowing hard. Bai Feng lifted the lid and stirred, deeming the food ready. As the bear reached in to scoop some out, Bai Feng slapped his hand away, casting a disdainful glance before retrieving 3 bowls. The first bowl was filled, but instead of handing it to the eagerly waiting bear, he presented it to a stone inscribed with the characters for heaven and earth. The bear, baffled, approached the stone, glancing around in confusion, and even attempted to lift it to see what it was. However, before Bai Feng could intervene, the shaman chastised him. "That is a divine entity. You must not show disrespect, or you shall incur divine wrath." The shaman, with remnants of fish tail clinging to his lips, was quite frightened by the bear's actions. "Why do you not offer sacrifices to the divine in the proper manner? Should you not cast the offerings into the fire? How else can the god receive your tribute?" The shaman was perplexed by Bai Feng's actions and even contemplated helping Bai Feng pour the bowl of food into the flames as an offering. Bai Feng stopped the shaman, saying, "Offerings to the divine need not be cast into the fire, as long as there is a vessel for the deity, placing the tribute before it suffices. The deity will partake of it themselves." Bai Feng pointed at the steam rising from the bowl, saying, "Look, this is the deity enjoying my offering." The shaman found Bai Feng's reasoning unsatisfactory, yet was unable to refute it. Glancing around, he pointed at the pot from which the wild men were greedily consuming food, questioning, "That food has not been offered to any deity, yet why is there still a divine presence partaking?" Bai Feng shook his head. "You have not made offerings, yet the divine still enjoys. The rain god partakes from the water, while the earth enjoys the fire. Observe the steam rising from the great river. That is the water deity quenching its thirst. Once sated, it will descend once more as rain to nourish the land." The shaman was left in stunned silence by Bai Feng's explanation, feeling as though his worldview was shattering, while the bear stood equally bewildered. "Well then, the deity is enjoying their food. We too must partake of our own." Bai Feng disregarded the confused shaman and returned to the fire, serving himself a bowl and then filling one for the bear. Bai Feng picked up his chopsticks and began to eat with elegant grace. The bear, observing Bai Feng's demeanor, felt compelled to emulate him, but as he no longer had chopsticks, he fashioned 2 branches into makeshift utensils. However, the bear struggled to control the 2 sticks, and as Bai Feng watched the bear clumsily attempt to grasp them, he demonstrated the proper way to hold them. But the bear stubbornly refused to separate his fingers, prompting Bai Feng to grow impatient and decide to leave him to his own devices. Though the bear could not use chopsticks, he quickly managed to extract the meat using the 2 wooden sticks. Bai Feng was curious that they seemed unbothered by the possibility of fish bones getting stuck, but their lack of spitting out bones suggested they chewed and swallowed without hesitation. Bai Feng could only marvel at the resilience of these wild men, finding them easy to sustain. Noticing that the bear's bowl was nearly empty and the pot was depleted, Bai Feng approached the stone inscribed with heaven and earth to retrieve the food meant for the bear. However, upon turning around, he saw the bear already shoveling the contents of his bowl into his mouth with his hands. When the bear noticed Bai Feng watching, he feigned innocence, as if to say, "It wasn't me. I know nothing of this." Bai Feng had no choice but to consume the bowl himself. He sat down and took a mouthful, causing the bear to gasp in astonishment. His mouth agape as the unchewed food spilled out. He quickly attempted to shove it back in, gazing at Bai Feng in shock as he chewed. The shaman, witnessing Bai Feng consuming the deity's offering, was utterly confounded, finding it in stark contrast to his own beliefs about sacrifice, and rushed over to question Bai Feng once more. Bai Feng replied, "The remnants of the divine are the greatest rewards for humanity. Consuming them will bestow wisdom." The shaman asked, "How do you know this?" Bai Feng regarded the bear and the shaman with a look of incredulity, stating, "I am the son of the divine. Naturally, I possess such knowledge. Furthermore, I was once as foolish as you. Do you still consider me dim-witted?" The frail shaman lunged forward, attempting to snatch Bai Feng's bowl, yearning for a taste of the divine leftovers to gain wisdom, only to be met with a swift kick that sent him sprawling. Chapter 16. A Mess. The satiated wild men promptly found a spot to lie down and sleep, entirely unconcerned about the next meal, for such matters were to be handled by their chief. The wild men lay sprawled out in horizontal and vertical positions, while others shamelessly engaged in procreation in public. Were it not for Bai Feng having received guidance from Teacher San in a previous life, he would truly be at a loss on how to confront such a scene. Fortunately, these wild women were all endowed with barrel-like waists and ruddy, unclean complexions, undoubtedly infested with various parasites, which completely dampened Bai Feng's enthusiasm. What truly irked him was that Shennong, the chieftain, had finished his meal and now reclined to rest, leaving Bai Feng gasping for breath. He seized the whip and struck the ground beside Shennong with a forceful crack, sending dust flying. Shennong, bewildered, sat up and stared blankly at Bai Feng, as if to question whether one ought not to sleep after a hearty meal. Bai Feng tossed the whip to Shennong, instructing him to rouse all the tribesmen to work. Otherwise, they would find themselves without food tonight, let alone in the future. Shennong glanced at the dwindling supply of salted fish and reluctantly went to rouse the lazy wild men, swinging the whip haphazardly through the crowd. Those struck quickly rose, exchanging bewildered glances as they awaited their assignments, while the unscathed remained stubbornly sprawled on the ground. Observing this lethargic assembly, Bai Feng regretted taking on this responsibility. Had he known, he would have preferred to toil alone, accepting the fate of dying here rather than prolonging his suffering. Bai Feng had always believed that wild men should be industrious, especially in such harsh conditions where food was scarce. Only through hard work could they hope to thrive. Yet, they resembled lions and wolves, content to gorge themselves and then neglect the next meal, waiting until hunger struck again. As for their so-called farming, Bai Feng preferred to think they merely scattered seeds around their dwelling and waited for them to grow, leaving it all to fate. The fact that such a tribe could sustain over 400 individuals was nothing short of miraculous. Rising, Bai Feng addressed the bewildered wild men. Do you wish to eat your fill? So you must work. Only through labor can I ensure you have enough to eat and wear. And you need not fear the winter. If you are diligent, I guarantee that no one will perish from cold or hunger this winter. The wild men below seemed not to comprehend his words, and Bai Feng, growing impatient, ordered Shennong to divide the male wild men into one group, the female wild women into another, and the children into a third, intending to assign tasks based on their labor capacity. Among the adult wild men, there were only about 170, while the wild women outnumbered them with over 200, leaving a mix of children of various ages, from infants to those nearing adulthood, all gathered together by Shennong. Seeing a few toddlers among the mud-covered children, Bai Feng shook his head in exasperation. Shennong truly had a stubborn mind, even rounding up infants. Bai Feng called out, which of you has a nursing child? Hurry and take them away. However, even after several calls, no mothers appeared, as if those children were abandoned. After raising his voice several more times, a few wild women sluggishly emerged from the women's group to retrieve their offspring, yet upon their arrival, they seemed unsure of which group to join. With a resigned gesture, Bai Feng declared, very well, consider this a maternity area. You need not engage in heavy labor. Your primary duty is to care for the children and ensure they grow plump, for they are the future of our tribe. Observing the snot-nosed wild men, Bai Feng first assigned over 20 male wild men to find tender bamboo and rattan, so he could demonstrate how to construct fish traps. Those with restless energy who fixated on the wild women were shown what coal looked like and were then taken to the mountainside to gather it, requiring them to carry the coal back to camp by hand. Why not provide them with baskets? Firstly, Bai Feng found them quite irksome, and this method would serve to teach them a lesson in obedience. Secondly, he genuinely lacked the resources to furnish them with baskets, so he made them carry the coal by hand instead. As for the younger boys, Bai Feng assigned them to forage for wild vegetables and fruits, which were abundant and easily found. The little rascals could recognize some of them, so Bai Feng taught them several types of wild vegetables. He believed that, given their playtime, they could gather enough wild vegetables to feed dozens, if not hundreds, of people. However, he was reluctant to let the smaller children venture outside. It was too dangerous. Instead, he provided them with clay to stomp and mold, which could be used for pottery once softened. The tribe was indeed impoverished, lacking even a few pots, and none within the tribe possessed the skills to create pottery. They relied on trading with other tribes at the annual trade fair for such items. Bai Feng was incredulous. How could they call themselves wild men if they could not even make something so simple? He instructed Shennong to find a few capable individuals or those with some craftsmanship to assist him in pottery making. Yet Shennong seemed oblivious to what Bai Feng meant by skillful hands. Among the 100 or so individuals, not a single one could make pottery. So Bai Feng had to select a few who at least appeared competent, along with some who could perform minor repairs, effectively the tribe's earliest craftsmen. To produce a sufficient number of pots and pottery, Bai Feng needed a larger kiln, capable of firing all their creations at once. However, with the help of the wild men, Bai Feng found his workload significantly reduced, as he could delegate much of the repetitive manual labor. His primary responsibility now was to oversee the overall situation, directing and commanding the wild men. The new kiln, from the digging of the pit to the mixing of clay, was a lesson in itself. He needed to ensure these people thoroughly learned how to make pottery. This kiln was monumental. It was taller than even Shennong and wide enough to accommodate several bears. Once filled, it would require 1 or 2 days to properly fire the contents. But that was of little concern. Bai Feng no longer needed to gather coal. The energetic older men of the tribe would handle that, ensuring there would be no shortage of coal when it came time to fire the kiln. Once the wild men he had assigned gathered the bamboo and rattan, they piled them together and stared blankly at Bai Feng, awaiting his demonstration on how to construct a fish trap. Bai Feng explained in slow motion how to weave the traps and the principles behind their effectiveness in catching fish, and the wild men listened intently, which brought him great satisfaction. Yet, he wondered how many good traps they could produce on their own. When they attempted to weave themselves, most of the wild men were clumsy, but eventually, they managed to create some semblance of a trap. One wild man astonished Bai Feng by not only working quickly but crafting a trap even better than Bai Feng's own. Upon inquiry, it turned out he had prior experience making such items, though he had never thought of applying those skills to fish traps. Once all the fish traps were completed, Bai Feng led them to the pond, clearly indicating where to place the traps and baiting them with rice snails. Bai Feng then guided them downstream, explaining that only by expanding their hunting range could they hope to catch enough fish to sustain the hundreds of them. Otherwise, the fish in the pond would be depleted in no time. As for the future discussions regarding overfishing and the resulting disruption of the food chain, those matters can be postponed. The immediate priority is to endure the winter ahead. If necessary, relocating is always an option, for the world is vast enough. Chapter 17. A glimpse into the future. After dispatching all the wildlings to their tasks, Bai Feng retained Shennong and Chiyou at his side. Although Chiyou was somewhat slow-witted, he was a loyal brother, and as long as ample food was provided, he could serve as an enforcer. Bai Feng was keen to ascertain the location of the salt mine. It was evidently impractical for a tribe of over 400 individuals to sustain themselves solely by producing salt from reeds. Shennong, being the leader capable of maintaining such a large tribe, must undoubtedly know where the salt mine was situated. Typically, this knowledge is a privilege of the chieftain who, through successive generations, would ensure that the next in line was well informed of the mine's location to prevent the tribe from succumbing to salt deprivation. However, should a chieftain unexpectedly perish before passing on this critical information, the tribe could find itself in dire straits. Shennong did not conceal the salt mine's whereabouts, and his intelligence was notably higher than that of the other wildlings. He conveyed that the salt mine was accessible by walking from Bai Feng's encampment at sunrise until noon. It was a half-day's journey, not overly distant, but venturing there today was ill-advised, as returning before nightfall would be perilous. Observing the leisurely wildlings laboring at a sluggish pace, Bai Feng felt a surge of frustration, though he recognized that their idleness would ultimately lead to their own suffering from hunger and cold. The children, however, thrived in their mud play, finding joy in the activity, producing a considerable quantity of mud of commendable quality. The intricate task of pottery would have to be undertaken solely by Bai Feng for the time being, yet he called over a few wildlings who seemed capable to teach them the craft. Bai Feng intended to create a large pot, one sufficient to serve soup for 10 wildlings, akin to a vat. He patiently instructed the selected wildlings as they learned, their hands somewhat clumsy yet ultimately resembling the desired outcome. After refining their creations, Bai Feng deemed them successful and assigned the pottery work to these few wildlings, thus liberating himself. He was curious about the origin of their pots, given that none of the wildlings possessed the skill of pottery making. Shennong explained that during the season when leaves turned yellow and fell, particularly on the day of the full moon, a long period would ensue wherein they could travel down the great river and encounter markets established by other tribes, where they could exchange for desired goods. Bai Feng regarded Shennong with disdain, wondering how a tribe so impoverished could possibly barter for goods, let alone pottery. Shennong, feeling somewhat embarrassed, acknowledged the truth of his tribe's poverty. Yet, prior to the deluge that devastated their home, they managed to scrape by. With foraged seeds and individuals skilled in hunting deer, they had plenty of antlers to trade with larger tribes. Most importantly, they possessed salt, an invaluable resource that many smaller tribes or nomadic wildlings struggled to find, compelling them to barter for it. However, Shennong remarked that to survive the winter, their tribe would need to trade capable women for food at the market during autumn, which constituted their most significant commodity. Bai Feng was taken aback by Shennong's words. Although the commodification of human beings has been a recurring theme throughout history, to think that women from his tribe would be bartered for sustenance in this era was shocking. It became evident that ensuring the tribe's members were well-fed and warmly clothed was paramount. As for the wildlings' lack of hygiene and sense of shame, Bai Feng believed that it was not urgent to address these issues. Once their basic needs were met, decorum would naturally follow. The tribe members tasked with coal collection diligently transported the coal to the encampment, rapidly forming a small coal mound, albeit unaware of the purpose of these dark, brittle stones, which could not be used for building shelters. Bai Feng, disinterested in explaining, anticipated that they would eventually comprehend its significance once they began utilizing it. The wildlings sent to catch fish returned with their nets, though some contained only a few small fish, while others had none at all. Most infuriating for Bai Feng were 3 individuals whose mouths were smeared with blood and fish scales, clearly having indulged in thievery upon catching fish without concealing the evidence. Bai Feng commanded Shennong to whip the offenders and assign them to laborious tasks, while he allowed those who worked diligently to switch to the easier task of fishing. This time, Bai Feng communicated explicitly the requirements for fishing. Each net must yield no fewer than 10 fish to be retrieved. If they were unsure of what constituted 10, they were to fill the net halfway before bringing it back. Furthermore, only fish larger than the size of a hand were to be kept. Those smaller were to be returned to the water. Lastly, anyone caught stealing would face punishment, but more critically, they would be denied food for the evening and the following day. The intimidated wildlings complied, leaving Bai Feng with only Shennong and Chiyou by his side. As even the shaman had been dispatched to assist, given that the shaman possessed a modicum of intelligence and could manage the others to prevent laziness. Beneath the encampment platform, chaos reigned. Bai Feng contemplated whether to relocate in order to provide the wildlings with a more stable dwelling. His initial decision to camp here stemmed from his limited capabilities, seeking safety in this secluded corner. However, with a burgeoning tribe of hundreds, he reasoned that they need not fear unwarranted threats. Even wolf packs would think twice before attacking a tribe of upright walking beings. Bai Feng inquired whether Shennong had discovered a suitable place for habitation along the way, but Shennong was unable to comprehend what constituted a suitable dwelling. He merely felt that the vicinity of the Great River was too perilous, prompting them to continuously distance themselves from it, uncertain of where to establish a home. Bai Feng mused that the survival of these wildlings thus far was likely not due to their prowess, but rather divine providence. Otherwise, these fortunate beings would have long since perished. After some contemplation, Bai Feng resolved to focus on gathering food over the next few days, fishing and foraging for wild vegetables, while planning to excavate salt the following day, purifying it upon return, and then preserving both fish and vegetables. He would leave a portion of the tribe behind to continue fishing and gathering food, ensuring that the production of pottery would remain uninterrupted, as it was all a preparation for the future. Simultaneously, Bai Feng intended to lead a group of the more formidable wildlings downstream along the creek, searching for a wider section of the river that might be suitable for habitation. Despite the inherent dangers of the Great River, humanity's reliance on it was undeniable. All primitive civilizations arose in river valleys. This exploration could not be prolonged. It was imperative to find a location before autumn arrived, allowing them to establish their camp promptly, lest they be unprepared for the winter's approach. Chapter 18. Conquering You with Culinary Delights. As dusk fell, Bai Feng ordered all industrious wildlings to cease their labors and gather firewood, clearing the surrounding underbrush to create a temporary campsite. After assessing the wildlings' efforts throughout the day, he noted they had caught over 230 large fish, sufficient sustenance for today and tomorrow morning, alongside an unquantifiable heap of wild vegetables. The wildlings lacked any concept of regular meals. They simply ate whenever they caught prey, with Bai Feng and Shennong now controlling the distribution of food. It may appear that Bai Feng has seized control of the tribe, yet in truth, it remains the bear who holds the reins. The tribesmen have not fully acknowledged Bai Feng, and were it not for the provision of food, the bear would not so readily grant Bai Feng such significant authority. At a single command, the wild men eagerly received their rations, joyously crowding together in a scramble for sustenance. After their meal, the wild men did not adhere to the custom of washing their pots, having licked them clean multiple times. The shaman refrained from joining the wild men in their frenzy, instead waiting patiently for the remnants of the divine meal. Observing the shaman's pitiable state, Bai Feng graciously offered the leftovers. The wild men looked on in confusion as Bai Feng washed the pots and bowls, then clamored to drink the water used for cleaning, inciting Bai Feng's ire, for their behavior resembled that of swine rather than humans. Bai Feng withdrew into a small wooden shelter, and the bear, perceiving this as the privilege of the chieftain, sought to join him. However, the cramped confines of the shelter could scarcely accommodate two, especially since Bai Feng had long since grown weary of the bear's foul odor and the incessant lice. After a series of kicks and blows, Bai Feng sent the bear away, choosing to disregard the wild men's activities in the wilderness. He lay upon a reed mat, resting his head on a stone, but the raucous cries of the wild men engaging in their debauchery ignited his frustration. As dawn broke, Bai Feng, indifferent to whether the wild men had developed a habit of rising early, decided to give the bear a swift kick to rouse him. Yet, upon seeing Bai Feng, the bear reacted as if confronted by a stranger, bewildered by the unfamiliar surroundings, and promptly exhibited a brutish demeanor. Only after Bai Feng scolded him did the bear recall the events of the previous day, though he felt no shame for his foolishness. With a whip in hand, the bear awakened all the slumbering wild men, who grumbled as they rose, accustomed to rising only when the sun had fully ascended. They questioned the necessity of being awakened with the sun barely visible, wondering what tasks awaited them. Bai Feng assigned them the same duties as the previous day, though those who were lazy or had a penchant for thievery were relegated to arduous tasks such as coal transportation. He instructed a few wild men skilled in pottery to continue their work, albeit at a reduced pace compared to yesterday. Once the tasks were assigned, Bai Feng selected 13 robust wild men to accompany him to the salt mine, deeming it prudent to inspect the site himself. He instructed them to bring baskets and leather pouches, ensuring they had sufficient provisions and weapons before setting off with the bear, Chiyou, and the 13 sturdy men. As for the midday meal, Bai Feng entrusted authority to the shaman, tasking him with overseeing the tribe to prevent any idleness. To avert any potential misconduct by the shaman, Bai Feng compelled him to swear an oath before the heavens. At this juncture, the wild men placed significant value on oaths, as they lacked laws and agreements. An oath served as the most formidable deterrent, unlike in later times where oaths are uttered with little sincerity. The shaman solemnly completed his vow, gratifying both Bai Feng and the bear, while Qi nodded in confusion. When the sun reached its zenith, it was time for the wild men to eat. Each of the 4 men was allotted a fish and a handful of wild greens. Once the meal concluded, they promptly resumed their labor. The shaman repeatedly recited the tasks in his mind, fearful of forgetting. The bear led the group toward the salt mine, in a direction Bai Feng had never traversed. Since escaping from the cannibal tribe and arriving at the newly established camp, Bai Feng had remained cautious, reluctant to venture far, aware that an unarmed individual was merely a walking meal. As the temperature rose and the heat intensified, they exited the forest, arriving at an expansive plain. Though trees were scattered about, their proximity to the salt mine rendered the area devoid of a true forest. Were there ample freshwater resources, Bai Feng would undoubtedly consider relocating the tribe to this site. As they progressed, the trees became sparser, giving way to hardy salt-tolerant grasses. Eventually, they encountered a depression, and the bear proclaimed they had arrived. Bai Feng recognized it as a salt lake, long dried up, leaving only a thick crust of salt at the bottom. The deeper they ventured, the thicker the salt layer, and when Bai Feng struck with his axe, he found no soil even after digging down 40 or 50 centimeters, indicating a substantial deposit of salt. However, Bai Feng could not ascertain the lake's size. It was far too vast for him to estimate its perimeter or area, as it was indeed a lake and thus not small. Bai Feng instructed everyone to extract salt using their tools, noting that the salt was remarkably pure and devoid of impurities, minimizing the need for further refinement. Nevertheless, for safety's sake, he decided to purify it once more upon their return. Once all the bags and baskets were filled, Bai Feng held a large block of salt in hand and leisurely departed the salt lake. Upon reaching the shore, he sought a shady tree and instructed everyone to pause for a brief rest and meal. He designated a few individuals to gather firewood while he stacked some stones to prepare for cooking the fish on a salt slab. Observing a wild man striking 2 white stones together to create sparks that ignited dry tinder, Bai Feng felt a sense of disbelief. He had been deeply concerned about preserving fire, fearing it would extinguish, yet these wild men could ignite it so effortlessly. Bai Feng approached the 2 stones, intending to examine them closely, but the wild man regarded him with a look of disdain, as if he were a simpleton, and scornfully handed over the stones. Bai Feng felt insulted but powerless, silently noting this encounter, vowing that those who mock him now would eventually regret it. Upon inspecting the stones, he found them to be 2 milky, slightly translucent quartz crystals. Their collision produced evident sparks and a pungent odor. Bai Feng marveled at their effectiveness, pondering why most stones failed to generate such sparks. Perhaps this quartz contained unique properties. Returning the stones, Bai Feng waited for the salt slab to heat up before commencing his counterattack. He placed the fish upon the salt slab, allowing the fat to render, resulting in a charred exterior while the flesh remained snow-white. The enticing aroma incessantly stimulated the appetites of the wild men. When Bai Feng plucked a handful of wild scallions, tearing the leaves to sprinkle over the fish, the fragrance intensified, causing these wild men, who were accustomed to raw or boiled fare, to drool like ravenous beasts. By besting them with exquisite cuisine, Bai Feng successfully took his first step toward dominance, and he was confident that with the discovery of more ingredients and seasonings, he could transform these individuals into culinary devotees. Chapter 19, Bai Feng's Lucky Star. The wild men devoured the roasted fish Bai Feng had distributed, gorging themselves without the slightest inclination to savor each bite, akin to Zhu Beiji consuming ginseng fruit. In contrast, Bai Feng nibbled delicately on a small piece, while the bear, tearing into the fish with abandon, observed Bai Feng's refined demeanor with a desire to emulate it, yet glanced at the fish in his own hand and opted to maintain his wild, primal eating style. With only 1 salt slab available, capable of roasting 1 fish at a time, the wild men, unable to contain their impatience, hurried back to the salt lake to procure a massive slab for Bai Feng's use. Once all the fish were cooked, Bai Feng felt quite satiated. He suspected the wild men were also full, yet they continued to gaze longingly at the salt slab, hoping for another fish to materialize. The unshaded plain, under the relentless sun, became increasingly sweltering. Bai Feng, unwilling to brave the heat, preferred to linger in the shade. However, the snoring of the wild men made it clear to him that if he did not exert himself and present a semblance of diligence, these gluttonous individuals might very well choose to camp out for the night. Enduring the oppressive heat, Bai Feng kicked the slumbering wild men awake, preparing to return to the camp. Though the wild man was indolent, he harbored no complaints as he shouldered the heavy burden of salt and set forth on the journey. In this vast expanse of untrammeled wilderness, Bai Feng felt a flicker of excitement. How wonderful it would be to establish a camp here. Bear, are there any great rivers or lakes nearby? He inquired. Bear searched his memory but shook his head in uncertainty. Bai Feng felt a twinge of disappointment. If only there were a water source here. At that moment, a wild man beside them spoke up. I know. Not far from here lies a large marsh. I've been there while hunting in the past. Surprised by this turn of events, Bai Feng asked how far it was to walk there. The wild man pondered for a moment, saliva pooling in his mouth, and replied, it would take about the time to roast a fish. That meant roughly half an hour. Bai Feng clapped the wild man's shoulder and said, if your memory serves you right, upon finding this large marsh you shall be rewarded with a roasted fish. The wild man beamed with delight and eagerly grasped Bai Feng's arm, leading him toward the destination he had mentioned. Observing the young man's uncontainable joy, Bai Feng estimated him to be around 16 or 17 years old, despite his mature demeanor. After all, in this era, living past 30 was considered a stroke of luck. What is your name? Bai Feng asked from behind. My name is Lu. The name struck Bai Feng as peculiar, yet he felt it impolite to delve further into its origins, so he refrained from asking more. Nevertheless, he made a mental note of Lu's name, recognizing his potential for future advancement, as he was the tribe's most adept deer catcher. Bear explained that one could gauge his satisfaction with the young lad simply from the way he regarded him. After all, the deer antlers and hides Lu provided could secure ample provisions for the tribe's winter. Bai Feng had not anticipated Lu's remarkable skill, and regardless of whether Lu could guide them to the marsh, he resolved to promote him the following day. If they found it, he would step forward as the small team leader. If not, he would still elevate Lu to a larger role. As they ventured further, Bai Feng's conviction in the existence of the marsh grew, for the types of vegetation beneath their feet began to change, and the soil became increasingly moist. After crossing a small earthen ridge, a grand lake unfolded before Bai Feng's eyes, sufficient to sustain the populace of a small county, let alone his humble tribe of a few hundred souls. Descending further, they encountered numerous scattered puddles, the ground covered in a layer of soft, tufted grass that yielded water with each step. As they pressed on, they startled tiny frogs, no larger than their fingers, as they hopped away in a frenzy. The lakeside was a muddy expanse, fortunately not a swamp. The term marsh here referred merely to the lake itself. The muddy shore bore the imprints of small creatures, all of which appeared to be herbivorous, with no signs of predators in sight. Squatting by the water's edge, Bai Feng recalled a line of verse. Tasting water brings more than one can imagine, true or false. By the great lake are 16 people, each with a handful of water, no coins spent. Sampling the water, he found it to be pleasantly brackish, comparable to well water, with a hint of the flavor from the multitude of small fish swimming about, alongside the distinctive taste of larger fish peering curiously. With such abundant resources, Bai Feng promptly resolved to relocate to the Great Plain. As for Lu, the unsung hero of this venture, Bai Feng felt genuinely grateful, deeming him a fortuitous star and promising to reward him with more roasted fish upon their return. Retracing their steps to the vast plain, Bai Feng employed the scant knowledge he possessed to select an open area, sheltered by salt-laden, barren mountains, with sparse trees suitable for constructing dwellings and gathering firewood. Directly opposite lay the forest's edge, allowing the campsite to expand inward continuously, providing ample land for foraging and cultivation. He decided to leave the majority of the salt behind, deeming it unnecessary to carry it back, and planned to commence preparations for their new home the following day. Drawing a circle around the salt mound with a stick, Bai Feng felt content with his decision and prepared to return to camp. However, Bear and the others were perplexed by Bai Feng's action. When they voiced their confusion, Bai Feng was momentarily taken aback. This had been an instinctual gesture. Nevertheless, he explained that the circle indicated ownership, a declaration that this was his property, off-limits to others. To their astonishment, Bear and the others began to circle everything they encountered along the way, be it stones or trees. Even insects scuttling across the ground were not spared. Frustrated, Bai Feng finally kicked one of them over, prompting a realization to restrain themselves. Upon returning to the camp, there was still ample time until dusk. Bai Feng observed the shaman diligently directing the tribe members, who were laboring without a hint of idleness. The supplies they had gathered exceeded Bai Feng's expectations. He called for a halt to their efforts, deciding to grant everyone an early dismissal and an early meal. The wild men were unfamiliar with the concept of getting off work, but upon hearing the news of a meal, they erupted with joy. After everyone had finished eating, Bai Feng's roasted fish for Lu was finally ready. Salted fish adorned with wild scallions, tantalizing the primitive palates of the onlookers. They gazed eagerly at the elevated platform where Bai Feng stood. Lu, feeling the weight of their stares, grew apprehensive, yet reluctant to forego the delicious treat, sought refuge behind the imposing figure of Bear while indulging in the roasted fish. Naturally, Bear's fish was not to be overlooked either, but no one dared to covet the leader's portion. Bai Feng was pleased with the shaman's exemplary work that day and awarded him a piece of roasted fish as a token of appreciation. Addressing the throng of eager individuals below, Bai Feng rose to deliver a speech. Does this aroma please your senses? It should, for it is not only delightful but also delectable. The crowd collectively swallowed hard, causing Bai Feng to flinch at the sound. I learned this from the spirits. This is merely the most basic form of sustenance. There are even better foods awaiting you. If you wish to partake, then contribute. He continued, as long as you can provide the tribe with the most food, coal, firewood, pottery, or discover advantageous resources, I shall reward you with even more exquisite dishes. The crowd responded with another collective gulp. Chapter 20. A teachably young mind. After finishing their flatbreads, they promptly retired for the night. The wild men cared little for notions of future aspirations or dreams. For them, success was merely waking to see the sun and being surrounded by their kin, adorned with the necessary trappings of life. In the new campsite there was nothing yet, while here at least half of their needs had been met. Though it was unsuitable for long-term habitation, it sufficed for the time being. Relocating entirely was impractical. After all, starting from scratch on the plains carried its risks. Tomorrow, they would take only a portion of the tribe to begin laying foundations and constructing homes. At dawn, Bai Feng swiftly mobilized nearly half of the labor force to commence construction on the plains. The gathering and fishing teams remained largely intact, as they provided crucial logistical support. Those tasked with transporting coal and laying foundations were all brought along, as their presence in the old campsite was deemed a waste of time. For the pottery-making team, Bai Feng instructed them to construct a kiln several times larger than the previous one, placing the prepared clay pieces inside for firing. Faced with the open expanse of the plains, the tribe felt a tinge of fear. Such an unshielded space offered scant security to these wild men. Bai Feng did not take the lead but instead assumed the roles of technician and overseer. Using wooden sticks to outline approximately 700 square meters of land, the wild men were then instructed to excavate soil from outside the marked area with tools. This method not only provided ample building materials but also elevated the living area, facilitating drainage. Creating molds for the earthen foundation was a straightforward task. They did not need to be intricate, as long as they could produce rectangular blocks of earth. 2 individuals could operate a single mold. One would fill it with soil while the other compressed it. Much like an assembly line, mastering the technique to complete one in just 3 minutes. As for Bai Feng, he was not inclined towards such physical labor. He preferred to provide technical guidance and offer strategic suggestions. Intellectual tasks were more to his liking. Initially, he took a dozen robust men to fetch water from the lake, carrying large water containers. The round trip for water took about an hour, neither too far nor too close, but the journey posed a risk of encountering wild beasts. Fortunately, during the midday hours, most wild animals preferred to remain hidden, favoring the night for hunting. To ensure easier access to water in the future, it was imperative to devise a method of directing water to their location, rather than risking lives and sending many to fetch water daily, which wasted labor. Bai Feng already had a plan in mind for this, but it would require everyone to move over together to expedite the process. Bamboo was abundant. Selecting sturdy stalks, hollowing out the nodes, and connecting them would suffice to create water pipes. Mud could be applied externally to seal them, providing protection against wind and sand, evaporation, and wild animals. Once productivity improved, the temporary bamboo pipes could be replaced with ceramic ones, and Bai Feng felt confident about the 3-kilometer distance. The lake's elevation was higher than the plain campsite, and during the dry season, the water level would drop, freezing in the winter months, rendering the pipes unusable. Thus, digging several large water reservoirs around the campsite was essential. Water reservoirs had been utilized in the northwestern regions for over 1,000 years. Many individuals had come to work on the plains, bringing ample food for lunch, though the current diet was monotonous, consisting mostly of fish. The hunters from the tribe were now occupied with labor and could not venture out to gather more diverse provisions. Over 100 wild men toiled under the scorching sun, while Bai Feng prepared fish for them over a fire in the shade of a tree. Lacking trousers, he had nowhere to store flint, yet on this land, flint was easily found. After casually collecting 2 pieces, Bai Feng effortlessly ignited the fire using dried grass. The salt he had placed there the previous day was evenly sprinkled over a thin stone slab. Once the thick fish released its oils, he would add chopped scallions to continue grilling, a scent so enticing that Bai Feng could hardly resist. However, he refrained from eating, placing each grilled fish into a large pot beside him, mindful of not upsetting the laborers. The heat was unbearable, and the flames intensified Bai Feng's discomfort. Despite being in the shade, he was drenched in sweat. He occasionally dipped into the water container to drink. Although he could not yet serve the wild men a meal, they could come to quench their thirst at any time. As Bai Feng wiped the sweat from his brow, his vision blurred by perspiration. He noticed a wild man collapse among the workers. Surprisingly, his partner did not panic. Instead, he kicked him, urging him not to be lazy. Upon realizing that the man was indeed unconscious, yet not frightened, he stood there dazed, unsure of who to partner with next. The surrounding wild men, witnessing their companion's fall, reacted with little concern. Bai Feng felt a sense of urgency and rushed over, discovering that the man had suffered from heatstroke. Fortunately, he remained conscious, albeit faint and exhibiting symptoms of nausea. Bai Feng and the partner quickly moved the afflicted man to the shade, splashing water on him to cool him down while finding a leafy branch for the partner to fan him. Although the partner did not understand the necessity of these actions, he complied. Water was poured over the man's body, and droplets were given to him, but as the effects were not immediately apparent, Bai Feng knew he had to find another solution. He could not allow a strong laborer to perish from heatstroke. Spotting a locust tree nearby, he hurried over to pluck a handful of thorns, returning to perform acupuncture on the heat-stroked man. Acupuncture had evolved from bamboo needles to bone needles, stone shavings, and eventually metal needles. However, Bai Feng had to make do with plant thorns in this urgent situation. He first pricked the philtrum to draw blood and then attempted to stimulate the higu point, but the skin was too thick, and the accumulated dirt had formed an armor-like barrier. As a result, the thorn broke when he applied pressure, forcing Bai Feng to resort to using the thorns to vigorously stimulate other acupoints, even if they could not penetrate deeply. The wild man fanning beside them, witnessing Bai Feng's unconventional treatment, became frightened and vowed to work diligently, vowing never to slack off. Bai Feng reassured him that there was no need to fear. He was merely saving a life, treating an ailment. However, the wild man did not comprehend the concept of illness. In their perspective, there were only two states, life and death, without any notion of sickness. Bai Feng ceased further explanations and continued to use the thorns to stimulate the acupoints. Soon, the heat-stroked wild man began to show signs of recovery, which relieved Bai Feng. He then sought a smooth stone to perform gua sha on the man. After a single stroke, the skin immediately showed signs of redness, mesmerizing the surrounding wild men who had never witnessed such an event. They watched in awe, completely captivated, even disrupting the rhythm of their fanning. Noticing their curiosity, Bai Feng teasingly suggested, "Would you like to try?" The wild man fanning, without hesitation, tossed aside the branch and eagerly took the stone to begin scraping. Bai Feng anticipated that the heat-stroked man might cry out in pain, yet he remained unresponsive. Conversely, the wild man applying gua sha executed the technique with surprising finesse. Bai Feng became curious about the wild man's capacity for learning and began to guide him on the proper technique. Angle it a little more steeply. Yes, just like that. Apply a bit more pressure. Excellent. You see, start from here and scrape to here. Yes, just like that. Bai Feng suddenly felt like he was mentoring an apprentice, and the wild man was indeed learning rapidly. Gua sha was not a difficult skill to acquire. After just a few attempts, he had grasped the technique quite well. It was rare for such talent to emerge among the wild men. "What is your name?" Bai Feng inquired. "I do not have a name. I can give you one. Would you be willing to become my disciple? I can teach you the art of healing." Chapter 21. The initial proposal of social philosophy by Feng was determined to implement a comprehensive social philosophy within the tribe. To maintain a society, a suitable political ideology was necessary, and the traditional principles of heaven, earth, the sovereign, kin, and teacher were the most fitting means. While the foundations were laid, the concept of the sovereign was still incomplete. One could liken it to the chief of the tribe. To genuinely realize these ideals, sufficient primitive accumulation was essential. Gather grain in abundance, delay claiming kingship. The notion of kinship was paramount, but at present, the understanding of family relationships was superficial. Would need to be promoted, which would take considerable time. As for the role of the teacher, Bai Feng aimed to demonstrate to all tribe members what it meant to be a mentor. Those working on the plains toiled tirelessly, producing an immense quantity of earthen foundations daily, yet it still fell short of accommodating over 400 inhabitants. The wild man whom Bai Feng had taken a liking to had ceased to labor due to his partner's heatstroke, prompting Bai Feng to attempt to impart some rudimentary medical knowledge. The wild man learned swiftly, solidifying Bai Feng's resolve to take him on as a student, aiming to alter the prevailing absence of medical knowledge in this era. As evening approached, everyone packed their belongings, chatting and laughing as they made their way back to the campsite. Bai Feng had already prepared dinner for them, sparing them the need to return to the old camp for food. After having tasted Bai Feng's cooking, the wild men were even less inclined to return to their previous unpalatable and unsatisfying gruel. Upon returning to the camp, all the tribespeople were engaged in their meal. The wild men, who typically scrambled for food at the sight of it, now disregarded even the meals prepared at the old camp. As they assessed the fruits of their labor, White Wind, mindful of their impending relocation, ceased to ponder the sustainability of the fish in this area. Consequently, he expanded the fishing territory, opting to catch even the smaller fish without hesitation. The makeshift wooden racks were laden with salted fish, and although White Wind could not count them precisely, he estimated there was enough to sustain the entire tribe for 3 days. Before their move, he anticipated catching enough fish to last a month. The fired pottery had already been distributed among the tribespeople. While they had yet to achieve a state where 4 individuals could share a single pot, a new kiln would be fired tomorrow to remedy that. White Wind halted the production of pottery bowls, redirecting efforts towards the crafting of jars and thick-walled urns for food storage and pickling. The wild vegetables they had foraged were piled haphazardly in the camp, creating several large mounds. White Wind had forgotten to instruct them on the process of pickling. Nevertheless, they were left to dry in the open, the sun evaporating most of the moisture. Selecting a few relatively clean wild men, he explained the pickling process, which essentially involved salting and kneading the vegetables. However, he emphasized the importance of washing their hands thoroughly, forbidding the use of feet in the process. Not entirely at ease, White Wind insisted they wash their hands on the spot, observing the water transition from murky black to crystal clear before allowing them to cease. He decreed that the same standard must be met before they could pickle the vegetables the following day, with the shaman supervising. After providing his instructions, White Wind sought out a few tender bamboo leaves and retrieved his designated pot, using the leaves as tea and boiling a pot of tea. He then summoned all the tribespeople, announcing that he would conduct a significant ceremony, one that would be witnessed by the divine, akin to a sacrificial rite. At this pronouncement, the shaman grew anxious, hastily donning his feathered crown and staff to preside over the ceremony. Realizing he could not take the role of both performer and audience, White Wind acquiesced to the shaman's request, though he first briefed him on the procedure and expectations. Having never encountered such a ceremony before, the shaman listened intently, believing it to be a grand ritual for communion with the spirits, one that warranted mastery. White Wind positioned the altar at the center of the platform, raising it to a suitable height, intending to light incense and candles. Lacking those, he instead ignited a pile of cedar branches. Nearby he offered a salted fish, completing the setup. Seated in front of the altar, White Wind felt a sudden discomfort. His posture inadvertently revealed his masculinity. Although he was accustomed to not wearing trousers, this position left him exposed and under the scrutiny of the gathered onlookers. Swiftly, he stood and retrieved a wolf pelt he had not yet processed, grateful for its cleanliness. He tied the pelt around his waist and resumed his seated position, signaling the shaman to commence the ceremony. The shaman tossed several cedar branches into the fire and then brought forth a wild man whom White Wind had chosen, instructing him to stand before him. White Wind stated, "I intend to take you as my disciple and impart to you the knowledge of healing. Do you consent?" He had asked this previously, and the wild man had expressed his willingness. This was merely a formality. Upon hearing the wild man's affirmation, the shaman instructed him to kneel before White Wind. At that moment, White Wind felt the need for a chair, but given their current circumstances, he decided to forego such luxuries, promising himself that once they were prosperous, he would indulge in finer things. Looking at his new disciple, White Wind declared, "Since you have chosen to be my apprentice, I bestow upon you the name Healer. You shall learn from me as a son would from a father, and you must respect me accordingly. Do you understand?" The wild man eagerly replied, "I understand, but what is a father?" Realizing his oversight, namely, that they lacked a concept of fatherhood, White Wind felt a pang of concern. Should a wild beast learn such a notion, it could spell disaster when offspring grew to maturity. Thus, he took it upon himself to explain the concepts of family and parenthood. He glanced at the wild man, then at the bewildered tribespeople below, and articulated, Heaven and earth have created all things through the interplay of yin and yang. Heaven represents the father, while earth signifies the mother. Similarly, a true human being consists of a man and a woman living together, producing offspring, rather than the chaos that currently prevails. Thus, you are but wild men at present. Parents are those who give you life, and they deserve your utmost respect. You must prioritize your parents' needs, offering food to them first. As they age or fall ill, you should care for them diligently. This is filial piety. My expectation of you is that you treat me as you would your father. Having discussed the concept of yin and yang with the healer earlier, he grasped White Wind's meaning swiftly. However, the rest of the tribe remained perplexed, including the shaman. The shaman sought further clarification, but White Wind understood that such explanations were futile at this moment. They needed to be absorbed gradually. Thus, he ignored the shaman's request and urged him to continue with the ceremony. The shaman, somewhat disheartened, ladled 2 bowls of bamboo leaf tea from the pot and presented one to the healer. The healer, confused, nearly drank from it himself. White Wind quickly instructed him to pass the tea to him instead. He offered the first bowl of tea to heaven and earth before the shaman handed the other bowl to the healer. This time, the healer understood better and reverently passed the tea forward, taking a symbolic sip before placing the bowl down. Under the shaman's guidance, the healer clumsily bowed 3 times to White Wind. White Wind promptly assisted him up, feigning concern. He then took the healer's hand, and together they knelt before the altar, bowing 3 times in unison. The ceremony concluded in a state of embarrassment for White Wind, excitement for the shaman, and confusion for the healer, with the rest of the tribe even more bewildered. As White Wind lifted the healer, he resolved to take him for a bath the following day to strengthen their bond, as he was the first official disciple of this impromptu assembly. Chapter 22. The Wild Men Who Cannot Be Called Wild Men. All tasks progressed in an orderly fashion, with the refinement of duties leading to increased proficiency and higher efficiency among the tribespeople. The fish in the river beside the old camp seemed endless, seemingly unaware of their upstream or downstream whereabouts, thriving in a locale that allowed for their abundant reproduction without disrupting the food chain within the stream. Over the course of several days, the catch of fish accumulated, saturating the camp with a distinct fishy aroma. The fishing teams employed not only traps but also spears for their endeavors. With the salt from the old camp depleted, White Wind led the construction team to the salt lake, where they worked for the better part of a day to gather more salt. The earthen foundation of the new camp had reached a satisfactory level, as the wild men did not have the same housing expectations as modern humans. A modest 50-square-meter dwelling, dim and low, could comfortably accommodate several individuals, providing them with a sense of security and warmth during the winter months. Additionally, the oppressive summer heat quickly dried and hardened the earth. The designated living area was now about half a meter above the surrounding terrain, ensuring that even during heavy rain, water accumulation would not be a concern. Previously, White Wind had feared the rain, but nearly half a month had passed since the last downpour. With the rainy season approaching, he anticipated the onset of rainfall soon. As evening fell and the day's labors concluded, White Wind surveyed the earthen foundations that dotted the plains. He resolved to commence construction on the morrow, planning for all tribespeople to relocate once the buildings were approximately halfway completed. The healer had departed from the construction team, as White Wind deemed his physical condition unsuitable and reassigned him to the fishing team. The daily toil of the physician consists of shadowing Bai Feng in the art of grilling fish, all the while identifying medicinal herbs and acquiring foundational knowledge. Though the physician possesses a keen intellect and a rapid capacity for learning, he is equally prone to forgetfulness. No sooner does Bai Feng impart a lesson than it slips from his mind, provoking Bai Feng to wield a bamboo rod, administering sharp reprimands to the physician's posterior whenever he falters in response to spontaneous inquiries. The rationale for not striking the palms lies in the necessity for the physician to continue preparing meals, as even a slight misstep with salt could result in severe punishment. Bai Feng believes that a gentler, more gradual approach would yield better results. Uncertain of the time required for constructing the houses, Bai Feng decides to expedite matters to prevent prolonged delays. Thus, on the morrow only the fishing team remains, while the rest of the group, including the children, hastens to the new campsite. He instructs the fishing team to exert their utmost efforts, erecting a bamboo dam downstream to herd the fish from upstream for a bountiful harvest before relocating. As for the pottery team, Bai Feng summons them as well. The children are tasked with digging up clay, while the adults focus on crafting tiles. Relocating the already fired tiles from the old campsite proves cumbersome and impractical, especially in the absence of carts. The new campsite lacks coal, necessitating that they gather firewood for the kiln themselves, a manageable task given the nearby forests. The construction site buzzes with activity as work commences in earnest. Bai Feng cannot afford to be idle, as he is the sole individual knowledgeable in house construction. 3 large houses, each approximately 50 square meters, are simultaneously erected, with plans to expand further once these initial structures are complete. The foundation is leveled and compacted, and a grass rope serves as a makeshift level to ensure the walls are constructed straight. The earthen walls, akin to a brick and mortar structure, rise rapidly to a height of approximately 1 meter and 60 centimeters, thanks to the collective efforts of 20 or so individuals. As the walls approach the height of the wild men, Bai Feng deems it necessary to add a bit more height, feeling satisfied only when they reach around 1 meter and 80 centimeters. The design Bai Feng envisions features a single sloped roof, distinct from the more complex dual-sloped roofs currently visible. This simpler design allows for quicker construction and reduced difficulty. As the gable walls and rear wall ascend to over 2 meters, the framework of the house takes shape. Next, the walls are thickened with mud, enhancing both aesthetics and water resistance. Under Bai Feng's guidance, by evening, the walls of the 3 large houses are completed, considering the nearly 200 workers, whose skills may be lacking, but whose efficiency must be improved. The pottery team produces enough tile blanks to cover the 3 houses. Yet Bai Feng insists they continue their efforts. When they return to the old campsite for rest, everyone is too exhausted to stand upright, but the thought of the sturdy, lofty walls they have built fills them with hope for the future. The fishing team, inspired by the tribe's descriptions, yearns to swiftly deplete the fish in the stream and relocate. However, upon observing the salted piles of fish, Bai Feng surmises that the supply in this stretch of the stream is dwindling. After all, the relentless pursuit of fish leaves little chance for escape. The tribe members are not yet weary of fish. For them, the mere presence of meat is a tremendous satisfaction, far superior to subsisting on grass or enduring hunger. In an effort to maintain momentum, Bai Feng leads his team to the construction site at the break of dawn. He assigns 2/3 of the workers to continue building the 4th house, while he and over 60 others venture into the woods to fell trees. With ample timber available, they select straight, sturdy trunks, and a group quickly brings one crashing down. However, some wild men foolishly stand in the direction of the falling tree. Had it not been for Bai Feng's quick reflexes in pulling them away, they would have found themselves crushed beneath it. The key components of the house are the purlins, which are the vertical beams resting upon the front and rear walls. These need not be excessively thick, about the size of a calf will suffice, but a considerable quantity is required. With their collective strength, they soon gather enough logs to construct 5 houses, but they must also trim branches, strip bark, and dry the wood to eliminate moisture, ensuring it is suitable for building. While Bai Feng and his team are occupied with logging, the framework for the 4th house begins to take shape. Without guidance, the workers are uncertain of their next steps and can only sit idly in the shade, awaiting Bai Feng's instructions. Naturally, Bai Feng cannot permit them to remain idle. He selects a few capable individuals and, at the rear of the designated residential area, which extends up the hillside, he delineates a 30-square-meter plot for his own dwelling. The advantage of this location is its elevated position, which may not be the most practical for housing, but certainly signifies authority. Bai Feng directs the tribe to clear the surrounding area, excavating drainage ditches, and instructs them to meticulously construct the walls. He envisions a house with dual-sloped roofs, both aesthetically pleasing and reflective of his distinction. Unable to tolerate their inactivity, he promptly organizes a group to commence construction. Observing the substantial number of tile blanks which, upon drying, emit a resonant sound when struck, he realizes they are ready for firing in the kiln. Yet another kiln must be erected. Bai Feng abandons the previous method of constructing mud kilns, which yield insufficient output. Instead, he plans to excavate a kiln on the hillside. A circular kiln chamber will be created, complete with an opening for smoke and gas ventilation as well as an access point for adding firewood. The kiln walls will be built in layers resembling steps to accommodate the tiles. Once firewood is placed in the center and ignited, sealing the chamber will enable the firing process. However, achieving optimal results from such a large kiln will require no less than 2 or 3 days. As the robust wild men labor in the dirt, sweat pouring from their brows, Bai Feng experiences a profound sense of dissonance. Without written language or a well-structured social system, they are on the verge of inhabiting homes that would not emerge for millennia, establishing large-scale tile kilns, and soon various facilities may leap forward in time. This prompts the question, can they still be deemed wild men? Chapter 23. A new home. The kiln blazes through the night, fueled by the tribe's relentless efforts to maintain the temperature necessary for producing quality tiles. Over the previous 3 days, the framework for the 5 large houses has been completed, with bamboo strips and mud sealing every gap in preparation for the roofing. For the tribe, a house with a roof is more than sufficient. Aside from a few remaining at the old campsite for food gathering and safeguarding women and children, the rest have settled in the new camp for the night. After 2 days and nights of firing, Bai Feng remains cautious, hesitant to open the kiln for fear of undoing their hard work, and thus continues the firing process. Some tribe members keep watch by the fire, armed and vigilant, while others rest in the newly constructed rooms. Since the completion of the house framework and the kindling of the kiln, Bai Feng has ceased to refer to them as wild men, instead fully recognizing them as people. The crackling sounds of the kiln fire, coupled with the resonant clinks of tiles within, render sleep elusive for Bai Feng, compounded by the oppressive summer heat and the presence of numerous insects. Early in the morning, he splashes water on his face. Obtaining water remains a challenge due to the high population and their substantial demand, necessitating considerable manpower to fetch it from the lake. Stepping outside, the damp southern breeze caresses Bai Feng's face. Although the sky is devoid of clouds, he can sense the impending rain. The gentle southern wind indicates a delayed arrival of the rain, which will likely not fall until evening and will not be particularly heavy. With the weather urging them onward, it is time to officially relocate. Excluding those tending to the kiln, the rest of the group sets forth in a grand procession towards the old campsite to retrieve all their belongings for their new home. In order to avert the impending rain, the old campsite constructed a granary using the earthen foundation and tiles crafted by Bai Feng previously. However, the granary has long since reached its capacity, leaving heaps of heavily salted fish carelessly piled upon the platform, along with barrels upon barrels and stacks of wild pickled vegetables haphazardly arranged. The location they previously inhabited was characterized by a river that was both vast and deep, making fishing an arduous task, compounded by their scant knowledge of wild vegetables. Unless Shennong were present in their tribe to assist with detoxification trials, their food sources were exceedingly limited, especially as the chieftain deliberately controlled the salt supply. Hence, the sustenance they once relied upon was scarce and meager, in stark contrast to the current abundance. In recent days, their fish catch has noticeably dwindled, signifying the completion of the fishing team's endeavors. This journey involved nearly 400 individuals, all bearing their belongings, akin to a gust of wind, leaving nothing behind, children even clutching bundles of pickled vegetables as they traveled. Bai Feng took nothing but a stone inscribed with the heavens and the earth, not out of laziness, but because others dared not touch it. He believed he could inscribe upon it again in their new home, yet both the shaman and the tribesmen opposed this notion, convinced that it was this very stone that enabled them to locate such an abundance of food. Nearly half of the tribespeople were unaware of what their new home would be like, relying solely on the descriptions of returning companions, their imaginations ignited with longing. They could scarcely fathom that humans could construct a sizable cave capable of sheltering dozens. As they embraced their jars and salted fish, gazing at the towering houses and the billowing smoke from the great kiln, they were left in awe, believing they had witnessed a miracle. Bai Feng refrained from unnecessary explanations, instructing them to deposit all their supplies into a large house. Rain was imminent, and if the hard-earned food were to be drenched, it would render their efforts over the past month futile. With the tiles yet to be fully fired and the roof's waterproofing questionable, the looming downpour threatened to leak. Thus, he mobilized the tribespeople to gather pine needles to lay upon the roof, providing a makeshift waterproofing solution. The sudden influx of so many individuals exposed the pressing issue of drinking water. Unlike in later generations, there was not an abundance of water for daily use. Indeed, they would not even expend water for domestic purposes. Now, merely for drinking and cooking, water became a significant concern. The old campsite was conveniently close to a water source, requiring only a 20-minute round trip, whereas here it would take an hour. Bai Feng resorted to his previous method, organizing a water-fetching team of over 100 individuals, marching forth with various containers to the lake, ensuring a single trip would suffice for the day. The sweltering heat deterred wild beasts from hunting during the day. Once the temperature dropped, fetching water would evolve into a perilous task, making the cultivation of a labor force exceedingly challenging, necessitating utmost care. Bai Feng's earlier thoughts on a bamboo irrigation system now seemed less feasible. With the great kiln established, directly crafting ceramic pipes appeared more practical. Another pressing concern was the inadequate number of houses, which fell drastically short of their needs, leaving significant gaps. According to Bai Feng's vision, to ensure comfortable living, at least 40 houses needed to be constructed here. This undertaking would have to persist until winter's onset, when the cold would inhibit construction. With their relocation to a new home, the workforce required restructuring. Roughly 300 robust laborers, around 100 dedicated to laying foundations and building houses, and a team of over 20 focused primarily on firing tiles. The remaining labor force would consist of about 100 individuals reserved for hunting, as an abundance of food was essential. Others would engage in various tasks or forage for wild fruits in the vicinity with their children. Bai Feng tasked Shennong with selecting 100 of the most adept hunters from the tribe, then gained a general understanding of their hunting targets and methods. They could only capture small herbivores, as their weapons were inadequate for larger prey, with success relying heavily on luck. Faced with carnivorous beasts, they were prey rather than hunters. Their arsenal consisted primarily of stone axes and spears, with some even wielding wooden spears, making the capture of game a considerable challenge. Among them was a hunter skilled in deer hunting, yet he was reluctant to share his techniques, viewing them as his means of survival. Bai Feng did not press the matter, but felt it imperative to upgrade their weaponry. With formidable arms and their robust physiques, humanity could gradually ascend to the apex of the food chain. First, Bai Feng had several individuals demonstrate their spear-throwing skills. Despite their rudimentary weapons, each throw was both far and accurate. In modern terms, even average athletes would struggle to surpass them. Recognizing their proficiency in throwing, Bai Feng's prepared powerful tool, the spear thrower, became applicable. Primitive humans had invented this device, enabling them to incorporate large beasts like the woolly mammoth into their diets, hastening the extinction of such species. Handing a long bamboo strip with a hook to the tribespeople left them bewildered. Lacking a pointed tip and unable to be thrown far, how could it possibly kill prey? Bai Feng provided a simple demonstration, placing the spear in the thrower and, with a forceful motion, managed to hurl it farther than those accustomed to using spears. Once the hunters grasped the method of the spear thrower, they eagerly began to try it out, discovering that their throwing distance nearly doubled, a testament to the power of physics through an extended lever arm. If only Bai Feng had made progress in metallurgy. Perhaps with copper or iron spearheads, he could have fashioned a throne of tiger skin for himself. Nevertheless, he made improvements to their stone spearheads, sharpening the dull edges and creating barbs, ensuring that once embedded in prey, the spear would not easily dislodge. As for those wielding stone axes and knives, they were ill-suited for hunting. It was time for a weapon change, perhaps a bow. Think bows are of no use? Simple, watch as I craft a recurve bow for you. Capturing more game necessitated more formidable weapons, and a bow was indispensable. Yet, the bows of the time were exceedingly rudimentary, merely the most primitive straight-limbed type, lacking power and prone to breakage. Crafting a good bow is a complex endeavor, yet producing a functional demonstration bow is relatively straightforward. The forests abound with aged bamboo, a common material for bow construction. The tribespeople quickly procured several pieces of old bamboo, which Bai Feng then split into strips, heating them to achieve the proper curvature, while fashioning a grip from wood. Carving with stone knives proved laborious, resulting in unsightly and uncomfortable grips. Thus, he resorted to using large stones for grinding. Lacking glue, he temporarily bound it with animal hide, and the bowstring was similarly improvised. The resulting recurve bow, upon being drawn, seemed to possess a strength of around 40 pounds. Lacking arrows, he initially substituted slender bamboo. Bai Feng drew the bow and released, only to find that not only was his aim woefully off, but the distance was also disappointingly short. The tribespeople, witnessing this, quickly lost interest and dispersed. Bai Feng felt their scorn, yet he could do little. He could not profess his capacity for improvement to them. Did they even comprehend what improvement entailed? It appeared he would have to gradually refine his skills to craft a superior bow, at which point they would surely envy his prowess. Although the bows he fashioned did not yield satisfactory results, that did not afford them respite. All must take their spears and venture forth to hunt. 100 individuals were tasked with returning with at least 3 large game animals, or else they would either spend the night outdoors or be cooked for the feast. The hunters, unfamiliar with the concept of a feast, upon hearing Bai Feng's threat of being eaten if they failed to procure prey, hastily scurried off in groups into the forest to hunt. The construction progress of the house is neither hurried nor sluggish, and the firing of the tiles is nearing its conclusion with no additional fuel needed, only waiting for the kiln's temperature to naturally decrease. Relying solely on their hunting skills seems rather unreliable. Alternative sources of sustenance are essential, and fishing must not be abandoned. However, the previous methods are no longer applicable in the vast lake. To catch fish, one must employ nets or fishing rods in the great expanse of water. Bai Feng recalls that there are numerous wild rami plants here, now having grown to nearly 2 meters tall, which serve as excellent, durable materials for weaving. He organizes a team to harvest the rami, yet they are utterly unfamiliar with what he describes. After lengthy explanations, Bai Feng decides it would be best to lead them personally. Not far from the camp, several plants can be found. Given that rami is dioecious, the female plants bear fruit while the males produce flowers. Bai Feng intends to wait until the seeds mature to collect them, as during winter, they can be cracked open like sunflower seeds to pass the time. Furthermore, They possess medicinal properties. Bai Feng, who has been suffering from constipation, finds this particularly beneficial. Once they recognize what Rami is, Bai Feng leaves them to their own devices, encouraging them to gather as much as possible and return before nightfall. At this moment, Bai Feng feels the weight of time pressing heavily upon him. There are no clothes, the roof of the house remains unfinished, and there is no farming or livestock. If he encounters other tribes who are clad in garments of Rami and wielding bronze weapons, he knows he will be ridiculed as a savage. Time must accelerate. Everything must progress more swiftly, as autumn is imminent after the heat of summer passes. Anxiously, Bai Feng observes the bustling activity around him and cannot remain idle, so he takes an axe to chop bamboo, hastily constructing a bamboo raft for fishing on the lake. As evening approaches, the hunting party returns, fulfilling expectations with 2 deer and several wild chickens and rabbits. Although they do not meet Bai Feng's initial demand of 3 large catches, the abundance of smaller game compensates adequately, allowing them to scrape by. The Rami gatherers return slowly, but their haul is considerable. Bai Feng estimates that this Rami will suffice for all the needs of the tribe. He summons all the clansmen to cease their work and prepare for dinner. At this point, Shennong has recognized Bai Feng's capabilities and has entrusted him to lead in his stead, as he himself is unable to provide such a life for all the tribe's people. Before they can begin to divide the fish, a gust of wind sweeps across the plain, and upon looking up, Bai Feng sees that half the sky is shrouded by clouds. A heavy rain, long absent for half a month, is imminent. Although the house is not entirely finished, the roof has been sealed, providing some shelter from the rain even without tiles, allowing Bai Feng and his companions a place to seek refuge. Unlike the previous encounter with death, Bai Feng hastily postpones the meal, urging everyone to crowd into the house. With nearly 100 individuals of varying sizes crammed into a single dwelling, it proves to be quite a challenge. Bai Feng, fortunate enough to have his own small room, does not need to join the throng. Once everyone is inside, ensuring that no one remains outside, and confirming that the storeroom for medicinal supplies and food remains dry, Bai Feng finally feels at ease. He places containers for collecting rainwater in the open, anticipating that the impending rain will fill them, eliminating the need to fetch water from the lake. Completing these tasks, Bai Feng feels the first drops of rain and leisurely steps into his small room, standing at the doorway to observe the downpour. The torrential rain descends with ferocity, lacking any prelude, and with a clap of thunder, the tribesmen within the house erupt into cries of alarm, their fear of the unknown palpable. Against nature, they feel as fragile as ants. This tempest arrives swiftly, and just as quickly it departs, the wind carrying it away within an hour, leaving the evening sun casting its remaining light upon the earth. The breeze stirs the air, mingling the scent of rain with the earthy aroma of the damp soil, a fragrance that leads Bai Feng to appreciate the beauty still present in the world. The ground outside is now a mire, squelching beneath footfalls, a discomfort that evokes a longing for the day when stones or bricks might pave this area. The tribesmen, frightened by the deluge, huddle together, reluctant to venture outside until Bai Feng calls for them to come out and prepare dinner. Only the bravest among them dare to step out and investigate, while the others regard Bai Feng as a warrior, unperturbed by the tumultuous weather. Seated in the muddy ground, they finish their meal, yet none wish to leave the confines of the room, even as the heat and crowd create discomfort. They are loath to risk the wilderness, haunted by memories of the last storm's devastation. Fortunately, as the house lacks doors, there is no fear of suffocation, and Bai Feng stays with them, overseeing the hunters as they process their catches before allowing them to retire for the night. The kiln, cooled by the storm, emits steam, resembling a celestial realm. Wu inopportunely inquires which deity is indulging in this moment, inciting Bai Feng's ire as he contemplates kicking him into the kiln as an offering. By morning, everything will return to normalcy. Some will build, others will hunt, craftsmen will craft, and gatherers will gather. Bai Feng need only coordinate the efforts, contributing his wisdom to expedite progress. It would be beneficial if a rooster could crow in the morning to awaken all. Chapter 25. Double Happiness. The morning dawns without the resounding crows of roosters, only the vexing buzz of mosquitoes and flies disturbing the tranquility. Bai Feng's previous plan to incubate bird eggs has devolved into a malodorous biochemical weapon gone awry. The blue tiles are removed from their stacks in the morning mist, producing a crisp sound and a pleasing hue, and Bai Feng can hardly contain his eagerness to place them upon the rooftop. He delegates the task of tiling his luxurious little house to the construction team, confident that under his astute leadership, they will soon master the art of roofing. Everything is progressing in the right direction, save for the occasional disruption caused by Feng's spontaneous ideas introducing unexpected tasks. Nonetheless, the operations remain orderly. Through Feng's relentless efforts, the bamboo raft is completed, though the tribespeople remain uncertain of its intended purpose. They speculate it may be for sleeping on the ground. Lacking fishing lines and nets, Feng still leads a group to the Great Lake, using vines to secure fishing baskets around the raft, thus enabling fishing. None dare step upon the raft, as they do not believe a mere few bamboo poles can support them on the water. The fear of drowning should they fall overboard paralyzes them. With a measure of disdain for their cowardice, Feng boldly leaps onto the raft. To be truthful, he himself is not entirely confident. As a quintessential landlubber from the arid northwest, his understanding of rafts is primarily derived from the exploits of the apex predator, the notorious Bear Grylls, who constructed the ill-fated vessel. Should this venture sink, it would surely tarnish his credibility, and thereafter no one would be willing to trust his creations. Fortunately, the raft does not disappoint. It sways gently but remains buoyant on the water's surface. With a push of the bamboo pole, Feng gracefully glides away from the shore, heading toward the heart of the lake. The expanse of the lake is vast, bordered by rampant reeds and bulrushes, which, come autumn, will yield the opportunity for the tribespeople to harvest reed flowers and gather bulrush seeds. After leisurely navigating the tranquil waters aboard the bamboo raft, Feng returns to shore, unwilling to squander time on trivial pursuits. He has proven the raft's sturdiness. If they remain hesitant to board, they deserve to face the consequences. They merely need to maneuver the raft to the lake center and await the fish to bite. In the future, with the creation of fishing lines, hooks, and nets, they will be able to engage in large-scale fishing endeavors. The construction of the house never ceased for a moment. Feng, on his journey to and from the Great Lake, meticulously devised a water diversion route. Once the next batch of tiles was fired, he could also include some pipes in the process. Time passed swiftly, and on this day of the beginning of autumn, the tribe successfully topped off its 20th large house, significantly improving the living conditions for the clanspeople, who now shared a room with nearly 20 individuals, alleviating some of the overcrowding. However, the increase in population brought forth a glaring problem. Excrement was strewn everywhere, and the walls had been eroded by urine, creating channels. Feng mused that it might not even require rain for the house to collapse under the weight of such filth. Not only did he find this sight repulsive, but the air quality had also deteriorated significantly. Moreover, such unsanitary practices could easily incite disease. Nearly all the children in the tribe suffered from roundworm infections, appearing frail and weak. Were it not for Feng's habit of washing his hands before meals and after relieving himself, he might have been afflicted as well. In an effort to rectify this situation, Feng dedicated considerable effort to constructing a large public restroom, segregated by gender. Yet, the tribespeople dismissed its importance, even questioning the need to waste materials on such a structure. Promote civility, establish new customs, strive to be the new savages of the modern age, was the slogan of Feng's tribe. In a fit of boredom, he inscribed this phrase on the restroom wall, but apart from him, no one could decipher the strange symbols, and even if they could, they wouldn't understand the meaning. To encourage the tribespeople to utilize the public restroom, Feng decreed that anyone caught defecating or urinating in the living area would receive 10 lashes, and then be required to clean the restroom for a day. Initially, many were caught, but as the punishment was enforced, compliance improved. The restroom was not far away after all. A new issue arose. However, they could not read and thus did not know which sign indicated male or female. They would forget after being told. But it was also possible that some ruffians simply wished to sneak into the other restroom. To resolve this, Feng first painted modern symbols for male and female restrooms on the walls. However, the number of individuals entering the women's restroom increased instead. When questioned, they pointed to their grass skirts, indicating their confusion. Subsequently, Feng altered the signs to a raised and recessed design. Should anyone claim ignorance again, they would face 20 lashes. The collected waste was mixed with wood ash and soil, piled together to ferment, and in winter, it would be spread around the designated garden plots as fertilizer. Now, whenever the tribespeople ventured out, they would bring back unfamiliar plants for Feng to identify, who would determine their value. After discovering many edible wild vegetables and medicinal herbs, he also requested that they gather any peculiar stones they found, hoping to uncover ores. All discovered medicinal herbs were subjected to simple processing and handed over to the tribe's healer, who, after a brief period of study, had begun to grasp the fundamentals of traditional Chinese medicine, although he was not yet qualified to treat his fellow tribespeople. The tribespeople, however, were largely oblivious to the concept of illness, believing that even diarrhea and vomiting blood were entirely normal, and none approached the healer or Bai Feng about their discomfort. The Water Conservancy project commenced as scheduled. The original tools were inadequate, so Bai Feng modified a stone axe by adjusting its angle and securing it. This simple innovation unlocked the latent potential for invention among the tribespeople. Some presented Bai Feng with chopsticks that were round on top and flat on the bottom, while others showed him bowls that were narrow at the top and wide at the base, devices that were not only useless but also a waste of life. Bai Feng hesitated to outright reject these ideas, fearing he might inadvertently extinguish humanity's first technological explosion. Fortunately, this wave of invention soon subsided as they recognized the futility of their creations. Nevertheless, during this time, a few items emerged that Bai Feng had not yet had the chance to develop, such as a long-nosed water jug. When the first trickle of water flowed through the pipes, everyone erupted in jubilation. Henceforth, they would no longer need to lug heavy water jars to the lake. Understanding the simplicity of the principle behind it. However, that day brought not just this singular joy, but a double blessing. The rich iron ore Bai Feng had longed for was discovered among a pile of peculiar stones. A collection of multicolored rocks, casually gathered by the tribespeople during their outings, caught Bai Feng's eye, particularly a reddish-brown stone that shimmered with a hint of silver. If he could amass a sufficient quantity of this material, he could scarcely imagine the strides his tribe could make in advancing from a pitiable band of fugitive savages to a more sophisticated society. Eagerly, Bai Feng inquired about the origins of the iron ore, but the tribespeople were unaware of its significance, believing their leader was merely planning to squander their resources yet again. After a lengthy explanation, they finally grasped that this stone could be transformed into superior tools and weapons. Some attempted to fashion a stone axe from the iron ore, only to be met with Bai Feng's swift intervention, as he safeguarded the precious material, resolutely refusing to allow anyone else to touch it. Although no one could recall who had initially collected the ore, they all confidently asserted that there was a place where such stones were abundant. Bai Feng promptly instructed a portion of the tribe to cease their foraging and focus solely on collecting this iron ore. He intended to employ his limited knowledge of chemistry to refine the iron. He believed that with sufficient heat, it would eventually melt, and through relentless effort, high-quality iron would emerge. A primitive blast furnace was quickly erected, though it still fell short of the requirements for effective iron smelting. An air inlet and a bellows were necessary. Lacking a bellows, they fashioned one from animal hides, opening the pouch to let in air, then tightening it to force out the wind. Gradually, the iron ore was transported back, alleviating much of Bai Feng's anxiety. The subsequent steps were merely a matter of trial and error, a slow exploration. As long as materials were available, iron could surely be refined. The ore was heated until brittle, then pounded into finer particles with a wooden hammer, the smaller the better. The powdered ore was layered with charcoal in the already heated furnace, followed by an uninterrupted cycle of heating and raising the temperature. Only when the furnace walls glowed red did Bai Feng break it open, revealing a mass of iron entangled with shattered furnace remnants. He doused it with water to cool it, unbothered by any changes in the iron's properties, for the raw material had been successfully produced, and he would continue to forge iron. The cooled iron lump was coarse and dark but sufficiently large, about the size of a basketball, making it somewhat cumbersome for Bai Feng to handle alone. A brief polishing revealed a silvery sheen, and the iron he had longed for was finally produced. While other tribespeople may not have understood the implications of this achievement, Bai Feng knew that their tribe would leap forward, no longer a pitiful band of fleeing savages but rather an advanced community. As the temperature gradually decreased and the days shortened, an abundance of wild fruits ripened, albeit with less than palatable flavors. Seeds from various plants also matured, and nuts were on the verge of falling. Herbivorous animals and those preparing for hibernation rushed to stock up on fat reserves for the winter, while carnivorous beasts began to emerge during the day to hunt. Several tribespeople spotted wolf tracks, but fortunately, they managed to evade danger. Now, venturing out to forage for food carried significantly increased risks, as lives could be lost in exchange for sustenance. Bai Feng was compelled to forge iron weapons in the coming days to bolster the tribe's offensive capabilities and enhance their self-defense. Not daring to delay even for a moment, he mixed iron or powder with clay to forge a large crucible for melting iron. He crafted molds from mud for casting iron bars. The chestnut grove was mere weeks away from full maturity, and all gatherers had ceased their foraging, instead focusing their efforts on preparing tools, bamboo woven into baskets, ready for the impending harvest. Meanwhile, another group under the command of Bai Feng engaged in the great iron smelting process. Towering blast furnaces, each taller than a man, rapidly rose around the camp, their flames dancing with fervor. Bai Feng, through persistent fanning and heating, melted the iron lumps into molten metal, which he then cast into iron bars. Though these bars were hard, they were equally brittle and riddled with impurities. Unwilling to entrust the task to others, Bai Feng fashioned a stone hammer and began the laborious process of reheating and hammering the bars, gradually thinning them while purifying the metal. With relentless heating and striking, he eventually shaped a rather unsightly knife blank. After a final heating and quenching, perhaps a novice's protective measure, the blade emerged straight and hard. This 30-centimeter knife marked the tribe's inaugural iron tool and became Bai Feng's prized possession. He meticulously refined its shape upon a stone, honing the edge, and fashioned a handle wrapped in animal hide, resulting in a knife that, in Bai Feng's eyes, was relatively exquisite. The tribe's people, witnessing Bai Feng effortlessly carve wood and slice through slender bamboo, were filled with envy, each one eager for a chance to wield it. Naturally, Bai Feng was reluctant to share, with such abundant iron, or he intended to forge more himself, confident that none could replicate his meticulous process. Nevertheless, he did craft numerous iron axes and spearheads for the tribe, which, when coupled with wooden handles, significantly enhanced their lethality while remaining uncomplicated to produce. Consequently, the pace of construction within the tribe noticeably accelerated, with the influx of building materials skyrocketing. It was as if children, having acquired new toys, were eager to flaunt them. The tribespeople, armed with axes, began fervently felling trees, reveling in the exhilarating feeling of iron tools conquering nature. The long knife proved to be a fine creation, and Bai Feng had attempted to forge one himself. However, the shape was unappealing, and after quenching, it warped dramatically. He was compelled to shelve that ambition for the time being, intending to revisit it once his skills had improved. As the weather turned cooler, the midday heat persisted, yet mornings and evenings grew quite chilly, particularly for those unadorned. The tribe possessed an abundance of animal hides, accumulated from previous hunts. Although the average yield was merely 1 prey per day, the recent period had garnered over 400 hides. Unfortunately, they lacked the knowledge to tan the skins, opting instead to pierce holes and thread them with rope, a method Bai Feng deemed unsatisfactory. The wolf hide remained intact. He carefully scraped off the grease and combined it with the abundant saltpeter found in the alkaline plains, along with wood ash, kneading and soaking the mixture. Following a thorough washing and drying, he softened the material, ultimately achieving what he considered acceptable leather. In the end, Bai Feng fashioned himself a pair of four-cornered shorts from the wolf hide, albeit with the coarse stitching proving somewhat uncomfortable. He reassured himself that with time, one would grow accustomed to it. After harvesting and drying the hemp, he soaked it in water to break it down into fibers, then twisted the strands into ropes. Under Bai Feng's guidance, the entire process unfolded smoothly. He aspired to create a fishing net, yet regrettably, the available rope fell far short of what was required. No one was inclined to emulate Bai Feng's unconventional four-cornered shorts. The hides distributed among them remained in the form of grass skirts or their old leather garments, at least allowing them to avoid the harshness of winter in their natural state. Bai Feng harbored a yearning for fabric. Silk seemed a distant dream. Though silk had originated long ago, no one in the tribe had ever heard of the Shilling tribe or the legendary Lei Zhu. The flow of information was stifled, and the existence of the Shilling tribe was uncertain. However, Bai Feng had issued a temporary decree, urging the tribespeople to gather various cocoons. If wild silkworms were present, the moths would likely be nestled within their cocoons at this time. Should they succeed in collecting them, Bai Feng mused that Lei Zhu might soon be heralded as Bai Zhu instead. Chapter 27. The Autumn Harvest. At last, the chestnuts had ripened and fallen. Though the long spines deterred most creatures, only squirrels and chipmunks, undeterred, began to gather and transport the bounty to their nests. It was now time for Bai Feng's tribespeople to spring into action, equipped with large baskets and elongated bamboo claws, allowing them to collect chestnuts without bending down or risking pricked fingers. Lacking shoes, their soles had developed thick calluses, yet they remained vulnerable to the fine thorns. To enhance their efficiency for the tribe, Bai Feng designed rudimentary footwear, wooden soles bound with animal hide, resembling the simplest of clogs. Upon donning these, their movement was severely restricted, and no one wished to wear them. Thus, Bai Feng mandated that they only wear them while gathering chestnuts. After a few pricks, they quickly recognized the benefits. Bai Feng's long-desired millet had also ripened. In contrast, other grains, traditional staples, remained in their primitive form, yielding low produce and lacking in flavor, scattered haphazardly and difficult to harvest. Millet, however, had remained unchanged for millennia, with no one cultivating it as a staple. Instead, they had focused on its roots, transforming them into vegetables. The bamboo rafts Bai Feng had initially constructed had multiplied into over a dozen, the tribespeople seemingly determined that each individual must possess one, with each newly built raft larger than the last. They laid animal hides atop the rafts to seal the gaps and navigated alongside the millet, pulling down the ripe heads with sticks. The ample lake provided a sufficient bounty of millet, and each morning Bai Feng waved farewell to those venturing out to gather millet and chestnuts, only to joyfully welcome them back in the afternoons and evenings, much like a devoted homemaker awaiting her family's return. Of course, Bai Feng was not idle. The burden of forging weapons largely fell upon his shoulders. He toiled daily at the forge until his arms felt as though they could no longer lift, humorously contemplating that he had developed the strength of a mythical creature. His creations grew increasingly robust, their forms gradually becoming more refined. Once he had satisfied the tribe's most pressing weaponry needs, he redirected his efforts towards crafting small knives to distribute among those who had made significant contributions. This approach served a dual purpose. Not only did he aim to set an example for others, if they desired small knives, they must demonstrate diligence and merit, but the practicality of these knives was undeniable, proving useful for both labor and the consumption of meat. Once, Bai Feng's fortunate deer had declined to share its hunting techniques, and while Bai Feng did not intentionally slight it thereafter, he offered no special privileges either. A capable individual who refused to assist was no different from an ordinary tribesperson. Furthermore, the deer's overall performance was average, lacking any notable achievements. Consequently, as his fellow hunters received their knives, one by one, for various reasons, the deer could no longer contain himself. He approached Bai Feng, proposing to exchange his deer hunting method for a knife. By this time, Bai Feng had made substantial progress on a meticulously crafted recurve bow, certain that its completion would greatly enhance the tribe's hunting success rate. Thus, Bai Feng was no longer particularly interested in the deer's hunting method, recognizing that primitive individuals could only devise so much. Nevertheless, he agreed, stipulating that if the method proved genuinely effective, granting him a small knife would pose no issue. Upon hearing the news, Lu's eyes sparkled with excitement, and he immediately took hold of Bai Feng's arm, eager to show him how he could capture a deer. Bai Feng, however, was not particularly interested. After all, he still owed a considerable number of small knives yet to be forged. Yet, Bai Feng could not simply hand over a knife based on mere words. He instructed the hunters in Lu's group to supervise him. If Lu could indeed capture a deer using his method within 3 days, he would earn a small knife. Should the method prove universally applicable, a dagger would be awarded. What is a dagger? Bai Feng gestured to indicate its length and thickness. Upon seeing the measurement Bai Feng demonstrated, Lu wasted no time in pulling the hunters along to commence the hunt, determined to prove his capability to Bai Feng. You need only to present a deer before me in 3 days' time, and a small knife will be yours. Bai Feng waved his hand dismissively, urging Lu to attend to his task and not to distract him from his own work, for he would honor his promise. Bai Feng continued the monotonous process of blacksmithing, still indebted to his kin for several small knives. Although the tribespeople could not immediately claim their rewards, the quality of Bai Feng's creations improved with each passing day. He even aspired to forge a Damascus knife, layering and tempering steel, yet regrettably he overestimated his abilities. The iron ingots refused to meld, and he was oblivious to the nature of flux materials. After gaining some confidence from his recent ironwork, he believed he could surely reach the finals of the knife-making competition. But the scrap metal in his hands served as a sobering reminder of reality. In addition to crafting small knives and axes, Bai Feng also found time to produce arrowheads, and his high-strength recurve bow was nearing completion. The bamboo bow he had previously made lacked sufficient power, prompting him to switch to mulberry wood, which required intricate shaping and binding with rope to achieve the desired form. As for the grip's adhesive, the tribe's daily catch of fish provided ample fish bladders, which Bai Feng set aside to slowly render into glue. His bow was crafted in secrecy. Despite the tribespeople lacking the courage to oppose him, they would undoubtedly regard him with peculiar glances. The authority he had painstakingly built through his ironwork must not be diminished by trivialities. In the living quarters Bai Feng had initially envisioned, the houses were nearly completed. Hundreds of individuals toiled daily, and their efficiency increased with practice. The first houses Bai Feng constructed were merely shelters from the elements, and in retrospect, they were rife with mistakes and deficiencies. Doors without windows, a minor issue since they were indifferent to the scant sunlight. Warmth was their primary concern. No one knew how to create doors. Bai Feng had a rudimentary understanding, recognizing the need for door frames and thresholds before installation. However, the tribe's craftsmanship was so poor that the doors constructed were solid slabs of wood bound with vines, and there was insufficient iron to waste on nails for such endeavors. Unable to determine how to install doors, they simply placed them in openings, only to have them topple over each morning. Bai Feng sought out one of the rare craftsmen in the tribe, describing the concept of a door frame and its operational principles before departing. The artisan, whom Bai Feng referred to as the carpenter, stood bewildered in the wind, wanting only to exclaim, "Are you joking with me?" Nonetheless, Bai Feng equipped him with chisels, axes, and a rudimentary saw, explaining the use of a chalk line to enable the cutting of straight boards, effectively leaving the craftsman to forget the unreasonable demands placed upon him. Chapter 28. The Death of a Tribesman. The tribespeople who ventured out to gather chestnuts returned in a state of panic to the village. When Bai Feng encountered them, he noted their startled expressions and the absence of their weapons. As he inquired, they struggled to articulate their thoughts clearly. The chestnut gatherers had lost their baskets and bags, and one individual, perhaps in shock, completely forgot about the nearly empty basket still on their back, blending in with the fleeing tribespeople. As they gradually regained their composure, Bai Feng pieced together the chaotic narrative of what had transpired. Having encountered little danger previously, they had let their guard down while foraging for chestnuts, only to be ambushed by a tiger that swiftly knocked one tribesman to the ground and killed him before seeking further targets among the crowd. Witnessing their comrade's demise, the primarily female gathering party found themselves utterly incapable of confronting an adult tiger and fled, abandoning their belongings, indifferent to the fate of those left behind, focused solely on reaching the safety of the tribe. After waiting for a considerable time at the camp, it became clear that those lost would not return. Bai Feng bore no resentment towards them for their flight, understanding that he himself would lack the courage to face a tiger. He was no legendary hero, and today's tigers were not the docile creatures seen in modern zoos. Bai Feng did not remember every tribesman's name. He recalled only a few, but some familiar faces from the morning's departure were now absent. The tribe had lost 6 members during the autumn harvest. The gathered chestnuts were drying to prevent spoilage during storage. After 8 days of gathering, the chestnuts had filled half a warehouse, complemented by other seeds, wild vegetables, and fruits, alongside meat, sufficient to provide the entire tribe with a prosperous winter. Yet Bai Feng's greed knew no bounds. He believed that the more food, the better, which would also reassure the tribespeople seeing the warehouse brimming with provisions. For the safety of his kin, Bai Feng resolved that starting tomorrow, he would cease foraging for food, maintaining only the substantial hunting party, which would no longer disperse but act as a cohesive unit. The others in the tribe did not mourn excessively, quickly returning to their normal routines. The reality of being killed by wild beasts while foraging was not uncommon. Humans were both hunters and prey. Bai Feng could no longer afford to focus on forging iron, anxiously awaiting the safe return of the other 2 hunting parties. The group sent to gather from the Great Lake returned safely, either carrying or cradling their bountiful haul, pride evident in their return to the tribe, eager for Bai Feng's welcome. Upon seeing them, Bai Feng did not inquire about their haul or commend the one who had gathered the most. Instead, he counted them twice to ensure none were missing before uttering the words, "Welcome home." Upon learning of the tribesmen killed by the tiger, their expressions turned somber, the recent stability of their lives allowing them to almost forget the cruelty of nature. It was not until the sun had nearly set and darkness enveloped the land that the hunting party finally returned, their haul disappointingly meager, even less than usual. Under normal circumstances, Bai Feng would not have thought much of it, but following recent events, the timely return of this group ignited a spark of frustration within him. Had they lingered in the forest, offering themselves as fodder to the beasts? Unfortunately, they remained oblivious to Bai Feng's displeasure, while Lu joyfully approached him, exclaiming, "Chief, I was so close to capturing a deer today. If not for the encroaching darkness, I would have succeeded." Bai Feng's expression darkened, mirroring the twilight around them. "Are you suggesting that their late return was to accompany you in your deer hunt?" "Yes, Chief. Did you not instruct them to supervise me?" Lu remained unaware of Bai Feng's growing ire. Bai Feng let out a huff and directly addressed Lu, saying, "Starting tomorrow, you shall no longer venture into the hunt. Instead, remain within the tribe to assist with the construction of our homes. I cannot allow your mere word to endanger the lives of all. As for the promise I made you earlier, there is no need for you to catch deer anymore. Once you have completed 500 bricks for the foundation, I shall grant you a knife." With that, Bai Feng strode towards his dwelling, devoid of any appetite for a meal. Lu stood in bewilderment, unable to comprehend why the chieftain had suddenly erupted in anger towards him. He turned to seek answers from his companions in the hunting group, yet they too were perplexed by the unfolding events. At present, Shennong still managed the affairs of the tribe, although Bai Feng held the title of chieftain. His amiable disposition led the tribe to heed his words without trepidation. Shennong had relinquished the chieftaincy, yet he retained the whip, overseeing the distribution of food and similar responsibilities. Wu, possessing a grasp of basic arithmetic, had been entrusted with the warehouse after Baifeng taught him the decimal system. He was now also learning simple writing from Baifeng, enabling him to keep a basic record of the items within the warehouse and their quantities. After tallying the day's harvest, Wu moved everything into the warehouse, secured the heavy door, and propped it shut with wood, awaiting Baifeng's command to commence the meal. Baifeng had little desire to eat. He felt an inescapable connection to the deaths of his tribesmen, the anthropocentric ideology firmly entrenched in his mind, rendering him incapable of accepting human mortality as easily as his tribe did. Wu was responsible for counting the numbers, while Shennong oversaw the food distribution. Dinner was consumed amidst a heavy atmosphere, and even the usual mischievous children dared not act out, sensing that something was amiss. Baifeng scarcely slept throughout the night. Though he lacked the inclination to dine, the meager fare left him feeling discomfort in his stomach by morning. He rose early and prepared a porridge of chestnuts. The tribespeople, hearing that they need not venture out to gather today, were at a loss for what to do, left only to await Baifeng's instructions for alternative tasks. The hunters, however, would certainly continue their expeditions. Their large group seldom faced trouble from animals, and they were well armed, each member robust and strong. The tigers in this region were likely South China tigers, not particularly large, and with such a number of hunters, they should encounter no mishaps. Nevertheless, Baifeng instructed them to return early, cautioning against waiting until dusk, as the lack of nutrition would render their night vision nearly non-existent. As for the gathering team, their work was concluded ahead of schedule. Baifeng intended to initiate the water reservoir project after the autumn harvest, but it would need to commence early. With so many people, the demand for drinking water was substantial, yet the lake would surely freeze in winter, and the natural water channels would cease to deliver water to the camp. It was imperative to excavate reservoirs or pits now, filling them with the water from the channels to ensure a supply through the winter. Each pit would suffice for 10 people, necessitating at least 40 to sustain the tribe until the lake thawed. However, Baifeng had one pressing task to attend to first, to meticulously account for each tribesman. Those without names were to be assigned one now. It was imperative that no more tribesmen perished without identification. Chapter 29 Household Division. The management of tribesmen had grown exceedingly chaotic. An individual might dine with one group today, sleep in the quarters of another group that night, and switch again the following day. They only knew their designated group while working, which led to another complication. Baifeng's aspiration to gradually implement a familial structure seemed distant, and the ethical confusion was palpable. In the morning, Baifeng refrained from initiating any work, instead allowing them to choose companions and form teams of around 10 to dine and reside together. The houses had been sufficiently constructed to accommodate them. Each group was required to comprise men, women, and children, with the specifics of the arrangement left to their discretion. Those without partners would ultimately be assigned by Baifeng. They were unaware of the significance of this division. Why, as members of the same tribe, must they delineate so distinctly? Baifeng offered no explanation, for they would not comprehend the reasoning. Only with time would the benefits become apparent. Should any of them discover the essence of love in this moment, Baifeng would not hesitate to provide them with a small dwelling of their own. After much deliberation, the groups were finally formed. Originally, it was possible to establish 41 teams, but the loss of several tribesmen necessitated a consolidation into 40 teams. Baifeng, Shennong, and Wu each possessed their own modest dwellings. Initially, only Baifeng had one, as they were accustomed to sleeping among the tribesmen. However, they soon recognized the authority Baifeng's actions commanded and thus constructed their own small houses. Baifeng did not deter them. The emergence of social classes was inevitable. He would not prevent the tribesmen from building their own independent homes, striving for a better life. He supported and encouraged such endeavors, though they had yet to grasp the concepts of home and family. The 10 production teams were designated according to the sequence of their dwellings, following the 10 heavenly stems: Team Jia 1, Team Jia 2, Team Jia 3, Team Jia 4, Team E1, and continuing to Team Gue 4. Each team's leader would be the most capable individual, or one chosen by the team, responsible for daily food collection, headcount, and urging their work. Each person received a clay shard, perforated for wearing around the neck. The front bore their name, while the back displayed their team number. As none could read or write, Baifeng painstakingly carved each name with a knife. For those lacking names, he assigned one on the spot, though they were hardly meaningful, merely monikers like Big Strong or Little Beautiful. If they later wished to change their name, they could consult Baifeng. Only by noon did Baifeng complete the name tags, officially recognizing his tribesmen. It was likely that many would forget his name upon their next meeting. When midday arrived, Bai Feng instructed the team leaders to affix wooden sticks to the walls of their respective team quarters, to distribute the name tags in the morning and hang them back upon their return, thus making it clear who was absent. Just as Bai Feng stretched and prepared to rest, a member of Team Bing approached him, reporting, "Lu is missing. I haven't seen him since this morning." Bai Feng reflected for a moment, realizing that while he had completed the name tags, he had neglected to carve one for Lu. Cursed be it. He had not anticipated such a predicament arising now. "Do you know where he went? Has he mentioned anything to you?" The member shook his head. Bai Feng then glanced at the hunters familiar with Lu. They too shook their heads. Lu had not spoken a word since dinner the previous night. He had quietly gone to sleep, unlike his usual chatter. Bai Feng felt a sense of foreboding. This lad may have secretly ventured out to hunt. He worried for Lu's safety but could not send others to search for him, as that would place more lives at risk, since he had departed without notice. If Lu did not return before sunset, regardless of his intentions, he would no longer be considered a member of Bai Feng's tribe. Let him fend for himself. Bai Feng could not encourage such behavior. One could have ideas and question the chieftain's words, but one must not act recklessly. No one interceded on Lu's behalf. They too believed his actions were misguided, merely lamenting his fate. The hunting party readied their weapons and set out. This time, Bai Feng made no demands regarding the quantity of their catch, emphasizing that safety was the priority. It mattered not if they returned empty-handed, as long as everyone came back unharmed. The original team from the excavation began to dig the cellar at the designated location planned by Bai Feng. The iron tools were insufficient, so they resorted to using wooden and bone implements, ensuring that no one remained idle. The potters have been tirelessly at work since the camp's inception, continuously firing clay. Once enough tiles were produced, they turned to crafting water pipes. When those were completed, they moved on to bricks and various containers of all shapes and sizes. Previously, their techniques were rudimentary, resulting only in heavy and clumsy pottery. However, with a wealth of production experience now at their disposal, they began to create more lightweight ceramics. Bai Feng also encouraged them to adorn their pottery with patterns or colors, enhancing their competitiveness for the upcoming Grand Assembly. The output of the Bai Feng tribe was minimal, with no surplus goods to exchange at the gathering. Bai Feng felt a twinge of anxiety about offering iron tools, fearing that they might attract the attention of a larger tribe, which could spell disaster for them. Nevertheless, Shennong reassured Bai Feng, emphasizing that although the assembly was organically formed and open to tribes of all sizes, the oaths taken ensured that no one would dare to resort to violence during the event. Shennong had faith in the power of these oaths, but Bai Feng, being a man of modernity, harbored doubts. He worried that should any awakened individuals discover that the oaths lacked any real binding power, calamity would surely follow. Nonetheless, Bai Feng resolved to forge a few small knives for the assembly, intending to return promptly with any necessary items, without lingering. Bai Feng's bow was nearing completion. Once the shaping mold was removed, the bowstring did not spring back. The bowstring, crafted from animal intestines, be it from sheep or deer, was meticulously processed by Bai Feng, resulting in a robust bowstring. Under the watchful eyes of Shennong and Chi, Bai Feng strained to string the bow, then carefully fitted it with finely polished fletching and iron-tipped arrows. Drawing the bow proved exceedingly strenuous for Bai Feng, who could not ascertain its weight. Yet, in a bid to showcase its full potential, he exerted every ounce of strength to shoot at a prepared wooden target. The arrow flew a considerable distance before embedding itself firmly into the wood. Chi attempted to retrieve the arrow, managing to extract the shaft, but the arrowhead remained lodged stubbornly within. Both were astonished by the bow's power and were eager to try it themselves. Bai Feng generously obliged, and although they possessed greater strength than him, after 5 or 6 attempts, they too felt the strain in their arms. They expressed a reluctance to part with the bow, pleading with Bai Feng to bestow it upon them or at the very least allow them to use it. Bai Feng, filled with pride, lifted his head high and walked away with an air of superiority, while Shennong and Chi trailed behind like sycophants, their faces betraying their admiration. In Chapter 30, The Herd of Bison, Bai Feng ultimately refrained from bestowing the bow upon anyone, instead permitting them to take turns using it, asserting that if they desired a bow of their own, they must learn to craft one. The successful creation of a finished bow indicated that the method of production was sound. Shennong and Chi, as the earliest apprentices, unfortunately, were more brawn than skill, often wasting materials. Unable to bear it any longer, Bai Feng instructed them to step aside and find a craftsman to learn from, while they filled in for the original artisan. Crafting a bow required several days, but it was fortunate that multiple bows could be made simultaneously. Following Bai Feng's craftsmanship teachings, A variety of artisans began to emerge within the tribe. Bai Feng offered everyone the opportunity to try their hand at different tasks. Those with talent were retained, while those without were reassigned. By now, many competent potters had been developed, and a few had even surpassed Bai Feng, deserving of the term exemplary. Bai Feng also aimed to cultivate carpenters, though the craft required more time to master than pottery. Only 2 had grasped the basics of woodworking thus far, still far from becoming true carpenters. Fortunately, Bai Feng's expectations were not high. There was still ample time, and he only needed to stay slightly ahead of the era, knowing that future advancements would come swiftly. Allowing them to refine the bow themselves, Bai Feng returned to his forge, where he continued to explore and improve his techniques, including methods like steel tempering and steel wrapping. He was familiar with the terminology but lacked practical knowledge of the processes. However, he believed that by following the names, success would eventually come. Discontent with his tools, Bai Feng constructed a superior furnace, expending a considerable amount of iron to create a hammer and an anvil, which significantly enhanced his blacksmithing efficiency. His iron tongs were also nearly complete, promising to eliminate the need for bamboo clamps, which had previously required dozens for a single blade. As the sun dipped in the west, Bai Feng's heart was gripped by anxiety, fearful that some of his tribespeople might not return. In the forge, he eagerly awaited the hunters' return. Today they returned unusually early, yet their hands were empty, devoid of any game. Their faces bore signs of shame, fearing ridicule from their industrious kin. Bai Feng first inquired whether everyone had returned safely, if they had encountered any dangers, or if anyone was injured. Upon receiving affirmative responses, he breathed a sigh of relief and then asked why they had failed to bring back any game, noting that even on the worst days, they usually managed to catch a rabbit or 2. The leader of the group, Ji, stepped forward to explain. Ji, known for his exceptional spear-throwing accuracy, had no name, prompting Bai Feng to bestow upon him the name Ji. Unlike the others, Ji faced Bai Feng with a serious demeanor rather than shame, stating, "Chieftain, the lack of game today is my fault. Please do not punish them." Witnessing Ji's willingness to shoulder responsibility, Bai Feng's initial displeasure dissipated entirely, as he sensed a spirit of camaraderie and accountability in this untamed wilderness. "Then do enlighten me, what error did you commit?" Ji looked Bai Feng in the eye and explained, "Not long after we set out today, we began tracking signs of game and soon discovered fresh bison tracks. As we followed them, we stumbled upon a massive herd of bison in a densely populated area, with hoofprints scattered everywhere. We trailed the tracks to a valley in the southern part of the forest, where we found the enormous herd. It was vast." Ji stretched his arms wide, attempting to convey the sheer size of the herd. In the tribe, more than half the members could count to 10, as they all possessed 10 fingers, a skill Bai Feng had taught them. However, beyond that, few could count accurately. Observing Ji's gestures, Bai Feng estimated the herd to number no less than 300. He then queried, "So, what did you do after following them?" Ji, appearing anxious, replied, "Chieftain, our numbers were too few. We dared not act directly. Instead, we circled the valley to observe their position and made markers. By the time we returned, it was already late, and we could not pursue any other game." He continued, "However, if we can gather more people, we can surround the bison herd and surely capture many. How can you be certain that, when we are prepared, the bison will still be there?" Sensing Bai Feng's interest in a potential hunt, Ji grew more fervent. "We observed that the herd has been there for several days. The dung and tracks mostly date back several days. There are still bison gathering together. If we go early, they surely have left." The white wind indeed stirred his heart. The convergence of the formidable herd of bison was indeed intimidating. Yet with a well-placed ranged attack to sow confusion and inflict damage, there was certainly potential for a significant bounty. If they could capture a calf and nurture it through several generations, it would undoubtedly evolve into a more docile creature akin to a draft animal. The white wind readily acquiesced, and upon hearing this, the hunters heaved a collective sigh of relief, even feeling a surge of elation. Should their encirclement succeed, they would emerge as the tribe's esteemed benefactors. More experienced in the art of hunting than the white wind, he inquired of the hunter about the necessary provisions, the required number of participants, and the time of departure, promising to make the necessary arrangements. The hunter promptly insisted that their hunting party required a full complement of their team for the encirclement. The more spears, the better, ideally with each person wielding several. The sooner, the better. The white wind acknowledged with a simple sound, instructing the hunters to return and rest, assuring them he would devise a plan. Originally, the hunting party consisted of 100 members, but with the deer having stealthily escaped and a few individuals deemed unsuitable for hunting having been excluded, they now numbered just over 80. This upcoming encirclement would necessitate around 200 participants. The White Wind hesitated to take all the men, as some must remain to guard the home. Thus, he resolved to bring along 200 individuals, both men and women, as the latter could competently assist in blocking the bison's retreat. While there were not enough iron-tipped spears, a batch of bamboo spears could be hastily produced, sharpened and equipped with throwing devices, which would still possess considerable lethality in sufficient numbers. It was already too late for the day, so preparations for this grand encirclement would commence the following day. The White Wind's minimum expectation was to capture 30 bison. If they could secure some alive, it would mark the inception of the tribe's pastoral endeavors. Just as the White Wind was contemplating the intricate details of the bison capture operation, someone shouted, "Chief!" Turning his gaze, the White Wind saw the deer waving at him in the sunset, and upon noticing the White Wind's attention, he dashed toward him. However, upon seeing the deer, the White Wind's previously uplifted spirits plummeted, for he noticed the deer was burdened with something on his shoulder. The deer hurriedly approached and unceremoniously dropped the deer he had caught at the White Wind's feet, then grinned widely, extending his hand toward the chief. With a stern expression, the White Wind inquired, "What do you intend by extending your hand? What do you seek? Did you not leave the tribe? Why return now?" The youth, no more than a teenager, felt the chill in the White Wind's voice, and his smile faded, his hand slowly falling back to his side. "I merely wish to retrieve my small knife which you promised me." Chapter 31. Fire Attack. The White Wind found it difficult to summon the resolve to punish the deer. Though he had become a robust laborer in this desolate expanse, at just a tender age, he was in a phase of youthful defiance, unafraid of the world. How could he justly punish him? Perhaps with a bamboo shoot stir-fried with cured meat, using slender bamboo strips to strike the palm and then the rear, all while admonishing him not to depart the tribe without notice, and warning that should he dare to flee again, he would be banished forever. As he administered the punishment, he observed the deer's reactions, surprised to find him truly enduring it, remaining silent and defiant. "Have you made a mistake?" the White Wind asked. The deer shook his head. The White Wind struck again with renewed vigor. "At such a time, you ought to admit your wrongs. Even if you are unwilling, you should concede. Understand? A small stick yields to a larger one. Why are you so obstinate?" Only then did the deer, with tear-filled eyes, look up at the White Wind. "If I concede, will you indeed craft me a knife?" "Certainly, but should you disobey again and flee, I will retract it." The deer then uttered, "Then I was wrong. Have the healer take this lad inside to rest," pointing out the welts on his rear as a teaching example. "Observe, the thickest part of a person's body is the rear, with few and deep acupoints. My method of striking will only bruise the flesh, causing him some discomfort, but will not harm the tendons or bones. When conditions allow, I shall instruct you on how to prepare remedies for such injuries. For now, let him recuperate. He shall be able to rise by tomorrow." The healer nodded, listening attentively, even reaching to touch the deer's bruises. The deer let out a pained yelp, leading to mutual insults between the two, while the White Wind simply clapped his hands and departed. The next day, the White Wind addressed all the tribespeople regarding their impending bison hunt, urging everyone to work in unison. Thus, all members of the tribe began to chop bamboo and wood to fashion spears and throwing devices. To facilitate the transportation of weapons and the eventual hauling of captured bison, the White Wind designed a backpack frame, proving far more practical for carrying larger items than traditional woven baskets. The construction was straightforward, resulting in a swift production of several, which were immediately put to use, allowing the tribespeople to carry bamboo and timber. The deer was among those transporting bamboo, yet he always made a point to pass directly before the White Wind, often at a run. Were it not for the White Wind's understanding of the deer's nature, he might have assumed the deer was taunting him. "With such little strength after yesterday's beating, I could easily outrun you today." As the deer once again made a deliberate detour to prance before the White Wind, he could no longer contain himself. "Stop, stop, stop, deer. What do you want? Speak plainly. Do not keep flaunting before my eyes." He dropped the bamboo to the ground, bashfully scratching his rear, and said, "Chief, when will you give me my knife?" "What?" the deer exclaimed loudly. "The small knife." The White Wind mused that indeed, children were much alike, and ceased to tease him further. "It must be done in order. You have over 10 individuals ahead of you awaiting their turn. Once they are attended to, it will be your turn. As long as you refrain from mischief, you shall certainly receive it." With this affirmation, the deer joyfully shouted and hurriedly picked up the bamboo, racing away. By nightfall, the combined total of bamboo and wooden spears exceeded 1,300, predominantly bamboo, with the wooden ones being sparse. On average, each individual could wield about 6 spears. thus preparing them for a prosperous hunt. The White Wind advised everyone to retire early, for they would set out at dawn for the encirclement, urging them to rest well and maintain their strength. At the break of dawn, the White Wind gathered the more than 200 participants for the encirclement, ensuring they were equipped and ready to depart. The remaining tribespeople continued with their tasks, while the shaman stayed behind to guard the home. Formidable warriors like Shennong and Chiyou were essential for the hunt, and the White Wind was likewise obliged to join. Shennong bore a bow on his back, a quiver of arrows fashioned from bamboo containing several projectiles, and wielded a long iron-tipped spear, resembling a general in armor, if only he were adorned with a beast-skin skirt instead. The White Wind held a spear as well, yet preferred to call it a gun, as it was not intended for throwing. At his waist hung the knife he had crafted, the longest and finest he had made thus far. The other tribespeople, robust men, spread out around the perimeter, each armed with a wooden spear, with half of them possessing iron spear tips. The remaining tribespeople formed the inner circle, carrying bundles of spears for logistical support. They hurried along their path, and by the time the White Wind estimated it was nearing 11 o'clock, they arrived at the valley. Fresh hoof prints and droppings were visible all around, indicating that the herd was indeed present. Advancing further, they found an elevated vantage point, granting a sweeping view of the expansive landscape, where the White Wind finally beheld the immense bison herd. The number of bison far exceeded his expectations, roughly estimating over 2,000 heads. This valley, nestled between two great mountains, was flat and remarkably narrow, with gentle slopes extending down to the valley floor on either side. Observing the traces left by the flood, Bai Feng discerned that this was a floodplain formed by a mountain torrent. Given its lower elevation, the herd of cattle likely regarded this area as a wintering ground. Unless unforeseen circumstances arose, it was reasonable to assume that they would return here next autumn, transforming this site into a fixed hunting ground for the Bai Feng tribe. Leading his people, Bai Feng positioned them downwind. Although it was a valley, its elongated and wide shape rendered it impossible for their small number to encircle the area effectively. Such an idea was indeed fanciful. Feeling the autumn breeze and gazing at the gradually withering grasslands, Bai Feng conceived a bold idea, yet he feared it might spiral out of control. As his companions gazed at him with confusion, he continued to advance downwind until he encountered a relatively narrow area, almost barren, surrounded by sheer stone walls devoid of vegetation. This was the perfect spot. Bai Feng instructed the majority of his followers to remain here, armed with spears, lying in ambush, while he took a select few to ascend upwind to ignite a fire. As a modern individual, Bai Feng harbored a profound apprehension of igniting flames in the wilderness. His respect for fire exceeded that of primitive men. Fire was an uncontrollable force, and once ignited, its ferocity was unpredictable. This time, he could only maximize the fire south power to drive the wild buffalo away. There was little to burn below, so they would likely halt there. If the wildfire raged unabated, he would have to let it be. The potential damage at this juncture was far less severe than in later eras, given the sparse human presence. Accompanied by dozens of men, Bai Feng reached a suitable position and ignited the fire. The dry grass served as excellent fuel, and with the assistance of the wind, the flames rapidly spread. The speed at which the fire surged forward startled Bai Feng. After all, he could not outrun its advance. The buffalo herd below sensed danger, becoming restless. The wind maintained a consistent direction, blowing steadily, ensuring that the flames did not encroach upon the upwind side. Within a mere minute, the fire had traveled from the hillside to the valley floor. Some buffalo, upon realizing the impending threat, quickly circumvented the wall of flames and retreated to the upwind area, narrowly escaping disaster, continuing to graze at a safe distance. However, many others were unable to flee in time, and the inferno engulfed them, the heat and smoke prompting the distant buffalo to become aware of the unfolding chaos, leading them to leisurely retreat. Yet, those closest to the flames could not wait. They began to bolt, driven by the instinct to escape the raging fire, inadvertently dragging more buffalo along with them and accelerating the retreat of those further away. Before long, in the narrow canyon, the wild buffalo, compelled by the fire, surged forward in an ever-thickening mass, their speed increasing. Some buffalo were trampled underfoot, injured or killed by their fellow herd members. Bai Feng and his followers trailed behind the advancing inferno, meticulously scouring the scorched battlefield amidst the still warm ashes. Chapter 32. A Bounty of Meat. Bai Feng and his companions tirelessly searched for buffalo that had been injured or killed in the chaos, though their numbers were few. Most were still alive, having been knocked over and trampled by their panicked kin, their bodies broken and bloody. Upon discovering these unfortunate creatures, Bai Feng swiftly severed their carotid arteries to expedite their demise. This not only ensured a quick death, but also enhanced the flavor of the meat, reducing its gamey taste. Under normal hunting conditions, Bai Feng would never dare to bleed an animal in the wilderness, fearing it would attract other formidable predators. He would worry not only about the preservation of his prey but also about becoming a meal himself. However, shielded by the raging fire, Bai Feng felt no such apprehensions. No matter how fierce the beasts, their instinct would be to flee from the encroaching flames rather than seek food through the fire's barrier. Even if the fire were to extinguish, the lingering smoke would mask the scent of blood. They had already located 4 buffalo, each impressively sized, with yellow-white fur and straight horns. Bai Feng found it impossible to associate them with any known breed from the future, as they resembled the antelope of the Qinling Mountains more than anything else. Standing upright, they nearly matched Bai Feng's height, with a single beast providing enough sustenance for the entire tribe for a day, and the true encirclement was only just beginning. The flames, driven by the wind, surged forward, forcing the cattle to flee, while those waiting in ambush below watched the smoke and dust kicked up by the herd, their anxiety mounting. They were safe atop the stone walls from the fire, and the spears cast from above bore greater lethality. Yet the encroaching heat and the sensation of suffocation from the flames remained palpable. When the crowded buffalo reached the narrow pass, with a commanding voice, Shennong ordered all to simultaneously cast their spears. Though most missed their targets, any buffalo struck, combined with the chaos of their companions, left no chance of escape. The initial volleys startled the herd. Sensing danger, they hesitated, unwilling to advance. Yet those behind, unaware of the situation and driven by the flames, surged forward. The frontmost buffalo could only continue their frantic rush, pressed forward by their companions. As the herd became densely packed once more, Shennong launched a second volley of spears, striking more buffalo than the first. Similar to before, a brief pause ensued, yet the herd pressed onward. By the time the final barrage was complete, a portion of the herd remained trapped in the narrow pass, leaving Shennong and his companions to lament their missed opportunity. Ultimately, the fire did not reach Xiong's position but, propelled by the wind, swept away towards another direction, the extent of devastation unknown. As they descended to gather their spoils, Bai Feng and his followers gradually approached, and when the two groups converged, they were astonished by the mountainous pile of buffalo at the narrow pass. Bai Feng had initially envisioned capturing 20 heads as a remarkable feat, yet they had already collected 7 along the way, with over 50 more amassed here. Each buffalo weighed at least 1,000 pounds. Observing the men, Bai Feng noted that they could easily carry 200 to 300 pounds with little difficulty, exhibiting greater physical prowess than their counterparts in later eras. However, even disregarding the head and hooves, which yielded little meat, the usable flesh from a single buffalo would still amount to approximately 800 pounds, necessitating 4 men to transport it back. With such a large number of buffalo, they needed to process them here, as returning before nightfall was impossible. Therefore, Bai Feng resolved to set up camp in the valley for the night. They began by bleeding each captured buffalo, removing the spears, and extracting the entrails, stacking them aside. By the time they had completed half of the task, the ground beneath Bai Feng was a mire of blood, the stench overwhelming, with swarms of flies buzzing about. The blood flowed like a stream, making Bai Feng feel nauseous, while his tribesmen reveled in laughter and conversation. In that moment, Bai Feng felt an acute sense of disconnection from this wilderness. Though physically present as the leader of several hundred individuals, his spirit remained anchored in a time thousands, even tens of thousands of years ahead. Quietly, he withdrew from the slaughter site, finding refuge behind a stone to clear his stomach, feeling somewhat relieved. This encirclement was his initiative, his plan, and he had ignited the first spark. Yet now he felt discomfort, and Bai Feng chuckled at himself, acknowledging his own sensitivity. After regaining his composure, Bai Feng returned to the slaughter site, cheerfully encouraging his tribesmen or sternly reprimanding those who slacked off, directing their efforts. As the sun dipped toward the west and the mosquitoes became increasingly bothersome, they finished processing all the buffalo they had collected along the way, their bodies strewn haphazardly in the valley, creating a truly staggering sight. In total, there were 64 buffalo, 17 of which were calves or yearlings, yet still substantial, significantly larger than an adult deer. The physical distinction between bulls and cows is rather subtle. However, bulls possess longer and thicker horns. Yet, Bai Feng surmises that uncastrated cattle will likely not yield a significantly better flavor, and the meat from cows is probably more delectable. After gathering the spears once more, he planted them at an angle around the temporary campsite. Only after establishing this protective barrier did Bai Feng feel a sense of security return. With this circle of defense, any attempt to raid the beef or attack Bai Feng and his companions would not be an easy feat together. They felled 3 trees on the mountain, and once ignited, the fire would burn brightly until dawn, warding off wild beasts and, to some extent, the bothersome mosquitoes and flies. With 200 individuals, they feasted, managing to consume only a calf. Bai Feng took a heart, sliced a bit of brisket, skewered it, and placed it over the fire to roast. Once it sizzled and released its juices, he took a bite while it was still warm. It was tender, yet the flavor was rather mediocre, lacking any seasoning. Bai Feng had anticipated that consuming the heart was a task befitting a king, for the lion consumes the heart of its prey. But he soon realized that no one cared for the offal when there was far more palatable and filling meat available. He suspected he had fallen victim to the misleading tales of later generations, where the focus lies on who takes the first bite, rather than what part is consumed. The tribesmen took turns keeping watch. Even with a fire, they could not afford to be careless. Through the crackling of the flames, distant howls of wolves, and the rhythmic sounds of his kin's slumber, Bai Feng endured the night. Upon rising, no one dared to waste time. They began to skin the cattle and butcher the meat for easier transport. Bai Feng was indifferent to the offal, yet no one else was willing to discard it. After carelessly squeezing out the contents of the stomach and intestines, they piled everything together, preparing to carry it back. Bai Feng originally intended to discard the head and hooves, but under the strong insistence of the tribesmen, he ultimately disposed of only the truly meatless hooves, insisting that the head must be brought back, as they declared it was worth the effort. In the end, nearly everyone carried something, with only a few left empty-handed, as they prepared to depart in the early afternoon. Including Bai Feng, 23 individuals were armed to guard the group, paving the way, providing rear support, and observing the surroundings to ensure they could respond to any sudden beast attacks and give their fellow tribesmen ample warning. Aside from the iron-headed spears, all others were abandoned in the wilderness, as such burdens were deemed excessive. With over 50 iron spears, they were adequately equipped to handle any unforeseen circumstances along the way. Once the formation was organized and all was ready, Bai Feng issued the command to set forth, with Shennong shouldering 4 spears and leading the way with his bow, while Bai Feng brought up the rear. As the tribesmen ascended the slope, preparing to leave the valley, the mournful moo of a calf caught Bai Feng's attention. Turning around, he beheld a solitary white calf standing on the dark earth, seemingly lost and unsure of where to go. Chapter 33. The Journey Home. The white calf wandered aimlessly in the Black Valley, its cries attracting the attention of all, including Bai Feng. In his eyes, the scene epitomized endless solitude, reminiscent of his own arrival here, fleeing from the cannibalistic tribe's cave into the wilderness. Yet now, the roles of the cannibals were reversed. It was Bai Feng and his kin who filled that role. A deep pang of guilt pierced Bai Feng's heart, but he felt powerless to articulate or act upon it. Regardless of the situation, any action would only expose his most shameless side, akin to a harlot seeking respectability. In contrast, the wild folk were more forthright. They sought food for survival, and the calf's gaze was merely one of seeking sustenance, devoid of any sense of shame. Bai Feng urged everyone to continue onward, taking 3 individuals with him to capture the calf, knowing that without the protection of a herd, it would soon fall prey to other predators. Yet Bai Feng did not shamelessly claim to wish to protect the calf. He repeatedly reminded himself that he needed the calf, that he needed to domesticate cattle to establish a pastoral economy for his tribe. If successful in domestication, the cattle would serve as a tremendous asset when his tribe eventually transitioned into true agricultural civilization. As Bai Feng and his companions approached to encircle the calf, he was surprised to find that it had no intention of fleeing. Perhaps it had gone without food or rest since the previous night, tirelessly searching for its herd, and was now utterly exhausted. Bai Feng easily approached the calf, extending a hand to stroke its head. It did not shy away or resist. Instead, it sniffed and extended its thorny tongue to lick his hand, completely unaware that Bai Feng was the architect behind its current plight. Just as the guilt within Bai Feng began to surface, it was deftly suppressed by his primal instincts as he smiled at his tribesmen, attempting to embrace the calf's neck and lead it forward. The calf complied obediently, not resisting as it followed Bai Feng along. Bai Feng parted its thick lips to reveal its nearly complete set of teeth, indicating that the calf was now capable of grazing, no longer reliant on milk. The main group moved slowly due to their heavy burdens, so Bai Feng instructed the 3 to keep pace and continue their protective watch, while he lagged behind with the calf, concerned that the sight of its deceased kin's head might be too cruel and could frighten the calf into fleeing. Along the way, crows flitted about in the trees, attempting to pilfer bits of beef from Bai Feng's tribe. The scraps of meat and entrails that fell to the ground were of no concern to the tribesmen, yet they were fervently contested by the crows. Upon realizing that humans paid little heed to their stealthy foraging, the crows grew bolder, even engaging in skirmishes beneath the feet of the humans. As they traveled further, Bai Feng noted that an increasing number of creatures had begun to follow them, initially only crows, but now he could see the furtive forms of foxes and badgers, and even a magnificent eagle soaring overhead. A sense of unease gnawed at Bai Feng. Although they were numerous, the presence of these various animals sent chills down his spine and made his palms sweat. He shouted for the surrounding tribesmen to remain vigilant, loosening his grip on the calf's neck to allow it to follow on its own. Bai Feng tightened his hold on his spear, keeping his elbow close to his blade. The cacophony of crows increasingly irritated Bai Feng. With over 200 tribesmen, the only sounds accompanying them were the labored breaths of those burdened with heavy loads. Bai Feng felt that singing a work song would be most fitting at this moment, yet neither he nor his kin possessed the ability to do so. After taking a moment to compose himself, Bai Feng inhaled deeply and bellowed. A call to arms beyond the tent. The calf trembled and jumped aside at the sound, while the other tribesmen, hindered by their loads, were unable to turn their heads, and the vigilant ones looked back at their leader in confusion. Bai Feng paid no mind to their bewilderment. He felt as though a dark cloud had lifted with his shout, alleviating much of his anxiety. He continued to raise his voice. How could the heroes not laugh aloud, as a lone rider tramples the Tang camp, only to slay the young men, bringing them sorrow, turning rivers red with blood, and leaving mountains piled high with corpses, with nowhere to bury them. The crows in the trees were startled into silence, retreating to observe from a distance, curious about what this human was doing, while Bai Feng's voice seemed to ease the tribesmen's panic. Bai Feng continued to sing. Little Tang was frightened by someone's audacity, who dared to trample the 5 camps in revenge after 20 years. The executioners await outside the battlefield. The tribesmen, oblivious to the meaning behind Bai Feng's song, were equally unaware that words could be woven into such rhythm and melody, and they began to clumsily mimic Bai Feng's singing style. The segment of the Qin opera Zhan Dan Tong is deemed by Bai Feng to be the most tragic and grandiose, yet he possesses only this fragment of skill. Recognizing the long road ahead, he begins to repeat the song from the beginning, while the tribespeople hum along, gradually catching on to the melody even if they do not know the words. The procession, imbued with a sense of majesty, advances with great vigor, scaring away petty thieves and lurking beasts alike. The voices of Bai Feng and his companions resonate loudly, instilling fear in the guardians of the home, who can only hear the strange sounds echoing from the distant forest. Each of them is filled with trepidation, especially since those who ventured out the previous night have yet to return. Even the shaman, who could once be the pillar of strength, finds himself lost and uncertain in the face of these ominous sounds. As the noises draw nearer, most of the tribe's fighting force has departed, leaving the remaining members to grasp their weapons and take shelter inside their homes, prepared to fight to the death if necessary. The shaman dons his feathered crown, gripping his staff in one hand and a knife in the other, standing resolutely before the heavens and the earth. He ignites a large fire, praying for divine protection, contemplating the ultimate sacrifice of plunging the knife into his own heart if all else fails, offering himself to the gods in a bid to shield his tribe. The peculiar sounds grow increasingly close, and the shaman's prayers hasten. His hands slick with sweat as he raises the knife to his heart, awaiting the moment when his kin rush out to confront danger, ready to offer himself as a sacrifice. Listening intently, he realizes that the group has emerged from the forest and onto the plain, and he anticipates the call to arms from his people. Yet the strange roars draw nearer without the sound of their advance. He assumes that his kin, gripped by fear, are retreating, and prepares to lead them into battle himself. To his astonishment, he sees familiar faces returning, laden with countless spoils, the peculiar roars transforming into a splendid war song. The shaman drops the knife, narrowly avoiding a self-inflicted injury, yet he pays it no mind, shouting in exhilaration as he rushes to greet them. The hidden tribespeople, witnessing this joyful reunion, also emerge with cheers. At the forefront stands the bear, receiving an exuberant welcome. He had never experienced such admiration during his tenure as chief, and his joy is overwhelming. The tribespeople, burdened with meat, deposit their bounty on the ground with a resounding thud, eager to showcase their achievements. The guardians of the home, having never witnessed such a spectacle, marvel at the mountain of meat, joyfully touching and sniffing the bounty. Bai Feng arrives last, followed by a small white calf, and the tribe erupts with even greater cheers and accolades for their chief, then turns their attention to the calf, inquiring when it will be slaughtered. Bai Feng shakes his head, declaring, "I will not slaughter it. It represents the future of our tribe." Chapter 34, The Bonfire Feast. Bai Feng leads the calf to the side of his dwelling, providing it with fodder and offering it salted water, along with a handful of grass seeds. The calf devours the feed voraciously before settling down to ruminate peacefully. The tribespeople are puzzled by the chief's decision not to slaughter the calf. Yet they think little of it, for there is an abundance of meat, and they wonder how long it will last. Upon returning after ensuring the calf is settled, Bai Feng finds that under the direction of the bear and the shaman, all the meat has been gathered and systematically cut into smaller pieces, generously coated with thick salt for preservation. With so many hands at work, the labor is swift. Everyone merely repeats the tasks assigned to them, and soon, the crimson beef is transformed into a pristine white pile. The tribe possesses several newly constructed empty houses, one of which is selected to serve as a meat storage facility, with bamboo laid on the ground to prevent moisture, and salt spread at the base before the meat is placed atop. Bai Feng is uncertain how long this method will preserve the meat, as it is meant for winter storage. Thus, he uses salt liberally, with the salt lake nearby ensuring there is no shortage. Once everything is organized, the sun begins to set. Observing the jubilant tribespeople, Bai Feng calls out, "My dear family, tonight we shall feast on an unlimited supply of meat. Eat as much as you desire. Let us hold a grand banquet to reward everyone for their hard work during this time." The tribespeople may not comprehend every word, but they understand the promise of unlimited meat, and thus they cheer in unison. The bonfire is lit, and the beef is cooked in various ways, boiled or grilled, as one prefers, since the meat storage is readily accessible, and no one will hinder them from taking what they desire. The tribespeople are filled with joy. Untreated cowhide secures it tightly, and fashions a rudimentary drum. The sound may be dull and unmelodious, yet it suffices as a musical instrument. Bai Feng squeezes the drum between his legs, rhythmically striking it with his hands, drawing the attention of the tribespeople, who are captivated by the cheerful drumming. The beat grows increasingly lively, prompting one tribe member to let out an "oh-oh," which is soon echoed by others, their calls synchronizing with the rhythm of Bai Feng's drumming. The shaman, in a frenzy, begins to perform an eccentric dance, stirring up clouds of dust. Bai Feng hands the drum to the exhausted shaman, who has now learned to replicate Bai Feng's drumming pattern. Bai Feng steps away and takes the hands of the tribespeople on either side, encouraging them to form a circle. He then begins to teach them the Guozhuang dance step by step. Before long, everyone is dancing, abandoning all restraint as they whirl around the bonfire, tireless in their revelry. As the night deepens, the children grow weary and collapse onto the ground, while the adults begin to feel their energy waning. One by one, they retire to rest. Although Bai Feng is physically fatigued, his spirit remains exuberant. At last, he feels a sense of belonging to this world and this tribe, no longer engulfed by loneliness. He laboriously closes the meat storage door, checks all the warehouses, and inspects the walls of each dwelling for signs of life, ensuring everything is in order. Only after confirming all is well does Bai Feng, the chief, conclude his duties and retreat into his small abode to sleep. As soon as he lies down, a loud banging echoes at the door. Bai Feng, having just surveyed the surroundings, wonders what could possibly be amiss, and seizes his knife to peer through the crack. To his surprise, it is the calf which he had forgotten was lying outside. He opens the door, and the calf enters naturally, settling onto the small bed Bai Feng has made of grass and animal hides. Bai Feng, bemused, gently nudges it away, before lying down himself. The calf continues to ruminate, chewing contentedly, which irks Bai Feng, who finally drifts into slumber only to be disturbed by the calf's snoring. "What on earth are you snoring for?" he thinks, pushing it again. The calf shakes its head and resumes its slumber. Exhausted and drowsy, Bai Feng ultimately succumbs to sleep amidst the calf's rhythmic snoring. It is unclear how much time passes, but Bai Feng is vaguely aware of a woman weeping and a group shouting, reminiscent of a horror film, instilling fear deep within him. Believing it to be a nightmare, he contemplates how to escape the dream. However, the clamor grows increasingly close until suddenly, his door is pounded open. Bai Feng and the calf both spring to their feet, witnessing a tribe member babbling incoherently and pointing outside. Bai Feng cannot comprehend his words, assuming a beast must be approaching. He hastily grabs his knife, preparing to charge forth, but the tribe member quickly intercepts him, wresting the knife from his grasp and replacing it with a sturdy bamboo pole, urging Bai Feng to follow him outside. The woman's cries emanated from room Gung 3, prompting Bai Feng to hasten towards the source without a moment's delay. Outside the dwelling, the relatives of Gung 3 were anxiously clamoring. Upon noticing Bai Feng's arrival, several women quickly seized him and ushered him inside, verge of being born, although the delivery had yet to commence. The women pointed at the bamboo staff in Bai Feng's hand, insisting that he roll it over the pregnant woman's abdomen, as one would roll out dough, to aid in the expulsion of the child. Bai Feng, taken aback by such absurdity, inquired as to the rationale behind this method. To which the women asserted that only by applying pressure to the woman's belly could the child be delivered swiftly. Otherwise, it would suffocate within. Bai Feng, naturally incredulous at this nonsensical notion, discarded the staff and declared, "How could one possibly roll out a child? I shall reciprocate the treatment upon you from head to toe." And in this era, societal norms held little sway. Approaching the expectant mother, he observed by the flickering firelight that her amniotic sac had ruptured. Yet her cervix was not fully dilated. Her cries were piercing, indicative of the excruciating pain she was enduring. Bai Feng dared not be complacent. Should complications arise, he would be ill-equipped to provide aid, as the most drastic measure might entail sacrificing the mother to save the child through a cesarean, which was fraught with uncertainty. Gently palpating her abdomen, he was relieved to feel vigorous fetal movements, and thankfully, the fetus appeared to be in the correct position. The delivery might be arduous, but it would not result in a breach. The cause of her agonizing cries seemed to stem from her substantial belly, exacerbated by having overindulged at the recent feast, compressing her abdomen uncomfortably. The room was filthy and disheveled. For the sake of both the child and the mother, Bai Feng resolved to commandeer a small house that a potter had painstakingly constructed for himself, which had just been completed and cleaned, but not yet inhabited. Upon hearing of Bai Feng's intent to appropriate his home, the potter's expression turned anguished, as if his hard-earned dwelling was being seized from him. Bai Feng reassured him that he would ensure a larger and more splendid house would be built for him by the tribe by the following day. The potter, tears welling in his eyes, remained silent, clearly reluctant to part with the fruits of his labor, which represented his dedication. Bai Feng, feeling helpless yet unable to compel the potter, was increasingly anxious as the mother drew closer to delivery. An idea struck him. He beckoned the potter and inquired if he had ever shared a bed with the expectant mother. The potter, after a moment's reflection, nodded. With a mischievous grin, Bai Feng seized the opportunity. "Is she not pleasing to the eye?" he queried, to which the potter numbly agreed. "Then she shall be your wife, and you her husband. Now, as your wife prepares to bear your child, will you still bar her from your home?" Chapter 35 Dawn. The potter, struck by the implications of Bai Feng's words, was utterly bewildered, grappling with the concepts of wife and husband. Bai Feng promptly instructed the women in his party to carry the expectant mother into the potter's house. As they exited, Bai Feng patted the potter on the shoulder, assuring him, "Fear not, the house remains yours, and you have gained a wife and child. What a fortune!" Whether he perceived himself as a mere caretaker was uncertain, but it was evident that he would share in the responsibilities of fatherhood, which would not be burdensome. The potter's home had transformed into a makeshift delivery room. Aside from Bai Feng and one woman, all others were to keep their distance, though the potter was permitted to observe from the doorway. Bai Feng possessed minimal experience in childbirth. He had studied obstetrics for a time, allowing him to ascertain the fetal position through palpation, but he had never actively participated in a delivery. Boiling water and sterilized instruments were prepared for the temporary birthing chamber. Upon witnessing Bai Feng wield a gleaming knife, the expectant mother became increasingly fearful, dreading that he might cut open her belly to extract the child. Bai Feng could only offer reassurances, explaining that the knife was not intended for such a purpose. With the cervix nearly fully dilated, the mother began to exert herself. Bai Feng positioned her in the most suitable posture for delivery and awaited the emergence of the child. The process unfolded smoothly, as the baby's head crowned, followed by the rest of the tiny, soiled form tumbling into the world. Ensuring his hands were impeccably clean, Bai Feng supported the newborn and gently spanked its bottom, prompting a lusty cry that confirmed its vitality. After verifying that the infant was in good health, he severed the umbilical cord and securely tied it with sterilized thread. Turning his attention back to the mother, he noted her demeanor. She appeared far from exhausted. Rather, she bore an expression of relief, as though she had shed a burdensome weight. Regrettably, lacking fabric, Bai Feng resorted to wrapping the child in soft, treated animal hide after cleaning it, placing it before its mother with the words, "Congratulations, a precious son has been born." Exiting, he addressed the potter, "Congratulations, both mother and child are safe." Both men stood in a state of bewilderment, merely registering that another child had been born into their tribe, questioning the need for such fanfare. As Bai Feng stepped outside, the sun ascended, casting its first rays upon his face. In light of this, he resolved to name the child Dawn. For Bai Feng, it was only through nurturing this newborn that his worldview and knowledge might gradually be imparted. As the adults and even the children aged 8 or 9 had minds and perspectives as rigid as those of individuals in their 40s or 50s in later generations, leaving little room for exploration. However, A newborn was different. With diligent teaching and care, this child would undoubtedly come to understand Bai Feng's teachings, representing the future of the entire tribe. Even if Bai Feng were to perish, a new generation would follow the path he had illuminated. Perhaps it was true that those born in the wilderness possessed a vitality as resilient as the wild grasses thriving upon the saline land. After finding its mother, the child suckled hungrily and soon fell into a tranquil slumber within the animal hide swaddling. Humanity ought not to be as fragile as it currently appears, perpetually threatened by beasts. Human infants require at least 6 seasons to survive to the point of foraging for food independently, while creatures such as deer and cattle necessitate that their young stand and flee from predators immediately after birth. Having completed the delivery, Bai Feng took the potter aside for a discussion, recognizing the abruptness of the situation. The potter had unwittingly become an experimental participant in Bai Feng's advocacy for family structures. Bai Feng elucidated the meanings of husband, wife, son, and family. The potter listened in a daze, yet the assurance that the woman would belong solely to him, and that no other man, not even the chieftain, could claim her, filled him with a sense of triumph. If the potter sought to find a woman to propagate, he would first need to demonstrate his physical prowess and offer food in exchange, ensuring that his lineage was worthy and capable of providing sustenance. However, among the men of the tribe, the potter's competitive edge was not particularly strong, and yet he now possessed a woman who was exclusively his. He had all but forgotten the grievance of his house being occupied. Observing the potter's blissful smile, Bai Feng surmised that he had absorbed little of the lesson. He likely focused on what he had gained, overlooking the responsibilities that accompanied it. For the time being, this was of little concern. Should he feign ignorance in the future, there would be a whip to instill the necessary lessons. The members of other clans gradually awakened, and the habit of washing one's face and brushing teeth was maintained solely by Bai Feng. The other clansfolk only began to adopt the practices of washing hands and faces under Bai Feng's coercion and persuasion. The very first task Bai Feng undertook was to meticulously inscribe Gung San Li Ming upon a shard of pottery, perforate it to pass a cord through, and hang it upon the potter's dwelling. Simultaneously, he located the nameplates of the potter and his new wife, suspending them side by side above the inscription, thus marking the official emergence of the tribe's first 3-person household. The tribespeople were well aware of the arrival of a newborn, and upon witnessing their leader's joy, they too shared in the celebration. Currently, the tribe's food reserves were ample enough not only to last through winter but to sustain them until late spring of the following year, instilling a sense of calm and reassurance among them. There was no urgency to hunt, as the risks involved were deemed unnecessary. The water cisterns prepared by the tribe were already half excavated, and Bai Feng urged them to hasten their efforts. Bai Feng would not allow the hunting team any respite. Despite their great achievements, rest was not an option. They could remain nestled in their homes throughout the winter, but now it was time for labor. With the tribe's constant expansion, the previously designated area was no longer sufficient, prompting Bai Feng to delineate a larger perimeter, one that could accommodate a burgeoning population of 2,000 to 3,000 individuals. The plains leading to the tribe were unimpeded, and Bai Feng resolved to construct formidable walls in the designated areas to protect the tribe. Employing the rammed earth method, he utilized wooden planks and timber to stabilize the soil, applying pressure to compress it into walls, which could be continuously raised higher with additional planks and sticks. With over 100 individuals simultaneously engaged in wall construction, the spectacle was nothing short of awe-inspiring. Once the walls encircled the tribe, even a mere 10-centimeter height would allow Bai Feng to proclaim this place a city, with himself as its lord. With several such cities, he would ascend to kingship. Under Bai Feng's directives, the pottery team not only crafted various earthenware but also endeavored to produce bricks of assorted sizes. However, their first kiln fell short due to insufficient experience, resulting in a batch of inferior bricks. Bai Feng wasted none of them, laying them along the tribe's central thoroughfare. Even in their fragility, they were far superior to the muddy paths that emerged after rainfall. Bai Feng did not rush them, encouraging continuous experimentation. Mistakes were inconsequential, provided each attempt yielded improvement. Once the bricks were successfully fired, Bai Feng intended to pave the tribe's entire territory with them, showcasing to the uninitiated wild folk what it meant to be a prosperous household. Chapter 36. Journey to the Gathering. Bai Feng remained apprehensive about the stored meat. With the Mid-Autumn Festival still a week away and temperatures persisting at high levels, even a generous application of salt could not guarantee its preservation. The individuals tasked with cooking had become fairly consistent. After having tasted the simple yet skillfully prepared dishes by Bai Feng, the tribespeople were loath to return to their previous crude culinary methods. Bai Feng had now discovered wild seasonings such as sand leeks, Sichuan pepper, cinnamon, and star anise. And he could often see the purple flowers of thyme blooming everywhere, adding a distinct flavor when sprinkled over meat during cooking. Limited by available ingredients and tools, many of Bai Feng's culinary aspirations remained mere concepts. However, the few dishes he had presented had already given rise to a cadre of skilled cooks within the tribe. To enjoy more flavorful meals, one would need to assist others briefly, earning the chance to partake in the preparation. In the future, as resources became abundant and private ownership emerged, it was conceivable that one might employ chefs to prepare food in exchange for provisions. Though Bai Feng had not observed any signs of spoilage in the meat store, a lingering odor raised his suspicions, perhaps a psychological illusion stemming from excessive worry. Reminded of the meat preserves prepared in his previous life to prolong storage, Bai Feng considered this a more prudent approach. To cut meat, he employed a chef's knife, a task rendered simple with his growing skills in blacksmithing. He crafted 6 Chinese cleavers, their polished blades gleaming ominously after being honed on a whetstone. The tribespeople, believing these to be newly forged weapons, eagerly displayed their muscles and prowess before Bai Feng, vying for the opportunity to wield such tools. However, Bai Feng clarified that these knives were intended for culinary purposes, not for battle, leaving them utterly astonished. The preparation of meat preserves was a monumental endeavor. The tribespeople were more astonished by Bai Feng's decision to proceed with this than by the revelation that the knife was for cooking. Having already salted the meat extensively, they questioned its necessity. Bai Feng could only assert that it was for safety. Having never encountered such quantities of meat, he had no knowledge of how long salt could preserve it. The lives of over 400 tribe members were at stake, and he dared not take any chances. With a dozen large clay pots simmering simultaneously, Bai Feng acknowledged that while iron pots would have been ideal, his skills were not yet sufficient to craft them. He was unaware of how to transform a lump of iron into a smooth, uniformly thick pot. He diced the meat into small pieces or slices, employing high heat to render the fat, continuously stirring and adding salt until the fatty tissue was thoroughly rendered. Finally, the mixture was poured into a jar to cool, resulting in a preserve of meat enveloped in a layer of white fat, ready to be thawed and consumed at mealtime. With too much meat to finish in a single day, Bai Feng, after ensuring the health of the newborns and mothers, felt reassured and sought out the potter to continue his persuasion, declaring that entry into their home would be off-limits for a month, to be revisited later. With only 7 days remaining until the Mid-Autumn Festival, Bai Feng aimed to forge additional iron tools in preparation for the upcoming gathering. He intended to trade some at the meeting, and since the journey would take 3 days from the tribe to the gathering site, it was imperative to possess reliable weapons to avoid becoming prey to wolves along the way. The 4 days passed swiftly, and Bai Feng worked tirelessly to equip all 60 participants with iron spearheads and 3 iron daggers. On the morning of departure, Bai Feng led the group of 60, equipped with makeshift leather tents, pottery, ironware, and salted fish for trade. Bear served as the guide, having previously attended gatherings and knowing the route well. He carried a bow on his back, which he had largely claimed for himself, with arrows predominantly tipped with stone, sufficient for inflicting damage, leaving the shaman to guard the home. The gathering place lacked a specific name or location, yet following the great river downstream would inevitably lead them there. This river was the mother of the land, nurturing countless tribes along its banks. Bai Feng's tribe had originally resided by the river, only to be swept away by its fury, forcing them to retreat into the wilderness. Thus, reaching the riverbank became paramount, allowing them to drift downstream. Even if the river altered its course, it would not pose a problem, as they could convene at the new bank. The beef they carried served as provisions for the journey, and any game caught along the way could supplement their supplies for trading at the gathering. As night fell and they set up camp, Bai Feng employed the simple tent design he had devised. Although it still allowed some wind to seep through, it would suffice to shield them from rain. In Bai Feng's mind, the yurt represented the ultimate tent. Yet he understood its complexity and was uncertain how it was properly erected. The previous 2 nights passed without incident, but on the 3rd night, as they set up camp, Bai Feng spotted flickering lights across the expansive river and faintly heard the sound of conversation. Although the people remained unseen, this marked the first encounter with another human tribe, aside from his own native tribe and the cannibals. Bai Feng surmised that they too were en route to a gathering, yet uncertain of their intentions, he remained vigilant during their alternating night watches. Due to a change in the river's course, Bai Feng and his companions arrived at the meeting place a day later than anticipated, only reaching the bustling location on the 4th day. The selection of this site was likely due to a large sandbank that divided the once broad river, narrowing its flow. The larger tribes that arrived first had felled mighty trees and constructed a relatively wide log bridge atop the sandbank, allowing for communication between both banks. The throngs on the sandbank were more numerous than Bai Feng had ever witnessed, surpassing even the liveliness of rural markets in later times. He was astounded to discover that despite the desolation of the wilderness, many human tribes existed nearby. Bai Feng's expression mirrored that of a rustic bumpkin entering a city. Filled with curiosity, however, he found nothing appealing among the wares displayed, particularly the items cast aside by solitary wanderers, which he would not even consider picking up. The goods from the smaller tribes held little interest for him, consisting merely of pottery and stone tools, or some aesthetically pleasing stones that his tribe had long since abandoned. What truly captivated Bai Feng's attention were the tribes that exchanged women for goods. In this era, bartering human lives was commonplace, and for those women who endured hunger in their own tribes, being traded to wealthier tribes could potentially offer a better life, eliminating any notion of coercion. However, the prevailing aesthetic was peculiar. Perhaps Bai Feng's own sense of beauty was skewed by the times. The tribal men were drawn to women with barrel-shaped waists and round, ample backsides, yearning for their leaders to trade for such desirable companions. In stark contrast, they dismissed those emaciated women, whose thin waists and legs spoke of malnutrition. With scarcely a glance, Bai Feng felt a sense of unease. In this age, finding a woman who fit his ideals seemed a near impossibility. Would he be condemned to live out his days in solitude or forced to alter his own standards of beauty? One of Bai Feng's primary objectives in attending this gathering was to acquire suitable women for his tribe, as their numbers were insufficient. Only with an adequate population of women could they ensure natural growth. In the past, his impoverished tribe had to trade their own women for food during gatherings. But now that Bai Feng's tribe had prospered, they could afford to bring back numerous women. He believed that rewarding the most diligent members of his tribe with wives would inspire them to contribute even more to their community. While men could also be bought, Bai Feng was still grappling with the moral implications of treating people as livestock. If they were treated as ordinary tribesmen, the original members would undoubtedly voice their grievances, leading him to dismiss the idea of purchasing men altogether. Under the persistent urging of his tribe, Bai Feng exchanged 5 salted fish and a jar for a human life, resulting in the acquisition of 10 women. Shennong inspected their teeth to ascertain their youth and fertility, ensuring they were not past childbearing age. Each was robust and, in the eyes of the tribe, a remarkable beauty. Over 20 others were left unchosen, either too old or too malnourished to attract interest. Bai Feng was baffled by their perception of age and inquired about the ages of these older women. The leading figure among the tribesmen stated that most had just surpassed 30 winters, and for merely 2 salted fish, they could be taken back, still capable of working for several more years before succumbing to death, making it a worthwhile bargain. Bai Feng was taken aback. At just over 30, they were considered quite young, especially in later times when many remained unmarried well into their 30s. He believed that the short lifespan of primitive people stemmed from harsh living conditions, food scarcity, and frequent accidents, rather than a natural limit of only 30 years. After checking their pulses and examining their tongues, he concluded that their apparent frailty was due to a lack of nourishment, which had accelerated their aging. Their teeth were intact, and their vision and hearing were clear, indicating that they were still quite young and could live for many more years. 2 salted fish for 2 people you cannot lose. Leaving them in your tribe will only waste your resources, he argued. Alright. Bai Feng had not expected such prompt acceptance. Had he known, he might have pressed for a better deal. He handed over 4 salted fish in exchange for 8 of the so-called elderly women. The leader of the unknown tribe tied 4 knots in the rope with glee, clearly pleased with Bai Feng's generous offer of salted fish. Shennong could not fathom why Bai Feng would squander food on women who would likely not survive long in their tribe, deeming it wasteful. The women's dim eyes reflected their abandonment, making them seem useless, and had this gathering not yielded results, they would have been left to fend for themselves in the wilderness. Bai Feng then turned to Shennong and asked, "How many winters have you lived?" Shennong reminisced. "I became leader in my 17th winter, counting on his fingers, 1, 2, 3, 4, this is the 4th winter since I became leader." Bai Feng, addressing not just Shennong but the entire tribe, queried, "How many winters can a person live?" 30, 20, I don't know, but certainly not more than 30. The crowd buzzed with voices, and Bai Feng raised his hand for silence, stating earnestly, "As long as one is not starved, frozen, sickened, or devoured by beasts, one can live at least 70 winters. Those women who have only seen 30 winters are still quite young. Upon our return to the tribe, I can ensure they will regain their vitality and be indistinguishable from those who have lived 20 winters, still capable of bearing children." The tribe was left speechless, their jaws agape in astonishment. If they had known how to boast, they would have done so then. The women, upon hearing his words, exhibited only slight changes in their expressions, harboring little hope. Shennong leaned in and whispered, Leader, can you truly extend their lives? Bai Feng smiled, choosing not to answer. He had uncovered a low-cost method for expanding his tribe's population. The so-called elders were merely in their 30s, and the so-called unattractive women could transform into beauties with adequate nourishment. Most importantly, the cost of acquiring them was minimal. Bai Feng led his tribe in a sweeping raid across the marketplace, aggressively negotiating for every elderly woman he could find, trading at the lowest possible prices. Soon, a procession of over 60 robust men, accompanied by more than 100 elderly women, emerged from the sandbank. People from other tribes looked on with curiosity, mocking them and concluding that the leader of this tribe must be deranged to barter for such women. Bai Feng remained unfazed by their taunts, as long as he knew he had made a savvy acquisition. The members of his tribe, too ashamed to meet the gaze of those from other tribes, found solace in their leader's conviction. If he could truly rejuvenate these women, they would have struck gold. Bai Feng believed that the number of women was sufficient, and that further exchanges might strain the tribe's food supplies. Thus, when the count of beautiful women, ugly ones, and elderly women reached 120, he began to leisurely survey other goods. Majestic antlers? Useless. Iron ore? Abundant in his own possession. Agate? Ignored as inconsequential. Bronze vessels? Golden and resplendent, indeed aesthetically pleasing. However, this small ding was likely a ceremonial artifact, crafted by a prominent tribe, perhaps one boasting tens of thousands of members. Bai Feng found it appealing, as his own tribe lacked such a ceremonial item. Upon inquiring about the price, he learned it required 2 oxen or 5 bags of grass seeds in exchange. Bai Feng was taken aback by the exorbitance. To trade for a mere 40-centimeter tall object, he would have to part with the sustenance meant for a person for over half a year. Such a transaction was utterly unacceptable to him. However, the bear had aspirations. After all, they were merely an insignificant tribe, and possessing a ceremonial artifact would signify their entry into the realm of true civilization. Aside from Bai Feng, the others placed great significance on ceremonial rites, despite the fact that their deity had been created by Bai Feng himself. Initially reluctant to trade, Bai Feng's recent obstinacy had left his clan somewhat discontented, and they were adamant about acquiring this artifact. Bai Feng, feeling helpless yet truly unwilling to part with so much food for such an item, though in future times it could fetch millions, and even provide sustenance and shelter under a structured life, was unconvinced of its worth in the present. He drew forth his short knife and inquired if it could be used for trade. The merchant assessed its size and declined. Bai Feng then picked up a stone and struck it with his knife, causing sparks to fly, yet the blade remained unscathed and straight. This was a far cry from the soft bronze's quality. The merchant, upon examining the knife closely, inadvertently nicked his finger and was immediately impressed by Bai Feng's weapon, changing his mind on the spot and agreeing to part with the bronze ding. Thus, with a single short knife, Bai Feng acquired a bronze ding, much to the delight of his tribesmen. Bai Feng merely felt relieved not to waste food. After all, it was just an iron knife and not a loss. Soothing his people, Bai Feng continued browsing, his greatest hope now being to find linen. Acquiring someone skilled in its making would be ideal. As he scanned the surroundings, his peripheral vision caught sight of a frail girl with fair skin and delicate features, crouched amidst a group of unattractive individuals. Chapter 38. The Beautiful and the Ugly. Bai Feng, who had resigned himself to a life of solitude, was unexpectedly captivated by a woman who aligned with his aesthetic preferences. Though she might not be deemed particularly beautiful by future standards, in this era, Bai Feng regarded her as a celestial being. Observing her, it was apparent that she likely received little regard in her tribe. Her emaciated form and petite face suggested a lack of strength, rendering her an unequivocal outcast in the eyes of her people. Bai Feng suppressed his racing heart. After all, no one would compete with him for that unattractive girl, right? Just as he was about to approach and inquire about the price, given that his party already included numerous elderly women, it wouldn't be too odd to seek to purchase that one unattractive woman. However, before he could speak, a dark, calloused hand reached over him, pointing at the ugly girl. "I'll trade 2 blocks of salt for her." Bai Feng turned in astonishment to find a wild man. His hair matted and his body encrusted in filth like armor, exuding an odor reminiscent of a biochemical weapon. Under Bai Feng's guidance, his tribe, while not impeccably clean, at least lacked a strong foul smell. Bai Feng, despite being sun-kissed, maintained a level of cleanliness unmatched by the wild men of other tribes. Bai Feng was perplexed as to why such a wild man would wish to purchase that unattractive girl. Surely, this era had not yet succumbed to grotesque aesthetic preferences. It seemed improbable that he was akin to the ostentatious heirs of later generations, intent on snatching love interests for the sake of a display. There had to be a reason, and everything was negotiable. Bai Feng inquired as gently as possible. What do you intend to do with that ugly woman? Bai Feng, having eaten well and possessing a tall stature, thanks to his previous lineage, was considered a robust man in any tribe. Unlike the bear, who was inherently well-built, Bai Feng could not compete with such natural advantages. Additionally, with a larger entourage and ample provisions, he now resembled a pushy wealthy heir. The wild man glanced at Bai Feng's group, lacking confidence. Our tribe has collected too little food this year. We require a sacrifice to beseech the gods for more sustenance. However, we cannot afford a beauty, only this woman. The crouching, ugly girl trembled even more at the mention of being sacrificed. Her tribe's leader believed that 2 blocks of salt was a fair trade and, upon inspecting the quality, was ready to hand her over. Bai Feng realized he could not impede their offer of human sacrifice, nor would he wish to, yet he reflected that he might never encounter another woman who matched his aesthetic again. This era was indeed savage, but Bai Feng could not resort to theft. Their transaction was swift and efficient, and to the girl's tribe leader, the price of 2 blocks of salt was quite reasonable. Bai Feng reluctantly proposed to the filthy wild man, I will offer you 2 salted fish in exchange for this woman. Go find a more beautiful woman for your deity. The wild man stood frozen, puzzled by Bai Feng's proposition, fearing he might be deceived, yet unable to pinpoint any flaw in the offer. Observing the wild man's hesitation, Bai Feng seized the moment. Our tribe places great importance on the divine. We must use the finest for sacrifices. Your tribe, nearly devoid of food, would offer such an unattractive woman? Do you not fear the wrath of the gods and the punishment that may befall you? Bai Feng was anxious. He could not truly resort to robbery over an ugly woman and place his clan in jeopardy. The wild man, upon hearing Bai Feng's words, began to tremble violently, seemingly recalling something terrifying, and quickly replied, All right, no problem. She is yours. But you must first give me the salted fish, for I fear you may be deceiving me. Without hesitation, Bai Feng retrieved 2 salted fish from his supplies and handed them over. The tribesman bearing the fish protested vehemently, nearly in tears at the loss of such valuable provisions, never having encountered such a wasteful leader. Once the wild man received the fish, he took a taste, finding the salt overwhelmingly bitter, yet he hesitated to spit it out, carefully storing it away. Thus, the girl, whom they all deemed both thin and unattractive, became Bai Feng's possession. Bai Feng gently lifted her chin and realized she should not be referred to as a woman, but rather as a girl, likely no more than 14 or 15 years old. Her features were youthful, and she stood at about 1.50 meters, malnourished and frail. Her underdeveloped physique was one aspect. She wore nothing to cover herself, merely a skirt fashioned from unknown grasses, which fluttered in the wind. Fortunately, her lack of appeal deterred others from gazing at her, as their focus was drawn to the sturdy women who were scantily clad. Bai Feng thoughtfully wrapped her in animal skins. Had she been within his tribe, he would have ensured she was cleaned and adorned beautifully to satisfy his aesthetic sensibilities. However, the thought of hastily reproducing with a child felt no different than the actions of the wild men, and his moral compass would not allow such a transgression. The girl, resigned to her fate, allowed Bai Feng to handle her, fully aware that her previous tribe intended to sacrifice her. While this tribe seemed uninterested in using such an unattractive woman for that purpose, perhaps she would be subjected to something far worse, ultimately leading to her demise. What is your name? Bai Feng inquired, parting her straw-like hair that obscured her eyes. She remained silent, her trembling intensifying. Our tribe shall not offer you for sacrifice, nor shall we take your life. Instead, we will ensure you are well-fed and plump, destined to be someone else's wife. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of life sparkled in the girl's eyes, yet the tribespeople emitted strange sounds of disapproval, expressing their resistance. After several exchanges in the procession, there were already 40 young and relatively attractive women selected, and our own tribe boasts hundreds of women. Surely, none would find this unattractive woman preferable. Perhaps in their eyes, she was akin to the 200 pounds of weight seen by future generations, chosen only out of lack of options. Were there better alternatives? They would undoubtedly keep their distance, leaving her for someone who truly desired her. Bai Feng scoffed, You ignorant fools! Do you even comprehend the value I bring? You need me more than I need you. The girl, however, remained mute, and Bai Feng was not in haste. He believed that once they returned to the tribe and enjoyed better days, her mindset would shift. For now, he simply kept her by his side, wandering through the gathering in a daze. As night fell, they had not encountered any notable treasures. Many tribes from afar had yet to arrive. Bai Feng and his companions departed from the sandbank, selecting a high ground by the riverbank to set up camp. While others from different tribes slept soundly, Bai Feng's tribe took turns keeping watch. He felt a genuine lack of security. However, there was no need for him to assign specific guards. As a group of men who could easily be stirred by lust, now surrounded by numerous women, had no inclination to sleep. Bai Feng did not hinder them. After all, any offspring born would belong to his tribe, though he wondered which man would be the father. In the wilderness, no one cared for Bai Feng's feelings, and the noise persisted through the night, irritating him. With plenty of women around, no one had designs on the unattractive girl, who lay beside Bai Feng. In his youth, Bai Feng had appeared formidable, yet the memories of the various diseases he witnessed in the hospital haunted him, causing him to repeatedly mutter the mantra of maintaining purity. Chapter 39. Ancestors. Everyone adhered to the rules. Bai Feng's fears of midnight robberies or murders did not materialize. After a night of struggle, the tribespeople emerged revitalized, with no one needing support to stand. At times, Bai Feng envied these naive primitives, whose actions were devoid of complex regulations or worries. Otherwise, with Bai Feng's circumstances and capabilities, coupled with the presence of women not clad in garments, he would have already realized the dream of a harem. Shennong had proclaimed that this gathering would last 10 days, and today marked only the third day, with the first spent on the journey. By now, the tribes from afar should have arrived. Those distant, larger tribes likely possessed the items Bai Feng coveted. The goods exchanged in the smaller tribes bore little distinction from those of Bai Feng's former tribe, rendering further inspection unnecessary. Bai Feng's emergence only elevated his tribe beyond the realm of savagery, yet they remained far from the truly affluent and powerful tribes. Due to Bai Feng's surname, his tribe could be referred to as such. Otherwise, even the mightiest and wealthiest would merely be a clan. Bai Feng was uncertain whether his surname was truly a surname or a clan name, as he had never delved into the intricacies of lineage. In any case, in the future, he must expand and develop his tribe swiftly. Otherwise, they would merely become a mere component of a dragon, as seen in the legends of Shennong and Chiyou, or be reduced to a state of reliance on deities, unable to present offerings to the gods. Initially, the cannibalistic tribes and stone tools led Bai Feng to believe he had traversed into an ancient era. However, this gathering revealed the sobering truth. Many tribes had already transcended ignorance, while his small tribe remained stagnant, making no progress. Perhaps Bai Feng existed in the same era as Shennong and Chiyou, who would soon unify his tribe, or perhaps they were merely in their infancy, awaiting their turn to become the next tribal leader. If he wished to avoid being absorbed by other tribes, he must first conquer them to bolster his own strength. His warriors barely numbered 200. Relying solely on natural population growth to enhance their power would mean Bai Feng would be long past his prime by then. The unattractive woman Bai Feng had acquired finally expressed a willingness to speak after enjoying a hearty meal, but only to reveal her name, Sui. She remained unresponsive to further inquiries, her gaze cast downward. The other women had seamlessly adapted to their new roles, devoid of any sense of patriotism or tribal identity. They simply sought sustenance, having transitioned to a tribe capable of providing them with nourishment. The once dying woman, after a satisfying meal and a good night's rest, felt rejuvenated, believing she had many more years ahead. The once quiet gathering gradually regained its clamor, showcasing goods that were previously absent, perhaps to maximize profit by delaying the display of valuable items. Bai Feng's tribe brought forth a plethora of goods. Yesterday, they primarily exchanged salted fish, but with their numbers now doubled, they reserved the salted fish and beef for themselves, unable to return home yet, as they required sufficient rations for the journey. Accompanied only by Sui, Bai Feng left the others to set up their stalls. The various pottery brought from the tribe was lightweight, uniquely styled, and adorned with attractive patterns, making it highly competitive at the gathering. Additionally, he displayed a sturdy iron knife affixed to a hard wooden handle, an item far beyond the reach of ordinary tribes, serving as Bai Feng's piece de resistance, a lure for the larger tribes. With a hard bow slung across his back, a quiver of arrows at his side, and 2 knives strapped to his waist, he wore what could perhaps be the first pair of boots in this world, his robust chest exposed. If only he were clad in fabric rather than a leather skirt, Bai Feng believed he would be the most handsome man in existence. Clothing should consist of cloth, while animal hides should be worn as outer garments to showcase one's wealth and status, but never as the primary attire. Regrettably, his tribe lacked even the most basic fibers, let alone cloth. As Bai Feng wandered, he hoped to discover something truly useful. He felt increasingly alienated from this world and did not wish to be regarded as an unrefined newcomer by more advanced tribes. As for his own goods, should he encounter cloth, he would trade everything for it. If cloth was unavailable, he would exchange for grass seeds, for solely consuming meat would be unbearable for his tribe. Crossing a narrow wooden bridge to the opposite bank of the sandbar, Bai Feng noticed that the people here seemed wealthier. Their stalls boasted superior goods, and their physiques were notably more robust compared to those of the savages on the other side. He had not observed this disparity yesterday. Perhaps the larger tribes had only just arrived. The farther he traveled downstream, the more affluent individuals he encountered. Upon seeing Bai Feng, who was devoid of clothing and accompanied by an unattractive woman, they regarded him with thinly veiled disdain. Even when Bai Feng cast his gaze toward their stalls, they showed no inclination to welcome him. Bai Feng endeavored to ignore their scorn, thinking his knowledge far surpassed theirs, rendering their contempt unworthy of his ire. Meanwhile, Sui beside him lowered her head even further. Had Bai Feng not been holding her hand, she would not have dared to walk. Bai Feng simply wished to find cloth here, as it would grant him garments to wear. Just then, a boy who appeared to be around 11 or 12 years old stepped into his path. Bai Feng initially intended to ask the child to move aside, but he noticed the boy clad entirely in hemp garments, adorned with a necklace of green jade and shells, flanked by 2 burly men who dwarfed Bai Feng. Realizing the significance of the boy, Bai Feng understood he must be a second-generation member of a prominent tribe and, feeling intimidated, sought to step aside. Yet, the boy's eyes remained fixed on Bai Feng. Bai Feng discerned that Sui was not particularly concerned. It was evident that the young lad had taken a fancy to something of his. Thus, Bai Feng straightforwardly inquired, "Might this young lord have set his sights on something of mine?" The lad tilted his head, perplexed. "What is a young lord?" "I am Baoshi, a descendant of the Suiren clan." "What is your name?" Bai Feng's mind reeled. While he was unfamiliar with Baoshi, he certainly recognized the Suiren lineage as one of the ancient 3 sovereigns, long since passed into legend. Yet the tribe's name endured. Regardless, they were still Bai Feng's forebears. Should he consider aligning himself with this youth? If the lad were a descendant of Shenyuan, Bai Feng would eagerly cling to his coattails, for he might even ascend to divinity. However, in later myths, the Suiren clan's prominence waned, leaving Bai Feng hesitant to prematurely declare his allegiance. After all, should he attract the ire of other ancestral spirits, the consequences could be dire. "I am Bai Feng, the chieftain of the Bai Feng tribe," he stated with an unruffled demeanor. No one found this odd, for a chieftain's name typically mirrored that of his tribe. The Shennong clan had passed down its name through countless generations, and the chieftain was still referred to as Shennong. "The item upon your feet is quite exquisite. I desire it. What must I offer in exchange?" Bai Feng breathed a sigh of relief. It was merely his boots that had caught the lad's attention. Naturally, Bai Feng would not squander this opportunity to engage with a larger tribe. "What I wear is called boots. I still require these, but I can impart the method of their creation to you in exchange for your tribe's technique for weaving hemp cloth." "Does your tribe not know how to craft hemp cloth?" Baoshi questioned, unable to fathom that a clan with lineage would lack such a fundamental skill. "My tribe comprises thousands. Yet we rely on cattle herding and fishing for sustenance. We have never cultivated hemp, thus we do not weave cloth." Boasting and exaggerating one's tribe was the expected conduct when venturing into the world. Even if others harbored ulterior motives, one must consider whether they could provoke a tribe of thousands. Chapter 40 Trade with the Great Tribe. Upon hearing of the thousands within Bai Feng's tribe, Baoshi moderated his expectations. After all, one should not dwell on notions of trust and camaraderie. The reality is a constant competition of take and be taken. The Suiren tribe, with its mere 10,000 souls, frequently clashed with the Shennong clan. Hence caution was paramount even for Baoshi, the son of the Suiren chieftain. "Of course, I have many women skilled in the art of weaving hemp cloth. I can provide them to you," Baoshi proclaimed grandly. "However, I do not possess any women adept at crafting boots. They are all made by my own hand," Bai Feng silently lamented, suppressing his thoughts. Even if he had such women, he dared not offer them. Revealing his tribe's modest size of merely a few hundred could lead to their swift conquest and enslavement. "Due to the lengthy journey, we did not bring women on this expedition, and our tribe does not barter women for goods. However, I can instruct your people on the craft, and once they learn, that will suffice. As for your people, I can provide equivalent goods as compensation." Without a moment's hesitation, Baoshi agreed, for a few women skilled in weaving were inconsequential to his tribe. It was the boots that piqued his interest more profoundly. Bai Feng was invited to the Suiren camp as a guest, primarily to teach them the art of bootmaking. During the journey or elsewhere, he could do as he pleased. Yet at the gathering, violence was strictly prohibited, a trust Bai Feng held in regard. They also assured him that any guest, regardless of tribal affiliation, would not be harmed. Even foes would be treated well before being escorted away, at which point they might be slain. Upon arriving at the Swearin camp, Bai Feng grasped the true essence of a great tribe. The number of people accompanying them far surpassed that of his entire tribe. Fortunately, as someone who had previously navigated crowded conditions during the spring festival, he found little to astonish him, provided there was no malice directed at him. Yet, Sui, a girl from a small tribe who had endured much bullying, struggled to maintain her composure in such an environment. Her legs trembled, and she clung tightly to Bai Feng's arm, for he was her sole anchor. Baoshi found it curious that Bai Feng would bring along such an unattractive woman. Surely, a chieftain would not lack for beauty. Bai Feng, smiling, explained, I witnessed her being traded for a sacrificial offering. I could not bear to see that, so I intervened. Let that individual seek another woman for their rituals. Baoshi regarded him as if he were a fool, but by saving her, another will be sent to take her place as a sacrifice. Bai Feng felt a pang in his chest. This rationale was indeed foolish. Yet, rather than challenge the prevailing aesthetic of the age alone, he preferred to be among the less discerning masses. At this time, there were likely no historians to record such events. Otherwise, Bai Feng might find himself cast in the role of the protagonist in a fable about repairing past mistakes. He feigned a moment of realization, tapping his head. I had not considered that at the time. A glint of cunning flashed through Baoshi's eyes. If Bai Feng was this naive, perhaps he could extract unexpected benefits from him. The chieftains of the smaller tribes surrounding the Swearin had proven themselves less than astute, ultimately becoming tributary clans. Setting aside that issue, Bai Feng seated the frightened Sui in a cross-legged position, providing her with continuous comfort until she gradually regained her composure. Time was of the essence. The sooner he taught them how to make boots, the better. Once instructed, Bai Feng would return with the exchanged individuals, complete the trade, and head home. Lingering in this place invited too much uncertainty. He still contemplated using a knife to fish for the great tribe, but without bait. The fish he sought was far too large, posing a risk of swallowing him whole. The process of boot making was straightforward. Measure the foot, create a shoe template, and then layer animal hides. Regardless of whether one used glue or another adhesive, binding them together would yield a thick sole. 3 pieces of hide, cut into suitable shapes, sewn onto the sole would complete the boots. Baoshi, undeterred by the simplicity of boot making, honored his word and exchanged for a woman skilled in weaving cloth without demanding additional goods from Bai Feng. However, Bai Feng felt that one woman would not suffice. Should misfortune befall him on the journey home, it would be a significant loss. Thus, he proposed to acquire several more women in exchange for the knife at his waist. Baoshi produced a gleaming golden knife, implying that his tribe possessed plenty. In his view, a single knife could hardly secure multiple women skilled in weaving. Bai Feng chuckled silently. A soft bronze knife could not possibly compare to his own blade, which was nearly steel. Drawing forth his knife, Baoshi and his companions were astonished to behold the silver blade, momentarily taken aback. Let your knife strike mine. If my iron blade is marred, I shall present it to you. However, if your knife is destroyed and mine remains intact, I hope you will reconsider my proposal. Baoshi, without a moment's thought, acquiesced. To him, a bronze knife held little value, and if he won, he would gain a knife for free. If he lost, he would merely trade for a few women. There was no real loss. Bai Feng placed his blade with the edge facing upward on the ground, while Baoshi raised his knife and struck down with force. To their surprise, the 2 blades became entangled. Baoshi assumed his knife had penetrated Bai Feng's. Yet Bai Feng remained confident in his weapon, merely smiling silently. When they finally separated the blades, Baoshi's bronze knife bore a deep gash, while Bai Feng's blade had sustained only a minor scratch. Rather than display any displeasure, Baoxi regarded Bai Feng's iron knife with the fascination of a treasure, reluctant to release it from his grasp. I have replaced this knife. I offer you 10 women to choose from, any of them as beautiful as you desire. Bai Feng, however, is not one to be swayed by mere beauty. He seeks women who are capable, skilled in weaving and sewing, for such talents are what he truly requires. Baoshi, still toying with the knife, has his gaze fixed on Bai Feng's bow. Initially, he pays little heed, for the bow appears rather unremarkable at first glance. Broken bamboo, renewed bamboo, flying earth, pursuing flesh. The simplicity with which the ancients crafted bows, as depicted in poetry, suggests their potency was likely not formidable. Yet Bai Feng's bow, in terms of size, shape, and material, seems far from ordinary, especially after witnessing the iron knife. Baoshi hopes Bai Feng will demonstrate his bow, and Bai Feng, not one to be stingy after having taken such a significant advantage, readily agrees to this modest request. With an arrow knocked, he draws the bowstring back and releases it towards a distant tree. The arrow strikes the trunk with such force that its fletching quivers from the impact. Bao Shi, still a child, cannot dislodge the arrow despite his utmost effort. Bai Feng, using his foot against the tree for leverage, manages to extract it. The depth of the wound left by the arrow leaves Bao Shi astounded. Not surprisingly, Bao Shi expresses a desire to trade for Bai Feng's bao, raising his offer from 30 to 50 individuals, along with 5 sacks of grain. Yet Bai Feng shakes his head. The crafting of a bao is not particularly difficult. Should Bao Shi take it back, there would undoubtedly be someone in his tribe capable of replicating it. However, this bao is the most formidable weapon of Bai Feng's tribe, a prized possession that cannot be relinquished. When Bao Shi realizes negotiations are futile, he takes a moment before stating, "It is evident that your tribe is powerful, especially with such weaponry at your disposal. However, with the Danfu tribe arriving in this great river basin, your tribe cannot remain uninvolved. I hope your tribe will join us in eliminating them or driving them away." Bai Feng is unclear about the enmities and alliances of these great tribes and wishes to remain uninvolved. Do you not know that the Danfu tribe is cannibalistic? Upon hearing the word cannibal, Bai Feng feels a chill run through him, as if plunged into a freezing abyss. Chapter 41. Intrigue and Deceit. The first human Bai Feng encountered upon entering this world was a member of the cannibal tribe. Had he not inhabited this body, he would have become mere carrion in the wilderness by now. He harbors an instinctive dread of the cannibal tribe. However, the one he previously encountered was small in number and exceedingly primitive, only capable of capturing solitary humans. They do not warrant the attention of larger tribes in a concerted effort to exterminate them. Our tribe is situated far from the great river, and thus we are unaware of the Danfu tribe. Please enlighten me about them, and I shall consider whether to join the effort against them, for I am quite distant from here, and they pose little threat to my tribe. Bai Feng's tribe is backward and isolated. Thus he seeks to understand this world through any means available, for the unknown is the most terrifying. Bao Shi does not inquire further but provides a description, noting that no tribe would favor the cannibal tribe. Originally, the Danfu tribe resided by the Chiyou River, engaging in agriculture and hunting, yet they also practiced cannibalism. Initially, it was not so severe, but as the Danfu tribe expanded, their appetite for human flesh grew. They have been capturing and consuming humans throughout the Weishui River basin, referring to their victims as human livestock. Their rituals demand numerous sacrifices, and the surrounding tribes have been largely exterminated. Our tribe, the Swerin and Shennong clans, along with the Chao clan, once banded together to obliterate them, yet most escaped back to their territory by the Chiyou River, with a portion now arriving along this great river. Bao Shi pauses briefly, calming himself before continuing, "On my journey here, I encountered a small tribe of over 100 people that had suffered calamity. In fact, I lead a band of over 1,000 with more than 700 warriors, scouting around the market. I fear they might launch an attack here under the cover of night." Over 1,000? Bai Feng can hardly suppress his astonishment. Such numbers would render them nearly invincible in this region, a testament to their status as a great tribe, while others remain mired in primitive existence. Their chieftain's son can command such a multitude. However, with so many people, there is no need to involve himself in the pursuit of a few scattered members of a cannibal tribe. Bai Feng decides to observe for now. The situation is not so straightforward, and one cannot be certain that the wild men do not employ cunning tactics. Feigning contemplation, Bai Feng eventually states, "While I certainly must contribute to the annihilation of the cannibal tribe, I only bring a few dozen warriors with me and am ill-prepared for a grand battle. If I were to return to my tribe to gather more, it would likely be winter before I could rejoin the fray." Bao Shi's expression shifts slightly, kin into battle. "Should this gathering conclude peacefully, we shall return to our tribe. If the cannibal tribe still exists next year, you need not negotiate. I shall take the initiative myself." Bao Shi sighs, "I do not wish to pressure you. It is simply that the Danfu tribe possesses considerable martial prowess. Even if we were to emerge victorious, with a bow of your strength we could easily triumph over them." Bai Feng scoffs inwardly. It is evident they covet his bow. His greatest fear is that the threat posed by the Danfu tribe is a fabrication, and under the cover of night, their ambushers might masquerade as cannibals to seize all present at this gathering. Yet, crafting such a bow is exceedingly complicated. Only one person in his entire tribe possesses the skill to do so, and the process requires the entirety of the plant's growth cycle, from sprouting to the falling of leaves. Alas, his tribe possesses but a few bows. Otherwise, he might have traded one with them. Upon hearing Bai Feng's words, Bao Shi's heart settles. It appears Bai Feng's intellect is not particularly sharp for one in his position as chieftain. His primary objective is to acquire a bow and replicate its design upon returning home. However, if his tribe possesses so few, it indicates that the Swearen tribe poses no genuine threat, making Bai Feng a promising business partner, for he is unlikely to survive for long. There is no tea to offer guests, only a large ceramic jar filled with honeyed water. Bai Feng takes a sip, unafraid of poison. Even the Shennong tribe may not fully comprehend the intricacies of toxins, let alone Bao Shi. The sweetness is almost cloying. Since arriving in this world, he has been devoid of sweetness in his life, though he is content to sip a little. To him, sweetness is not a rare treasure, so he passes most of the honey water to Sui, who, upon sniffing it, clutches the jar and drinks voraciously. Perhaps she has never known sweetness in her life. Bai Feng worries that such indulgence may upset her stomach, yet primitive people's digestive systems are likely as resilient as iron, so it should not pose a significant issue, though he can already hear the sounds of her gut churning. As the hosts extend their hospitality, Bai Feng is willing to share tales with them. No matter how sordid his inner thoughts, he must maintain a veneer of decorum. He tells them of the golden crow and the fusong tree, and Bao Shi listens enraptured, as though privy to the great mysteries of the universe, while Sui forgets her honey water and sits quietly, captivated by the stories. When he reaches the tale of Jingwei filling the sea, Bao Shi interrupts, "I know that Jingwei is the daughter of the Shennong tribe. I have even seen her. She is alive and well, not having drowned in the river. How can you claim she transformed into a bird?" Bai Feng had anticipated this question. Extending the myth to reality is his intent. He refrains from letting Bao Shi speak for himself, for he doubts he could extract much through inquiry. This tale recounts the wisdom of an elder known as the Blind Sage, who, upon visiting my tribe, shared his narratives, although I had yet to encounter the mythical Jingwei. Did the Blind Sage recount any other fables? Were there figures I might recognize? Bao Shi, being merely an 11 or 12-year-old child, found stories particularly captivating, especially when they featured individuals he was familiar with. "Are you aware of Shenyuan from the Bear Clan?" "I am acquainted with the Bear Clan, residing in Chiyou. However, I have not heard of Shenyuan." "What of Chiyou from the Jili tribe?" "He rides a black and white beast known for its voracious appetite for bamboo." "Quite comical, indeed. I too have only heard of the Jili tribe but know little of Chiyou. Is the beast you speak of a type of bear that delights in bamboo?" "Indeed. It is that very creature. You must be familiar with Kwafu and Xingtian, correct?" Bao Shi pondered briefly. Xingtian was a warrior from a subordinate tribe of the Shennong clan. Formidable indeed. "As for Kwafu, you refer to the Kwafu tribe, do you not?" "Both Kwafu and Danfu belong to the man-eating tribes, yet Kwafu is far more fearsome, being a giant." Bai Feng could hardly suppress a laugh, realizing he had traversed into the most exhilarating and passionate era of antiquity. Even if he had not gleaned information about Shenyuan and Chiyou, perhaps they were still children. If he could establish a tribe that rivaled the Bear Clan and the Jili tribe before Shenyuan and his kin matured, might he not earn the right to carve his own legend for future generations? Chapter 42. A lucrative trade benefits all parties involved. Bao Shi wished to inquire about further tales. Yet Bai Feng, feigning profundity, replied, "We currently reside in a mythic age. Perhaps everyone is a deity, and in due time you shall hear stories of them. As a guest, it is now time to take our leave from our host." However, Bai Feng had brought several blades with him. It would be a disservice not to exchange them for goods to take back, for iron was merely a matter of time. Yet some items could only be acquired at the cost of time. He unfastened the final blade from his waist and proposed trading it for some cloth. As his tribe had collected scant hemp this year, and to weave fabric, cultivation was essential. Without raw materials, a weaver's skills are rendered futile. The cloth here is of excellent quality, and Bai Feng finally harbored hope of donning trousers. Bao Shi valued one blade at the price of 6 bundles of cloth. While a blade held little worth to him, in this era of primitive metallurgy, all metal goods were exceedingly precious. 6 bundles of cloth, lacking a standardized measurement. Bai Feng estimated to be approximately 1 meter wide and 8 meters long. A remarkable bargain. Upon the exchange, Bai Feng departed with 11 women he had acquired, who clutched the cloth and laughed with Bao Shi as they left his encampment. Once out of Bao Shi's sight, Bai Feng's smile vanished instantly, urging the group to hasten back to his tribe's stall. Sui appeared to be in much better spirits, perhaps due to the jar of honey water that bestowed upon her a newfound sense of happiness. The 11 women, once part of the Swearen clan, had, after the exchange, become members of Bai Feng's tribe. By all accounts, they should no longer have ties to the Swearen, yet Bai Feng could not dismiss the possibility of spies among them. The pottery at the tribe stall had been exchanged for the majority of their stock, far more popular than the pottery of other tribes lacking innovation. Yet regrettably, He had not secured any cloth, only grass seeds. The stall was bustling with people, and the bears appeared to be embroiled in some debate. Bai Feng hurriedly made his way through the crowd, pushing past the onlookers to discover that the source of the commotion was a dispute over a knife. A man of considerable presence was adamantly expressing his desire for the blade, likely offering a price, while the bears, skilled in hunting and combat, were rather inept with words. The crux of the matter was that Bai Feng had not disclosed the knife's approximate worth upon his departure, leading the impatient wild man to implore the bears to let me think. Let me think. The imposing wild man grew increasingly agitated, believing the bears were mocking him, and as tensions escalated, Bai Feng rushed in to intervene. I am Bai Feng, the chief of my tribe. This knife is our most prized possession. I recently visited the Swearen clan, and as their guest, I lacked the authority to finalize a deal, hence the delay. I hope you can forgive me. May I ask your name and what you might offer in exchange for this fine blade? By invoking the name of the Swearen, Bai Feng anticipated that these wild men would show him some respect and refrain from violence. The man, recognizing that a decision-maker had arrived, maintained his assertiveness. I am Jian of the Taijia tribe, and I desire that knife. I can offer 2 cattle in exchange. The value of 2 cattle was indeed substantial. Bai Feng considered it excessively generous, believing 1 would suffice. However, his tribe had an abundance of cattle and saw no necessity for such an exchange. Cloth, hides, and grass seeds were what he truly needed, as his tribesmen required clothing to endure the winter and would need ample hides for warmth. Bai Feng shook his head. Our tribe has no shortage of cattle. I seek grass seeds, cloth, or hides in exchange. Jian chuckled at this, attempting to pat Bai Feng on the shoulder, but Bai Feng deftly sidestepped. My tribe has an abundance of hides. If you desire cattle, I would need considerable deliberation. However, I can provide as many hides as you require. Recognizing the opportunity before him, Bai Feng was eager to finalize the transaction, feeling a twinge of anxiety, especially upon hearing Baoshi mention that hundreds of warriors were lurking nearby. Should they charge in, no tribe member possessed more than the Swearen had provided. Surely, they would each flee for their lives rather than unite to resist. Let us calculate the worth at the price of 2 cattle, and see how many hides that equates to. If there are insufficient hides, we can augment with grass seeds and cloth. Jian immediately dispatched a tribesman to fetch the hides. Our Taijia tribe may lack in many respects, but we are rich in cattle and cattle hides. 2 cattle equate to 35 hides. Would that be acceptable? Bai Feng was uncertain of the conversion rules for cattle to hides but felt that exchanging a knife for 35 hides was quite favorable. Thus he nodded in agreement. Jian, elated, paced excitedly by the stall, awaiting his tribesman's return with the hides to complete the exchange. The art of metal smelting was a skill reserved for the larger tribes, capable only of producing relatively soft bronze, which was exorbitantly priced, and they had little of it. Such a silver, hard, and sharp knife was surely beyond the capabilities of Bai Feng's tribe. It was likely that they had stumbled upon a stroke of luck to obtain it at such a low cost. Both parties felt they had struck a favorable bargain, which constitutes a good trade. Noticing their apparent prosperity, Bai Feng tentatively inquired, "Is your tribe in need of pottery? Observe our wares. They are lightweight yet robust, adorned with attractive patterns. Listen to this sound, how delightful it is." He tapped a ceramic basin, producing a crisp tone. "If you desire them, I can offer you the entirety of our pottery for merely 10 hides. What say you?" Jian, pleased with his advantageous position, nodded enthusiastically, recognizing the quality of the pottery and reflecting on his own tribe's lack of such craftsmanship while herding wild cattle across the plains. Indeed, they were in dire need of these items. Exchanging the least valuable hides for such treasures was undoubtedly a wise transaction. He happily agreed and arranged for another tribesman to procure 10 more hides. The White Wind encountered a significant patron, and filled with joy, he smiled as he and his kin meticulously packaged all the pottery, eagerly awaiting the arrival of the cowhide to exchange for their goods before closing their stall. The tribespeople were astonished to learn that business could be conducted in such a manner, effortlessly trading their seemingly useless items for the coveted cowhide, leading them to regard their chieftain as truly remarkable. The onlooking wildlings observed this method of exchange, feeling rather naive for their own rudimentary practices, such as tasting salt before bartering for it. Once the cowhide was procured, White Wind examined it closely. All were of prime quality, cut from the neck of large cattle, devoid of any wounds, unlike the tattered hides of White Wind's own cattle, riddled with holes. This indicated that the Taijia tribe possessed the means to capture live cattle, and given the quantity, they were likely a pastoral tribe, far superior to mere foraging or hunting communities, as they maintained a stable source of food. Regrettably, White Wind had no resources left to barter. Otherwise, he would have considered acquiring a few cattle to raise himself. Nevertheless, he had a young calf already, and perhaps by next year, he could attempt to capture a herd and embark on pastoralism. For the moment, with all transactions settled, both parties exchanged smiles and promised to meet again the following year. White Wind turned to leave the sandbar, eager to depart from the gathering swiftly. Chapter 43, Let's Make Our Escape. Having finalized all transactions, White Wind instructed his tribespeople to gather all the women in the center, urging them to leave the sandbar. They all believed they were merely moving to set up camp, unaware of the urgency that gripped White Wind's heart. As they proceeded, he feigned interest in the wares of other stalls, seizing the opportunity to ascertain whether anyone was trailing them. While the hunters were adept at tracking prey, they failed to recognize the distinction between man and beast, employing their usual methods for following wild animals, oblivious to White Wind's clumsy ruse. White Wind discerned that at least 2 individuals were purposefully following their group, garbed in cloth attire that betrayed their identity as warriors of the Suiren clan, a luxury that other tribes could not afford. Upon returning to the campsite from the previous day, he refrained from informing his kin of the unusual circumstances, merely instructing them to prepare for dinner, all appearing to proceed as usual. He was certain that those 2 individuals were scouts, as no one in daylight would forego trading at the gathering to follow a cargoless group to a desolate campsite. They were well hidden among the thickets. Had White Wind not been vigilant, they might have gone unnoticed. Bear also sensed White Wind's unease. Although he was engaged in ordinary activities, his watchful eyes and serious demeanor indicated that something was amiss. The tribespeople had already kindled a fire, set up clay pots, fetched water, and prepared meat. White Wind forbade them from drinking untreated water, a habit instilled under the guidance of the whip. The newly arrived women, however, carelessly quenched their thirst by lapping up water from the river's edge, even indulging in puddles left by other wildlings, oblivious to the potential dangers involved. Had White Wind not tempered his severe aversion to filth, he would have been compelled to vomit on the spot. The tribespeople busily attended to their tasks, and the blissfully ignorant were the finest actors, especially with the possibility of spies lurking within their ranks. Bear sat beside White Wind. To the distant onlookers, it appeared as if 2 leaders were engaged in a typical conversation. However, upon hearing White Wind instruct Bear to act as though nothing was amiss regardless of what transpired next, Bear's demeanor became somewhat stiff as he feigned a casual performance, which was sufficient to deceive those observing from afar. We must be under the scrutiny of the Suiren tribe. They covet our knives and bows, and likely desire other goods as well. There are indeed individuals watching from the thicket, White Wind cautioned, indicating the direction with 2 lines drawn in the dirt. Bear stretched his arm as if yawning, taking the opportunity to glance at the designated spots. Hunters possess keen eyesight by day, and Bear quickly spotted the hidden figures. White Wind was exasperated by Bear's nonchalance, yet fortunately, the 2 scouts remained unaware of any unusual behavior and remained perfectly still. After observing, Bear shifted closer to White Wind and whispered, "I've seen them too. Should we sneak over and eliminate them?" White Wind straightened his back, his gaze fixed on his industrious tribespeople. "Not yet. Let us first observe what they intend to do. Acting rashly could easily disrupt our plans." He continued, "By the way, have you heard of the Danfu tribe?" A young warrior from the Suiren clan claimed that the Danfu tribe is a cannibalistic group, currently lurking near this gathering. They may attempt a night raid, but I suspect this is merely a ruse by the Suiren clan. They might impersonate the Danfu tribe to attack other gathering tribes. Bear pondered for a moment. Indeed, there is a Danfu tribe known for cannibalism. But other tribes at the gathering have mentioned that they are at least 20 days' journey from this great river basin. It is unlikely they could arrive here, as they would struggle to find food along the way. Moreover, none of the tribes arriving here have reported encounters with the Danfu. White Wind's heart began to race. This was undoubtedly a ploy by the Suiren clan. They claimed to have witnessed a small tribe of hundreds being attacked by the Danfu tribe on their journey. It seemed they had been plotting to target everyone at this gathering. In comparison to the so-called cannibals, White Wind found the Suiren clan far more formidable, possessing superior weaponry, a larger number of warriors, and, most critically, a cunning leader adept in strategy. This was far more terrifying than trusting a mere oath from primitive wildlings. White Wind understood that if the Suiren clan initiated a raid, his tribe would surely be among their primary targets. Even their strong bows alone would warrant significant attention. Bear, gather a few of the sharper minds among us, not those dull-witted warriors, and inform them of our escape plan. I will assess the situation. If we can eliminate those 2 scouts, we must flee before nightfall. I sense they will act tonight. Shall we not confront them directly? We have many warriors here, We need not fear them. White Wind slammed his fist into the ground. The Sui Ren clan is a vast tribe. The warriors I have seen alone nearly outnumber our entire population. Furthermore, they claim to have additional warriors concealed nearby. Whether true or not, we cannot afford to lose even a single member of our tribe. Bear nodded solemnly, murmuring an acknowledgement before standing up as if nothing were amiss, approaching one of the tribespeople, whispering something, and patting their shoulder before moving on to the next. The person he spoke with continued their tasks without any suspicion. When the food was ready, the tribespeople sat down to eat, maintaining the custom of surrounding all the women in the center, while the men remained outside, ostensibly to protect them, but in reality to monitor and prevent any from alerting others or fleeing. The White Wind tribe had not experienced the chieftain distributing food in quite some time, as they had grown accustomed to self-serving. The sudden act of food distribution surprised them momentarily, but they quickly adapted, and the women did not perceive any wrongdoing in the chieftain's actions. Seizing the opportunity to distribute food, White Wind counted the number of people. All were accounted for, not a single individual missing. Even if one among the 11 were an informant, they had no chance to alert anyone. Perhaps upon noticing the White Wind tribe beginning to eat, one of the scouts departed, presumably to report back, leaving only one behind. White Wind gestured subtly to Bear, who also noticed the absence. Bear leaned closer to White Wind, and after hearing his plan, called over the large fool, who held his bowl toward the direction of the scout, pretending to eat. The bear stood behind him, poised to pick up the bow and arrows resting on the ground. Once the bear had arranged a few men to receive the signal, they pretended to stroll into the woods under the pretense of relieving themselves, swiftly making their way toward the position of the scout, ready to encircle him. The robust figure of Chi allowed the bear to conceal the bow behind him. When all was in readiness, Bai Feng yanked Chi, who was momentarily dazed, while the bear simultaneously released the taut bowstring. The arrow soared toward the thicket where the scout was hidden, and a scream echoed in the air. The warriors who had been preparing to surround the scout rushed in an instant, ending his life, silencing any further cries. The arrowheads were barbed, making them difficult to extract. Thus, they resorted to smashing the skull to retrieve the iron tips. Bai Feng remained unaware of these events. Upon witnessing the scout's demise, he hurriedly instructed his tribe to pack their belongings and prepare for a hasty retreat, disregarding the unfinished meal. Yet, they resisted wasting food, akin to pelicans gulping down their catch. The women were in disarray, perplexed by the sudden urgency, but the tribe, seasoned by years of cooperation, swiftly gathered their things, huddling the panicked women as they began their flight. Chapter 44. National Curse. The 11 women retrieved from the Sui Ren clan were the focal point of concern. Should any of them attempt to flee, the primary course of action would be execution. The retrieved arrows were smeared with white substances, mixed with blood and bits of flesh, causing Bai Feng a sense of nausea. He had no desire to touch those arrows, yet he was astonished by the bear's marksmanship, as he had hit a target from 100 meters away with such precision. Bai Feng resolved that upon returning, he would craft a superior bow for the bear, elevating him to the status of the tribe's sharpshooter. Bai Feng himself had a somewhat vague understanding of his own bow, primarily due to the lack of measuring instruments. He was uncertain of its weight, having never engaged in combat before. Witnessing its lethal capability from 100 meters away indicated it was at least 100 pounds or more. As they journeyed, Bai Feng explained to everyone what had transpired and the reasons for their haste. Once the tribesmen grasped the situation, they expressed no dissent, merely quickening their pace. The women who had been exchanged regarded Bai Feng with skepticism, unable to fathom that a war could be initiated during a gathering, believing such an act would incur divine retribution, as they had all sworn oaths. Only a few women from the Sui Ren clan trembled upon hearing Bai Feng's words, struggling to maintain their footing, fearing he might kill them on the spot. Yet they refrained from contradicting him, as their explanations for their tribe confirmed that Bai Feng's suspicions were fundamentally correct. None attempted to flee. Perhaps they had resigned themselves to their fate. Bai Feng, too, might have been overly tense, believing that there were no spies among those he had casually selected. Even if they managed to return to their tribe, they would not dare run back to deliver warnings. Walking alone on the wilderness was akin to courting death. Bai Feng and his companions practically trotted onward, and as the sun began to set, he showed no intention of pausing. He instructed everyone to gather pine branches to fashion torches, particularly from the fallen pine trees, whose trunks were saturated with resin, nearly translucent. This made for excellent torch material, burning for a considerable duration. Dozens of torches ignited together moved forward like a fiery dragon. It was only when the moon shone brightly enough to illuminate the path without the need for torches that they reached a high ground where they could clearly observe events unfolding downstream. Even if someone were to pursue them, they would be able to spot it in time to escape. Even if the Swearing clan realized something was amiss and began to chase them, it would not be until dawn that they could reach this elevated position. Bai Feng ordered them to set up camp, gather around the fire, and take turns keeping watch. The women exchanged from the Swearing clan had their hands and feet bound with leather ropes to prevent escape. They brought out the dwindling supply of beef, and everyone conservatively nibbled on a bit. Those not on watch immediately lay down to sleep soundly. Bai Feng, unable to find rest, sat on a stone, gazing downstream, hoping to discern what was transpiring. Bai Feng's suspicions were confirmed. From the gathering site downstream, he could vaguely see flames rising. These were not the scattered campfires of a night encampment but rather the woods surrounding the gathering site being ignited, with several spots ablaze, the flames growing ever larger. It was akin to how Bai Feng and his group hunted the cattle, only the Swearing clan was using firewalls to enclose the area, with people blocking both upstream and downstream. Surely, no one would dare to dash through the encircling flames. Indeed, they were the tribe that first embraced fire, displaying an extraordinary proficiency in its use. Had Bai Feng not fled in advance, he would now be among those besieged. He could even hear the anguished wails of the wild men gathered. Bai Feng could not comprehend what could possibly be worth stealing, as everyone shared the same impoverished lot. This robbery was certainly not a spontaneous decision, nor was it solely aimed at Bai Feng's tribe. Rather, it appeared that Bai Feng had inadvertently accelerated their plans. Uncertain of the total number of people in the world now, perhaps 1 million, the entirety of the Asian continent likely did not harbor that many. And yet with so few, it was perplexing why they would turn upon one another. The Swearing clan was not a tribe of cannibals. Bai Feng could not fathom their motivations. At this moment, everyone should be striving for mutual prosperity and the advancement of civilization, as the world was vast enough for all to expand. Feeling melancholic, he urged his sentinels to remain vigilant toward the banks downstream. Any sign of irregularity should be met with immediate alarm. Bai Feng's tense thoughts relaxed somewhat after the inferno ignited. They would likely need to clear the battlefield before pursuing. So he lay down, forcing himself to rest. Throughout the night, there were no pursuers. By morning, most of the flames downstream had been extinguished, though one direction still blazed on, smoke billowing and carried by the wind. The women from the Swearing clan had not intended to flee during the night. They rose to have their feet untied while their hands remained bound. As they traveled, Bai Feng pondered whether they would express the need to relieve themselves, a phrase that now meant to use the restroom, but they merely squatted in place, leaving a puddle behind before continuing to follow the group. Now, Bai Feng and his companions had slowed their pace, as they had been jogging the previous day and their bodies had yet to recover. Moreover, feeling they had traveled far enough, they believed they would not be pursued any longer, thus allowing themselves to relax. Suddenly, the tribesmen on guard shouted a warning. Bai Feng turned to see, far downstream across the river, a throng of wild men moving swiftly, appearing to number in the hundreds. Although visible, even if Bai Feng stood still, it would take them a considerable time to reach him, so he felt no alarm. With so many marching hastily, lacking sufficient provisions, they would not be able to sustain their pursuit for long. They likely assumed Bai Feng and his group had not gone far, prompting their chase. Positioned upwind, Bai Feng cupped his hands into a megaphone shape, bending down to shout, "Bao Shi!" The wind carried his voice away, accompanied by the echo from the valley. Bai Feng had never anticipated his voice could resonate so powerfully. After several seconds, the group came to a halt, as if they had heard something. Bai Feng shouted again, "Bao Shi!" This time they truly seemed to hear him. It appeared they were also attempting to communicate, but the wind carried their words away, rendering them inaudible to Bai Feng. He called out, "I can't hear you. Don't pursue. You want to catch up." After several repetitions, he was confident they had comprehended at least part of his message. They began shouting again, seemingly several voices raised in unison. Though Bai Feng could not make out the specifics, only vaguely catching words akin to "wait for me to kill." It appeared that they had called out several times before changing direction and retreating, no longer harboring any intentions of pursuit. Bai Feng was acutely aware that this was undoubtedly not a ruse. Even if he were to chase after them, he might not catch up. If they merely turned around to confuse him, the likelihood of overtaking them was even more improbable. Although they had withdrawn, Bai Feng still felt a lingering discontent in his heart. Thus, after shouting a few choice words towards Bao Xia, he followed up with a classic 4-character curse, which brought him a fleeting sense of relief. However, the peculiar expressions on the faces of his tribesmen upon hearing his outburst did not go unnoticed. "Chief, Do you intend to become the leader of the Sui Ren clan? We cannot possibly match them. Chapter 45. It was merely a small tribe. Bai Feng had no intention of becoming the leader of the Sui Ren clan. The words he had uttered were not meant to convey any desire to assume paternal authority over them, but were simply literal in nature. Nevertheless, since his tribesmen interpreted it this way, Bai Feng could not ascertain how Bao Xia understood his words, whether he recognized the insult or thought Bai Feng sought to claim his Sui Ren tribe. However, at this point, they were already sworn enemies, and it mattered little. The other tribes at the gathering had likely been plundered clean, with perhaps a few escaping. But Bao Xia was certainly operating under the banner of the Danfu tribe for revenge, not seeking retribution against the Sui Ren clan. Currently, only Bai Feng's tribe was privy to the truth. Yet, for the time being, no one in the vast river basin knew the specifics of Bai Feng's tribe, especially considering their name had only recently been changed, and the numbers and territorial boundaries disclosed to Bao Xia were fabricated. Upon returning to the tribe, preparations for winter would commence. They would hide within their homes, awaiting the arrival of spring to strategize for the new year. The 11 women Bai Feng had acquired were now resigned to their fate. In the Sui Ren tribe, under such circumstances, they would typically be taken for sacrificial rites. But Bai Feng could not bear to part with them, as they had been exchanged for blades and were skilled weavers. It was inconceivable to simply dispose of them. Due to the Sui Ren tribe's wealth, they were well-fed and robust, qualifying as beauties in any tribe. The men of Bai Feng's tribe had long been envious. Yet they restrained themselves from acting upon their desires, observing the special treatment afforded to these women. Yesterday, 9 individuals, including Qi and Shennong, had collaborated to encircle a Sui Ren scout, with Qi, albeit in a dazed state, contributing nonetheless. With 11 women in total, they were allowed to choose one to be their wife, thereby belonging to him exclusively, with others forbidden from sleeping with her, just as he could not pursue the wives of others. Their spirits lifted at this, for the women of the Sui Ren clan were indeed beautiful. After 9 women had been selected, the remaining 2 settled down, relieved that they would not meet a fatal end, while the 2 who were not chosen wept inconsolably. Alongside Sui, fearing they would be the last sacrificial offerings. Xiong urged Bai Feng to accept the 2 women, as the chief possessed that authority. Bai Feng hesitated, reluctant to acquiesce. If such beauties were to be shared in the future, he would undoubtedly be the first to choose. However, his hopes and thoughts were entirely focused on Sui, leaving him indifferent to the current beauties. To avoid raising suspicion among his tribesmen, he had to proclaim that the beauties were rewards for those who had contributed, assuring them there was no need for haste, while those who had benefited the tribe must first secure a beauty. Upon hearing Bai Feng's words, the tribesmen erupted in cheers, each filled with renewed vigor. After calming the crowd, they be untied, even if at a distance. There was no certainty they wouldn't flee. Bai Feng emphasized that no unrelated activities were permitted during the march, and if they engaged in anything at night, it must not compromise their energy for the journey the following day. Sui was never far from Bai Feng's side, for the tribesmen deemed her unattractive. Yet he feared that some lascivious rogue might take advantage of the night to harm her, leaving Bai Feng no time to weep. In ancient times, there was a lecher who loved an unsightly wife, only to be condemned by a well-meaning individual in verse as a debauched fool. Now, the tribesmen were forced to convince themselves that their chief could transform an old woman into a youth and a plain woman into a beauty, refusing to believe that their leader had an aberrant aesthetic preference for the unattractive. Due to poor management of their supplies, they found themselves with less rations than anticipated. Having dined lavishly on their way, they now faced scarcity on the return journey, with their numbers swelling by over 100, leaving them once again in a state reminiscent of their earlier flight from famine, reducing their meals to 1 per day, each portion scant. Xiong's arrows were remarkably accurate, and he, along with several tribesmen, would occasionally dart from the group to catch sight of game, managing to procure some meat as sustenance. Once their provisions were utterly depleted, Bai Feng forbade them from consuming the exchanged grass seeds. They had no choice but to endure hunger on their trek, fortunate that this was the final day, with the promise of returning home by afternoon. The Sui Ren women, having heard Bai Feng mention during their visit that it would take 10 days to reach their territory, now found themselves out of provisions by the 4th day. Their spirits dimmed, facing starvation on the road instead of being slaughtered for sacrifice. The grass seeds were certainly off-limits, as Bai Feng intended to reserve the best for planting. In the midst, he discovered several wild varieties of grains akin to those from later generations. Wheat, buckwheat, millet, sorghum, and even rice. Bai Feng could hardly fathom that rice could be cultivated in such a place. While the tribesmen grumbled with empty stomachs, the familiar expanse of wilderness reminded them that home was near. Once home, they would no longer have to endure hunger, and they began to sing the songs Bai Feng had taught them, albeit with little coherence. Upon sighting the abrupt rise of their tribe amidst the plains, the women assumed they were about to raid that settlement for supplies, feeling their warriors were somewhat few in number and desiring to charge in with weapons for a higher success rate. Their words elicited laughter from Bai Feng and the others. The women, bewildered, observed the shaman and his people coming forth to greet them, mistakenly believing this was a small subordinate tribe of Bai Feng's. To their astonishment, the shaman and everyone else cheered, accepting the goods they had exchanged and preparing to escort them into the tribe for settlement. Only then did they realize they had been deceived by Bai Feng. Rather than a grand tribe of thousands, they were now merely part of a community of over 500, each understanding they had entered a rather impoverished tribe, one that might not endure the winter without facing starvation, their expressions growing despondent. According to the shaman's report, everything had remained stable during their absence, with no significant events occurring. As they approached, they noted the walls, which had only reached a height of 20 centimeters at their departure, now stood over 40 centimeters tall, encircling the entire tribe. Should they construct walls reaching 4 or 5 meters high, Bai Feng would fear no assault from any major tribe. Did those tribes even understand the art of siege? The women had initially viewed Bai Feng's tribe as small and sparsely populated from a distance, but upon entering, they discovered the stark contrast. What were these towering earthen structures resembling caves? Why were there no tents? What was that blue substance above, meant for rain protection? How did it protect against rain? Wasn't it sufficient to simply lay down branches and leaves thicker? In the distance, the sight of smoke and the constant flow of a spring dazzled these women, filling them with a sense of wonder. Although in terms of numbers and resources they could not compete, in terms of infrastructure they were leagues ahead. Bai Feng smiled as he watched his tribesmen guide the newcomers around, introducing them to their new community. The arrangements for their identities were promptly undertaken. Though they did not comprehend the process, names were registered, and they were assigned to their respective production teams, each overseen by a captain who would explain things. Each team had approximately 3 additional members assigned, resulting in a gender imbalance within the tribe. With fewer than 200 men and over 300 women, Bai Feng could only say that those capable must work harder, ensuring the tribe would prosper with many offspring. In the past, sustenance was scarce, and unexpected events often marred one's existence. Now, such anxieties have dissipated, yet the tribe's dwindling number of children poses a grave concern. Those who have taken wives express a desire to establish separate households. This is acceptable as long as they take the initiative to construct their own abodes. Chapter 46. How to endure a warm winter. The tribe now boasts over a dozen men with wives, though their unions stem from the chief's arranged marriages rather than romantic love. Their simplistic understanding of home revolves around possession. Their wives are not to be shared with others. Bai Feng harbors no aversion to their aspirations to detach from communal living and monopolize their spouses in private quarters. Such arrangements might eventually cultivate a deeper understanding of familial bonds, paving the way for the evolution of societal order. In larger tribes, only the chief knows who his sons are, and his women remain untouchable. As autumn deepens, the harvest is complete, alleviating the need for fishing, gathering, or hunting. The tribe's focus shifts to devising ways to survive a cozy winter. Though the communal dwelling accommodates several individuals, its low height is advantageous, as excessive elevation would make winter unbearable. Beneath this land, there likely exists a colossal coal mine, and nearby surface coal has been discovered. However, Bai Feng is hesitant to allow its use for heating during winter until proper equipment is established. He plans to conduct trials in his modest abode. Initially, he designated a large plot for himself but ultimately constructed only a small house of around 10 square meters, which suits him perfectly, especially now that he is joined by Sui and a cow. Since joining the tribe, Sui has enjoyed plentiful meals. Observing her voracious appetite fills Bai Feng with compassion for the sole beauty of this era. The tribe members typically bathe by pouring water over themselves from head to toe, something Bai Feng considers merely a rinse. With the advent of iron, he gifted the future carpenter a set of tools, compelling him to fashion a bathing tub from a sturdy log. Coupled with the ubiquitous soap pods in the region, Bai Feng concocted a shampoo using soapberries and arborvitae leaves, which proved to be remarkably effective, capable of outshining many contemporary products, particularly for its anti-hair loss properties. Bai Feng is the most meticulous and cleanly individual in the entire tribe, primarily due to his fear of blood-sucking creatures that leap about. Although his solitary washing efforts may seem insignificant, they help mitigate the spread of certain diseases. He insisted that Sui thoroughly cleanse herself in the tub with hot water. Bai Feng wished to avoid having other women join, But their clumsiness left him with no choice. They are all wild folk, it matters not. After all, they have seen so much, one more is inconsequential. Despite his mature mindset, his youthful body is not yet 20, and in this era, he is in his prime. Sui, too, is merely a young girl, her figure undeveloped, which leaves Bai Feng feeling uneasy. He must exercise restraint. Sui is still too young, and he must wait until she reaches 17 or 18 before entertaining thoughts of marriage. In the meantime, he will focus on nurturing their bond. Sui's complexion, though deemed dark in the modern world, appears exceptionally fair here, contrasting sharply with the sun-kissed skin of her peers. Under Bai Feng's guidance, the women, resembling Suiren, rudimentarily stitched 2 cross-colored robes, the closest approximation to ancient Han attire that Bai Feng could envision. 11 women, skilled in needlework, utilized the iron needles Bai Feng provided to expedite their efforts. Although he could not craft scissors, the iron knife sufficed for cutting fabric. Throughout the process, Bai Feng, drawing from hazy memories of his past life, instructed them on how to measure for a proper fit, utilizing white chalk to draw lines on the fabric for clearer cutting. Their keen interest and impressive learning abilities astonished Bai Feng. Initially intending for them to merely sew makeshift robes, he soon realized their skills likely surpassed his own. Thus, he encouraged them to craft the 4-cornered underwear he had planned to make himself. Before sewing, the fabric needed to be softened to avoid irritation. He fashioned 3 pairs for himself and 3 for Sui. Hesitant to specify the style, he opted for non-size-specific boxers that could be tightened with a drawstring. When he inquired if Shennong and the others required any, they promptly rejected the peculiar design, asserting that allowing their younger brothers to dangle freely in nature was far more comfortable. Bai Feng did not press the issue. As for Sui, regardless of her preferences, she would wear them. Bai Feng reasoned that her refusal would disadvantage them both, despite the fact that no one else in the tribe donned such garments. He pondered why his possessiveness had intensified, oblivious to the feelings of others. Perhaps this was a side effect of power? Clean and clad in her new attire, Sui appeared stunning in Bai Feng's eyes. Yet, she remained bashful, uncertain of why Bai Feng treated her with such kindness, which left her feeling uneasy. The tribespeople observed Bai Feng's peculiar affection for an unattractive girl. Recognizing that the chief's taste must be skewed, they felt powerless, sighing as they walked away. Those with wives felt relieved that the chief posed no threat to their beautiful partners. Sui, like a shadow, followed Bai Feng everywhere, accompanied by the carefree calf. An odd pairing indeed. Bai Feng intended to install a fireplace in his room, necessitating only bricks and mud to create a flue to vent the smoke. As the winter winds blow from the northwest, the chimney must face southeast. Otherwise, the house would fill with smoke. While constructing his home, Bai Feng neglected to make provisions for various necessities, but whimsically installed the largest window in the tribe, larger than those of any other dwelling. He prioritized natural light yet entirely overlooked winter insulation. Fortunately, the carpenter had an epiphany and installed wooden window frames for Bai Feng. Bai Feng crafted the hinges and nails, and the carpenter fitted them with operable windows and a door using the same method. In return, Bai Feng was obliged to forge hinges and nails for the tribe's houses for several consecutive days, enduring the agony of sore arms. While Bai Feng forged iron, Sui squatted nearby, feeding coal into the furnace, while the calf frolicked about, heedless of its surroundings. Perhaps it was oblivious to the actions of these humans and the fate of its kin, unable to comprehend their plight. The fireplace was a success, though the seams where it met the wall leaked smoke. After sealing the gaps with mud, Bai Feng could not guarantee it would remain airtight. Thus, he dared only to burn coal during the day, resorting to firewood at night. If firewood ran out, he would simply endure the cold. He had no desire to perish silently, uncertain if the cannibals he encountered upon his arrival had met their end at the hands of coal. Upon witnessing Bai Feng's fireplace, the tribespeople, led by their chief, eagerly constructed their own massive fireplaces in their homes. Under Bai Feng's guidance, they ensured that coal would not be used at night, extinguishing the fire if wood was unavailable. Meanwhile, the tribe's demand for coal and firewood surged, with heaps of both steadily accumulating in the open spaces. Although daytime temperatures were still mild, the chill of early mornings and evenings became increasingly palpable, with significant temperature fluctuations between day and night. As a true northerner, the presence of a Kong is indispensable. However, those who have slept on a Kong for decades remain oblivious to the intricacies of its construction. Bai Feng, hesitant to recklessly excavate the walls, resorted to simulating the process on the open ground with bricks, endeavoring to deduce the method of building a Kong. Chapter 47. The humiliation of building a Kong. In the eyes of his kin, Bai Feng embodies a blend of genius and madness. While he accomplishes some tasks with remarkable prowess that leave others astounded, he also engages in actions that baffle comprehension, such as currently drilling holes in the walls of his abode, prompting his tribe to speculate that the chieftain has been experiencing frequent episodes of instability. With a grunt, Bai Feng labored at the wall, creating the Kong openings. After a rudimentary model simulation, he felt a surge of confidence in constructing the Kong, reasoning that if it were to collapse, he could simply rebuild it. Yet, the openings must be executed flawlessly. Otherwise, once the walls are breached, there would be no remedy, rendering the house obsolete. Sui tirelessly transported soil in a bamboo basket, mixing it with straw and water to create a mud concoction. Nearby, a young calf, eager to assist by urinating, was unceremoniously rebuffed by Sui, who, after playfully nudging Bai Feng with her head, scampered off to frolic elsewhere. In the blacksmith shop, under Bai Feng's guidance, the apprentices merely refined iron ore into ingots, storing them for future use. The reality of winter loomed, making it impossible for work to cease entirely. Pottery firing, iron smelting, and wall construction must continue unabated. Should snow fall, it would provide a welcome reprieve, a chance to rest without concern until the thaw permitted work to resume. Bai Feng envisioned replicating a blast furnace to the fullest extent. The challenge lay not in the scarcity of resources, as iron ore and coal were plentiful, but in the inability to increase production. If there were enough iron to equip over 100 men of the tribe with iron swords and knives, though iron armor remained a distant dream, Bai Feng's 200 warriors would not fear the 500 of rival tribes. With roughly a month until the onset of winter, the morning chill had already given rise to a delicate frost upon the ground. Even the most robust individuals found themselves grappling with a mental struggle before stepping out into the cold to labor. The fabric produced by Bai Feng's tribe was insufficient for adequate clothing. After crafting his own garments, he intended to reward the most contributive members of the tribe with the remaining fabric on the day of winter's arrival. The garments fashioned from fur and hide were rudely cut and draped directly over the body, providing minimal warmth and wasting valuable materials. The best attire made from fur would surely be the Mongolian robe. Bai Feng recalled visiting the snow-capped grasslands in the pastoral regions, where the souvenirs included striking Mongolian robes and boots, though most individuals refrained from purchasing robes, finding little opportunity to wear them. Boots were popular, practical for daily wear, and aesthetically pleasing, while hats, some even adorned with English lettering, indicative of inland wholesale, were the most commonly bought items, earning Bai Feng playful ridicule from friends for his purchase. Bai Feng had once commissioned a set of Mongolian robes, ideally suited for the harsh winters of the northwest. It required 6 lambskins to create one robe, but alas, his tribe possessed only a handful of brown sheep pelts, far from the white ones commonly seen in later eras. The tribe's productivity was woefully inadequate. Recalling the designs from memory, Bai Feng instructed a few weavers to craft one robe each for himself and Sui. By the time these 2 garments were completed, winter would have arrived. With so many individuals to oversee, Bai Feng could not manage them all. He could only direct them to gather dry straw, which, when softened by striking with stones, could be laid in the house as bedding, soft and warm, easily concealed when blankets were scarce, and abundant for collection. As a pioneer, Bai Feng constructed the Kong walls with bricks and clay, yet faced a dilemma when it came to the Kong surface. The area was too vast to apply mud without it collapsing. Furthermore, he could not construct excessive firewalls within the Kong, lest the fuel be obstructed from reaching the core, resulting in a wasted effort. In a moment of regret, Bai Feng lamented his past reluctance to inquire about the Kang's construction. Though the Kong he had slept on previously often collapsed or became too hot, igniting the bedding, he now felt a surge of frustration. He struck the clay with a fist before angrily stepping outside to clear his mind, with Sui timidly trailing behind, too afraid to speak. Observing Bai Feng's irritable demeanor, the tribe surmised that he had failed in his endeavor, choosing to avoid the ill-fated situation by pretending not to notice and turning away. Deer, the foolish lad, remained oblivious while others discreetly slipped away, only to be caught by Bai Feng. Perfect timing. I'm in a quandary. Come here and lend me your thoughts. I can't seem to devise a solution, and I'm curious if your mind can offer something useful. If you can't figure it out either, let us see if you dare to mock me in the future. Deer was unceremoniously ushered into Bai Feng's abode, too intimidated by his authority to resist. Upon observing the peculiar mound Bai Feng had constructed, he was bewildered, unable to comprehend the purpose of the circular formation in the house. As Bai Feng expressed his concerns, without adequate firewalls, the Kong surface could not be completed. If too many were added, the fuel would fail to reach the center. Deer inspected the structure, grasping Bai Feng's predicament. Yet, Bai Feng held no expectations for Deer. It was merely an outlet for his frustrations, and Deer, unfortunately, had become an unwitting participant. Feigning contemplation, Deer examined the Kang's structure. Bai Feng remained silent, allowing him to ponder. Soon, Deer positioned a brick horizontally, standing it upright parallel to the Kang door, then squatted to look up at Bai Feng. The latter transitioned from confusion to contemplation, then to enlightenment, only to be overtaken by embarrassment and rage. Deer, sensing the shift, stood and swiftly fled. Bai Feng was not truly angry. It was merely a jest to frighten Deer. Watching him vanish into the distance, Bai Feng chuckled, nearly doubled over with laughter. Aside from being a tad stubborn, Deer was a good sort and, indeed, Bai Feng's lucky star. How could he have missed such a simple solution? By constructing a few firewalls parallel to the Kang openings, Bai Feng could now support the Kang surface without fear of it not heating properly. He nearly resorted to using wood for support, akin to constructing a roof, which could have led to an unintended fiery disaster. It appeared that Deer's little knife could once again be repurposed into a dagger, and perhaps he could be equipped with one in advance. Bai Feng successfully completed the Kang, though the lack of proper tools rendered its surface uneven and too damp for immediate use. He utilized readily available fallen leaves mixed with earth to fill the Kang, igniting a fire to gradually dry it out. The fuel used to fill the Kang needed to be blended with soil, allowing for a slow-burning, smoldering fire rather than a fierce blaze that would extinguish too quickly. Over time, this would yield a comfortable temperature, a lesson Bai Feng had learned well, as the discomfort of a scalding Kang was a memory he wished to avoid. The tribe remained unaware of Bai Feng's undertaking, merely observing their chieftain laboring for 2.5 days, constructing a new smoky opening in his home. One fireplace sufficed. Why create two? Once Bai Feng confirmed the stability and safety of his Kang, he intended to teach everyone, but for now it remained a secret, with half of his house occupied by the Kang, rendering it unsuitable for lying down. Consequently, the young calf lost its chance to sleep indoors. The tribespeople lined up, presenting their freshly gathered straw, and Bai Feng, despite not laboring, found himself with the thickest bed in the entire tribe. Chapter 48. The Temptation. Enjoying the finest resources of the entire clan and wielding the authority over the family's wealth is a power that rightfully belongs to the chieftain. Bai Feng need not agonize over whether he is oppressing his kin, for his burdens are far heavier. He must lead his people in securing sufficient sustenance and ensuring their safety. At least for the present, Bai Feng proves to be a commendable leader, having provided his clan with homes where they can shelter from the elements and evade wild beasts, as well as food that will sustain them until late spring, a stable water source, and more formidable weapons, all contributing to a more convenient existence. As he shares a grass nest with Sui, Bai Feng strives to maintain his composure and refrain from erratic behavior. It is not his formidable self-discipline that restrains him, but rather the deeply ingrained principles of juvenile protection and his own moral compass, coupled with the acute awareness, as a physician, of the perils faced by young mothers during childbirth. Bai Feng wishes to build Sui her own small house, yet upon hearing this idea, Sui clings silently to his arm, tears streaming down her cheeks. Her sense of security is profoundly lacking. She experiences nocturnal convulsions and nightmares, leaving Bai Feng perplexed about the extent of her suffering in her former tribe. With little recourse, he can only offer her his unwavering concern. Whenever he discovers Sui in the throes of a nightmare, he hums a lullaby to soothe her. Neither Sui nor Bai Feng grew up in environments where lullabies and comforting gestures were commonplace. Bai Feng himself was born into an era of hardship, often left to fend for himself while his parents worked, finding solace beneath a tree. His clothes soiled with a mixture of urine and dirt, his tiny hands riddled with cracks. By the time Bai Feng could form memories, life had improved significantly. Children were treasured, and neglect was no longer an option. The children he encounters in his tribe, however, seem to fare even worse than he did in his youth. Their mothers, believing their offspring possess the same resilience as themselves, often leave them scattered about. The few children in the tribe require Bai Feng to assume the role of caregiver whenever he visits. When the children become restless, he teaches them the lullaby he knows, a simple melody without words, which Sui eagerly learns and hums while working. When nightmares plague her, Bai Feng sings the lullaby, and she quickly finds tranquility, as if liberated from her terrors. For Sui, the lullaby is not merely a source of comfort from parental affection, but rather a remedy against the cruel hand of fate. Yet, Bai Feng remains uncertain of Sui's true feelings towards him. Although he could dismiss such concerns, this era is indifferent to a woman's sentiments, and notions of love are scarce. What if Sui's feelings for him resemble those for a father or brother, rather than a husband? Each day, Bai Feng expends all his patience and offers meticulous care, embodying the archetype of an overly devoted admirer. Gradually, Sui's demeanor improves, her smiles becoming more frequent, and Bai Feng entertains her with tales and jokes of this time that he invents. The tribe now enjoys an abundance of meat. The rendered beef fat serves as an excellent source of nourishment for frail, aging individuals, complemented by starchy chestnuts. The dish of beef stewed with chestnuts, seasoned with salt, cinnamon, star anise, and thyme, not only provides rich nutrition but surpasses the taste of the fare found in other tribes. In just half a month, the aged woman once thought to have only a few years left, while not appearing as her age would suggest, has regained the vitality of youth, capable of performing arduous tasks daily. The tribe members believe their chieftain possesses the ability to extend life, deepening their respect for him, as they anticipate seeking his aid when their own time comes. Bai Feng, oblivious to their thoughts, would undoubtedly find humor in their misconceptions. Provided the tribe maintains its current standard of living, or even improves upon it, they could easily live for over 60 years, with physical decline becoming inevitable only in their 40s or 50s. With limited culinary variety, Bai Feng yearns for a change in flavors. Yet the offerings remain the same: beef stewed with chestnuts, roasted beef, stir-fried chestnuts, or salted fish stew. The tribe relishes these meals, eagerly anticipating each meal, while Bai Feng finds himself weary of the monotony. His distaste for home-cooked meals manifests as an inexplicable craving. He feels something is missing, perhaps a hint of spice? While perusing the storeroom, he notices a string of cured meat hanging from the ceiling. Upon inspection, he realizes it is from a large sow once hunted by the tribe. Bai Feng had preserved a hind leg as cured meat and had even made some sausages, only to have forgotten about them. Excited by his discovery, he calls for Sui, slicing off a generous portion to take back to his abode, cutting a substantial piece of sausage as well. Observing her keen interest, he offers her a slice, which she finds too salty but is reluctant to discard. Bai Feng is delighted and heads to the bamboo grove in search of bamboo shoots, having used his previous finds to make pickles. He hopes to uncover fresh shoots, though he is uncertain if they are available in autumn. He can only rely on fortune. Cautious not to venture too deep, the bamboo grove casts a foreboding shadow, the fallen leaves crunching underfoot, heightening his discomfort and prompting an urgent need to relieve himself. While autumn shoots are scarce, Bai Feng manages to find a few before he grows anxious and decides to leave, fearing the emergence of something unspeakable. Though the autumn shoots are meager, they are fresh. The tribe has yet to consume the stored millet, as no one is inclined to eat grains while meat is plentiful. After cleaning the millet, he steams it in a pot, resulting in a delectable dish of glutinous rice. The autumn chives have shed their leaves, but the roots remain tender. He digs up a few, chopping them finely. Their pungent, spicy aroma is overwhelming. The cured meat is rinsed to remove excess salt, for it would be inedible otherwise. He slices the tender shoots and the cured meats, and lacking vegetable oil, he uses beef fat, heating it before adding the chives. Once fragrant, he introduces the cured meats and shoots into the pan, sprinkling in some thyme. After a quick stir-fry, the primal version of bamboo shoots sautéed with cured meat is ready. Bai Feng takes a taste, and indeed, it qualifies as a culinary masterpiece of this era. Should mythological chaos ensue and he cannot become a master of winds and rains, might he instead become a culinary deity? Sui, drawn by the enticing aroma, has learned to use chopsticks under Bai Feng's careful guidance. As she lifts a piece of meat and savors it, she feels as though she is partaking in a divine feast. With her bright, sparkling eyes fixed on Bai Feng, she hopes for a larger serving. Patience, he reassures her. The rice will be ready soon, and then you shall truly understand the essence of deliciousness. Chapter 49. Development. No one can resist the allure of exquisite cuisine. The meal Bai Feng has prepared, if served in the past, would have prompted him to overturn the table in a restaurant. After months of consuming haphazardly prepared dishes, savoring such a thoughtfully crafted meal feels extraordinarily delightful. Sui, who once struggled to fill her belly, is now lost in the pleasure of a pot of glutinous rice paired with bamboo shoots sautéed with cured meat. Bai Feng himself consumes little, while Sui becomes almost oblivious to her surroundings, only realizing how much she has eaten when there is barely any left. She gazes at him with a pitiful expression, fearing his displeasure. Bai Feng merely pats her head before heading off to wash the pot. A devoted admirer is boundlessly forgiving. After visiting Bai Feng's hearth, all the tribe members returned home determined to create one of their own, having conveniently forgotten their previous disdain for the chieftain's eccentricities. The White Wind harbored no grudges from the past, guiding them in their endeavors. In the end, each dwelling boasted a spacious communal sleeping area, providing respite from dampness in summer and warmth in winter, while also mitigating the onset of ailments such as rheumatism. Presently, They remained utterly oblivious to the concept of disease prevention. On frigid days, they doused themselves with cold water, laboring until sweat poured forth, indifferent to the biting wind, leaving their leather garments wide open for ventilation. The white wind could hardly intervene, resorting to striking one after another, for reason held no sway, and intimidation with a whip was the only means left. Life unfolded in a monotonous manner, akin to a secluded utopia, with little of significance transpiring within the tribe. Everything remained bland and uninteresting. When the young calf first arrived, still not fully weaned, its body was robust and plump. Upon joining the tribe, it was relegated to grazing, and the white wind provided no feed. Now, its spine was prominently visible. It had grown taller, yet appeared thinner and less appealing. The ears were evolving in the direction the white wind had anticipated. Without sun exposure, their skin rapidly transformed, once wheat-colored, now nearing the complexion of ordinary girls in later generations, even showing signs of becoming fairer. The white wind was certain that she bore no skin afflictions, merely concluding that fair skin was an innate gift, one to be envied but never attained. In the eyes of the white wind, only fair-skinned girls were deemed beautiful, their skin as smooth as cream, where a single shade of white could conceal a multitude of flaws. Moreover, the features of the ears were not unattractive. With a bit of added weight, they appeared even more charming and refined. Yet, to the tribe members, the ears were increasingly perceived as unattractive, their lack of sun-kissed skin rendering them sickly and ugly. The white wind inwardly cursed their narrow-mindedness, recognizing they had never tasted good pork. Women of higher status, who did not toil under the sun, possessed skin that was increasingly fair and delicate. In this small tribe, everyone was alike. Once true social strata emerged with enhanced productivity, 1 meter, by the wild men. The tribe no longer had to gaze upwards at the vast expanse of wilderness, their sense of security steadily growing. The tribe now possessed over a dozen bows, with production ongoing, as the white wind aimed to craft bows of power that far surpassed those of his contemporaries. The surge in production had also honed the artisan's skills, resulting in bows that were no longer crude, featuring grips wrapped in leather and bodies coated with lacquer. Despite the warnings of the lacquer tree's bite, they persevered for the sake of aesthetics. The bear's bow was the most ostentatious. Ever since the tribe's bow-making techniques had matured, the bear had discarded the bow given by the white wind, much like a heartless lover, opting instead to craft a bow of such strength that the white wind doubted his own ability to draw it. All materials were of the finest quality, with cow horns affixed to the bow's body for added resilience and decoration. On the day the powerful bow was strung, the bear presented it to the white wind. The white wind, feeling somewhat intimidated by the formidable bow, was urged by the bear to give it a try. He did not knock an arrow but merely drew back the string, failing to even pull it halfway. The white wind realized he was outmatched, feeling embarrassed but not openly admitting it, merely explaining to the bear that a bow is not necessarily better if it is merely stiffer. If one cannot draw it, how does it differ from a mere stick? A stick can be wielded more easily than a bow. Upon hearing this, the bear knocked an arrow and drew the bowstring, sending the arrow whistling past the white wind's ear at such speed that he could scarcely discern it, only feeling a tingle on his scalp. The bear aimed for a tree over 30 meters away, felled for firewood. When they approached to inspect, they found the stone arrowhead embedded in the wood, while the rest had shattered upon impact. Had it been an iron arrowhead shaped as a penetrating projectile, the white wind was certain that at such close range, the bear could have pierced through 3 men. Nevertheless, such a mighty bow was challenging for the white wind to draw, even considering his superior physique for this era, possibly shoot multiple times in succession. After voicing his concerns, the bear knocked no arrows but repeatedly drew and released the bow 6 times. It was only on the 7th attempt that he began to feel the strain. The white wind could not help but admire the bear's strength. He resolved never to engage in physical confrontation with a man of such might. Naturally, the white wind would not conceal from the bear the potential harm of repeatedly drawing and releasing the bow. Watching the bear tenderly inspect the bow, the white wind's mischievous satisfaction was somewhat fulfilled. However, with a warrior of such formidable strength, the white wind could not afford to neglect him. He was already preparing to craft various iron arrowheads for the bear's use. The iron ingots from the smelting workshop would suffice for the white wind's needs for a considerable time, providing ample opportunity for him to experiment with steel without fear of wastage. Accompanying him was an apprentice with arms as robust as the bear's, a promising candidate for blacksmithing, though lacking the bear's exceptional marksmanship and strength. The white wind understood that iron must be refined to become steel, yet he was uncertain of the specifics. While the iron knives he had forged were undeniably hard, they were equally brittle, with many tribesmen's knives having shattered. He recalled terms such as high-carbon steel and low-carbon steel, indicating that carbon must play a vital role in the transformation of iron to steel. Regrettably, he was merely a wretched liberal arts student, rather than a scientist or engineer. The White Wind added crushed carbon powder to the molten iron, wary of overdoing it. He estimated that a single batch of molten iron could accommodate only a handful of carbon. After melting what he believed to be high-carbon steel into bars, he attempted to clamp and forge a blade, only to lose his grip, causing it to fall and shatter into more than 2 pieces. The White Wind felt a surge of frustration. Was it due to excessive or insufficient carbon? After several days of trial and error, he finally discerned that it was not a matter of adding carbon, but rather expelling it. No wonder, regardless of how much carbon was added, the outcome only differed in the number of fragments produced. Once he adjusted his approach, the White Wind and his apprentice, both possessing strong arms, alternated in hammering the iron ingots, causing impurities and oxidation layers to fall away. After flattening the iron hammer, he folded it again and continued to hammer, repeating this process 4 times before he began to shape the blade, opting to forge a Nepalese curved knife, an exceedingly practical design. Chapter 50. The First Snow. After repeated folding and forging, the knife boasted commendable hardness and resilience. However, the finesse of the blade's shape remained beyond the White Wind's mastery. It lacked the aesthetic appeal he had envisioned, appearing somewhat unsightly. The blade's tang was also one piece, featuring a hole for ease of handle installation. Once he was satisfied with the shaping, he placed the blade in the forge until it glowed orange-red, then quickly quenched it in water. Unsure how to determine its hardness, he simply observed that the blade remained straight, believing the quenching to have been successful. When dropped to the ground, it produced a crisp sound. Dropping it on the anvil resulted in no fracture, and it did not break when bent by hand, even springing back after being flexed. The White Wind was finally convinced that what he had forged was no longer mere iron but could indeed be classified as steel. Numerous stones of varying coarseness were available for sharpening, and the White Wind, unwilling to entrust the task to others, meticulously ground the blade's shape himself, followed by rough polishing with fine sand and even finer polishing with linen. The handle was crafted from peachwood, securely pinned, and shaped to fit comfortably in his hand. After sharpening, the blade gleamed with a cold light. Testing it on particularly hard mulberry would reveal its ability to cut deeply while sustaining no damage to the edge. Everyone gazed at the knife with fervent desire, wishing to claim it for themselves. The White Wind felt only partial satisfaction, for the blade's shape remained awkward in his eyes, and he recognized that a knife forged through such folding and hammering would possess intricate and beautiful patterns, yet he was uncertain how to reveal them. Otherwise, with such a blade, the White Wind could have bartered for immeasurable beauty within the tribe. Encased within a scabbard fashioned from wood and cowhide, Bai Feng hurled the sword to the deer crowded outside the door, declaring, "This is the blade I promised you. Do not bother me henceforth. Take care of it, for I shall not be responsible if you misplace it." The deer, taken aback by Bai Feng's unexpected gesture, merely nodded in a daze, and before Bai Feng could offer further instructions, it clutched the sword and dashed away. The tribe members, who had initially been fixated on Bai Feng, now turned their fervent gazes upon the deer, which scampered off, prompting an eager throng to follow, leaving none behind to witness Bai Feng. Glancing at Sui, who was tidying up the forge, Bai Feng felt a flicker of satisfaction. Casting aside his blacksmith's apron and casually dropping his hammer, Bai Feng took Sui by the arm, ready to depart the forge, while informing Hui that he could now attempt forging independently. The most crucial aspect of steelmaking had been resolved, and Bai Feng could no longer confine himself to the forge. Hui nodded vigorously in agreement, and the moment Bai Feng stepped outside, he seized a hammer and began to perform a jubilant, improvised dance. Though winter had not officially begun, the first snow had fallen overnight, silently blanketing the world, and by morning it showed no signs of abating. The landscape was enveloped in a thick layer of white, with snow accumulating to the point of covering one's ankles. However, the snow was not particularly moist and could not be shaped when grasped. Aside from Bai Feng, none possessed footwear. They considered wearing such items to be rather foolish. With no one able to venture outside, the children, brimming with mischief, dashed into the snow, only to retreat hastily as the cold became unbearable. If this was the will of the heavens, then the entire tribe would take a day off. They would attend to the snow once it ceased. The young calf could no longer enter Bai Feng's abode, prompting him to construct a small shelter beside his house using wood. Although the walls let in the wind, it at least shielded the calf from the snow. Bai Feng believed his creation sturdy enough to withstand the weight of the snow, and the shelter was filled with thick, dry hay, allowing the calf to lie comfortably. Even amidst the heavy snowfall, it remained warm, while its kin huddled in the valley, their backs laden with snow, shivering together. With nothing pressing to attend to, Sui lay on a bed of soft hay below, winking at Bai Feng from atop a heated platform covered with cowhide. Bai Feng, however, remained impervious to temptation. Retrieving his tools, he set about crafting a pair of boots for Sui. Their Mongolian robes were nearing completion, and in a few days, they would be ready, though the outer fabric was plain linen, lacking the vibrant hues characteristic of future Mongolian attire. Lifting Sui's foot, Bai Feng placed it upon the cowhide to trace its shape. Despite the presence of thick calluses, Sui's feet were small, clean, and exquisitely formed, with delicate ankles and slender calves in perfect proportion. Bai Feng found himself captivated, nearly drooling at the sight, but quickly stifled such thoughts, determined that no one, not even Sui, would discover his slightly perverse preference. Thankfully, Sui remained oblivious, believing Bai Feng to be diligently at work. After measuring 1 foot, Bai Feng indulged in his craft before feigning that the sole had been properly sized. Outside, the snow continued to fall, while the fireplace crackled warmly within the house. The room was cozy, and in such a setting, a metal kettle simmering atop the fire would have been the epitome of perfection. On snowy days, the rhythm of life slowed. Perhaps the other tribespeople lay cocooned in their beds, continuing their slumber, while those with wives in separate lodgings engaged in their own activities. Bai Feng took the newly forged steel knife and began to carve the boot soles from wood. Solely using cowhide would render them too soft, so he decided to incorporate a thin layer of wood for added durability. Bai Feng exhibited remarkable patience, ensuring the wooden base was as flat as possible to prevent discomfort, while also maintaining a curve to support the arch of the foot. Prolonged wear on a flat sole could lead to pain and adversely affect the spine, not to mention distort the foot's appearance. Sui watched attentively, occasionally passing Bai Feng the hemp cord for stitching the boots or pulling the cowhide taut for better cutting. As afternoon approached, the snowfall began to diminish, with only sporadic flurries remaining. The accumulation had exceeded the ankles and reached the calves, an unexpected abundance for the season's first snow. There was no need to summon the tribe to clear the snow. It would be too taxing for them. Better to let them continue their rest and allow the snow to settle, making it easier to clear the next day. As night fell, darkness enveloped the surroundings. Oil was a precious commodity, and Bai Feng hesitated to use it for lighting, relying instead on torches that provided only temporary illumination, albeit with much smoke and irritation. Bai Feng had initially considered seeking out a beehive to extract honey and render beeswax, but such thoughts proved overly optimistic. The tribe had never encountered honeybee nests, only the ubiquitous wasp and hornet nests. One tribesman, while passing a dead tree, inadvertently kicked it, only to discover a nest of wasps within. Fortunately, after the rain, he fell into a muddy pit, escaping disaster. However, upon returning to the tribe, he found himself stung multiple times, suffering severe poisoning, vomiting, and unable to rise. Bai Feng could only prepare an antidote with his limited supplies, and after a night's rest, the man recovered. Now, Sui and Bai Feng had grown comfortable sharing their nights, devoid of any awkwardness or embarrassment. Though no real intimacy had transpired, they had become familiar and reliant on one another. Bai Feng often awoke in the night, cold, and gazing at Sui, wrapped in cowhide. He would burrow deeper into the hay for warmth. As the sun rose, its light reflecting off the snow created a dazzling brightness. After washing up, Bai Feng stretched, ready to step outside and gather the tribe to clear the snow. However, upon opening the door, the sight of chaotic, overlapping paw prints sent a wave of unease coursing through him, causing his scalp to prickle. Chapter 51. The Battle Wolf. Bai Feng quickly shut the door, hesitant to venture outside. Such an abundance of tracks could not have been left by a solitary beast. Surely, a large pack of wild animals had approached the tribe during the night. Though he held a knife, it offered little comfort, too short and lacking in lethality. After a moment's thought, he handed the knife to Sui, who was still bewildered by the situation, while he himself reached for his bow and nocked an arrow, feeling emboldened by the prospect of a ranged weapon. Sui trembled as she gripped the knife, standing behind Bai Feng, fearing that the larger tribe they had previously crossed paths with had come seeking revenge, sobbing and shaking uncontrollably, even as her grip on the weapon tightened. Bai Feng cautiously opened a crack in the door, scanning the vicinity for any signs of danger, but saw nothing amiss. He then crouched down to examine the tracks, confirming they were small and star-shaped. He deduced they belonged to wolves, for only such creatures would travel in packs of this size. He had yet to encounter jackals or other similar beasts in this region. Knowing they were wolves, Bai Feng felt a surge of confidence. He had previously faced down a lone, frail wolf, and though it had been a mere shadow of its kind, it had fortified his belief in his ability to deal with them. Wolves did not ambush like lions or leopards. As pack animals, they relied on group tactics, often testing their prey before launching a true attack. Hearing no warning cries from his tribesmen, Bai Feng concluded that either everyone in the house had been overwhelmed or the wolves had not penetrated the dwelling at all. He leaned towards the latter possibility. No matter how formidable a wolf pack might be, it was unlikely that a dozen prey could be silenced without a single sound. Softly calling to the calf, it responded with a timid moo, though its voice was barely audible, quivering with fear. The calf's shelter, constructed entirely of wood, was drafty yet sturdy, likely providing sufficient security against the wolves' attempts to invade. The white wind did not allow Sway to emerge. Instead, it compelled her to remain inside. Should a wolf approach, Bai Feng would swiftly enter and secure the door. At present, Bai Feng stood beneath the eaves, vociferously alerting his kin, providing a preemptive warning to all. Most of the tribe had awakened, yet, aware of the thick snow outside, they presumed they could forgo work, remaining within their dwellings and thus failing to notice the encroaching pack of wolves. Under Bai Feng's alarm, all able-bodied men emerged cautiously from their homes, ensuring safety while the women armed themselves guarding the doors. Over 100 individuals gathered in the clearing before Bai Feng's residence, with sentinels positioned at both the front and rear. The ground was marked with numerous footprints, likely made after the snow had ceased, though it remained uncertain if the wolves had since departed. A group of dozens split into teams, searching in various directions, ready to call out if they encountered any sign of danger, hastening to provide assistance. Due to continuous expansion, Bai Feng's tribe now occupied several hundred acres, albeit densely populated with no fields to cultivate. Bai Feng led his people forward, the prints in the snow densely alarming. He could scarcely fathom the number of wolves that had come. Stray tufts of grayish-yellow fur lay scattered upon the snow. Silence enveloped them, no one daring to speak above a whisper, the only sounds being the crunch of feet upon the snow and the labored breaths of his kin. Their bare feet reddened from the cold, though their anxiety overshadowed any discomfort. With no habitation nearby, Bai Feng directed his steps toward the storeroom. Even from a distance, they faintly heard scratching, thumping, and some high-pitched cries. Instantly, all entered a state of readiness, leveling their spear points, crouching low, and gradually advancing toward the storeroom. Before turning the corner, Bai Feng already glimpsed several wolf rears. Perhaps they perceived humans as a minor threat, or perhaps their sheer numbers emboldened them. They had certainly noticed Bai Feng and his companions but did not turn to face them. Drawing his bow, Bai Feng aimed at a wolf's belly approximately 10 meters away, but regrettably, the arrow veered off course, striking its spine instead. The wolf convulsed briefly before collapsing to the ground without a struggle, an unexpected stroke of luck for Bai Feng. Upon witnessing the fallen comrade, the nearby wolves tucked their tails and retreated slightly, yet a few approached to assess their companion's condition, finally fixing their gazes upon Bai Feng and his group. The sounds of scratching and thumping ceased. This was the storeroom where beef was stored, likely attracting the wolves with the scent of processed meat, which prevented them from launching an immediate attack on Bai Feng's people. However, the door was thick and heavy, and their claws proved ineffective in opening it, indicating they had been struggling for quite some time. As the wolves continued to gather, the numbers swelled to 40 or 50 in sight, not to mention those hidden beyond the walls, an unfathomably large pack. This was likely due to the recent heavy snowfall, compelling them to emerge in search of sustenance. Though Bai Feng's group outnumbered them, the sight of so many eager, green-eyed predators instilled a sense of unease. Humans preferred to hunt without injury, for wounds could lead to infections, and the specter of rabies left Bai Feng with no choice but to incinerate the afflicted. Bai Feng called out to another team led by Shennong, and upon hearing his shout, the pack momentarily retreated, only to cautiously advance again. Bai Feng had knocked another arrow, uncertain whether this shot would intimidate them or provoke a charge. Shennong's team quickly approached, their eyes widening at the sight of such a formidable number of wolves. Instead of retreating at the sight of more humans, the pack appeared invigorated, as if the glimmering objects in their hands were mere twigs. Without hesitation, Shennong drew his longbow, crouched low, and released an arrow tipped with a piercing head. It flew with a shriek, penetrating the belly of the first wolf, then piercing through the chest of a second, pinning it to the ground. The wolves paid no heed to their fallen companions, driven by the scent of blood. A cacophony of howls erupted as the entire pack surged forward like a tide. The tribesmen, startled, fell back. Yet their spears remained in motion, thrusting wildly. Many wolves met their end, impaled and writhing on the ground, but some managed to slip past the spears or leap through gaps, resulting in a few being caught or bitten. Though the numbers were few, the screams were chilling. Those armed with bows continued to draw and release arrows. Amidst the chaos, their accuracy was high, yet most strikes failed to find vital spots, allowing many wolves to press on. After 3 or 4 minutes of intense battle, wolf carcasses lay strewn about, while others still twitched in their death throes. Finally, some semblance of reason returned to the pack, or perhaps they were called back by a hidden wolf king, as they gradually reduced their assault and began to distance themselves, baring their teeth in a standoff. None of Bai Feng's tribe had perished, though many were wounded. The most grievous injury was a gaping wound in a warrior's calf, the flesh hanging by a thread, exposing bone, yet he remained steadfast. The Wolf King, its fur gray and gleaming, was significantly larger than the others, leading the remaining 60 or 70 wolves, one by one leaping over the city walls and retreating toward the forest. A wounded wolf, unable to leap, was swiftly dispatched by the Wolf King, which bit through its neck and carelessly discarded it upon the snow. Shennong glared at the Wolf King, withdrawing the last arrow from Bai Feng's quiver, drawing it back fully and aiming at the beast. The Wolf King merely hopped aside with a slight motion, avoiding the shot, fixing its gaze on Bai Feng and Shennong as if to engrave their likenesses in its memory. With a long howl, it leaped over the wall and vanished into the wild. Bai Feng and his group dared not pursue, primarily concerned with tending to their injured. Spotting the warrior with the torn calf, Bai Feng urgently called out, "Quickly, find a clean house to place him in, and where's my medicine kit? Medic! Medic! Bring me my box." Chapter 52. The Tribe Rests. The resilience of humanity in this era is truly remarkable. Observing such a wound sent shivers down Bai Feng's spine. Yet the warrior simply remarked that it hurt a little, not lamenting as one might expect from a patient recovering from a surgical procedure for hemorrhoids or an abscess. Following a previous incident involving a mother in labor, the tribe built a small house specifically to handle such emergencies. The last mother and her husband, the potter, now lived harmoniously, and especially after the arrival of their child, they experienced the joys of parenthood. This was merely a result of Bai Feng's stringent enforcement. After gaining access to the maternity room, the potter completely disregarded the newborn. Fortunately, Bai Feng frequently visited to check on the child. Otherwise, the infant's rations might have been seized, and the mother monopolized to the point of neglecting her own child. Bai Feng's fury was palpable, and after breaking countless bamboo sticks in his wrath, he eventually calmed down, realizing that the responsibility lay primarily with him. Had he not meddled in arranged marriages, such issues may not have arisen. He contemplated the need to cease his interference, recognizing that a proper familial foundation had yet to be established. However, the potter was unwilling to relent, pleading with Bai Feng not to retract his claim on his wife, promising never again to seize the child's rations or monopolize the mother, vowing to take on the responsibility of caring for the child after work. Bai Feng, perceiving his sincerity, felt compelled to grant him yet another chance, thereby offering himself an opportunity as well. However, each day, Bai Feng would intermittently check on the situation to ensure that his assurances were being fulfilled. Consequently, the child continued to thrive, and the couple lived in harmony. The skilled potter was able to procure more food, allowing the family to enjoy an increasingly prosperous life. Bai Feng also developed the habit of periodically inquiring into the living conditions of married families and imposed penalties and criticisms for instances of infidelity. As a result, the potter's family had become a model household under Bai Feng's guidance. Moreover, Bai Feng not only prepared an emergency shelter but also crafted a medical kit. It contained no medicines or other supplies, as Bai Feng had yet to develop the means to create pills or powders. Inside the box lay only a sharp willow leaf knife, which had not yet seen any practical use, along with tweezers, curved needles for suturing, and sheep gut sutures wrapped in steamed hemp cloth, with additional steamed cloth available as makeshift bandages. The entire setup was rather rudimentary, and many procedures were inadequately addressed. The difference between sterilized and non-sterilized instruments was negligible. Bai Feng left an assistant to tend to the medical needs while instructing the uninjured individuals to return and dispose of the wolf carcasses. Only then did they realize their feet were nearly numb from the cold, and each one timidly requested permission to return home to warm them, hoping for an additional day of rest. Bai Feng consented to allow them to bring the wolf carcasses inside for processing, with the understanding that all meat and hides would be surrendered, as the warmth of the house was merely an added benefit. Bai Feng harbored great admiration for the resilience of the people. Aside from the individual with a leg injury, The other dozen or so lightly wounded had nearly staunched their bleeding, displaying remarkable coagulation abilities. Lacking sugars or antiseptics like iodine, they had only warm water cooled after boiling to cleanse the wounds. Though the wounds appeared relatively clean, bleeding persisted. Bai Feng, having heated an iron needle until it glowed, applied it to the blood vessels, effectively substituting for a surgical electrocautery. Fortunately, the method proved effective, halting the bleeding. After cleansing the area once more, Bai Feng began to suture the wounds layer by layer, providing continuous guidance to the medical assistant. Lacking any suturing experience, Bai Feng hesitated to let him practice directly, opting instead for him to first work on a piece of meat, as all doctors had to start somewhere. The first 2 layers of suturing proceeded smoothly. The patient offered no resistance nor cries, remaining eerily silent. Bai Feng felt as though he were performing surgery on a fully anesthetized patient, and with a burst of determination, he completed the suturing of the skin and secured the bandage, feeling a sense of perfection, though he remained anxious about potential infection. When he turned to call the patient, he discovered that the individual had fainted from pain at some point unbeknownst to him. Upon glancing at the lightly injured observers, it was evident they were horrified, akin to having encountered a demon, preferring to bleed out rather than allow Bai Feng to treat them. The medical assistant, having witnessed Bai Feng's meticulous technique, was astonished by the transformation of the ghastly wounds into neat sutures, leading him to regard the chieftain with newfound respect. Bai Feng's prowess was beyond mere words. After repeatedly assuring them that he would not treat their bodies like mere fabric, the trembling individuals finally consented to Bai Feng's treatment. After cleansing and bandaging their wounds, he allowed them to leave, hoping fervently that they would not succumb to infection. The brother with the leg injury awoke, staring incredulously at the bandaged limb. Though the pain was a stark reminder that it was no dream, he remained, continuing his recovery away from the filthy kin, his survival hinging upon the risk of infection. If he endured without succumbing, he would emerge as a strong man, but if he faltered, he would be nothing, a mere shadow of what he could have been. The bounty of 31 wolves yielded pelts of exceptional quality, though Bai Feng was hesitant to utilize them, fearing that should he wear the pelt of a wolf recognized as a relative by its pack, he would face dire consequences. Bai Feng promised that all participants in the hunt would receive a share of the wolf pelts, but providing each member of the tribe with a pair of shoes this year was out of the question. Instead, he offered these warriors a piece of hide to wrap around their feet for warmth, suggesting that they could fashion their own boots if they so desired, as it was not an insurmountable task. Bai Feng could not possibly craft shoes for each rugged man. While wolf meat was edible, it was far from delectable, tough and sour. Yet, it remained meat and waste was not an option. Precautions were necessary. Doors and windows had to be secured tightly, and reinforcements added to the entrances, for wolves bore grudges, and a nighttime raid could spell catastrophe. Originally, Bai Feng had intended for the tribe to clear the snow from their territory together. But given their brave efforts and the bounty they had reaped, he decided not to press them further. The cold was biting and the snow lay thick. Thus, the entire tribe rested for the day. Chapter 53, Winter's Arrival Summary. After 2 consecutive days of rest, there were no excuses left for inactivity, and the snow began to gradually melt, crunching underfoot with a satisfying sound. Except for the injured, pregnant women and children, all others were required to participate in snow removal. The shovels were light, perfect for clearing snow, and a large wooden board, fashioned into a sled, was lashed with rope. A few individuals pulled at the front while one guided from behind, allowing them to push through even the thickest snow in a single sweep. The tribal settlement was expansive, encompassing not only living quarters but also areas for kiln firing. Bai Feng planned to transform other open spaces into arable land. Although it was saline and alkaline, the soil's alkalinity was not excessively high. Snow piled in these areas would serve as a natural cleansing process once it melted. Various ashes produced by the tribe, including the waste of several hundred individuals, would be mixed with soil and stored in designated areas for composting. Come spring, they would be turned into the soil, ensuring that despite the slight salinity, yields would far surpass those of wild foraging in the wilderness. Water from the pipes was rendered unusable. Upon noticing a sharp drop in temperature that caused thin ice to form on outdoor water sources in the morning, Bai Feng promptly ordered the sealing of the water intake at the lake to prevent the ceramic pipes from freezing and breaking. They relied on pre-stored water kept in a cellar, where temperatures remained above freezing, thus avoiding ice formation. However, the cold was intense, and even the hardiest individual would find that a sip of the chilled water drawn from the cellar would result in stomach cramps within 3 minutes. Miraculously, the tribesman whose leg had been sutured showed no signs of infection, When changing the bandages, Bai Feng was astonished to find the wound remarkably dry, with no discharge. If this condition persisted over the coming days, it would surely be a blessing from the heavens. Bai Feng had prepared medication, ready to address any fever should it arise. Surprisingly, the tribesman exhibited no signs of infection. After lying in the infirmary for about a week, although he was unable to move much, his wound had healed considerably, albeit the sutures were rather unsightly. Yet he wore the scar as a badge of manhood, a testament to his courage. Bai Feng mused that in this era, those with such scars might not necessarily be brave, but they certainly possessed strong wills. Among the other injured tribesmen, however, 2 had developed infections due to deeper wounds. Fortunately, their symptoms were not severe. Bai Feng merely administered fever-reducing medication during their high temperatures, after which they relied on their robust immune systems to make a complete recovery. 10 days had passed since the snowfall, and after a brief dip in temperatures, they began to rise once more. When the snow covering the vast expanse of the wilderness finally melted, leaving only remnants in the shaded corners, winter had truly arrived. On the day of the winter solstice, Bai Feng did not require the tribe to work, but instead gathered everyone in the area he had designated as the square, igniting dozens of large bonfires to ward off the chill. On this day, Bai Feng intended to hold a summary meeting to reflect on the year's work, reward those who had contributed the most, allocate resources within the tribe, and establish the work plan and construction schedule for the coming year. This gathering was crucial for enhancing tribal cohesion, unity, and a sense of belonging. Inquire as to why the year-end festivities are not held, but rather during the onset of winter. The White Wind cannot simply transport the Purple Gold Mountain Observatory, nor can he determine the exact date of the new year. He is only able to ascertain the timing of the winter solstice, albeit with the possibility of a day's discrepancy. Nevertheless, this can be recalibrated through the shadow of the sun on the winter and summer solstices. As for the celebrations of the new year and the creation of the calendar, let that be entrusted to Shenyuan. The White Wind tribe can establish the tasks to be undertaken on this day of the winter solstice, which, in terms of significance, may be considered a festival. Furthermore, from this day forward, the tribe members' resting hours will gradually surpass their working hours. There is another date that the White Wind intends to solidify, namely the day for hunting cattle. The wild buffalo herds migrate to the valley pastures around the same time each year, and the White Wind tribe can regard the hunting of these buffalo as one of their primary sources of sustenance. The day following the harvest can be celebrated with exuberant feasting, singing, and dancing, much like this year's festivities. The bear is the most significant contributor to the tribe, possessing a degree of leadership and embodying the pinnacle of the tribe's martial prowess. The number of hunted prey he has brought back is beyond count. Yet the White Wind has little of value to offer him, as the bear has always taken the best for himself without hesitation in the presence of the White Wind. Thus, in a tribe where there is an abundance of young men and women, he may select another wife. The younger can choose but one, while the older may select 2. With the tribe's nutritional support, the older women are becoming increasingly youthful, and no one believes they will perish within a few years. Yet, the bear still chose one young beauty for himself. The second most commendable individual is Ji, the one who independently discovered and decided to track the wild buffalo herd, ultimately yielding immense benefits for the tribe. The White Wind can only offer him a wife, some fabric for clothing, and the piece de resistance, a formidable sword, measuring over half a meter in length. The bear had pestered the White Wind for this blade for an indeterminate length of time. Yet the White Wind had still not bestowed it upon him. Upon seeing the sword, Ji was overwhelmed with joy, placing it on the table. The White Wind informed him he could take it directly, but Ji merely rubbed his hands, glancing left and right, hesitating to grasp it, seemingly fearful of something. Observing his flushed face and labored breathing, the White Wind took the initiative to hand the sword to him, even taking care to avoid being cut in the process. To showcase the sword, the White Wind set the sheath aside without inserting the blade. Ji's hands trembled as he grasped the sword, quaking with anticipation. The White Wind, seeing his trepidation, helped him sheath the sword before feeling reassured. Once sheathed, Ji took a couple of deep breaths and then bolted away, clutching the sword without a backward glance, racing towards his own dwelling, entirely ignoring the White Wind's suggestion to select a wife first. The White Wind, recognizing Ji's affection for the sword exceeded that for women, took it upon himself to select 2 older women for him, instructing them to approach Ji with fabric in hand. Subsequently, other contributing tribe members such as Wu, the carpenter Bien, the potter Gao, and those who discovered iron or caught the most fish, produced the most clay, and foraged for the most wild vegetables were also rewarded. Lu, too, was deemed a hero, as he had led the White Wind to the Great Lake, enabling their settlement in this location. However, in other respects he was quite ordinary. The White Wind did not reward him with a sword, as the first steel blade was already in his possession. Though he was only 15 in this era, he had already reached manhood. And so the White Wind allowed him to choose a wife. All those who had rendered service received additional rations of food, exempt from sharing with their production teams, and they could continue to enjoy the food distributed equally among the production teams, thus genuinely acquiring private sustenance. However, some of the women in the tribe posed a dilemma for the White Wind. While steel tools were granted and fabric and food were distributed fairly, it was inconceivable to allow them to choose their own husbands. Initially, he intended to compensate them with extra food, but to his surprise, they earnestly requested the right to select husbands. After a moment of bewilderment, the White Wind acquiesced, and each one, without exception, chose from among the most formidable men in the tribe, all of whom had recently received rewards. In terms of ability and physical prowess, these men were excellent choices, and they accepted without any hint of displeasure, for the alliance of strengths is the natural path to survival. Yet, it remains uncertain who truly benefited. Each newly formed household appeared to have received their respective rewards, but in reality they had gained double, while the White Wind seemed to be the one at a loss. Chapter 54. Cast Iron. For reasons unbeknownst to him, the current northwest region bears little resemblance to the one the White Wind remembers from the future. Even the vegetation, compared to later times, retains vast expanses of forest. What perplexes the White Wind is the precipitation. In later winters, the dryness would lead one to question existence, while now, after the last snow has melted, the next snowfall is already upon them. Most outdoor activities within the White Wind tribe have come to a halt, save for pottery and ironworking, which persist regardless of the weather, for the great fires continue to burn unabated, generating temperatures far exceeding that of their dwellings. Other tribe members remain mostly indoors, venturing out only occasionally to clear the snow when the skies are clear. Due to the reduced workload, food supplies have slightly dwindled. Yet everyone understands the reasons and no one expresses discontent. In fact, under these conditions, the tribe members are visibly thriving. The young calves lack fresh grass, subsisting solely on the harvested hay, which is already quite a luxury compared to having to sift through thick snow for roots beneath. Continuous consumption of hay has left the once rapidly growing calves even thinner, though a silver lining exists. Their wooden shelter remains warm, preventing them from wasting energy against the harsh winter cold. Sway's physique has also begun to round out, as ample nutrition and a peaceful living environment usher in a period of rapid development. Her skin has become taut and elastic. Her hair has transformed into a smooth, lustrous cascade, no longer resembling dry hay, and it is anticipated that she will grow even taller next year. In the forge, the White Wind has enlisted several tribe members possessing strong arms, who, rather than idling about, have taken to forging iron to contribute to the tribe. As they gain proficiency, the production of iron implements within the tribe has multiplied, though so too has the accumulation of scrap metal, necessitating remelting. Once the months of winter and the still chilly early spring have passed, nearly 200 warriors of the White Wind tribe will each possess a long sword, marking them as formidable forces in this era. The crafting of bows is proceeding in an orderly fashion. A few tribe members, lacking in forethought, have sought to borrow the bear's exceptional bow, believing that only such a weapon could showcase their valor. After reluctantly borrowing the bow from the bear for trial, they wisely opted for bows of normal strength. Previously, the White Wind had focused solely on ironworking, never considering cast iron. During the ironworking process, an apprentice inadvertently dropped a piece of clay into a freshly poured mold for iron bars. Initially, it was assumed the iron bar was ruined, but as the apprentice approached the White Wind with the discarded iron bar to confess his mistake, the White Wind, observing the bar with a cavity after the clay was removed, did not reprimand the apprentice. Instead, he merely advised him to exercise caution and prioritize safety in the future. This mishap prompted the White Wind to recall an ancient method: casting. He had inadvertently confined his thoughts to forging. Since arriving in this world, the White Wind's mind often struggles to navigate complexities, and it is only when others present ideas that he can suddenly grasp the concepts. In truth, the White Wind is aware of the reason for this. The previous owner of this body possessed only a slightly above-average intellect. Tribe members who were once familiar with the White Wind have inquired why he has suddenly become so astute. Yet he cannot divulge that he has traversed time into the body of this White Wind. Instead, he resorts to using the old sayings of heaven and earth to deflect their curiosity. The current Bifeng possesses an exceptional source code, yet even with open-source capabilities, he finds himself unable to continue the architecture, struggling even with imitation. A sense of trepidation looms over him. Should he bear offspring, What if they turn out as foolish as he? Would he entrust the power of the tribe to such a child, akin to other great tribes? Or should he cede authority to someone more astute, capable of leading the tribe further? Another source of Bai Feng's distress is the contemplation of parenthood. Would the child truly be his, or merely a reflection of the former Bai Feng? Is the inheritance of physical genes more significant than that of the spirit? Does he become merely the steward of the former Bai Feng's legacy? Although he exercises perfect control over this vessel, he understands that it is not the true embodiment of himself. This notion first emerged, nearly driving Bai Feng to despair, as he grappled with such intricate thoughts while already burdened with a less than agile mind. It was a sudden clap of thunder that jolted him from this reverie, revealing a potter basking in the sun with a child in his arms. In that moment, Bai Feng found solace. As long as the act of creation was an experience he underwent, the continuity of the former Bai Feng's genes alongside his own spirit sufficed. Let it be that the child has two fathers, the ethical dilemmas could be resolved by future philosophers. Rather than dwell on unnecessary matters, he resolved to engage in more meaningful endeavors, such as forging an iron pot. The craft of iron cookware had gained popularity, largely due to a documentary, though most were actually cast iron. Bai Feng utilized clay mixed with iron sand to create the mold, pouring molten iron into it. Once the mold was removed, he obtained the desired cast iron vessel. Renowned artifacts like the Simuwa Ding and the 4-sheep square zun were crafted using the lost wax method. Yet Bai Feng lamented the absence of beeswax, which would have expedited and enhanced his creations. His first successful endeavor was an iron pot. Unlike the slow-conducting, thick ceramic pots that limited culinary techniques to stewing and boiling, the iron pot enabled frying and sautéing. Sui remained enamored with Bai Feng's culinary creations, and he delighted in teasing her, often regaling her with tales of exquisite dishes and various cooking methods. His descriptions so vivid that Sui could hardly contain her saliva. As their appetites grew, Bai Feng bemoaned the overly salted and somewhat bitter simple ingredients they had, jesting that such saltiness could have led to the demise of salt merchants. With the iron pot came the requisite spatula, fashioned from iron for the head while the handle was crafted from wood to conserve materials. Of course, this newfound skill was not solely for satisfying Bai Feng's culinary cravings. Cast iron also allowed for the rapid production of arrowheads. A single row of molds could be prepared, filled with molten iron, and once extracted, each piece could be finely polished. In an era devoid of armor, stone arrowheads paired with sturdy bows could easily penetrate the human form. The shafts and fletchings were predominantly crafted by women, who could sit at home, leisurely shaping wooden arrows and affixing feathers, an abundant resource, as collecting vibrant plumes was a common practice, serving as splendid adornments. Despite the stagnation in infrastructure development, the martial prowess of Bai Feng's tribe had reached astonishing heights, particularly with ample bows and arrows. Each day, Shennong would lead them in target practice, rapidly enhancing their skills. With the exception of Bai Feng, the tribe boasted over 100 sturdy bows, dozens of long knives, and warehouses brimming with arrows. Warriors, armed with longbows and quivers, wielded gleaming blades that instilled fear in all who beheld them. By spring, nearly 200 such equipped warriors would be ready. Chapter 55. The snowflakes stirred by the wind. Flakes as small as a palm began to fall, prompting Bai Feng to reflect. Sui, curious, questioned why he referred to them as palm-sized when they were merely fingertip-sized. Bai Feng, clasping his hands behind his back, feigned profundity and replied, "You are still young. When you reach my age, you will understand." In the Yoshong tribe, a robust youth enveloped in animal skins and wrapped in a thick layer of straw trudged through the heavy snow. His father, Xiaodian, the chieftain of the Yoshong, had tasked him with inspecting the tribe to ensure their well-being and sufficient food supplies. This youth was Shenyuan, the young leader of the Yoshong. Unlike other tribes where a chieftain could be easily overthrown by a stronger contender, in their large tribe the leadership would undoubtedly pass to his son. His father, Xiaodian, inherited the land of Qingqiu from a grandfather he had never met. His tribe was known as the Yoshong, while his father's brothers inherited the Lianshan and the favored son of Shennong, receiving the wealthiest Shennong lineage. The Yoshong tribe remained subject to the governance of the Shennong and was required to pay a portion of their harvest. Although the Yoshong tribe was allocated to his father by their grandfather, they were, in practice, a subordinate tribe of the Shennong, just as the Lianshan was. Shenyuan held disdain for his uncle, whom he had never met, a man of frivolous character who squandered the greatest inheritance, leading to the decline of the Shennong. If he were to govern, he believed he could make the Shennong more formidable than during the reign of their first leader, commanding the respect of all tribes. As Shenyuan traversed the snowy landscape, the thought of the inept occupying high positions, while his aspirations remained unfulfilled, ignited a fire within him. His father perceived him as a mere child, reluctant to grant him more power. From an early age, Shenyuan understood that he would one day command a great tribe of nearly 10,000, necessitating a breadth of knowledge, from agriculture and foraging to hunting, archery, and swordsmanship. He possessed a bronze sword at a tender age, an object of envy among his peers. Yet, his father imparted lessons primarily in the art of winning hearts and garnering loyalty from followers. Thus, even amidst the falling snow, Shenyuan would shed his thick fur cloak for a thinly clad warrior accompanying him on his rounds, who would kneel in gratitude for the gesture. In truth, he would have sought out his tribesmen regardless of his father's command, for he believed it was his duty as a future chieftain. The tribe huddled together in cramped wooden shelters, some within animal skin tents, and upon entering, Shenyuan felt a momentary struggle to breathe. Each time a door or curtain opened, warmth escaped while the cold air rushed in. Yet not one tribesman expressed dissatisfaction, instead expressing profound gratitude for the young leader's visit amid such harsh conditions. After assessing his people, he found only around 40 had succumbed to the cold, with a few more trapped beneath collapsing tents. Shenyuan deemed this loss acceptable, reasoning that the bodies could be tended to once the weather warmed. On his way back, he inspected the livestock, cattle and sheep, all unharmed. However, to his surprise, he discovered a slave seeking refuge from the snow beneath a cow, prompting enraged warriors to drag the slave out and execute him, staining the snow with blood. Yet, the warmth of life quickly succumbed to the chill, leaving only a small patch of crimson glimmering against the white, soon to be obscured alongside the corpse. Thousands of emaciated slaves huddled by the woodpile, pressed against one another for warmth, entirely devoid of any covering, whether animal skin or fabric. They remained utterly silent, their heads bowed, their bodies blanketed in snow. Were it not for the swirling steam rising from a particular spot, one might truly believe there was no one present, though it was uncertain how many among them were alive. Noticing that his kin appeared to be mostly well, Shenyuan felt a sense of relief as he carefully treaded through the snow towards his dwelling in the cave. Meanwhile, in the Jili tribe, a corpulent boy with 2 braids was darting through the bamboo forest, cradling a black and white furball in his arms. The heavy snowfall had snapped many bamboo stalks, making the already narrow paths of the forest even more treacherous. Fortunately, he was accompanied by a dozen or so massive warriors, their muscles as solid as stone, who could effortlessly crush any obstructing bamboo, clearing the way for Chiyou, the young leader of the Jili. His father boasted of having 30 warriors with copper heads and iron brows, but Chiyou felt a surge of defiance, finding his father's pride quite irksome. He secretly vowed that once he matured and took command of the Jili tribe, he would possess not 50, but 81 brothers with copper heads and iron brows, brothers, not mere warriors, and he was certain he would surpass his father. However, for the moment, the number of brothers was not of paramount concern. Finding iron for the iron-eating beast he held was his utmost priority. The tribesmen had discovered this small creature while foraging and, instead of killing it, had presented it directly to the tribe's leader, Zhang Qiong. The chieftain initially intended to slay the iron-eating beast to check for undigested iron in its belly, but Chiyou insisted on keeping it. He had once heard a wise sage passing through their tribe claim that immortals rode upon great fish, some upon eagles, and others upon a magnificent creature resembling what was called a fire beast, which galloped with the swiftness and beauty of autumn's blazing wildfire. Chiyou had never seen such a fish that could carry a rider, nor could he capture a giant eagle or that exquisite beast. The only creatures in their territory were the massive wild bulls, notoriously savage, capable of tossing any warrior attempting to mount them into the air, only for them to crash down and be trampled into a bloody pulp. The long-awaited iron-eating beast, rumored to dwell only in distant mountains, was said to be colossal and more fearsome than the black bears of their region, sustaining itself solely on iron, an exceedingly rare metal that could only be extracted with great effort. Chiyou would never forego the opportunity to possess a mount as extraordinary as an iron-eating beast. He pleaded with his father for the plump young creature, intending to raise it in his cave. Yet, regardless of whether he offered it or a refined bronze, it refused to eat even a morsel. Chiyou initially thought to let it starve for a few days, hoping it would eventually eat, but as it grew weaker without opening its mouth, he could only cradle it, hoping to find the iron it would consume in the place where it was discovered. As Chiyou sprinted through the bamboo forest with the iron-eating beast in his arms, its eyes suddenly opened, displaying a flicker of vitality as it struggled to descend to the ground. However, fearing it would escape, Chiyou kept it tightly held. The creature grew increasingly agitated, emitting sharp cries. Chiyou, perplexed by its distress, felt anxious himself but was at a loss until a slender bamboo twig fell before him, which the iron-eating beast eagerly seized and began to chew with delight. The wind swept up the white snow, forming shapes reminiscent of various animals across the desolate expanse. Sui exclaimed loudly, "Look, that's a huge long worm, and over there it resembles a bear." The wind tossed them about as if they were in combat. Bai Feng, squatting at the entrance and watching the snowfall with Sui, chuckled, "What a splendid spectacle of dragons contending with bears." Chapter 56. First, sharpen your tools. The dreary and arduous winter finally came to an end. Although the air remained frigid, many tasks for the new year could at last commence. After a winter of nurturing, the Bai Feng tribe had not lost a single member to frost or starvation. Instead, they emerged more robust and plump. However, nearly everyone bore frostbite on their hands and feet, their faces flushed and peeling from the biting cold. The women, once on the brink of death and purchased back by Bai Feng at a low price, had regained their youth, now surrounded by numerous men eager to exchange their saved food for favors. The tedium of winter had led to an increase in pregnancies, with over 100 women across the tribe expecting, many even visibly so. Those already pregnant were placed on a list forbidding men from touching them. Should anyone risk the tribe's loss of a child for their own desires, they would be sent to another tribe to retrieve 2 children to compensate. Yet, amid his joy, Bai Feng also felt the weight of responsibility. By this time next year, the tribe would have over 100 mouths to feed. Though the infants would not consume food immediately, provisions would still need to increase to ensure their mothers were well nourished, and the presence of children would bind these laborers, making it impossible to neglect them in favor of work. Looking at the 2-meter-high wall constructed over the winter, Bai Feng felt a sense of satisfaction. Though merely made of earth, it was impenetrable to current human weaponry unless they possessed gunpowder. Bai Feng was aware of how to create gunpowder and its optimal ratios, as well as methods to enhance its potency. Charcoal and nitrate were readily available, but sulfur required a bit more effort to procure. However, Bai Feng was reluctant to unleash such a demon prematurely, for if humanity were thrust into the age of firearms thousands of years ahead of time, the death toll in wars would double, potentially leading to human extinction, a burden Bai Feng could not bear. The tribe's bricks were now being mass-produced. After mastering the process, Bai Feng implemented a continuous production line, allowing the brick kiln to operate day and night. The tribesmen working in the kiln expressed no grievances, for this position afforded them greater access to food, ensuring they could eat to their heart's content rather than subsisting on the bare minimum of rations at home. The bricks produced were of high quality, neatly stacked in the tribe's open space. The tribespeople wondered why the finished bricks were not being utilized, but Bai Feng merely instructed them to wait. Having bricks without cement was nonsensical. Bai Feng was well versed in the process of making cement, knowing how to alter its properties to enhance durability and accelerate drying times. Unfortunately, there was no extensive limestone quarry nearby, which posed a significant frustration for him, as not all resources were readily available to the Bai Feng tribe. Nevertheless, once a limestone quarry was located, cement would naturally become a non-issue, and the tribe's transition to brick-and-mortar housing would be imminent. In addition to these developments, the blacksmithy was operating almost continuously, thanks to the efforts of several apprentices. Now, every warrior in the tribe possessed a long knife and a small dagger, making daily tasks more manageable. Of course, not every tribesman was suited to wield a knife. Those like the burly bears required heavier weaponry, such as broadswords or large sabers. Once swung, who would not tremble in fear? Beyond weaponry, tools for women such as needles, awls, and even scissors were crafted, although the latter proved exceedingly challenging. After successfully creating 2 pairs, Bai Feng was unwilling to forge any more. One pair was entrusted to Sui for safekeeping, while the other was given to Huangdi, the most influential among the women traded from the Swearing clan. Women in the tribe needing scissors would approach these 2 for borrowing. Bai Feng often referred to them as coming from the Swearing clan, but they vehemently resisted this label, insisting they were members of the Bai Feng tribe and requesting that he refrain from using the term Swearing to describe them. Agricultural tools were also not neglected. However, larger implements demanded excessive iron, and even if Bai Feng was willing, the tribespeople were reluctant to spend precious iron on non-combat tools, opting instead for stone, wood, and bone, accepting the extra time required as a trade-off. The White Wind could not compete with them, nor did they comprehend the adage that one must sharpen their tools before embarking on a task. Ultimately, the White Wind fashioned merely 3 plowshares. While he was engaged in his work, the tribe members mistakenly believed he was crafting spear tips for the bear and did not intervene. The bear, upon seeing the massive points, genuinely thought they were weapons made for him, and thus he diligently attended to the White Wind. They failed to ponder whether such large objects could function as weapons. Even for a creature as robust as the bear, they seemed impractical. Subsequently, shovels, hoes, and sickles were created, with the tribe members repeatedly presuming they were weapons, only to be informed time and again that they were agricultural tools. Although these implements could serve as weapons, disappointment lingered. Consequently, after producing only a couple of each type of farming tool, the remainder were crafted by the tribe using wood, bone, and stone, for their expertise with grinding stones remained unparalleled. The White Wind also collaborated with the carpenter, Ben, to construct a cart, though its body was made of bamboo and wood, rendering it quite heavy. The wheels were fashioned from solid wood, lacking outer tires. However, the critical components, the axle, wheels, and several connection points were all crafted from iron, ensuring durability against wear and tear. Since the brick kiln site began using the cart to transport bricks, the workers became enamored with it. Despite its weight, it conserved considerable energy that would otherwise be expended walking, prompting an immediate request from the White Wind to produce several more. It was infeasible for the White Wind to create just one, and the craftsmanship was not overly complex. The most intricate parts were made by Ben and the White Wind, while the other tribe members merely needed to assist in constructing the body. In a single day, they could effortlessly produce 2 carts. One person could easily pull 300 or 400 pounds across flat terrain, a feat previously unimaginable, and even uphill, 2 additional individuals could push it along with ease. The brick kiln had enough carts, but other production teams also felt the need for one, finding it significantly more convenient for transporting coal and firewood. The White Wind was somewhat vexed by the demand for carts, yet there was no alternative. They simply had to be made. Once the rainy season passed, the White Wind's thoughts were predominantly focused on the land, as he constantly observed the ground beneath his feet. Although he still donned the warmest Mongolian robe, he sensed that the weather would gradually warm, and wild grasses would soon sprout. The planned fields had been meticulously prepared, with ridges dug neatly. The tribe's accumulated manure and ash from half a year were piled together to decompose into fertilizer, awaiting the thawing of the heaps once the temperature rose, after which it would be spread across the fields, followed by tilling and sowing. Chapter 57. Spring Plowing. At long last, as the warmth returned, a sudden late spring chill struck, freezing the newly sprouted green grass under a blanket of snow. Fortunately, the flowers had yet to bloom. Otherwise, this snowfall would have dealt a fatal blow to the year's wild fruit harvest across the barren expanse. Wild chickens flitted about, pecking at the tender grass and the revived insects in the soil, while grayish-yellow hares emerged in search of food, blending seamlessly with the earth's hues. The animals had consumed their winter supplies, and the White Wind tribe stock was dwindling as well. Adhering to the bare minimum, they could last only another month. Thankfully, the beef contained ample fat. Otherwise, relying solely on wild vegetables and seeds, many would likely perish from hunger this winter. The warriors, having trained through the winter with the finest weapons of their era, found themselves without conflict to engage in as the weather warmed. However, they could hunt wild chickens and hares to supplement their meals, making their archery practice worthwhile. Though the snow was thick, it melted swiftly. By afternoon, it had vanished entirely. This precipitation was something the White Wind eagerly anticipated. As the saying goes, spring rain is as precious as oil, and the spring snow falling at the right time held equal significance. The grass seeds acquired last year were largely reserved for planting. First, the seeds were soaked in brine, causing the empty ones to float to the surface. The seeds that remained submerged were the plump ones. In later generations, this process would become unnecessary, as there would be readily available seed varieties for sale, and the prevalence of empty grains would diminish, with even the poorest seeds surpassing the current best. Presently, it was opportune to plant grain and wheat. The prepared fertilizer was evenly distributed across the soil before tilling it, ensuring a soft, well-mixed consistency. Within the entire tribe, there were only 3 iron plowshares, and with no livestock available, the White Wind had long since fashioned a plow body reminiscent of the curved plow from his memories. Tilling required 2 individuals to lift the lever to break the ground. Others relied on their rudimentary stone or wooden tools, but due to insufficient depth, they primarily used the hoe, which could turn the soil deeply. The land designated for cultivation must be thoroughly turned over for the first time. Although the pace was slow, time was of the essence. The concept of grasping moisture dictated that tilling and sowing must occur immediately after a rainfall, while the soil remained moist, to ensure a bountiful harvest. Regrettably, the tools were exceedingly inadequate. The entire tribe mobilized 300 individuals, laboring tirelessly for a day to complete the tilling and sowing of roughly 50 acres. However, this amount of land was sufficient for planting grains and wheat. The remaining hundreds of acres would have to wait another half-month to a month for warmer weather before sowing buckwheat and sorghum. Hemp, a crucial resource for the White Wind tribe, required minimal growing conditions. By digging a long trench and casting in some fertilizer and seeds, it would flourish abundantly. Any surplus seeds could be scattered outside the tribe's territory, with a significant portion likely to thrive. Not only was food a priority, but the White Wind also cultivated a 5-acre vegetable garden, taking advantage of the current moisture to prepare the soil, planting the native cabbages he had gathered, which were still quite diminutive and would require many generations to evolve into larger varieties. The radishes, particularly the white variety, boasted exceptionally large roots, some even surpassing the size of basketballs. However, their taste was pungent and spicy, dissuading anyone from consuming them in this era. The White Wind had stumbled upon this discovery fortuitously. The excessively swollen roots lacked the crispness expected and were instead soft and dry, even hollow within. The White Wind recognized their edibility and their potential yield, believing that with more experimentation, his tribe would eventually acclimate to them. Wild yams were abundant in the mountains. Yet previously, the inadequate tools had hindered their excavation, resulting in minimal harvests. Additionally, their slimy texture dissuaded consumption, but the wild variety could be cultivated, given its high starch content, proving to be a genuine treasure. In addition to the familiar edamame, the tribe members fervently insisted on planting okra, while the White Wind found the mucilaginous texture of the okra intolerable. He had previously regarded it simply as an ornamental plant in later generations, having cultivated it as a flower, never anticipating it to be the renowned okra. Determined not to fall behind, he sowed a vast expanse of chives and sand onions. Although wild varieties were plentiful, having land allowed for extensive cultivation. While a considerable amount was sown, it remained uncertain how much would thrive. Currently, the tribe's primary vegetable sources consisted of easily accessible wild greens, such as bitter lettuce, shepherd's purse, and bamboo shoots, with cultivated vegetables merely seen as possessing potential for future development. Since the recent spring snowfall, the entire tribe had come to life, as if all tasks had suddenly been set into motion. The main city wall now stood at 3 meters high. The White Wind hoped that once it reached 4 meters, they would cease increasing its height and instead focus on thickening it. However, the tribe's primary labor force was preoccupied with hunting and gathering, leaving few individuals to continue working on the wall. This final meter of height might not be completed until the end of the year. The surface of the lake has thawed, the water pipes have returned to normal, and the fishing endeavors can commence. Previously, there was a fear of ferocious beasts that the tribe could not contend with, but now, equipped with formidable bows and weapons, they feel no trepidation. Baifeng also harbors no significant worries. Even the most skilled warriors are wary of a kitchen knife. The apex predator of this wilderness is the tiger, and only the South China tiger is capable of surviving in the northwest. Its smaller size means that an increasing number of tribesmen can easily handle it, unlike the northeast tiger, whose sheer size could instill fear in numerous individuals. Baifeng watches with reassurance as dozens of tribespeople, men and women alike, haul 3 large carts toward the expansive lake, filled with their fishing gear. Throughout the winter, the tribesmen dedicated themselves to fishing, crafting various tools based on their experiences, which pleases Baifeng greatly, for they have demonstrated the ability to learn and innovate, a crucial step in human development. Unfortunately, the tribe lacks sufficient hemp rope. Otherwise, they could weave fishing nets. With such nets, fishing in the bountiful lake would be as effortless as ladling rice from a pot. Not only fishing traps, but Baifeng has also fashioned simple lures from feathers for them. The success of their catch now entirely depends on their skills. The bamboo rafts have been left by the lake and not taken back to the tribe, as it is unlikely that monkeys or wolves would venture to navigate the rafts while unaccompanied. Their bamboo rafts have become increasingly elaborate. During winter, someone constructed a massive raft capable of supporting several individuals running atop it. Heeding Baifeng's advice, they added a small bamboo shelter to provide protection from rain and shade from the summer sun. However, their current technology still falls short. Otherwise, wooden boats would be far superior to bamboo rafts, a craft Baifeng cannot create, and neither can they. Baifeng is concerned that the immense bamboo raft might capsize. Yet it proves remarkably sturdy, gliding steadily atop the lake without any signs of overloading, even with several individuals aboard. Now, a dozen rafts drift across the lake daily, signaling each other with whistles as they traverse back and forth, with women pulling and pushing carts while the male warriors wield their swords or draw their bows, ever vigilant in their escort duties. At times, the carts carry not only fish but also the potential spoils from marauding beasts. Chapter 58. Have we found people? After the hunters' team began their work, the tribe's food supply once again flourished. With better weapons at their disposal, their success rate in hunting has consistently improved. Prey that was once deemed unthinkable, such as wild boars and bears, can now be taken whole. Hunting for sustenance can only be described as a day-to-day endeavor unless, like Bai Feng's tribe, the success rate is exceptionally high, monopolizing a vast lake to ensure that the entire tribe can feast while also saving some for future needs. Once the cultivated grains mature, Bai Feng's tribe will evolve into one primarily focused on foraging and hunting, with agriculture as a supplementary activity, thereby enhancing their resilience against calamities and paving the way for more robust development. Once farming techniques mature, Bai Feng's tribe will transition into a more advanced society, prioritizing agriculture while still incorporating hunting and gathering. Few tribes are as fortunate as Bai Feng's. The tribes that were decimated by Baoxiao last autumn will not see their members return bearing food and pelts to help them endure the winter. The tribe that sought to exchange a woman to appease their deity will likely end up with no women at all, as the gods will not bestow their protection upon them any longer. It is uncertain how many of these tribes survived the harsh winter, but the fire starters likely fared well, having had much taken from them. Bai Feng no longer spends his days forging iron but instead contemplates what new inventions he might create for the tribe, for scientific and technological advancement remains the foremost productive force. However, he has not produced many new items, as there is little need for tools at present. Their work is repetitive, and it is impractical to create a steam engine. Bai Feng believes that the most useful invention, which the tribespeople also concur with, is the giant crossbow, so powerful that it requires 2 individuals to draw back the string. When armed with arrows nearly 2 meters long, resembling spears, it was tested only once, and upon release, the arrow soared across the wilderness and embedded itself in the forest, a feat Bai Feng had not anticipated. Were it not for its cumbersome weight and lack of agility, the tribespeople would likely take it into the woods to hunt tigers and bears. Due to the complexity and difficulty of its construction, the tribe possesses only one such weapon, currently positioned at the city gates. Bai Feng envisions erecting an arrow tower atop the city wall to mount the crossbow, ensuring that any would-be invaders would think twice before advancing. Once Bai Feng found some leisure time, he took Sui to explore the tribe's lands. Among the grass seeds exchanged last year, Bai Feng discovered rice, a plant he associates with only a few regions in the northwest, such as the Hetan and Inxia plains, known for rice cultivation in later eras. Given the current time and location, Bai Feng deems it challenging to cultivate rice, suspecting that it was brought by tribes from the lower reaches of major rivers and is not a product of this region. Nevertheless, he has cleared several acres of land to plant rice, for possessing grain seeds allows for experimentation. Should it succeed, they would never lack for rice, as millet is comparatively hard and less desirable than soft white rice. Water is no longer a concern. During the winter water stoppage, Bai Feng further improved the tribe's irrigation system, branching the water into multiple pipes rather than relying on a single source. Even near the latrines, there are water pipes installed to facilitate washing after use, preventing the area from becoming a breeding ground for flies in the summer. However, Bai Feng is unsure how to cultivate rice. It seems he must grow seedlings and transplant them. He recalls a middle school biology experiment involving glass bottles, wherein wet cotton wool encased wheat seeds to observe germination. Rice seedling cultivation likely follows a similar principle. Lacking cotton, he finds plenty of soft, loose humus in the forest that can serve as a substrate. After saturating it with water and sowing the rice seeds, he will cover them with a layer of soil. Whether this endeavor succeeds ultimately lies in the hands of fate. While Bai Feng and Sui toil with the soil, several hunters return, bringing news. They had ventured far to capture more prey but unexpectedly encountered a band of wandering wild men, numbering over 200, albeit each appearing weak and devoid of fighting spirit. Their own group may not match the number of these wanderers, yet they could easily eliminate them without sustaining any injuries. However, the bear leading the group believes it unnecessary to slaughter them all, opting instead to eliminate the elderly and frail while retaining the young and robust as captives. They now seek Bai Feng's counsel. Bai Feng is taken aback to learn that other tribes lurk near his own, a fact he had previously overlooked. Yet, this concerns the lives of over 200 individuals, and in these times, lives are precious. He cannot afford indiscriminate slaughter. Morally, he cannot bear the thought of ordering such a massacre, even if he does not wield the weapon himself. He is unwilling to issue a command that would result in death. As long as it does not threaten his own tribe, he is amenable to letting matters unfold as they will. Regarding the notion of enslavement, Bai Feng finds it difficult to accept. However, if it involves subjugating those vile individuals, he would be more than willing, for the enslavement of wrongdoers vastly differs from that of innocent lives. Are they cannibals? The messengers shake their heads. They are nearly emaciated, likely having suffered from hunger throughout the winter, with most of their kin perishing. They are now left to wander, and had they been cannibals, they would not be so gaunt, nor do they exhibit any traits of a cannibalistic tribe. Since they are not cannibals, there is no issue. These wanderers could be brought back to Bai Feng's tribe, transformed into members of his own clan without the need for them to become slaves. If he wishes to establish a formidable force in the forthcoming era, simply relying on procreation would take many years. Assimilation is the quickest path to power. Bai Feng brushed off the dirt from his hands and checked the blade at his waist to ensure it was secure before addressing the group. Let us proceed. I wish to assess the situation before making any decisions. They had no objections and promptly led Bai Feng along. Having set out early in the morning, they were nearing afternoon, and any further delay could result in an overnight stay in the wilderness. Just as Bai Feng was about to move, Sui grasped his arm, expressing her desire to accompany him. However, considering the long journey ahead and the potential for conflict upon encountering the nomadic tribe, it seemed safer for her to remain at home. Yet, with tears glistening in her eyes, Sui was reluctant to let go of Bai Feng. After spending so much time together, he had become her pillar of support. The thought of being apart from him filled her with dread, and he was the only one who had ever complimented her beauty, which she believed to be sincere. Seeing Sui's unwillingness to stay behind, Bai Feng relented and decided to take her along, handing her his waist knife while he took up a long spear that no one else wanted to wield. The path was winding and convoluted, and Bai Feng was on the verge of losing his way. Fortunately, the group was adept at navigating, and as they hurried along, they managed to catch a wild chicken or a pigeon from time to time. Bai Feng felt immense satisfaction with his tribe of warriors. Chapter 59. Recruitment. Upon arrival, Bai Feng found Shennong and his men encircling a group of individuals who appeared as mere skeletons, their bodies reduced to skin and bones, with no garments to shield them. It seemed that, due to the harsh winter, they had resorted to consuming their own hides. Shennong had divided them into two groups. One so weak that Bai Feng feared they would never rise again if they squatted down, while the other group appeared slightly better, still possessing some strength. The men, although robust in bone structure, and the women, once voluptuous, now resembled deflated bags. This scene, which Bai Feng had previously only witnessed in documentaries about the famine in Heizhou, felt brutally real and difficult to behold. Approaching Shennong, who was surveying the area, Bai Feng inquired, "Have you ascertained the origins of these people? How did they come to be in such a state?" Shennong gestured toward the slightly more robust individuals, saying, "They are from a tribe downstream of our great river, situated 3 days from here. During winter, with no food to sustain them, most perished from starvation. They exhausted the bark and roots in their territory and journeyed upstream, feeding on bark along the way. They claim even the tigers refused to consume them. After killing one, it only took a few bites before discarding the carcass. That large man is their chieftain. Do you think they have resorted to cannibalism?" Shennong shook his head in silence. Bai Feng approached the chieftain of the wild tribe, squatting before him without fear of an attack. After all, how could such a frail being harm someone as robust as he? "Are you the chieftain of this tribe? What is your name?" The chieftain, finding the question foolish as it had likely been asked countless times before, lowered his head in silence. Bai Feng, unfazed, continued, "Given that your tribe is reduced to consuming bark and roots, why not slay those frail kin beside you and feast upon them? Doing so would help you survive until the weather warms." The chieftain slowly raised his head, his eyes wide with disbelief. "We are not a cannibalistic tribe. We do not eat humans, let alone our own kin." He then bowed his head once more, as if recalling a sorrowful memory. As long as they were not cannibals, the matter could be resolved. Bai Feng stood and clapped his hands. "Then it is fortuitous. Our tribe's supplies are dwindling as well. Capturing so many of you will sustain us for quite some time." The members of Bai Feng's tribe looked at him in astonishment, while Xiong's jaw nearly dropped to the ground, his eyes filled with disbelief. Sui also gazed up at Bai Feng in disbelief. Having spent so much time in Bai Feng's tribe, she knew they could never resort to cannibalism. The encircled wild tribe trembled in fear, with some resigned to their fate, lying down and awaiting the meal that the supposed cannibalistic Bai Feng's tribe would bring, relieved of the need to expend their own energy. The chieftain, who had heard Xiong mention selecting the strong to become slaves, felt reluctant but resigned, believing that at least this way, he could save most of his tribe. However, upon hearing Bai Feng's words, he resolved not to go down without a fight. He would show these supposed cannibals that, despite his tribe's dire state, he would not be easily slaughtered. Just as Bai Feng turned to leave, the chieftain seized a small stone in his hand and sprang up, aiming to strike Bai Feng's head, hoping this desperate act would injure or even kill the chieftain of the cannibalistic tribe. As the wild tribe's chieftain lunged, Bai Feng's warriors gasped and rushed to intervene, but Bai Feng effortlessly grasped the chieftain's arm. His perceived agility was a mere joke without muscle and sufficient energy to back it up. In that instant, as Bai Feng restrained the chieftain, several wild warriors rose to charge in support, but a few, weakened by malnutrition, collapsed as they stood, while the others were quickly held at bay by drawn blades. Bai Feng disarmed the chieftain, who was now immobilized, resigned to his fate, yet contemplating how to seize a weapon from one of his captors or perhaps even throw himself upon a blade to end it all. Bai Feng laughed heartily. I was merely jesting. We are not a cannibalistic tribe, nor do we harbor such intentions. Our food supplies are sufficient, and I simply sought to confirm that you are not cannibals. I would not wish to unwittingly bring cannibals into my tribe, nor did I want to see if you had forsaken your warrior instincts. I am quite pleased, especially with you and those 10 or so individuals. You are true warriors. Rest assured, I will accept your entire tribe without making you slaves. You will work as needed in exchange for food, as though you were purchased with provisions. The chieftain, half convinced, asked, Are you truly willing to do this, even for my nearly dying tribesmen? Will your people not object? Bai Feng raised his hand to the heavens. I swear to the heavens that I speak nothing but the truth. Should I lie? Let a great stone fall from above to crush me. Hearing Bai Feng's oath and witnessing no stone descend, the chieftain immediately knelt before him. Resting his head at Bai Feng's feet, I, Ishang, shall forever pledge my loyalty to you. My tribe shall cease to exist under your rule. I hope you will uphold your promise and treat them as true kin. Bai Feng lifted Ishang with both hands. Indeed, you shall all be members of Bai Feng's tribe. Ishang suddenly slumped like a marionette with its strings severed, and a few others from the wild tribe, having exhaled their last breath, lay still. Bai Feng understood that the prolonged pressure had caused them to collapse upon release, so he quickly instructed his men to assist Ishang and provide him with water, allowing him to gradually regain his footing. The hunt for the day had come to an end, but Bai Feng was satisfied with the number of people he had acquired. It was time to return home, and he ordered everyone to head back to the tribe. Ishang, too, beckoned his frail tribesmen to follow, while Bai Feng's warriors helped them to their feet, supporting those who were too weak to walk unaided. Yet there lay 7 individuals upon the ground, unable to rise again. They had merely exhaled a sigh of relief that never materialized into breath. In the eyes of Ishang, a rare sorrow akin to that of wild men surfaced. Bai Feng instructed the warriors to excavate a large pit, sufficient to inter the bodies, and after hastily covering them, they resumed their journey. As Ishang regained his composure, he began to inquire more, asking Bai Feng about the nature of his tribe, its vastness, and why the tribesmen appeared so robust after enduring a winter, stronger than they had been in the autumn. He questioned the purpose of the wood and ropes they carried, and how the knife, gleaming white like snow, was forged. Bai Feng, somewhat irritated by the barrage of questions, simply replied that once they reached the tribe, all would be revealed, and then he could observe to his heart's content. For now, he should conserve his strength lest he succumb to exhaustion before reaching their destination. Ishang refrained from further troubling Bai Feng and instead sought to engage other warriors, touching their bows and knives, and ultimately grasping an arrow for study. Shennong approached Bai Feng quietly, inquiring why they chose not to enslave them but to welcome them as kin, questioning if this was not a waste of resources. Bai Feng explained, Our tribe, comprising over 500 souls, cannot sustain 200 slaves, yet we can become a tribe nearing 800. Do you understand? Chapter 60, Good and Evil. Bai Feng, along with over 200 weary wild men, traversed the forest until they finally reached the plains before sunset. The golden rays of the setting sun bathed the sprawling city walls, and aside from the original tribesmen of Bai Feng, the recently recruited individuals stood in awe, hesitant to advance. Ishang gazed at the walls aglow with golden light, marveling, Is the tribe truly this formidable? These walls seem as if forged from bronze. Surely the wise men's deities, Shennong and Sui Ren, would pale in comparison to this place. Bai Feng, heartened by their praise, felt a swell of joy, while the tribesmen stood tall with pride, some even pointing to certain areas, claiming, I built that. Newcomers offered genuine compliments, while the old guard boasted extravagantly. Bai Feng considered his efforts a resounding success, although he understood that, having witnessed the wealth of Sui Ren, his own tribe's strength was but a fraction of theirs. The transformation of a wandering tribe into such a formidable entity in such a short span was no small feat. Upon reaching the city gates, they called out to the tribesmen atop the walls. Now, dedicated warriors patrolled the ramparts, and the gates, constructed from heavy timber, were secured with robust bolts. Bai Feng believed that even the legendary Kuafu or the giants of Fufeng could not breach them. The patrolling warriors, upon seeing their chief return, were puzzled by the doubled number of followers, yet they obeyed Bai Feng's command, working together to raise the bolt with a pulley system, ultimately opening the gates. Leading the way, Bai Feng marched forth with the throng of over 200 refugees into the tribe. The tribesmen at home regarded the emaciated wild men with disdain, unwilling to waste time on them, perhaps thinking they were merely slaves captured by their chief. The shaman, clutching bamboo slips and accompanied by 2 assistants skilled in arithmetic, hurried over. Usually, he would come to tally the hunter's daily yield, but upon seeing Bai Feng's considerable entourage from a distance, he knew it was a significant undertaking, and thus brought his aides along. The shaman, usually aloof among ordinary tribesmen, adopted a somewhat obsequious demeanor before Bai Feng, convinced that Bai Feng was the son of a deity. He believed that by serving him well, he might one day be taken to the heavens to dwell among the divine. Bowing slightly, the shaman queried, "Chief, have you captured these individuals as slaves or traded for them? If the latter, what was the cost? Please inform me so I can account for it." With that, he unfurled a dried bamboo slip coated in lacquer and lifted a brush made of cow hair, while one of his aides promptly presented the ink made from pine soot. The brush, a creation of Bai Feng for the sake of documentation, though not particularly adept, was manageable for someone who had honed their calligraphy skills in a past life. The shaman, however, could only inscribe numbers in simplified characters, as none but he could decipher the other symbols. Bai Feng, observing his accounting, could only discern a few entries. Of course, he held no doubts regarding the shaman's honesty. In this era, people were generally truthful, lost items were simply lost. Should Bai Feng pilfer from the storeroom, the shaman would lament his own incompetence rather than accuse anyone of deceit. In truth, this era was uniform in its practices. Other tribes recorded their accounts through knots, small knots for rabbits, large knots for wild boars. What was remembered today could easily be forgotten by tomorrow. At least in Bai Feng's tribe, the shaman could recognize the records. Bai Feng did not mind the shaman's nascent bureaucratic tendencies. Instead, he pushed Yishang forward, stating, "These individuals are not slaves. They are my newly integrated tribesmen. They shall henceforth be part of Bai Feng's tribe. Please arrange housing and provisions for them, allowing them to rest well tonight. I will discuss further details tomorrow." The shaman, momentarily taken aback, offered no objections, simply replying, "Very well," before leading his aides to tally the numbers and subsequently dividing them into groups to guide them to their quarters. As the tribe's existing structures were nearing capacity, Bai Feng had not authorized the construction of new large houses, preferring to await the advent of cement to erect solid brick-and-mortar dwellings. Aside from 2 larger houses that had become available due to early occupants building smaller rooms for themselves, the remaining dwellings were still occupied by tribesmen who were unwilling to share their space with these grimy, skeletal wild men. The only other available spaces were 3 large storerooms, 2 of which had yet to be filled, and 1 that had just been vacated. Thus, nearly 50 individuals were crammed into a single room, making it exceedingly difficult to lie down comfortably. No special privileges were afforded to anyone, even Yishang. While they envied those with spacious accommodations, including those with their own smaller rooms, none harbored any feelings of discontent. For them, this was more than sufficient. They had even feared being reduced to slaves, and now, having just been assigned to housing, food was promptly delivered, prepared and ready to eat, with each receiving a clay bowl to collect their share. To their astonishment, the broth contained not only grass seeds but also wild vegetables that had yet to sprout, and even minced meat. The flavor of salt was pronounced. Upon receiving their meals, they stood in place, unperturbed by the heat, eagerly consuming the food, savoring the taste, unaware of how long it had been since they had eaten so well. In truth, Bai Feng had instructed the shaman to ensure the meals contained minimal meat, just a hint of fat, and less of everything else, for in Bai Feng's eyes, what he provided was but a simple broth. True tribesmen dined on meals where at least half of the bowl was filled with solid food. After a simple meal, they readily squeezed into their quarters to find rest, having endured months of wandering, both physically and mentally exhausted. With food to sustain them and shelter to protect them from wild beasts, they felt a great sense of relief, allowing them to drift into deep slumber. Perhaps the snoring of neighboring tribesmen disturbed their rest. Their arrival did not elicit much reaction from the tribesmen that night, as, from various aspects of treatment, they were clearly of lesser status. What was there to worry about? With so many laborers joining their ranks, the tribe should undoubtedly grow stronger. Since the precedent of an elderly woman regaining her youth, the clan has ceased to doubt the chieftain's supernatural powers. Is it so strange that he can extend the life of those on the brink of death, transforming a group of the famished into robust laborers? As per usual, after a meal, everyone retreated to their slumber, some indulging in their private worlds of intimacy, even amidst 3s and 4s, while only Bai Feng remained restless through the night. These individuals represented both opportunity and crisis, although nurturing them could bolster the clan's strength. It would also squander several months' worth of provisions and unjustly benefit from the toil of previous clansmen. How could one reconcile this? Bai Feng gazed vacantly at the earthen roof silhouetted against the night sky. Chapter 61. New policies. Bai Feng rose with dark circles under his eyes, having scarcely slept throughout the night. Sui, beside him, slumbered soundly, oblivious to his troubles. Unable to devise a solution on his own, Bai Feng sought inspiration from history. With no knowledge of the livelihood policies from the Xia, Shang, and Zhou dynasties, he began with the Qin and moved through to modern times, attempting to view matters from the emperor's perspective in hopes of discovering a developmental strategy suited to his clan. However, as he traversed through history, his worries only intensified. He could hardly fathom the immense pressure faced by the enlightened emperors of great empires, while he fretted over the survival of his small clan of fewer than 1,000. Those emperors were responsible for the lives of millions, yet the debauched ones, indulging in hedonism, appeared carefree. To aspire to be a wise sovereign, one must possess formidable resilience. Regrettably, decadent dynasties are short-lived, and his small clan could easily collapse due to a single misstep within mere months. Bai Feng felt an overwhelming sense of oppression. Quietly, he opened the wooden window to gaze at the nocturnal scenery. The moon appeared larger and rounder than any he had seen in later times. With unblemished vision, he could even discern the lunar craters. A shadowy figure seemed to wave its arms on the moon, as if engaged in some task. A cool breeze swept by, slightly invigorating his mind. Turning his head, he saw Sui still deeply asleep. He closed the window and returned to his seat, opting not to lie down but to sit in quiet meditation, reflecting on the era most familiar to him, where great figures led nations from chaos to prosperity through constant reform and experimentation. He pondered whether a communal approach might be suitable for his present circumstances. Bai Feng carefully considered its feasibility. Certainly, the conditions were not identical, and while some aspects could be utilized, not all could be applied uniformly. The collective lifestyle of large clans, with shared labor and equitable distribution, seemed plausible, especially given their current state of poverty and minimal production, which had not yet given rise to class conflict. Adjusting to a comfortable position, Bai Feng reclined and continued to refine his thoughts. At the sound of the bear's call, everyone rose. Clan members gathered water to wash their faces and rinse their mouths. Bai Feng chewed on willow twigs to fashion a toothbrush, using purified fine salt to clean his teeth. Sui, under Bai Feng's encouragement, had grown accustomed to this practice. Fortunately, she possessed a naturally white smile. Otherwise, her yellow teeth would have posed a challenge for Bai Feng's peace of mind. The recently incorporated clan members, having rested, were invigorated, though still trembling. Upon hearing the call, they rose, uncertain of its significance, and seeing others washing up, they awkwardly joined in, hesitant and unsure of what to do, appearing quite constrained. The elder clan members showed little concern for these newcomers, perhaps anticipating that the chieftain would soon announce their distribution as slaves. The bear, however, demonstrated understanding, guiding Yishang on how to fetch water, ensuring he used the allocated pottery to wash his hands and face thoroughly. He explained that this was the custom of Bai Feng's clan, which required everyone to maintain cleanliness. They had refrained from imposing this expectation the previous day due to the newcomers' exhaustion. But today, they must be spotless, free of any lice. Although Yishang found the rules peculiar, he could understand the morning ritual of sun worship. He dared not voice any objections and obediently cleaned himself, watching as the water quickly turned murky. Observing the others complete their washing with only a slight yellowing of the water, he felt a twinge of embarrassment. After instructing Yishang, he was tasked with teaching his companions. As Bai Feng watched the chaotic and cramped assembly of the newcomers, he felt no desire to continue observing, while his elder clan members stood orderly and naturally, exuding elegance. While the new members still fumbled through their washing, the elders had already gathered, organized their identity tags, and awaited Bai Feng's announcement to commence their daily tasks. Despite his weary appearance, Bai Feng's spirits remained high, buoyed by the prospect of solutions to his concerns. The clan members awaited him, as did he. Once the new members finished washing, their hands, arms, faces, and torsos displayed stark differences in color as they awkwardly stood together, waiting for Bai Feng to dictate their fates. Clearing his throat, Bai Feng addressed them. "Esteemed members of our clan, I bring you good news. As you may have noticed, the 200 or so individuals standing there signify another expansion of our tribe." The bear led the applause, and the clan members joined in, albeit hesitantly. The newcomers, uncertain of the significance, reacted with a mix of enthusiasm and shyness, some clapping while others hesitated. only to find the elder members had already ceased their applause. Bai Feng's request for applause stemmed from his peculiar inclination. He felt discomfort when delivering a speech without a response. Thus, he encouraged the clan to applaud at the highlights of his discourse, with the bear or shaman often leading the way. Once the final clapping faded, Bai Feng continued, "Perhaps many of you believe they will become our tribe's slaves, as the bear initially suggested." A ripple of unease swept through the newcomers. "However, I do not share this view. I intend for them to join Bai Feng's tribe and become our kin." This elicited further unrest among the elder members. Bai Feng raised his hands to calm the crowd. "I understand your skepticism. You do not wish for your hard-earned food to be consumed by outsiders. Yet, once they become our kin, will it not be entirely natural for them to partake in our provisions?" The elder members sensed something amiss in his reasoning but could not pinpoint the flaw, while the bear and shaman discreetly sniffed. "Of course, they will not eat for free. Consider it a loan from you. They will only gain access to their own food once they have contributed labor equivalent to what they consume. Otherwise, they will subsist on the least desirable rations and perform the same tasks as the rest. Furthermore, for the benefit of all and the future development of our tribe, we cannot remain a small group of a few hundred. We must grow into a vast tribe of tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands." The clan members were moved by Feng's not-so-subtle vision and erupted in enthusiastic shouts. "For the sake of our future progress, I have decided to implement a labor point system within our tribe. This means we will work together and dine together, but the work each of you accomplishes will be quantified into labor points. The more you contribute, the greater your earnings. Should our tribe amass a surplus by winter, you will be able to exchange your labor points for the food and items you desire. What you acquire in this manner will belong solely to you, without the need to share with others." Upon the utterance of these words, both the new and old tribespeople were enveloped in confusion, with the most pronounced reaction emanating from the shaman. "Chieftain, do you perceive me as excessively idle?" Chapter 62. The Fusion of New and Old. In Bai Feng's design, labor points equated to virtual currency. The more one toiled, the greater the reward. Ultimately, the tribe's annual harvest would be assessed to determine the true value of these labor points, devoid of equivalent exchange, rendering inflation and deflation almost inevitable. However, what surplus could the tribe possibly accrue in a year? This was merely a policy to stabilize the tribespeople for the time being. For instance, which holds greater value? A brick or a handful of wild vegetables? Or a pound of salt versus a clay pot? Ultimately, it was all dictated by Bai Feng. His vision entailed establishing a daily minimum standard. Tribespeople would only receive labor points upon fulfilling their respective minimum work requirements. This approach would also delineate the disparity between diligent and indolent tribespeople, serving as a means to differentiate the treatment of the new and old members alike. The new tribespeople, primarily in terms of physical strength, were significantly inferior to the robust and healthy old members, let alone their lack of work proficiency, resulting in a notable lag in productivity. For an extended period, the contributions of the new tribespeople would likely be negative. Only by widening the gap between the new and old members could the tribe later integrate outsiders without incurring dissatisfaction or resistance from the tribespeople, with the exception of the beauties. Indeed, should a beauty arise, they would willingly go hungry in exchange. Having placated the old tribespeople and set them on their respective daily tasks, the new members remained hesitant, unsure of their roles. Their prolonged life of wandering had instilled in them a profound sense of inferiority within this new tribe. Shennong was their cornerstone, yet he too displayed little promise. Awaiting Bai Feng's directives, the initial task for all new tribespeople was to register their information and distribute identification tags. With over 200 individuals, this significantly increased Bai Feng's workload. Furthermore, to ensure durability, all identification tags were painstakingly carved, a process slower and more laborious than writing. Bai Feng felt as though his fingers might fracture, though he found joy in the endeavor. In their current state, there were few work options available. They had regained some strength, but what could they do? Bai Feng assigned them to tasks such as weaving grass ropes and working with clay, while those in slightly better condition were tasked with digging soil to prepare for the future elevation of the walls. The new tribespeople, clumsy and awkward, provoked considerable displeasure among the old members. Nonetheless, Bai Feng insisted on equal treatment, forbidding any insults or exclusion. Thus they begrudgingly endured and slowly taught the newcomers. The hunters' team continued to yield bountiful catches. The old tribespeople savored meat and soup made from last year's pickled wild vegetables, while those contributing more received larger portions of meat. In contrast, the new tribespeople could only consume broth made from minced meat, and those who performed better might find a bone to gnaw on. As spring commenced, resources were rather scarce, compelling Bai Feng to allow less palatable fare. The days of consuming dried meat were over. Any surplus grain was stored for potential emergencies, as Bai Feng sensed that this year would not be particularly tranquil. As nearly a month passed, the new tribespeople gradually became familiar with the old members, and the barriers between them began to dissolve, resulting in a more harmonious coexistence. However, disparities in food distribution persisted, as labor dictated reward. Although the food was subpar, this group of skeletal figures began to take on a more human appearance. The former warriors gradually gained flesh and strength, prompting the tribe to favor them with better provisions to hasten their return to combat readiness. Other tribespeople also began to contribute to various tasks. For instance, the seeds planted in the fields had sprouted vigorously, nourished by fertilizer, far surpassing their wild counterparts. Agriculture necessitates meticulous cultivation, and it was time to weed the fields, selectively removing wild grasses. This task, while not overly strenuous, was labor-intensive and time-consuming, and thus was entrusted entirely to the new tribespeople, despite their weeding often uprooting many of the planted crops. The vegetable garden was assigned to Sui, who typically shadowed Bai Feng, assisting him in all endeavors without a fixed role. The tribe gradually accepted Sui as the chieftain's woman, and with Bai Feng's evident favoritism towards her, the tribe did not mind her seemingly idle routine. Bai Feng was uneasy about entrusting the vegetable garden to the new tribespeople. Sui was meticulous, and even if she were to accidentally uproot her own vegetables, she would not mind, but if the new tribespeople did so, his displeasure might be palpable. Wild vegetables began to grow rampantly. At this time, the best flavors could be harvested, although it would still be possible to gather them in later seasons. Their taste would be notably inferior. Moreover, the tribe had been consuming not seasonal wild vegetables, but those pickled for half a year, the flavor of which left much to be desired. The first to sprout was mugwort, abundant everywhere, and soon enough, a basketful could be collected. However, Bai Feng simply could not tolerate its taste, finding it numbing to the tongue. Thus this particular wild vegetable would remain forever beyond his reach. The gathering team continued the commendable practice of collecting various samples to present to Bai Feng, who, upon examining the plants brought back, discovered several edible wild vegetables, thereby expanding the tribe's culinary repertoire. They would also toss any attractive stones into their baskets, later presenting them to Bai Feng, hoping to strike luck akin to that fortunate tribesperson who stumbled upon iron ore and gained a house and a wife, a scenario that would be nothing short of delightful. A considerable pile of stones accumulated in the corner, mostly characterized by peculiar patterns, lacking any significant utility. Among them was a small stone, about the size of a finger, displaying intersecting purple and white patterns, which held some usefulness. Another was a piece of Qin purple jade, which Bai Feng planned to drill a hole in to fashion a necklace for Sui, knowing it would delight her for an extended period, as she would gaze at the necklace constantly, even wearing it to sleep, leaving Bai Feng restless beside her. Upon seeing Bai Feng select the stone he had collected, that tribesperson eagerly claimed to have seen larger versions in the same area but refrained from moving them due to their weight, offering to bring back 2 of them the following day if the chieftain desired. Bai Feng promptly declined. Such large pieces of Qin purple jade held no value in this era. Another stone that brought Bai Feng joy was a piece of pure white limestone, typically gray when encountered, but this pristine white was a rare find and an excellent material for producing cement. When inquiring about the location of this stone, the tribesperson mentioned it was found beneath a massive boulder several people high, causing Bai Feng to lose hope almost entirely. However, the tribe had yet to discover a suitable limestone quarry nearby, and for the sake of his cement venture, Bai Feng deemed it prudent to investigate personally, hopeful for a miracle. Indeed, a miracle occurred. Upon his arrival, Bai Feng found the tribesperson's account entirely accurate. It was merely a massive limestone boulder over 4 meters high, likely insufficient to produce enough cement for even a single house. Frustrated, Bai Feng sat down abruptly, pondering whether he would truly have to construct a brick house from mud if a sufficiently large limestone quarry could not be located. As he contemplated alternatives for limestone, he began to scrape the ground with his knife, only to soon discover that the originally yellow soil was interspersed with white powder. Upon digging deeper, he was astonished to uncover the presence of a limestone quarry beneath the surface. Chapter 63. Returning the cattle to the mountains. That stone was not merely a giant boulder, but rather a rooted stone mountain. The entire underground was a limestone quarry, with the visible stone being merely the tip of the iceberg. Overjoyed, Bai Feng sprang to his feet, exuberantly patting the shoulder of the tribesperson who had discovered the limestone, praising him profusely and assuring him of a substantial reward. The tribesperson, flattered by the praise, felt a bit shy and refrained from inquiring about the nature of the reward, primarily due to Bai Feng's exuberant demeanor. With an abundance of limestone at hand, the cement produced by the White Wind is on the verge of being realized. However, the distance from the tribe remains somewhat considerable. Fortunately, there is a cart available. Otherwise, relying solely on bamboo baskets would surely exhaust them. Of course, before commencing the burning of stones, the first task is to prepare the lime kiln. The kiln has long been excavated but has remained idle, awaiting sufficient limestone before it can be ignited. There is also a stone mill for grinding the stones. In truth, it is the primitives who excel in crafting stone tools. Some may argue that stone implements are not durable or sharp enough, yet with the right kind of stone and meticulous craftsmanship, their tools can be remarkably effective. The stone mill and pestle are utilized to crush the more brittle limestone, and discarded bricks and tiles serve as additional materials for cement production. When mixed with limestone and fired together, they yield a more durable cement. Some fabric remains, which is fashioned into double-layer masks. The tribespeople working at the kiln complain of breathlessness and oppressive heat while wearing them, believing that the mask signifies the chief's intent to harm them. However, White Wind is acutely aware that it is the absence of a mask that poses a threat to their lives. Inhaling dust can lead to pneumoconiosis, an ailment that proves utterly untreatable, becoming a chronic affliction even in later generations, let alone in the present. White Wind employs his usual method. He first appeals to reason, and if that fails, he resorts to force. This includes insisting that those transporting stones wear masks. White Wind has no desire to see these robust men perish from dust exposure. After attempting the first firing, the results were disappointing, and the cause remains uncertain. Nevertheless, it is not a significant issue. It simply requires adjustments to the proportions and temperature, which can be entrusted to experts. They just need to conduct multiple trials. Though White Wind must constantly monitor them to ensure they do not surreptitiously remove their masks. The young bull, captured last autumn, has now grown into a sizable creature. It has been well fed, and White Wind frequently grooms its coat, which now shines brilliantly in the sunlight. With a broad back and elongated horns, during winter, feeding humans lard. However, the bull does not recognize kinship and shows no aversion to the oil and meat of its own kind. Although it appears to be a herbivore, it will happily consume animal fats when provided. White Wind has attempted to ride the young bull, and due to its close companionship since childhood, the bull does not reject his efforts. However, White Wind finds the experience uncomfortable, and has resolved that unless a significant occasion arises requiring a display of status, he will refrain from riding the bull until a proper saddle is crafted. While the maturation of the bull is advantageous, it also brings about its own challenges. As a fully grown male bull, it has begun to exhibit a desire for companionship, and at night, its bellowing often disrupts White Wind's peace, causing him considerable annoyance. Yet, he is powerless to intervene. Lacking the capability or courage to castrate the bull, he realizes that it is now too late. He had never considered this matter when the bull was younger. Neglecting the issue is not an option. Unless he captures a cow for the bull, the task is daunting. Moreover, there are logistical challenges in transporting a captured cow back home. White Wind cannot simply take a child bride after all. If the bull were to be introduced into a herd, he fears he might lose both the bull and his investment in its feed. White Wind can only persist in devising strategies to capture a cow, ensuring its safe return. However, the young bull does not afford him the opportunity. At night, while White Wind sleeps soundly, the bull not only bellows in heat but also begins to batter against White Wind's door, disrupting his slumber. Upon waking in the morning, White Wind discovers the bull's coat bristled, its mouth foaming white, and its eyes reddened, exhibiting an aggressive stance that frightens the tribespeople. Even White Wind feels a twinge of fear as he approaches. When he offers it grass, the bull refuses to eat, showing no interest even in tender wild greens laced with oil, while foam continues to drip from its mouth. Concerned that this behavior could have detrimental consequences for the young bull and fearing it might spiral into uncontrollable madness, White Wind ultimately decides to return it to the wild herd. If the bull finds a mate and chooses to return, the tribe will welcome it back. However, if it succumbs to its wild nature and does not return, White Wind believes he should personally slay it to provide an account to the tribe. Accompanied by the bull and a contingent of a dozen fully armed warriors, White Wind traverses the familiar path to the valley in search of the wild cattle herd. They might have migrated to greener pastures, but as long as there is a trace left behind, the young bull should be able to locate the larger herd. As they approach the valley, the bull grows increasingly agitated. White Wind does not restrain it with any yoke or halter. The bull simply follows him closely. Yet, as they progress, White Wind senses that he is losing control over the bull. For the safety of everyone, he steps aside to allow the bull passage. The bull pauses, stretches its neck, bellows, and then bolts away in a frenzied sprint. Along the way, they encounter no ferocious beasts, for the bull's imposing size and its current state of heat render it exceedingly dangerous. Even a tiger would hesitate to take on such a challenge. White Wind's primary concern now is whether the wild herd will accept the young bull. After all, it has grown up among humans and may struggle to integrate into the wild cattle community. Yet worry remains just that, mere worry. White Wind cannot expend excessive energy on a wild bull, nor can he provide it with protection. As he watches the bull gallop into the distance, the bull to escape. Stalk of grain, now lying in the vegetable patch, no longer the close companion of White Wind. White Wind finds it challenging to explain to his people. Indeed, in the bull's considerable size, it alone could provide a feast for the entire tribe, and now it has fled. One cannot help but wonder if it will ever return. White Wind does not anticipate that the bull will procure a cow for the tribe. He merely hopes that it will return on its own. If it does not, he will personally slay it during the autumn hunt, confident that he will recognize it. There should not be another pure white bull among the herds here. Chapter 64, Glaze. While White Wind seeks a mate for his young bull, the cement has been successfully produced. The tribespeople are astonished by this gray substance, which, when mixed with water, resembles stone. They mistakenly believe that anything can be fired, leading them to covertly excavate a small kiln of their own, throwing various stones inside to see what might emerge. White Wind, using two different types of stones, has successfully produced both iron and cement. In contrast, the tribespeople, trying different stones, could only manage to create stone residue, which is of no use whatsoever. Regardless of whether water or urine is added, the ash fails to transform into anything solid. Thus, they begin experimenting with other materials, adjusting the temperature in hopes of yielding something useful, all while operating in secrecy from White Wind. He merely checks randomly to see if anyone is wearing a mask, unaware of the additional kiln being constructed on the mountain. When White Wind returns empty-handed with his companions, he is greeted by the long-awaited cement, which, upon testing, meets all requirements. He is immensely satisfied and immediately begins to select a site for a new dwelling. Having grown weary of the dilapidated roof that sheds dirt day and night, fearing it might collapse or leak at any moment. With the experience gained and superior materials at their disposal, the tribesfolk became increasingly adept at constructing homes. After all, it was merely a modest dwelling of less than 10 square meters, standing only 3 meters in height, comprised of cement and bricks that solidified rapidly, thus facilitating the building process. Naturally, prior to construction, Bai Feng meticulously studied the architectural design, ensuring that adequate space was allocated. He could no longer afford the luxury of erecting a house only to later dismantle walls and bore holes. Safety was paramount. Given their current tools, it would be quite a challenge to breach a brick-and-mortar wall. He thoughtfully incorporated provisions for a chimney and heating openings in the design. For the sake of natural light, Bai Feng chose to forego insulation, believing that illumination was of utmost importance in a home. Living in a dimly lit room would be akin to residing in a coffin. If the cold became unbearable, one could simply stoke the fire, and windows were not merely apertures but also featured wooden frames. Although the hemp had yet to be cultivated, the tribe could still weave ropes from dragon beard grass and reeds, albeit of inferior quality compared to hemp. Bai Feng learned from the few women skilled in textile work that they could not remain idle, as other tasks were unavailable to them. They sought his assistance in providing the materials they needed for spinning threads. While they could not produce fabric, all the ropes utilized by the tribe were crafted by their hands. Consequently, the use of animal hide ropes was phased out, as it would otherwise lead to excessive waste of valuable hides. The finely spun threads, when combined with a metal weight, formed a level line, thus allowing for precise height control. The engineering team of Bai Feng's tribe became increasingly professional, their construction skills vastly improving. Bai Feng felt immense trust in them, having merely conveyed his building requirements before allowing them to proceed autonomously. While Bai Feng was still preoccupied with concerns for his calf, a craftsman presented him with a small green stone, instantly shifting his focus. Rushing to the kiln site, Bai Feng discovered a previously unnoticed small kiln. The green stone had emerged as a serendipitous result of the craftsman's experimentation with various stones, wherein they had inadvertently introduced agate into the fire. Although they were uncertain of the nature of their creation, this smooth, translucent green object was undeniably superior to the refuse produced in earlier attempts. Even as a necklace, it would rival the one adorning the neck of Sui. Eagerly, they sought the wise Bai Feng, hoping he could identify their discovery. Bai Feng recognized it as glass, or more accurately, as colored glaze, given its vibrant hue and lesser transparency. Rather than chastising his tribespeople for clandestinely operating a new kiln without his knowledge, he praised their daring spirit in experimentation, advising them to inform him of any future endeavors, assuring them of his support, which left them feeling somewhat embarrassed. Previously, they believed that Bai Feng's successes were largely attributable to luck, hence their attempt to replicate his achievements. They were astonished not only by his ability to identify the material but also by his knowledge of its composition. This locale possessed only agate as a suitable material for producing glaze, common and abundant. Since Sui had donned the Qinzi jade necklace, the tribe had followed suit, eagerly collecting attractive pieces to wear. Initially, only the men crafted necklaces for their wives, but soon nearly everyone sported one around their necks. Bai Feng was aware that sand could yield glass, yet he remained at the stage of mere awareness without understanding the intricacies of its production. Moreover, he deemed the practical applications of glass to be limited. Thus, he refrained from discussing it with the tribe. Creating window panes seemed beyond their current capabilities, and the production of glass cups and bowls appeared overly complex and fragile, easily shattering and proving less durable than pottery. After all, the tribe was not lacking in pottery. Even the chamber pots used at night were superior, patterned, and lightweight, items that other tribes sorely lacked. However, the successful creation of glaze led Bai Feng to realize that his tribesfolk seemed somewhat idle. If so, they could engage in glass production alongside their brick and tile endeavors, which constituted their daily foundational work. The materials for producing glaze required colored gemstones, while glass could simply be made from sand. Nearby was an abandoned riverbed, which explained the existence of a desiccated salt lake. The fine sand within the riverbed was inexhaustible. It was initially used in conjunction with cement, but now they would increase the transport volume, delivering dozens of loads daily to the pottery site, allowing them to indulge their passion for stone firing. Although Bai Feng recognized that their success with glaze was largely fortuitous, he believed that with a bit of experience and daily exploration, they would eventually achieve satisfactory glass production. Leaving behind the pottery team, who wore expressions of concern while toying with small pieces of glaze, Bai Feng departed with a lighter heart. It seemed that the windows he had originally planned were indeed too small. He resolved to enlarge them, making do with wooden frames for now, confident that a day would come when glass windows would be feasible. Fortunately, the construction site was progressing at a slightly slower pace, and his new request was being executed well. He pondered whether the builders would consider their chief eccentric for insisting on such large windows. They would not voice these concerns. Instead, they focused intently on erecting walls with utmost speed, using peeled and air-dried timber as beams. This structure was destined to become the finest of its era. Chapter 65. The Herd. Though the matter of glass had temporarily diverted Bai Feng's attention, the absence of the calf, which had accompanied him for so long, left him restless at night, deprived of its irritating calls. Daytime trivialities further distracted him, and after several days of this cycle, he could no longer suppress his anxiety while adjusting the ground surrounding his newly framed house. Sui, too, felt despondent in the calf's absence, as it had been one of her few friends. After all, a cow had no regard for human aesthetics, finding beauty only in those who provided fresh fodder. The empty cattle shed beside the house, devoid of the need for daily cleaning, feeding, or walks, seemed tranquil yet left a void within. After several days without sight of the calf, Bai Feng could no longer contain his urgency and resolved to embark on a search, regardless of whether the calf intended to return. This would help alleviate his lingering worry. As for the earlier notion of personally slaying the calf should it not return, Bai Feng now found himself unable to do so. It was better to allow it to return to nature, considering it a form of compensation for the annual culling of the herd. With a group of over a dozen warriors, Bai Feng set out early. Sui wished to accompany them, but Bai Feng was adamant that she should not join this time, as it was not a leisurely outing. Should the calf not wish to return, they would secure another cow, a notion that seemed far-fetched yet was deemed necessary by the tribe. Each expedition undertaken by the warriors must yield results. The tribe could not afford idlers, nor waste effort on endeavors of little significance. Although Bai Feng's tribe was expanding, they remained impoverished, significantly lagging behind other tribes of 1,000 strong. The chieftains of other tribes wield considerable power, allowing them the freedom to indulge in personal affairs, whether it be in matters of sustenance or companionship. They possess near-exclusive rights, while the Bai Feng tribe holds merely a priority claim. The necessities of shelter and nourishment are acquired through Bai Feng's contributions, taken without objection from the tribesmen. Accompanied by his warriors along the familiar path, Bai Feng quickened his pace, his physique inherently stronger than that of his own warriors, coupled with an anxious disposition that rendered them somewhat lagging behind. By noon, they casually consumed a few morsels to stabilize their energy before promptly resuming their journey. Although Bai Feng told his tribesmen they were going hunting for cattle, they all understood the unspoken truth. It was merely a facade, and a little whimsy from their chief was hardly objectionable. As they traversed a significant portion of the path, Bai Feng observed birds fleeing from the nearby woods, suggesting the possible approach of a large predator. Aware of the potential danger to their small group, he swiftly led them to climb the towering trees flanking the road, seeking to ambush or, at the very least, conceal themselves. While many ferocious beasts could indeed ascend trees, such as tigers and bears, known for their swiftness, the dense foliage and numerous branches presented a formidable challenge for these larger creatures. As the noise drew nearer, Bai Feng's apprehension grew, for it was clear that the commotion was not merely that of a solitary tiger or bear. The sound hinted at the arrival of a herd of elephants or a pack of gigantic wild boars, both of which posed a grave threat to Bai Feng and his companions. This region was known to harbor elephants, and their numbers were not insignificant, though they roamed vast territories and were seldom seen. Bai Feng had not encountered them in his domain, yet ivory was a common sight in the markets, and numerous tribesmen claimed to have witnessed elephants firsthand. In truth, this era was also home to many rhinoceroses, though not as massive as their African counterparts. They nonetheless exuded an immense sense of intimidation. In his past encounters, Bai Feng had only been able to flee, never contemplating hunting them, as his tribe was armed with wooden spears and stone weapons that would scarcely penetrate a rhinoceros's hide. On the narrow path, dust billowed as the sounds approached. Bai Feng could only hope they would remain undetected, for discovery would surely spell doom for him and his tribesmen. Even seasoned hunters, battle-hardened and skilled, found themselves paralyzed by fear. As the cloud of dust drew closer, Bai Feng beheld, to his astonishment, the leading figure, a white calf. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed a young calf, accompanied by a formidable procession of several adult cattle. This bewildered Bai Feng. Had he inadvertently raised an animal that now sought vengeance alongside his tribe? As Bai Feng pondered, the calf approached the very tree where they were concealed. Seemingly sensing something amiss, it halted abruptly, meandering beneath the tree, sniffing around. Bai Feng's tension escalated. He could not be certain that the calf would still regard him with the same fondness as before. Finally, the calf detected the anomaly, raising its gaze to discover Bai Feng hidden among the branches. Clinging to the tree limb and gripping his knife, Bai Feng braced himself for a potential aggressive move from the calf, prepared to fight for his life. Yet, the calf exhibited no signs of aggression, instead rubbing its neck and back against the tree, gazing up at Bai Feng as if inviting him to play. Had it been solely the calf, Bai Feng would have descended without hesitation, but with dozens of eyes from the herd now fixed upon him, he feared that descending would lead to an untimely demise beneath the hooves of the cattle. The other warriors, gripped by terror, struggled to maintain their positions atop the trees. With no other option, Bai Feng resolved to act despite the risk, acknowledging that since his arrival in this era, he had always danced along the precipice of life and death. Feigning calm, he carefully descended from the tree, prompting the calf to approach him eagerly. Bai Feng instinctively recoiled, but the calf drew nearer, nudging its neck toward him, seeking a scratch, reminiscent of the affection he used to show it within the tribe. Observing that the calf had not reverted to a wild state and still trusted him, Bai Feng boldly began to scratch its neck. The calf, reveling in the attention, extended its neck further and even licked Bai Feng with its tongue. Upon Bai Feng's descent, the herd grew slightly agitated, but after the calf called out, they gradually settled down. The other tribesmen, witnessing the absence of hostility, climbed down from the trees, initially eager to draw their weapons, but Bai Feng intervened, reasoning that if the herd posed no threat, there was no need to provoke unnecessary conflict. Thus, they decided to engage cautiously and assess the situation. Chapter 66. Returning home with cattle. Bai Feng continued to scratch the calf's neck, and after the initial restlessness, the herd regained its composure. The calf showed no inclination to attack, and the warriors, adhering to Bai Feng's guidance, refrained from drawing their weapons, though they positioned themselves closely beside him, aware that the calf's calm demeanor did not guarantee the same from the rest of the herd. Bai Feng discreetly estimated the herd from a distance, noting approximately 50 heads, all relatively young, likely of similar age to the calf, as evidenced by their horns. The majority were females with only a few males present. Though the females bore horns, their size and length were distinctly smaller than those of the males, and their hues predominantly ranged in shades of brown and yellow, rendering the pure white calf exceptionally conspicuous. It was evident that the calf had calmed since their earlier encounters, suggesting it had resolved its prior issues. Bai Feng meticulously examined the calf's condition. In the few days since their last meeting, its once pristine coat had become caked with mud, particularly on its legs and tail. A long, dried wound marred its chest, likely inflicted during a competition with other bulls, while a minor injury graced its face. Observing the multitude of cattle trailing behind, Bai Feng wondered how the leader of that herd would respond to the loss of so many members. Bai Feng cautiously nudged the calf forward, and it offered no resistance. With a gentle push, the calf began to move along the path. He instructed the warriors to keep their distance and forge ahead, to avoid startling the herd that followed, while he walked beside the calf on its right side. After a few paces, the herd hesitated, uncertain whether to follow or remain stationary, feeling instinctively uneasy about accompanying humans. However, with the calf now their leader, they were torn between taking a step forward and their apprehension, watching as the calf continued onward with Bai Feng and his men, calling out anxiously. Upon hearing the commotion from the herd, the calf paused, turned back to its companions and called out. Yet, the herd showed no signs of continuing their journey. The calf glanced at Bai Feng before retracing its steps back to the group. Bai Feng refrained from intervening, standing awkwardly in place as the warriors could only watch from a distance, uncertain of what to do. Upon returning, the calf gently nudged the nearest cattle with its horns, extending its neck in a call, and the herd responded in kind. Bai Feng could do nothing but wait, pondering how the calf would choose to proceed. The meaning of their calls eludes comprehension. However, it appears that the calf is coaxing the herd. After a brief stalemate, the calf turns and approaches Bai Feng once more. This time, the herd does not hesitate but follows the calf's lead in a synchronized manner. Bai Feng suppresses the excitement bubbling within and affectionately strokes the calf's neck as they continue toward the tribe's direction, with the herd maintaining a respectful distance behind. The warriors, witnessing the herd's arrival, leap with joy, unaware of the potential benefits this herd might bring to the tribe's future. They only know that their tribe is about to possess a substantial number of cattle, alleviating their concerns over food for the entire year. Bai Feng feels assured that he has not erred in his judgment. Although it seems unfair to the calves group, such is the nature of existence, survival of the fittest, the law of the food chain. Even if he were to eventually slaughter some of this herd for meat and utilize them as labor, the advantage lies in the fact that this herd will continue to grow. In the wild, the natural increase of a herd is slow if not stagnant. Young ones may remain to thrive and pass on their genes, while the old, weak and sickly are culled, becoming prey for carnivorous beasts, thus maintaining a delicate balance. A herd of cattle, even in the absence of predators, can experience a dramatic decline due to a lack of food after an initial population boom. This is the limitation imposed by nature. However, humans, as anomalies in the natural world, can confine this herd within a designated area, alleviating their worries about food, predators, and illness. The cost, however, is that those cattle who would have otherwise become part of the food chain for wild beasts will now serve as sustenance for the humans who tend to them. The calf, robust from a winter of nourishment and possessing the agility to evade predators, finds itself ostracized by the elder bull upon returning to the herd. The larger bulls, being in rut, exhibit heightened aggression, yet their frail conditions, a result of last winter's heavy snowfall which hindered food availability, render them no match for the well-nourished calf. Thus, after enduring a series of confrontations with the bulls, the calf emerges with only minor injuries, as noted by Bai Feng, and successfully realizes its aspirations of reproduction. The herd is substantial, yet the food is scarce. The grass has yet to flourish, and last winter they resorted to grazing on roots, leaving the current pastures rather barren, rendering it difficult for the calves to secure adequate sustenance. Many younger cattle, upon witnessing the calves' robust physique and formidable prowess, choose to break away from their original group to follow the calf in search of a more hospitable habitat. However, they are unprepared for the revelation that the calf is domesticated by humans, causing initial panic as they encounter Bai Feng and his companions, bewildered by the sight of the calf mingling with these hairless creatures. Although the specifics of the calf's communication with them remain unknown, the herd ultimately resolves to accompany the calf. Presently, Bai Feng faces the challenge of accommodating these dozens of cattle without even a pen prepared. Allowing them to roam the wilderness would hardly differ from their wild existence. Accelerating the construction of a pen would limit the herd's ability to forage, and providing them with grass would require significant manpower, at least a dozen individuals daily to manage their needs. Yet, as he strokes the still obedient calf, Bai Feng contemplates that perhaps it is best to observe the calf's behavior, for as long as the calf remains, the herd is unlikely to stray far. The nearby plains, devoid of large herbivores due to human presence, boast lush grass, which is abundant enough for the cattle. Water is also accessible via a pipeline, he could easily run a line for the cattle to drink. Once they become accustomed to a specific watering spot, he could gradually enclose the area, ensuring that one day, when they come to drink, they may find themselves unable to leave. With this thought, Baifeng's spirits lift considerably. Chapter 67. The GK Tribe. Upon arriving on the tribe's territory, the calf frolics joyously, aware that no predators lurk in the grass to ambush it. Even if one were to appear, it could seek refuge among the humans in the tribe. The area is familiar to it, and there is ample grass to feast upon, unlike the pastures it previously visited, which had been thoroughly grazed. The accompanying herd halts to greedily graze on the lush grass, and Baifeng refrains from disturbing them, simply patting the calf on the forehead before leading the warriors toward the tribe's dwelling. Sui has been waiting atop the city walls for Baifeng's return. Spotting him alongside the white calf from a distance, she hastens down to join the other warriors in opening the city gates. As Baifeng approaches, Sui rushes forward like the wind, leaping into his arms. Taken aback by this unexpected display of affection, Baifeng finds himself momentarily at a loss. They typically share little physical contact, as he fears losing control. The tribespeople, however, remain unfazed, accustomed to far more exhilarating encounters in the wild. Baifeng embraces Sui tightly, gently patting her back. When she lifts her head, her eyes glisten with tears. In this era, venturing out once may mean never returning, a reality that weighs heavily upon her. Sui longs to accompany Baifeng, seeking solace in his presence. Yet he usually forbids her from straying too far unless accompanied by a sufficient number of fellow warriors. Upon confirming Baifeng's safety, Sui wipes her tears, releasing him to rush over to the calf. She is utterly unconcerned by the multitude of cattle, her only desire to scratch the calf's neck. When she first joined the tribe, the calf had been a comforting pillow, its plump belly the perfect resting spot. The patrolling warriors atop the walls, upon seeing so many cattle on the plains, swiftly ready their crossbows, poised for Baifeng's command to unleash their arrows. However, Baifeng does not issue the order to attack. Instead, he instructs them to lower their weapons. Although the warriors are perplexed, they comply. Nonetheless, they are left questioning how the herd dares to graze leisurely on their tribal land. Not only do the cattle graze, but they also discover remnants of salt that the tribe's people accidentally dropped while transporting salt bricks, an irresistible temptation for them. The cattle that find the salt crumbs promptly pause their grazing to focus intently on licking the salt. Baifeng refrains from allowing the calf into the city, for it is the leader of this herd and must remain outside to maintain control over them. The city offers no accommodations for the herd, and allowing the calf entry could result in the herd stampeding uncontrollably. After Sui finishes scratching the calf's neck and tidying its coat, she finally enters the city alongside Baifeng. The calf glances at Baifeng, desiring to join him, but after a moment of hesitation, it lifts its hooves and decides to remain behind to graze. Baifeng seeks out Gao, requesting him to fabricate several large water pipes. These will be connected outside the city, with a large trough constructed beneath the pipes using bricks and cement for the cattle to drink from. Moreover, the watering schedule must be fixed to help the herd develop a routine, allowing them to arrive at the watering spot at designated times in the future, thus planning ahead. As for the reason for placing them outside the city, Baifeng contemplated that it would allow them to forage for food independently, thereby cultivating the habit of returning at dusk, spending the night within their enclosure. Meanwhile, the tribe began preparing silage, planning to harvest and store grass during the peak of summer for the cattle to sustain them through the winter. Additionally, the crops cultivated by the tribe were abundant, and once harvested, the straw would serve as excellent fodder for the cattle. The immediate task was to construct a sturdy pen, ensuring the herd became accustomed to its presence and developed the habit of returning to rest within it. The summer and autumn seasons were not ideal for slaughtering cattle. The tribe would have to wait until winter to cull the older, weaker animals, while also caring for the calves. After several generations, the wild instincts of the herd would gradually diminish, allowing for greater propagation. The tribe was exceedingly pleased with the increased number of cattle, despite the chief's decree against slaughtering them for the time being and the necessity of minimizing disturbances to the herd's normal life. The pen would be constructed similarly to the city walls, using rammed earth to create a spacious enclosure, with only a modest roof over a section to provide shelter from rain and snow. A passage would be created in the existing wall to allow the cattle to enter the tribal territory, providing a means of retreat in case of war or wild animal attacks, thus reducing losses and safeguarding the herd. While Baifeng and the others were occupied with the arrangements for the pen, a small tribe of fewer than 100 individuals, located 3 days' journey from Baifeng's tribe, was completely ravaged, with all its members, including children, brutally slain. The perpetrators were the GK tribe, a nomadic group of 300, who roamed the plains hunting and foraging. Whenever they encountered a smaller tribe, they would swiftly attack, pillaging their food and slaughtering the inhabitants. Despite the current state of poverty afflicting all tribes, the GK tribe thrived on this lifestyle, leveraging their numerical superiority and experience to conquer smaller tribes with ease. Although they rarely acquired substantial loot, they deemed it far more advantageous than hunting. Moreover, the women indulged their whims, and all individuals from the conquered tribes would become their sustenance. Regrettably, Bai Feng remained unaware of these events. Had he known, he would have led his warriors to annihilate this band of savages, viewing it as an opportunity to bolster his tribe's combat experience. After all, despite the GK tribe's strength in numbers, they were only capable of preying on smaller tribes. When faced with a more formidable foe, they would retreat without a thought of engaging in battle. The GK tribe advanced upstream, leaving behind a trail of slaughtered tribes, each poorer than the last. As they ventured further, they discovered that some of the tribes had resorted to cannibalism, having already consumed their own kin. With no choice but to move onward, the GK tribe pressed forward, for they could no longer remain downstream, having already attacked numerous subordinate tribes of larger clans. Approaching the territory of Bai Feng's tribe, they observed the vegetation growing increasingly lush, no longer spotting any skin trees. However, the chieftain of the GK tribe hesitated to draw conclusions, wary of the potential threat posed by a powerful tribe. Chapter 68. The Perils of Wandering. Haichong, the leader of the GK tribe, gnawed on a child's arm, advancing amidst his kin. Once a foraging tribe, they had resorted to attacking a nearby small tribe when faced with starvation during a harsh winter. Despite occasional conflicts between the two tribes, the mutual restraint was due to their limited numbers, and the territory was capable of sustaining both. However, upon arriving at the neighboring tribe, the GK found all its members dead, victims of starvation or freezing, their bodies rigid. Searching the area yielded no food, and the ravenous members of the GK, exhausted from their journey, had reddened eyes, with many collapsing in the snow. In desperation, Haikang found himself unable to watch his kin perish from hunger. While crouching in frustration, he witnessed one of his tribesmen gnawing on a corpse's leg. Considering intervening, he stood only to succumb to darkness, collapsing to the ground. Hearing the sounds of his kin feasting, his stomach twisted painfully. After swallowing hard, he grappled with his conscience before crawling toward the corpse, closing his eyes and partaking in the grisly meal. The cold, stiff body was difficult to bite into, but as he swallowed the frozen blood, a sense of relief washed over him, and he felt invigorated, tearing into the flesh with renewed vigor, no longer hesitating. Initially reluctant to consume human flesh, the other tribesmen were spurred into action upon witnessing their leader devouring it heartily, each rushing to find a corpse to gnaw upon. Even when their lips froze to the flesh, it did not deter them. Blood smeared on their lips, they continued to chew. The children, frightened by the horrific scene, cried out, but no one tended to them. All were consumed by the instinct to survive. Once their bellies were filled and the sensation of fullness set in, they paused to gaze at the mangled remains of the once living beings, a sense of dread washing over them as they realized they had become what they once feared most, the cannibalistic tribe. Slowly, the realization dawned upon them, and one by one, they began to weep. The children, not comprehending the reason for their tears, cried even louder. Haichong's mind remained clear. He understood that having consumed human flesh, their tribe could no longer be considered a foraging tribe but had transformed into a tribe of cannibals, rendering their survival on this land impossible. Even if no one discovered their act of cannibalism, the very existence of humans had now become part of their diet. In times of desperation, they might resort to targeting their own kind. Haichong sighed, hoping that the future would not bring such dire times again, and that he could secure enough food for his tribe, perhaps allowing the younger generation to forget their past transgressions. There was no longer a need to return to their original tribe. They would camp here instead, as they had the tents and sufficient fallen branches from the snow-laden trees. Now that the tribe had regained some strength, they could gather firewood. Although they were satiated, the children had yet to eat and remained resistant to the notion of cannibalism, frightened by it. Once the fire was ablaze, Haichong used a knife to slice off portions of meat, roasting them over the flames until they sizzled with fat, distributing the cooked morsels to the still hungry children. The children, oblivious to the nature of their meal, were merely delighted to have food, and Haichong realized that the 200 corpses in this location would suffice to sustain them until spring. When the grass began to grow and the weather warmed, they would return to their home and resume their foraging lifestyle, gradually allowing the tribe to forget the grim reality of their actions. Moreover, he had no intention of revealing to the children the true nature of their meal. However, things did not unfold as he had envisioned. That winter proved exceptionally long. Though they possessed the strength to gather sufficient firewood and none of the tribe perished from the cold, their food supply dwindled alarmingly. After the last corpse was reduced to mere bone fragments and consumed, the Zeke tribe found themselves in a desperate state of starvation. The once robust bodies of their kin were dwindling day by day, growing weaker, yet the anticipated spring eluded them. During a time when wild vegetables would typically flourish, snow continued to fall. Their gazes occasionally swept over their fellow tribesmen, instilling a profound sense of dread within Hei-chong. If this continued, they might truly resort to turning on one another, and he himself could one day become food for another in his dreams. Hei-chong realized he could no longer remain idle. Thus, he summoned the tribe and declared their intent to depart, seeking sustenance in distant lands, hoping to discover a place where spring still lingered. This land, tainted by their cannibalism, may have been forsaken by the deity of spring. The tribe voiced no objections, arming themselves and taking up their empty satchels as they embarked on their journey of wandering. Initially, in the absence of food, they resorted to consuming tree bark, stripping every edible layer and root as if locusts had descended. Yet, this did little to satiate their hunger. Some even succumbed to vomiting blood due to the harsh diet, while Hei-chong himself suffered from a swollen belly, unable to relieve himself, resorting to digging with his hands for some semblance of relief. Memories of days filled with meat began to haunt the tribesmen, and the suppressed thoughts of turning on their own kin resurfaced within this Heek tribe. Hei-chong dared not underestimate the situation, assuring his people that they would surely find more food ahead, encouraging them to remain hopeful, though he himself was uncertain of what lay before them, praying fervently for the swift arrival of the spring deity, as it was their only chance for survival. For a time, the tribesmen heeded his words, following his lead. Although food remained scarce, the weather began to warm, enabling them to hunt and allowing some wild vegetables to sprout. The entire tribe began to resemble their former selves, foraging and hunting, yet food was still woefully insufficient, forcing them to move on after a brief stay, unable to find a suitable place to settle. Eventually, Hei-chong and his followers stumbled upon a small tribe by the riverbank, numbering fewer than 100 souls. At that moment, the warriors were away hunting, leaving behind only women and children, presenting an opportunity to seize their provisions. Observing the famished crowd, Hei-chong commanded them to approach the neighboring tribe under the cover of the forest, swiftly launching an attack that met little resistance, effectively claiming the entire settlement. Chapter 69, The Birth of the Cannibal Tribe. They did not annihilate the inhabitants of this tribe. The women offered little resistance. In this era, women could be bartered for food, serving as significant resources, often lacking a sense of belonging to their tribe, having likely been passed through multiple clans and potentially sold to others in the future. All of the men left behind were killed without exception, while the children posed no threat and were ignored. Hei-chong was solely focused on locating food. Thus he found a woman and requested her guidance. The woman, under the impression that Hai-kang had come for pleasure, loosened her skirt and lay on the ground. However, Hei-chong had no such intentions. He was solely driven by the urgent need to find sustenance to quell his tribe's cannibalistic urges. The woman, sensing Hei-chong's lack of interest, became bewildered, especially since many men from the Zeke tribe had already taken advantage of the women in the settlement. Hei-chong did not intervene, recognizing that such actions were commonplace. If not for his pressing need for food, he would not have allowed them to proceed first. Understanding Hei-chong's intentions, the woman left her skirt untied and led him to the food stores. Upon arrival at the food storage cave, Hei-chong discovered that this tribe, too, was impoverished. They had only a meager catch of fish, perhaps a dozen, and without salt for preservation, they had begun to spoil. The remainder consisted solely of some wild vegetables and bark, causing Hei-chong to feel a sense of trepidation. The meager provisions could scarcely provide a meal for half the Zeke tribe. Hei-chong felt a wave of frustration, pressing for information about any other granaries, and was speaking of him. The third brick-and-mortar granary of the Baifeng tribe was nearing completion, with their food stores expanding thanks to an ever-broadening diet, while they themselves consumed little. Hei-chong discerned that it was unwise to linger here. Having gained little food and suffering no significant losses, they could not afford to waste time. Should they remain, the warriors of this tribe would eventually return, and another skirmish could ensue, as they were few in number and could not afford to squander resources in this unforgiving wilderness. Consequently, Hei-chong departed the cave with his scant supplies and returned to the tribe's encampment. However, upon his return, he was met with a scene that left him utterly paralyzed with horror, dropping the food he held. Some tribesmen were still engaged with the women of the neighboring tribe, but a greater number had kindled a fire, roasting meat, while beside the fire lay dismembered children. The tribesmen laughed and conversed, devoid of any discomfort. Turn, jovially presented him with a plump infant's leg, urging Haichong to eat first. The mirthful expressions on the faces of his tribesmen filled Haichong with profound dread, resembling unspeakable demons. Yet, gazing at the leg in hand, his own stomach betrayed him with ravenous demands, recalling the taste of human flesh. The tender, fatty flesh of the infant was a feast for the senses, and as he bit into it, the oil oozed forth, yielding an exquisite flavor. Previously, the meat had been frozen and stale, lacking freshness, but now the succulent flesh lay before him, causing his mouth to water uncontrollably. Despite the fish and wild vegetables at his feet, Haichong found himself unable to resist, trembling hands accepting the offered leg. Only as he devoured the last morsel of flesh did clarity return to his mind. What had he done? The tribesmen feasted, their mouths smeared with grease, and now not only the men and children but most of the women had been slain, leaving only a few beautiful women for their enjoyment. Overwhelmed by sorrow, Haichong wept bitterly, realizing he could never escape the identity of a cannibal. The Zeke tribe would truly become a tribe of cannibals, and they would find no refuge in this world, becoming the common enemy of all tribes. After a hearty meal, Haichong commanded the disposal of all remains, ensuring that every inhabitant of the tribe was slaughtered, then concealed themselves within tents or the woods. Inquiring about the warriors who had gone hunting, he learned there were only about 40, armed with bamboo spears and stone axes, easily within the Zeke tribe's capacity to annihilate. Indeed, the Zeke tribe suffered minimal losses, with only 7 dead and a few dozen injured, successfully exterminating the warriors. Haichong had come to relish human flesh. Fish and wild vegetables were of little interest to him now. He craved the tender flesh of children. The flesh of this tribe did not sustain the Zeke tribe for long. During this time, they settled in, fishing and hunting, preparing for their future life of wandering. After consuming all the meat, Haichong and his companions did not linger any longer and resumed their nomadic existence. Although most of their subsequent meals consisted of grass, they did not forget their transformation into cannibals. Along their journey, whenever they encountered solitary wanderers or small groups of savages, they would immediately surround them, akin to hunting other beasts, swiftly attacking and then feasting on the spoils. Similarly, if they came across a small tribe, they would annihilate everyone and settle in that territory until their resources were exhausted, before continuing their wanderings. Over the years, tales of this cannibal tribe spread throughout the region, as their actions were too horrifying to ignore. An abandoned tribal dwelling filled with nothing but white bones. Upon learning of their existence, several slightly larger tribes banded together to plan an assault on the cannibal tribe. Unfortunately, the Zeke tribe was too astute. Before their adversaries could launch an attack, they were already discovered by the Zeke tribe. Rather than confront them, the Zeke tribe chose to retreat from this area, moving upstream instead, continuing their path of destruction until they reached the territory of the Baifeng tribe. They found this region abundant and resource-rich, even discovering salt. Though they had not located a salt lake, they found several depressions filled with salt, which thrilled the Zeke tribe, who had long suffered from a lack of this precious commodity during their wanderings. The Zeke tribe had now developed a survival strategy tailored to their needs, where raiding other tribes became their primary objective. A successful raid could sustain them for months. As they roamed, they returned to a state of foraging and hunting, even constructing makeshift beds in trees to evade predators and ambush any hapless humans passing by. However, Haichong did not notice that the eyes of his kin had begun to take on a reddish hue, nor did he recognize that his own temper was becoming increasingly volatile. Chapter 70. The First Encounter. The walls of the cattle pen had begun to rise. Initially, the cattle were somewhat fearful of the humans coming and going, but after being led by the calves to drink salt-enriched water a few times, they completely disregarded the frail humans. The walls grew taller, yet a gap remained, wide enough for 2 cows to pass through simultaneously. The herd had fully acclimated to the presence of the high walls. Despite the cramped space within, the towering structure provided them with a sense of security. The calves, no longer entering the town to sleep, led the herd to the incompletely constructed cattle pen at night. Over time, the herd became accustomed to returning to the pen each evening. After a while, Baifeng and his companions would be able to install a gate, allowing them to release the cattle in the morning to forage for food, and to confine them at night. In winter, they would no longer let them out but would feed them stored fodder, selectively slaughtering some for sustenance. Of course, Baifeng was merely contemplating this plan for the future, as the specifics remained uncertain. The calves had gradually adapted to life among the herd, no longer concerned about the dirt on their coats or whether their tails were matted with dung and mud. Baifeng's visits to the calves had diminished, and likewise for Sui, who disliked the foul-smelling calves. She was content as long as she saw them alive and safe. The Zeke tribe had reached the vicinity of Baifeng's old camp. Haichong and his companions, spotting a few isolated huts, mistakenly believed it to be a particularly small tribe. Without hesitation they charged forward, only to discover it was an abandoned camp, devoid of any inhabitants. It was no fault of Haichong and his group. At this time, camps were increasingly dilapidated, and Baifeng's old camp had not been abandoned for long. The remnants of kilns and fire pits from previous days still bore traces of black soil and thick ash, making it challenging to discern how long it had been since the place had been occupied. Haichong led his people in a thorough search of the camp, finding no food. Yet, they did not feel disheartened. This location was still suitable for a temporary encampment, rich in resources, and with their strength they could easily secure enough food. However, they had grown accustomed to annihilating a human tribe and then wintering in their place. The notion of long-term settlement here had not crossed their minds. The agitated and impulsive individuals dropped their belongings and scattered to search for food. As for the small house on the platform, it was claimed by Haichong, who had never encountered a structure built of earth. To his surprise, it was unexpectedly comfortable, far superior to his own tent, albeit a bit cramped. The Zeke tribe quickly found a waterhole nearby. After nearly a year of rest, it was teeming with large fish. Utilizing their superior numbers, they effortlessly caught many fish, though the bland flesh was riddled with bones, far less palatable than human meat. As they feasted on the fish, arguing over which parts were the most delectable, their eyes bulged and reddened, spittle flying as some declared the thigh to be the tastiest, while others favored the hindquarters. Among them, there were those with more peculiar tastes who relished the entrails, though such individuals were looked down upon, as only the lowest among them would receive the intestines filled with excrement. Unbeknownst to Baifeng's tribe, danger lurked nearby. After counting their numbers in the morning, each member set off to attend to their respective tasks. The hunters expanded their range as nearby game grew scarce. To ensure a sufficient supply in the future, they ventured further afield. The vicinity of the old camp was also within their hunting territory, as the dense forest made it easier to locate prey, and they occasionally rested in the huts. One day, a hunting party of about 10, unable to find any game and with noon approaching, decided to search for fish near the waterhole for their lunch. These individuals specialized in catching birds and land animals, while dedicated tribesmen were tasked with fishing. In the Baifeng tribe, fish had become a rather abundant food source, with the expansive lake providing a wealth of resources, and their catch not significantly affecting the overall supply. As the group jovially approached the waterhole, one tribesman was suddenly struck on the head by a stone, blood streaming from his wound as he collapsed. Others were struck by stones as well, some suffering intense pain while others feared they had broken bones. Two fortunate individuals narrowly avoided injury as stones whizzed past them. Realizing the dire situation, the hunters instinctively crouched down, their long experience in hunting alerting them to an ambush. They quickly sought cover, hoping to evade the still flying stones. But once the barrage ceased, they saw a large number of savages encircling them. With no chance of victory, and many already injured and unable to fight, even standing to flee was a challenge. As the hostile savages drew nearer, the uninjured members urged those who could run to escape, taking their weapons with them. They believed their lives were worth less than these weapons, which they could not allow to fall into enemy hands. The able-bodied fled without hesitation, seizing their belongings, while one with an injured leg attempted to escape but was struck in the head by a stone, his flesh and blood splattering as he collapsed, rendered incapable of fleeing. The slingshot was the Zeke tribe's most vital weapon, akin to the Baifeng tribe's spear throwers, capable of launching stones with force many times greater than that of a human arm. However, this necessitates extensive practice. After their tribe has sufficiently hunted during the winter, they spend the remainder of their time honing their skills with the sling. As stones are abundant, and ropes, whether woven from grass or crafted from animal hide, are readily obtainable. When confronting prey or adversaries, they initially launch several volleys of stones. If struck, the enemy's combat capability is effectively halved. This occasion saw nearly 100 individuals hurling stones together, with the chance that some may score a fatal blow. Upon witnessing others fall and some flee, they surged forward in a chaotic throng to deliver the coup de grace to those still breathing. Regrettably, only 6 were slain, while the others managed to escape. Nevertheless, they would not allow the meat so close at hand to slip away. A group chased relentlessly, stones continuing to rain down, and a few more were toppled. However, Haichong's gaze was drawn to the corpse being dragged by his tribesmen, particularly to the knife they had scavenged. He had never encountered such a beautifully crafted, glimmering blade, especially one of such impressive size. Chapter 71. The Flight. Haichong grasped the long knife, weighing it in his hand. It felt substantial, far more exquisite than the bronze swords wielded by the prominent figures of larger tribes he had previously seen. When he struck the blade against a corpse, it sliced effortlessly into the flesh, reaching the bone without a hint of resistance, so different from a stone knife. Such craftsmanship could only be the work of a great tribe. Yet he had never heard of any prominent tribe in the vicinity. The well-established tribes resided downstream along the great river. Why then was there such a remarkable artifact in this area? Observing the robust physiques of these individuals suggested they lacked for sustenance. Their bodies were far more robust than those of many smaller tribes preparing for winter. Yet, among the 9 corpses lying here, only one knife was found, deepening Haikang's confusion. If only one individual were significantly robust, accompanied by a single knife, Haichong might have concluded that they were an important figure within a tribe. But the muscularity of these individuals indicated they were not the product of an ordinary tribe's resources. Haichong waved his hand, instructing his companions to transport the remaining corpses back to their camp, as the abundance of meat would sustain them for several days. However, he harbored a persistent fear of inciting the wrath of a powerful tribe in retaliation. As his tribesmen pulled the bodies away, they left behind a trail of blood, and a fallen bamboo tube caught Haichong's attention. He picked it up and, upon opening it, discovered it contained wooden shafts adorned with feathers, their tips sharpened with stone. The peculiar design momentarily puzzled Haichong, but with a brief contemplation, he recognized it as an arrow, a laborious and inefficient weapon seldom employed by tribes, and he wondered why they had adorned it with feathers, as mere decoration. Disdainfully, he discarded this seemingly useless item. This discovery reassured Haichong that this tribe was certainly not a formidable one. Yet, among those they had slain, there must have been an important figure, perhaps even a chieftain. Chieftains could trade food and beauty for exquisite knives, and the impressive physiques of those tribespeople likely stemmed from the area's abundant resources. The Zeke tribe could easily capture ample prey, and as long as this tribe were industrious, it would pose no challenge to sustain their chieftain and a few warriors well. With this realization, Haichong felt everything fell into place. Their demeanor upon arriving at the waterhole suggested familiarity and leisure, indicating this location was well known to them. Possibly a temporary habitation. Most of the Zeke tribe were occupied with fishing at the waterhole. Upon noticing the commotion, they swiftly positioned themselves in ambush. Having captured so many, they could hardly contain their saliva. The fish they had caught were of little consequence now. They dropped their catches, greedily inhaling the scent of blood, trailing behind the corpses, but were quickly reprimanded by Haikang. Fish were vital sustenance, and should they be discarded, it would result in their own starvation. In the forest, only 4 individuals managed to escape, each scattering in different directions, armed with a few knives and bows, anxiously navigating the woods while remaining vigilant for any pursuing threats or stones that might fall upon them. They had not brought their quivers. Time was too scarce, and nearly all their arrows were stone-tipped, with only a couple of iron ones available, reserved for the tribe's most skilled archers. One tribesman, burdened with 2 bows and 3 knives, suffered injuries to his face and chest, leaving him in excruciating pain and drained of strength. After running a short distance, he suddenly choked, collapsed to the ground, and began to vomit blood, ultimately losing consciousness. Another wounded individual bore only superficial injuries, yet the blood would not cease flowing. The weight of his knives was daunting, but he dared not discard them, for nearly all his companions lay dead, and he was uncertain how many would return. Nevertheless, he understood he must keep his weapons from falling into enemy hands. Just as he pondered this, a tiger's roar sent a jolt of terror through him, compelling him to abandon his excess burdens, drawing his bow instead. He quickly nocked an arrow and surveyed his surroundings, only to discover a tiger lurking in the grass beside him. Realizing it had been spotted, the tiger ceased its concealment and stepped forth, fixing its gaze upon the tribesman. He dared not meet the eyes of such a formidable beast. The moment the tiger emerged, he was paralyzed with fear. Though he had initially been capable of drawing his bow fully, he could now only manage half, his hands trembling. In a moment of carelessness, the arrow flew weakly from his bow, yet it managed to strike the tiger. Surprised by the audacity of this seemingly defenseless creature, the tiger felt the sting of the shallow wound and, enraged, pounced, knocking the tribesman to the ground and sinking its teeth into his neck. With an arrow lodged in its side, the tiger carried the tribesman away. Among the 2 remaining survivors, both uninjured, they clutched their weapons and continued their frantic flight, daring not to pause, even as they gasped for breath and felt their calves ache. Their sole desire was to return to their tribe and report the events that had transpired. Upon exiting the forest and entering the plains, They caught sight of their tribe's walls and rushed towards them, nearly in tears. The sentinels patrolling the walls, upon witnessing their disheveled appearance and the weapons they bore, quickly discerned that trouble was at hand and hastily opened the gates for their entrance. Once inside, they promptly secured the gates and readied their crossbows to target the distance. Remaining vigilant, the two tribesmen found their chieftain, tearfully recounting the ordeal they had faced. Glancing at the weapons laid out before them, which did not belong to either of them, Bai Feng realized that their owners would not be returning. Bai Feng inquired whether anyone else had escaped alongside them. They responded that several had fled together, yet they had dispersed, leaving them uncertain of their companions' fates. Nevertheless, all bore injuries, and given the relentless pursuit, their prospects seemed grim. Bai Feng clenched his fists, recognizing his earlier oversight. He had been preoccupied with the dangers posed by nature, neglecting the threats posed by humanity. According to the accounts of these two, their pursuers numbered at least 100, capable of hurling stones from considerable distances with devastating effect. Bai Feng pondered this, concluding that these must be the yujuo, a simple yet effective weapon traditionally employed by shepherds to herd sheep and fend off wolves. He had not anticipated their use in such a manner, nor the remarkable lethality they could wield. Now, one can only hope that this solitary group has encountered them. Should all the hunters be scattered and come across those individuals, then all of their efforts would be rendered futile. The tribe, which has only just begun to flourish, now faces a dire crisis of survival. Chapter 72. Trepidation. Bai Feng urgently summoned the remaining tribesmen, distributing weapons to all those capable of combat, as they prepared to engage beneath the city walls at a moment's notice. Bai Feng ventured out to fetch the cattle, guiding the calves back into the corral. Although the corral was not yet fully repaired, its walls still provided some measure of defense, with a large timber temporarily blocking the entrance. The cattle, somewhat agitated, found themselves unexpectedly confined, their unease palpable. However, Bai Feng could not afford to lose any of the herd, which had become the tribe's most vital asset. Should an attack occur, they would swiftly drive the cattle through the breach in the wall. Meanwhile, as Bai Feng and the others made their preparations, the walls were already manned by a host of individuals, all archers armed and ready, their feet surrounded by bundles of arrows, their eyes keenly observing the horizon, poised to sound the alarm at the slightest disturbance. As dusk approached, a group of several dozen emerged from the woods. Observant eyes immediately sounded the alarm, prompting all to ready their bows and spears, swiftly entering a state of combat readiness. The newcomers, having likely heard the warning, halted their advance, as if deliberating their next move. Given the vast distance between them, all that could be discerned was the presence of figures, yet the specifics of their actions remained obscured. Bai Feng and his companions were filled with anxiety. If this was all the enemy had, they had little to fear, but the concern lingered that these could merely be scouts, leading the way for a larger force. After a brief pause, the group from the forest emitted a sharp whistle, one that Bai Feng and his compatriots recognized well, as it was the bamboo whistle fashioned by their tribe, a tool for communication that almost every member possessed. In a tentative response, they whistled back, to which the other group replied with a series of short and long notes, conveying a sense of safety. A collective sigh of relief swept through those on the walls. It was their own kin returning, likely a contingent of hunters, as the whistle pattern was one established by Bai Feng's tribe to signal security. Bai Feng blew 6 short notes in succession, urging their return with haste. Upon hearing the signal, the group responded accordingly, hurrying back, though their pace was somewhat hindered, likely due to the abundance of their catch. As they approached the city walls, it became clear that they were indeed their fellow tribesmen, led by Chiyou, who had returned with a bountiful harvest. However, the sight of so many tribesmen preparing for battle left them bewildered. Once inside the city gates, Bai Feng inquired closely about any encounters with the enemy, and with each question, Chiyou shook his head, gradually alleviating Bai Feng's worries. When Chiyou learned that their kin had been hunted, he was filled with rage, slamming his fist on the table and seizing a knife, ready to exact vengeance. Bai Feng quickly restrained the muscle-bound Chiyou, reminding him that they must wait for the others to return. By now, it was time for all the tribesmen who had ventured out to return, as they needed to be back before sunset. After all, safety was paramount. Bai Feng's guiding principle had always been that people are the most valuable resource. If one loses land but retains people, both can survive, whereas losing both spells doom. Standing atop the city walls, Bai Feng awaited the return of his kin. The fishermen were particularly joyous, breaking forth from the woods with cheerful songs. Several carts laboriously pushed across the plains. Bai Feng inquired about their experiences, yet none had encountered the enemy, though ultimately only 2 out of the original dozen returned. Despite the day's abundant harvest, no smiles graced the faces of the tribesmen. The bond of kinship had deepened, and the news of their fallen companions weighed heavily on their hearts. Evenings that usually rang with laughter and camaraderie at mealtime fell into a somber silence, with appetites diminished. The tribe had not suffered significant losses in combat, having only lost a few weapons. Even if the enemy had acquired them, their impact would be minimal. Archery requires rigorous practice to yield results, unless one possesses an innate talent like that of a bear. Bai Feng was skeptical of the existence of natural marksmen in abundance. His own tribe had produced but one. However, they needed to be wary of the slingshots, as the two returning tribesmen reported that this was the enemy's primary means of assault. In close combat, Bai Feng's tribe had no fear of other tribes, as even larger factions could not universally equip their members with bronze swords, let alone superior iron blades. That night, while some weary warriors rested to regain their strength, the majority of the tribe remained awake. The ample supply of nutrition afforded them superior night vision compared to their contemporaries. Some patrolled the city walls, keeping vigilant watch over the forest. Based on the encounters reported by the returning tribesmen, the enemy was likely camped near the old encampment, having only scouted that area, with other directions yet unexplored. Bai Feng considered that, as far as adversaries were concerned, only the Swearing clan had engaged with them. However, he had not observed any slingshots among them. Moreover, the Swearing clan was renowned for their fire-based attacks and supposedly possessed unique fire-starting weapons, indicating that this group was unlikely to be sent by them for retribution. Furthermore, launching an attack on Bai Feng's tribe at this moment offered no advantages. Autumn was the optimal time for aggression. Nearby, there were no other tribes. Those within days' travel would not venture into Bai Feng's territory for war, given the abundant resources available in this land, rendering conflict unnecessary. Thus, Bai Feng surmised that they were likely a band of wandering savages, and judging by their violent behavior, it was highly probable they belonged to a cannibal tribe. Upon hearing Bai Feng's assessment, the tribesmen gasped in shock, for cannibal tribes were fearsome entities wherever they roamed. For the safety of all, Bai Feng's tribe would re-enter a closed phase starting tomorrow, coinciding with the rapid growth of their crops, which were on the verge of sprouting. Despite the heavy snowfall in winter, the current lack of rain allowed for some tribesmen to remain behind to tend to the fields. Simultaneously, the fishing team brought news that most of the fish caught were now spawning, making it an opportune time to cease fishing, allowing the fish in the lake a period conducive to reproduction. This revelation sparked another idea in Bai Feng's mind: to excavate a large fish pond within the tribe, utilizing water from the lake to cultivate fish. While fishing in the lake would be impossible during winter, their own pond would remain accessible. Chapter 73. No attackers. In the face of an unknown number of adversaries, Bai Feng could only devise a response based on the intelligence currently available, which indicated that their primary means of attack involved slingshots, a tactic Bai Feng was all too familiar with. Bai Feng originally intended to name it Wu Duo, but when he mentioned it, no one seemed to comprehend what Wu Duo actually referred to. Bai Feng realized that it was likely a term from the Tibetan language, but its translation turned out to be sling. This revelation left the tribe in a profound silence. Though unspoken, Bai Feng sensed their incredulity towards his seemingly redundant choice. Consequently, he decided to abandon the name Wu Duo altogether and henceforth referred to it simply as sling. Although the sling boasts a considerable range and substantial lethality, it pales in comparison to their bows and the javelins equipped with spear throwers. Nevertheless, it was imperative to devise a means of defense, prioritizing caution above all else. A shield emerged as the optimal solution. Not only could it deflect incoming projectiles, but it could also serve a purpose in close combat. Regrettably, Bai Feng had previously fixated on crafting armor and had yet to acquire the means to produce even a single piece of it. Shields, on the other hand, presented a more accessible option. Wooden shields were readily available and could be crafted swiftly, albeit they were easily replicable. Any other tribe could fashion one with merely a glance. Unfortunately, Bai Feng found himself bereft of time to construct wooden shields, for even the simplest of tasks required meticulous carving from timber. What if the enemy chose to strike at dawn? Even if they toiled through the night, they might not produce more than a few shields in time. However, bamboo shields posed a simpler solution. Binding together bamboo stalks sufficed. The tribe had ample bamboo, and there was no need for skilled artisans. Each warrior could easily craft one for himself. The flying stones were unlikely to sever the binding ropes. Thus, Bai Feng and his kin worked tirelessly through the night, assembling bamboo shields and placing them atop the city walls. Their fortifications lacked battlements, resembling a flat expanse, rendering them vulnerable to ranged attacks if confronted directly. The bamboo shields would effectively mitigate several waves of assaults from below, and once the enemy commenced their siege, they would retaliate with arrows and javelins. This predicament sparked Bai Feng's contemplation of further fortifying the city walls. Presently, they were insufficiently elevated with many structural flaws. Though dubbed a wall, it provided little in terms of military defense. While the wall stretched extensively, Bai Feng's territory was vast. Yet the true threat loomed from the forested direction. The other sides were shielded by mountains, serving as natural barriers. While the plains remained unobstructed, any sign of trouble would be promptly detected by the tribe. Only the forest harbored the potential for wild beasts or rival human tribes to emerge. As the night wore on, Bai Feng and his companions successfully completed a sufficient number of bamboo shields, placing them atop the walls for easy access when needed. Although it was unlikely that anyone would attempt a night raid due to the limited visibility. After all, night blindness rendered everything a dark blur. Akin to being blind, should torches be lit, visibility would be adequate. Moreover, following a prior wolf pack's nocturnal assault, the tribe had grown vigilant, opting to keep watch at night. Even with towering walls, the absence of guards left them feeling vulnerable. Time was of the essence. If they did not expedite the production of shields, delaying until the next day could prove disastrous. As dawn approached, painting the eastern sky in hues of red, no attackers had yet materialized. Bai Feng promptly instructed the warriors to rest, allowing those who had recuperated the previous night to take turns on watch. In times of war, it was essential for the men to take the forefront, regardless of the strength of the women, who would follow behind. The cattle remained undisturbed in their pen throughout the night, but come morning, they began to move restlessly, signaling their need to graze. The pen contained nothing but manure and offered no sustenance, prompting their agitation. Bai Feng hesitated to release them. Should the enemy strike, there would be no time to return the cattle to safety. Fortunately, provisions for the herd's winter fodder had been prepared, with tribe members collecting large bundles of grass during their daily labor, effectively managing the weeds. The stored grass was ample enough to sustain the cattle for 5 to 6 days, but with an increasing herd, the pen had become quite filthy. The mixture of dung, urine, and soil had turned into a muddy mess due to constant trampling. Yet, in light of the urgent circumstances, he had no choice but to toss bundles of grass into the pen. Fortunately, the cattle seemed unconcerned, resuming their hearty eating, and the unrest subsided. After a day passed without any sign of an attack, Bai Feng and his tribe remained cautious, refraining from initiating any offensive maneuvers. Despite their superior equipment, Bai Feng felt a lingering sense of insecurity ever since their visit to the fire-making tribe, believing deep down that they remained merely a minor tribe. Should the larger tribes decide to retaliate, they could easily amass a force of slaves to overwhelm Bai Feng's settlement. Thus, Bai Feng's tribe subsisted on their provisions, grateful for their ample supplies, which would last them a month. They even resumed their regular routines, significantly increasing the number of sentinels both at night and during the day. Seizing the moment, Bai Feng led a group to excavate irrigation ditches for the wheat that was soon to sprout. Due to temperature fluctuations, Bai Feng's rice seedlings had only now reached a stage suitable for transplanting, their length comparable to those seen in modern videos. The rice paddies were thoroughly flooded, and the seedlings were carefully spaced apart in the mud. With a sufficient number of hands, the task was completed in half a day, resulting in a verdant expanse. Bai Feng could only hope that his efforts would yield fruitful results, allowing the rice to flourish until harvest. Simultaneously, he commenced the excavation of fish ponds, planning to dig 3 or 4 large ones. The earth unearthed would be repurposed to further reinforce the city walls, providing enough soil to elevate them by another half-meter. Water would be sourced directly from the Great Lake, alleviating concerns about the fish's adaptability to the local water quality. Later, they could simply introduce some seed-bearing fish to foster growth. However, Bai Feng was cautious about venturing too far from the tribe to the lake, aware that a single misstep could cost him his life. As 7 or 8 days slipped by, Bai Feng's worries about an impending war remained unaddressed. Observing the dwindling supplies in their granaries, the tribe began to express their own concerns. If they could not venture out to hunt soon, they might not last much longer. Should the enemy choose to attack, they could potentially besiege the settlement for days, leaving Bai Feng's tribe to starve within its walls. With no alternatives left, Bai Feng resolved to lead his people closer to the Great Lake, steering clear of the vicinity of their old camp, which had likely become a stronghold for the enemy. Yet, it was also possible that those individuals were merely passing through, having ruthlessly slain members of Bai Feng's tribe. In his heart, Bai Feng vowed that if he ever encountered someone wielding a sling, he would ensure to pierce them through with his sword. Chapter 74. The ambush. While Bai Feng awaited the enemy's arrival, the GK tribe was similarly on high alert, anticipating either a retaliatory strike from a larger tribe or the emergence of another small squad. However, after several days without any sign of life, Chong became increasingly convinced that the tribe was merely a small band of 100 individuals. Otherwise, they would have dispatched a larger force to exact vengeance. The GK tribe's advantage lay in their adeptness with the sling, which constituted their primary mode of attack. Moreover, their vigilance was commendable. Should anyone come seeking retribution, they could swiftly evade capture. Yet, with the captives nearing the end of their sustenance, the GK tribesmen grew weary of consuming the bony, fishy meat and incessantly urged Chong to issue a command to assault the tribe that had harmed them. Chong also felt that it was time to launch an offensive. Having waited so long without daring to seek vengeance, it was evident that the opposing tribe was not particularly formidable. Perhaps their strongest warriors and chieftains had already met their demise. Presently, that tribe must be like a headless dragon. Thus, on that fateful morning, Chong emerged from his humble abode, stretching languidly as he grasped the seized iron blade. He called upon his clansmen and set forth towards the horizon, determined to vanquish another tribe and feast sumptuously for the next 6 months. The members of the Zeke tribe erupted in jubilant cheers, their spirits soaring as they armed themselves with weapons. After filling their animal hide pouches with stones, they rallied around Chong and advanced in the direction from which their adversaries had fled days prior. Despite the initial raucousness of their departure, they maintained a profound silence during their march, a crucial strategy to remain undetected. Their past successes in ambushes were largely attributed to their ability to remain concealed. The Baifeng tribe could no longer afford to delay. Thus, after reiterating the importance of avoiding deep forest forays, steering clear of distant territories, refraining from solitary actions, and steering clear of old camp locations, the leader reluctantly permitted their departure, his heart heavy with concern. The fishing party was not a cause for undue worry. After all, it was unlikely that any tribe would launch an attack from the water. In this era, it was improbable that a race akin to mermaids still inhabited the aquatic realms. As long as they remained vigilant on their routes, ready to discard their burdens and flee at the first sign of danger, they would be fine. Shields were distributed among them, and Baifeng stressed repeatedly that encountering foes in the wild and fleeing when outmatched was not an act of cowardice but rather a display of wisdom. Only in the throes of true warfare did flight equate to cowardice. If they did not succumb to their enemies, he would personally sever the heads of those who fled. The cattle herd was allowed to exit the corral through the large wooden gate that had been opened for them. However, the herd had grown accustomed to life within the confines, and the sudden opening of the gate left them hesitant to venture out. It was only when the youngest calves took the lead that the others dared to follow. With ample feed, protective high walls, and a rich water source enhanced with salt, life within the enclosure was far more comfortable than in the wild. The herd found immense satisfaction in this sheltered existence, content to remain within the corral and gain weight. After the cattle had exited, the clansmen proceeded to clear out the accumulated dung from the corral, which could be repurposed as fertilizer or dried for use as fuel during winter, both being exceedingly beneficial. The output from dozens of cattle over just a few days was rather astonishing, yet the clansmen were not overly concerned. Barefoot they stood inside, using wooden spades to scoop out the waste. This task consumed half the day for a dozen individuals, and by its completion, they were all enveloped in a foul odor. Despite washing several times, a faint stench lingered, prompting them to express their distaste for the task, vowing never to engage in dung clearing again. Baifeng also pondered the corral's design, believing it to be somewhat flawed. The ground should not be level. Rather, it ought to be sloped so that urine could naturally drain away, allowing the higher areas to remain relatively dry. Additionally, digging a few drainage ditches would prevent excessive water accumulation during rainfall. Seizing the moment, they hastily gathered more hands to construct a subtle incline and excavate several ditches, even if they were rudimentary. Plans were also underway to erect a row of shelters within the corral, providing shade during the summer and cover from the rain. They were not yet equipped to construct a roof for the entire corral, nor was it entirely necessary. The wooden materials and tiles had already been prepared but were delayed due to the current threat, so they resumed their work. Although the corral's floor was sticky with dung and urine, making excavation quite unpleasant, the clansmen held no aversion, understanding it was for the wealth of the tribe and to prevent future hunger. Shennong led a hunting party of over 100 individuals, who were careful not to scatter. However, such a large group risked alarming their prey, making it challenging to capture anything substantial. Along the way, they could only manage to catch a few hares and similar small creatures, as larger game fled at the sound of their approach. Nevertheless, with so many present, some wielded bows and spears for hunting, while others held shields and blades, ever watchful. Should enemies approach, they would quickly form a protective circle with their shields and seek an opportunity to escape. As midday approached, no enemies had yet appeared, but everyone remained vigilant, taking turns to eat without relaxing their guard. By noon, the Zeke tribe had yet to spot any game, but they remained undeterred. After all, finding human tribes was no simple task. Their lunch consisted of a casual meal of fish, with only Haichong indulging in the scant remnants of human flesh. Each bite he took caused neighboring clansmen to swallow hard, their bloodshot eyes filled with a desperate longing for a taste of human meat. The Zeke tribe's path had veered slightly off course, causing them to miss sight of the Baifeng tribe. No one believed that any tribe would establish their camp in the open plains devoid of cover, leading them to overlook that location entirely. After completing their meal and resting briefly, both tribes resumed their search, albeit with one focused on hunting while the other did the same. The Baifeng tribe, concealed behind rocks, successfully shot a deer, piercing its abdomen. The creature struggled for a moment before collapsing, unable to rise again. Upon witnessing this success, the hunter eagerly leapt from his hiding place to deliver a finishing blow. However, as he approached the deer, several stones suddenly flew past him, startling him into a frantic leap to avoid them. Fortunately, none struck him. The warriors behind the shield, upon witnessing the attack, quickly sprang forth to shield the two hunters. Simultaneously, a barrage of stones rained down, most crashing harmlessly to the ground, yet a few struck the bamboo shields. The force of the blows indicated that a direct hit would surely result in grievous injury. The hunter, having been saved by the deer, quickly shifted into a combat stance, retreating behind the comparatively weaker creature for protection, while other clansmen raised their shields in preparation for the impending assault. Shennong, serving as the overall commander, orchestrated the battle strategy. He directed the shield bearers to form a line at the front while the archers positioned themselves behind, ready to retaliate. Stones continued to rain down like a tempest, causing the bamboo shields to resonate with each impact, though they thankfully remained intact. After several rounds of this stone deluge, the onslaught ceased, leaving Shennong and his companions on high alert behind their shields, awaiting the decisive confrontation. However, no enemy emerged through the gaps in their defenses. Drawing back his bowstring, Shennong released an arrow towards the direction from which the stones had come, and a cry of agony immediately echoed, confirming that he had struck a foe. Now, they awaited the enemy's response. Haichong, having observed that the barrage of stones had failed to hit anyone due to the bamboo shields, realized that his most potent weapon had proven ineffective. With all available stones thrown, and the remaining ones in his pouch reserved for pursuit rather than this engagement, he ordered a cessation of the attack. They would wait until the opposing tribe lowered their shields, whether they chose to advance or retreat. Through the air, embedding itself in the abdomen of one of his clansmen, nearly piercing through, the unfortunate man cried out in agony, and seeing that he was beyond saving, Haichong swiftly severed his head to silence him, preventing further exposure of their position. The bear heard a few anguished cries before silence enveloped the area. He had gleaned nothing further. Therefore, he loosed another arrow in the same direction, but this time it seemed to find no target, as no sound reached him in response. The bear, wary of the situation, instructed his companions to gradually retreat, planning to return to the tribe for safety. They constituted the strongest fighting force of their clan, and any losses here would render their community even more vulnerable. Furthermore, the number of adversaries remained uncertain, and with just over 100 of them, they were insufficiently equipped. Hence, those at the front holding shields moved to the rear, brandishing their shields as they began to back away, while the other tribesmen stowed their bows. Distance. They would stow their shields and sprint with all their might. Having just slain a tribesman, Haichong noticed that the scent of blood stirred restlessness among the others. Regardless of whether the fallen was one of their own, they instinctively longed to approach and lick the blood gushing from the neck. Fortunately, the bloodied long knife proved a powerful deterrent. With a mere flourish, the agitated tribesmen stepped back, creating a momentary clearing. As Haichong turned to assess the enemy's movements, another arrow whizzed towards his previous position, missing its mark and embedding itself in the distance. Everyone from the Jiao tribe collectively inhaled sharply. Haichong had never anticipated such formidable power from a bow. The bows he had previously encountered resembled mere toys for children, requiring great effort to draw, lacking range, slow to load, and difficult to manufacture. If an arrow was loosed and went astray, it was a sheer waste. Thus, Haichong had always dismissed the bow as a weapon, favoring the sling instead. Stones were plentiful, and one could simply tie them to a rope, swing them a few times and hurl them away. Although he had already laid an ambush and discerned that the enemy numbered just over 100, more than double his own forces, he felt a twinge of trepidation due to the two powerful arrows, for his life held greater value. Consequently, Haichong withdrew slightly, dividing his men into 3 groups. The left and right flanks would stealthily maneuver through the forest to encircle the enemy, while the central group would attract attention and engage in a frontal assault. However, Haichong's role was to oversee and command rather than to charge into battle himself. If they failed to encircle the enemy, it mattered little. Pursuing those who fled would provide the thrill of the hunt, for throwing spears and stones would be more effective, and it would also lead them to the location of the tribe. Meanwhile, the bear and his companions continued their slow retreat, but keen-eyed warriors noticed subtle movements in the foliage on both sides. The bear sensed impending danger. The enemy was preparing to encircle them, and their use of such tactics indicated they likely far outnumbered his group. He hastily ordered his companions to abandon their stealthy withdrawal in favor of a swift exit, insisting they remain united. The rear guards were instructed to carry their shields on their backs rather than discard them, as they were essential for survival. Once this was clarified, everyone exerted their utmost effort to run, and fortunately, they were well acquainted with the terrain, allowing for an orderly retreat without anyone getting lost. They needed to reach the tribe as quickly as possible. The tribe had walls that could offer protection. In the chief's words, only large tribes numbering in the tens of thousands could breach their defenses. Smaller tribes lacked the capability and resources to send such numbers. The fishing team, numbering nearly 100 and fully armed, was positioned on either side, so they dispatched the fastest among them to the Great Lake to relay the message. Abandon all work and hasten back to the tribe. As Haichong's men encircled their quarry, they noticed the prey begin to dash away in panic. They halted momentarily, awaiting the chief's command, but with no leader present, they were uncertain of their next move. Upon hearing the sounds of flight, Haichong urged the warriors beside him to take a look. Upon witnessing the prey's frantic escape, he too rose and shouted, charging forward to give chase. The other tribesmen, hearing their chief's call to arms, followed suit, abandoning their previous stealth in favor of a loud pursuit. In their experience, a formidable display of force was essential to instill fear in their quarry, causing disarray and confusion among their ranks. The White Wind tribe, upon hearing the cacophony of pursuit behind them, dared not glance back. A palpable panic overtook them, and their formation disintegrated. Most among them were inexperienced in the ways of war, so their fear was entirely understandable. In this moment, the bear took it upon himself to calm his companions, deliberately slowing his pace to the rear to direct their movements. He quickly turned to survey the situation behind them and confirmed that the enemy indeed outnumbered them significantly. However, he also noted many women among the ranks, suggesting this was a tribe that fought with both men and women, unlike his own, which was predominantly composed of males. This realization eased the bear's anxiety. It appeared that this was indeed the entirety of their forces. The White Wind tribe was far more numerous, and as long as he could lead them back to the safety of the tribe, not only would they secure their own safety, but they might also have the opportunity to exact vengeance for their fallen kin. Chapter 76. Baiting the Trap. Upon hearing the bear's words, the members of the White Wind tribe found solace, realizing they were not only safe but that their roles had now shifted. They were merely guiding the enemy toward their tribe for a decisive counterattack. Thus, one by one, they began to act, maintaining their speed while feigning terror, shouting loudly, with some even pretending to weep. They gradually discarded their prey to create the illusion that they were so overwhelmed with fear that they could no longer care for their possessions. Had it not been for the importance of their weapons, they might have even discarded a few more to enhance the ruse. The pursuing soldiers took the bait, their instinct to chase fleeing prey ignited by the cries of fear. Their faces flushed with excitement, they became increasingly animated in their pursuit. Especially when Haichong observed the growing trail of discarded prey. He became convinced that the enemy had been thoroughly frightened, harboring no doubts or suspicions about the trap laid before them. The pursuers maintained their distance, unable to close in but also unwilling to abandon the chase. They even took the opportunity to hurl stones in their direction. The shield-bearing warriors of the White Wind tribe, while fleeing, secured their shields on their backs to avoid lagging behind, providing some protection against the occasional stones that clanged against their bamboo shields as they ran. As they passed through a covered area, several of the faster tribesmen split off to inform the Great Lake fishing team. This location offered some concealment, minimizing the risk of detection as they left the group. Furthermore, once they moved past this hidden section, the remaining members of the group would appear undiminished to those pursuing them. The bear conveyed a message to the fishing team at the Great Lake, urging them to either abandon all belongings and hastily return to the tribe for cover, and to join the fight or to arrive a little later, conserving their strength to help encircle and eliminate the enemy on the plains. The latter option posed greater risks, as outside the tribe's walls, they would have no cover and would face the enemy head-on, potentially incurring significant casualties. The bear refrained from making a unilateral decision, allowing them to choose for themselves. The Great Lake was in close proximity to the tribe, and upon receiving the message, they should be able to rejoin the others in time, taking a slightly different route to lure the enemy away. The bear silently calculated the passage of time in his heart. By now, the fishing team from the Great Lake should have received the news and be preparing to head towards the tribe. If their hunters arrived at the tribe before the fishing team, they would have no choice but to encircle the enemy together, engaging in the most perilous of endeavors. The bear ceased lagging behind and swiftly maneuvered to the front of the group, urging everyone to run directly towards the tribe while hastening their pace, no longer maintaining a steady rhythm towards the Zeke tribe. Hei-chong was perplexed, wondering how this group possessed such remarkable stamina. Based on past experiences, had begun consuming human flesh, they had not lacked sustenance, resulting in their enhanced endurance. They had never failed in their pursuits. Unexpectedly, the individuals ahead accelerated once more, and just as Hai-Kang began to doubt himself, he noticed that the prey was veering away from the forest towards the plains, which filled him with elation. Their slingshots were ineffective in the forest, but on the plains, there would be no cover, and given their unfamiliarity with the woods, they were slower there. Once they reached the plains, they could observe where the prey fled. Indeed, exhausted their strength in a frantic rush to relay the information, arriving at the Great Lake nearly breathless. Upon receiving the news, the fishing team's captain, Lin, paused for a moment in contemplation before opting for the second plan. There were no cowards among them. As long as there was an opportunity to annihilate the enemy, avenging their fallen kin and securing conditions for the tribe's advancement, what did it matter if they found themselves in peril? Thus they gathered urgently, not racing towards the tribe but instead organizing their equipment and taking a brief respite to recover their energy before setting out to encircle the enemy alongside the warriors of their tribe. The bear led his companions out of the forest and onto the plains. This stretch towards the tribe was bound to be the most treacherous, given the lack of cover. Thus, he urged everyone to remain vigilant, especially those bearing shields, who must be prepared to protect their comrades. Upon sighting the tribal walls, he sounded the horn, a long note signaling the approach of danger. Anxiously, Baifeng climbed the walls, gazing into the distance. Before him, he beheld his tribe's hunters sprinting forward, bathed, though the prolonged running had begun to take its toll on their stamina. To ensure the enemy remained in pursuit and did not lose momentum, the bear and his group slowed their pace, maintaining a dangerously close distance, which left Baifeng deeply concerned. However, observing the situation, it seemed they had an opportunity to inflict significant damage on the enemy. Consequently, Baifeng stationed only a small contingent of warriors on the walls, while the remainder awaited at the city gates to provide support. The herd of cattle had not yet begun their return, but they were hidden from the enemy's view. Thus, a few individuals were dispatched to exit through the large hole in the pen and locate the calves, urging them to lead the herd back, preferably directly into the walls for complete protection. Chapter 77, Unilateral Massacre. As the bear approached within 100 meters of the city gate, it swung open in anticipation. Once the bear and his companions entered, gasping for breath, the gate was promptly shut and bolted behind them. Hai-Kang, perplexed by the sight of his quarry entering a peculiar earthen wall, found himself at a loss. They had been on the verge of catching up. Yet how could such a structure exist in the vast plains? Baifeng allowed them to rest while he ascended the walls with several women, raising shields and wielding wooden spears, creating an illusion that their tribe had been decimated, as the bear had just shared his strategy with him. Baifeng believed this plan to be quite feasible. However, to deliver a decisive blow, the enemy needed to be sufficiently close to the walls. Hei-chong paused to observe. Though they had been fervently pursuing their quarry, their stamina was waning. Although they appeared to have located the prey's tribe, the imposing walls instilled a sense of unease. Baifeng, standing at the forefront with the women, trembled as they gripped their wooden spears, some feigning bravery while a few genuinely quaked in fear. After all, they were facing a cannibal tribe. Hearing the call to battle, they wept as they clutched their spears, showing no resistance. However, watching from afar, the enemy saw their hands shaking so violently that they could barely hold onto their spears, which fell to the ground, prompting hurried attempts to retrieve them, only for them to tumble over the walls. This caused even more distress, and the Zeke tribe, initially puzzled, quickly ridiculed the lone man and his cohort of women, mocking the seemingly inept woman atop the walls. Once they conquered this tribe, they vowed to butcher her before her eyes, eager to witness her reaction. The plains were strewn with stones. A woman casually picked one up, fastening it to her sling. With a vigorous swing, she launched it towards the walls, yet by the time it reached its target, it was too far gone, the stone weakly thudding against the fortifications. Nevertheless, The women atop the walls were still considerably unsettled. In truth, within the walls, hundreds of fully armed warriors lay in wait, with wooden and bamboo spears hidden from the enemy's view, poised to strike as soon as the adversaries approached. The Zeke tribe, realizing that the strength of this tribe had been entirely unveiled, felt no need for a command from their leader and began their advance, hurling stones along the way to intimidate those on the walls. When the stones began to strike the walls with force, inflicting damage, Baifeng rallied his group to raise their bamboo shields. The Zeke tribe, undeterred by their ineffective assaults, merely sought to push aside the wooden barriers to commence their slaughter and indulge in a feast. As the enemy drew near the walls, Baifeng refrained from initiating an attack. The air filled with the sounds of the enemy's laughter and taunts, complemented by the cries of the women around him. The bear's hunting party had regained their composure and awaited Baifeng's command to ascend the walls and avenge their fallen kin. Only when the enemy began to batter the gates did Baifeng finally issue the order for everyone to prepare for battle. Heichang, sensing a growing panic after his kin had pounded against the gates with no response, felt a sense of dread when a horn sounded from the walls. An alarm rang within his heart, and sensing impending doom, he abandoned his tribe and fled in a frenzy. At the command, all warriors ascended the walls. Those with shields took their positions, while others shot arrows through the gaps or stood to hurl their spears. After a single volley, dozens of Zeke tribesmen lay dead or wounded. They had initially planned to scale the walls if the gates remained shut, but this unexpected turn of events left them bewildered. They ceased their advance and scattered in panic, and upon witnessing the disorder among their ranks, Baifeng set aside his bamboo shield and launched a full-scale assault. Drawing back his powerful bow, he released a barrage of over 100 arrows. Even if the accuracy was less than 1 in 10, the sheer density of the volley caused considerable casualties. Wooden and bamboo spears were cast forth without restraint. While the bamboo spears held little power, the sharpened wooden ones could penetrate the enemy with ease. The Zeke tribe, accustomed to the role of hunters, found themselves being hunted instead, mercilessly attacked by others, unable to retaliate and only focused on their escape. Heichang was the earliest and swiftest to flee. Now, the range of bows and arrows was insufficient, and Heichang was remarkably adept at evading attacks. Clutching a conspicuous silver long knife, the members of the Baifeng tribe easily identified him as their chief. Moreover, driven by the need for vengeance for their fallen kin, everyone focused intently on Heichang, but their inability to strike him only added to their frustration. He could not be allowed to escape. In desperation, Baifeng readied 2 powerful crossbows from his tribe, one for himself and one for Shennong, and they unleashed their mechanisms at Heichang, who was still darting side to side in his flight. One of Baifeng's arrows missed its mark, but it was sufficient to instill fear in Heichang. As he attempted to shift directions, he suddenly felt a jolt in his chest and coughed up blood. In his struggle to crawl forward, he found himself pinned to the ground by a spear. There was no pain, only terror as Heichang desperately tried to rise and flee, but the blood continued to flow, and he could no longer endure, collapsing in a heap. Seeing their primary adversary slain, the remaining warriors felt a sense of relief, though many were already incapacitated on the ground, while over 100 continued to flee. The range of their bows had become inadequate, yet those escaping had surely exhausted their strength. However, Baifeng's side still had many vigorous fighters, so he opened the gates wide, allowing his kin to pursue. Unfortunately, they had not ventured far when a group emerged from the forest. His own fishing team, armed and ready, began to encircle the warriors who had exited the city. The remaining members of Heichang's tribe, realizing escape was futile, resolved to fight to the death. Yet their weaponry paled in comparison to that of Baifeng's tribe. The warriors from Baifeng unleashed a volley of arrows, swiftly concluding the battle far beyond the range of the enemy's stones. Baifeng had initially feared facing a formidable tribe, only to discover it comprised so few, including women and children. The conflict was resolved with surprising ease. Baifeng chose not to eliminate all his foes, sparing a few for questioning, particularly regarding the numerous deaths of his kin despite the enemy's possession of only a single iron knife. Chapter 78. A Return to Tranquility. The most perilous moment of the battle had been when Shennong and his companions acted as bait to lure the enemy. By the time they reached the city gates, the enemy's stamina was nearly depleted, while Baifeng still had many well-rested warriors. With strong bows and sharp blades behind high walls, the battle unfolded like a slaughter. Baifeng had never fully grasped the martial prowess of his tribe, having lacked practical experience until now. The results of this engagement astounded him, revealing that he had been overly cautious. With such a capable fighting force, he could afford to be bolder. His kin, having experienced the ferocity of war, now recognized their own strength, leading to an internal transformation that would only make them stronger in the future. Though they had driven the cattle into the pens, the battle was swiftly concluded, necessitating the herding of the cattle back out to continue foraging. Not only the cattle but even the gentle calves seemed somewhat displeased. Lin and the other warriors restrained a few surviving wild men, but Bai Feng was momentarily overcome by the stench and the wild man's bloodshot eyes, despite the corpses strewn across the battlefield. Suppressing his revulsion, Bai Feng inquired about the number of his kin they had slain and why they possessed only one knife. The wild men, frightened and disoriented, stammered that they could not recall how many they had killed, only that many had fled, and they had managed to seize but a single fine knife. Bai Feng surmised that the tribesmen who had fled with weapons must have been grievously injured or attacked by other beasts, leading to no other cannibal tribes remaining. He further questioned if all the tribesmen were present, to which they affirmed. However, Bai Feng noted the absence of any children, only seeing a few adolescents. Pressed for the truth, the wild men insisted that their tribe's children had all perished, even the newborns, who barely survived a season. Bai Feng thought to himself that if the adults were in such dire straits, how could the children endure? As long as he confirmed there were no other cannibal tribes, he waved dismissively, instructing Lin to execute them. The wild men offered a few pitiful pleas before falling silent. With the battle concluded, the battlefield required thorough cleansing to prevent the outbreak of disease. Fortunately, the fallen were not his kin. The wild men could simply be buried in a large pit. Burning them could risk his entire tribe succumbing to ash. The bodies were dragged far from the tribe, where a sizable pit was dug, lined with a thick layer of lime. After the corpses were placed within, another layer of lime was added before covering it with soil. All traces of blood along the path were concealed with lime, a task Bai Feng never deemed troublesome. He personally oversaw the transport of lime from the city to cover the contaminated land. Every participant in the conflict was required to take a thorough bath, and their clothing was boiled, irrespective of whether it achieved any sterilizing effect. It was all he could do to ensure they appeared clean. Once the threat of the cannibal tribe was resolved, Bai Feng's tribe gradually returned to normalcy, no longer living in constant fear, and the sorrow of losing kin slowly faded amid their labor. The missing weapons were eventually recovered during the hunters' expeditions, but the people had vanished without a trace. After all, with so many beasts around, it was impossible that a feast of fresh meat would go unconsumed. The sown crops had begun to sprout, the fruits of this era's meticulous cultivation yielding plants that far surpassed their wild counterparts in height and grain size. The rice had also begun to flower successfully. For now, it appeared promising, and Bai Feng hoped for bountiful grains, ensuring he did not squander the efforts of his tribe. Bai Feng's brick house was finally completed, with the floor laid in cement and the exterior walls smoothed over with the same material. To Bai Feng, it seemed merely a subpar shell, yet to his tribe, it was a marvel beyond words. Many expressed their desire to construct similar small dwellings, and Bai Feng heartily encouraged them to build early and move out as soon as possible. The gray-white cement walls were quite unique in this world, and Bai Feng, believing that was sufficient, awoke one day to find his walls adorned with crude drawings. Angered, he was about to demand to know who was responsible, but Suo interjected, explaining that these were rock paintings meant to celebrate Bai Feng's deeds. Upon closer inspection, Bai Feng found that the illustrations depicted his journey from the earth's embrace to finding a dwelling, constructing water pipes, planting grains, and hunting, all rendered in a series of simple images upon the wall. This made Bai Feng feel somewhat bashful. Although the art was rudimentary, resembling little more than stick figures, he might have missed the significance had Suo not pointed it out. Nevertheless, since the tribe wished to express their recognition this way, he refrained from inquiring further about the artist. As the grains approached maturation, Bai Feng faced his greatest concern: the onset of the rainy season in this region. The rains came suddenly and in abundance, with the possibility of hail, which had frightened Bai Feng greatly the previous year. Now that I have a house to call my own and my kin have found their places to dwell, the drainage system within our tribe has been remarkably well constructed, sparing us from the fear of flooding. However, the grain that requires irrigation is at risk. Should a torrential downpour occur, could lead to a significant reduction in yield or even total loss. Chapter 79. Each tribe struggles. The anticipated heavy rain indeed arrived as scheduled. Although the downpour lasted only a little over 2 hours, its intensity was tremendous. Fortunately, it began in the evening when the tribespeople had already returned. Otherwise, Bai Feng would have been restless with worry. The location of our dwellings is elevated, thus preventing water accumulation, though a few uneven patches of ground were left with puddles, making traversing them quite uncomfortable. The fields, situated on level ground, are undoubtedly inundated by now, and the efficacy of the drainage ditches was insufficient. Bai Feng and his companions had no choice but to work quickly at dusk to redirect the water and expedite its drainage. If the crops were severely waterlogged, all their efforts for the year would be in vain. The only solace was the rice, as this rain spared them the need for further irrigation. The water was drained promptly, so the impact was not too severe. However, many stalks were flattened and submerged in the mud, which, based on Bai Feng's experience, likely meant they were beyond saving. Night had fully fallen, and everyone trudged back through the muck to rest. Regardless, the situation was now set, and in just half a month, the wheat would be ready for harvest. Bai Feng and the others had already begun sharpening their sickles. Yet this rain had cast a shadow over their hopes, significantly diminishing their anticipation for the harvest. Meanwhile, far away in Qingqiu, the Shen Yuan clan was busy reaping their wheat. Their territory lay further south than Bai Feng's, allowing their crops to mature earlier. However, they neither fertilized nor cultivated the land. They merely cleared a patch and scattered grass seeds, leaving the outcome to fate. With little awareness of proper agricultural practices, they believed that if wild grass could thrive in the wilderness, it would surely flourish in their territory, albeit with the advantage of convenience and concentration during harvest. Thus, while they claimed to be cutting wheat, they were merely selecting a wild grass known as wheat from a sea of other weeds. Their primary sustenance still stemmed from hunting, with foraging merely serving as a supplement. Moreover, their tribe had successfully begun to raise cattle and sheep in substantial numbers, having determined over generations that these two animals were particularly suited for domestication. They provided ample meat and useful hides. Most importantly, once tall enclosures were erected, escape was nearly impossible for them. In contrast, deer could easily leap over barriers, rabbits consumed excessive amounts of feed for little return, and they burrowed, rendering them unsuitable for farming. Pigs, too, were cast aside due to their aggressive temperament, which posed a danger to the tribespeople, and their meat was notoriously foul-smelling. Shen Yuan, clad in a short linen tunic and trousers, sported dark skin and well-defined muscles. Though still a youth, the formidable silhouette of a great warrior was already beginning to emerge. A few days prior, a heavy rain had fallen, yet their tribe, residing on the mountains, remained largely unaffected, save for some individuals at lower elevations whose makeshift shelters were washed away. Thankfully, all managed to escape without casualties. No one concerned themselves with whether the wild grains had been harmed by the deluge. After all, they were merely wild grasses, and they had never witnessed any wild vegetation destroyed by rain, barring hail. However, reality proved Shen Yuan correct. Bai Feng, thinking through a modern lens, believed that the plants, having been flattened and submerged, would perish in the mud. Yet, he overlooked the fact that these were primitive wheat varieties, which, while yielding less, retained their resistance to lodging. The crops cultivated in more recent times, though bountiful, had largely lost their resilience against bending and disease, akin to a pregnant woman who, while full, remains frail and susceptible to harm from the slightest disturbance. The day after the rain, when the sun emerged, all agricultural produce, regardless of its previous condition, gradually stood upright after basking in sunlight. Only those utterly buried in mud were beyond revival, but fortunately, they were not numerous, and with some assistance in clearing the mud, hope remained for them to rise again. Aside from the wheat, other crops were still in the process of developing their stalks. Thus the rain's impact was minimal, even yielding more benefits than detriments. Now, Bai Feng's tribe awaited the grains to dry for harvest. He estimated that this expanse of wheat would be sufficient to feed 50 tribe members for a year. Coupled with other crops, the harvest would adequately sustain the entire tribe for half a year. Moreover, the tribe boasted additional sources of income from various meats and wild vegetables. Even if they indulged, there would still be a surplus, providing Bai Feng's tribe with the capital for further expansion. In the Jiuli tribe, Chiyou, with his braided hair, rode around, black and white beast through the bamboo forest. Regrettably, the creature moved too slowly, and Chiyou's robust frame made it reluctant to bear the weight of its human rider. Whenever it encountered fresh bamboo shoots sprouting, the beast would immediately rear up, tossing Chiyou off, regardless of how tightly he clung. It would then use its sharp teeth to strip the bamboo's outer skin before joyfully devouring the succulent shoots. Chiyou felt a mix of frustration and disappointment. Why must such a fine iron-eater prefer bamboo? While it did consume meat, its greatest delight lay in the tender bamboo shoots. Should he encounter wandering sages extolling the virtues of the iron-eater's ferocity, Chiyou would have no qualms about chopping them up to feed his beast. If tales of immortal beings riding fish or eagles were to be shared, he would similarly dispose of them for his iron-eater's meal. The primary sustenance of the Jiuli tribe stemmed from hunting, yet winter posed challenges in securing prey. Relying on stored provisions from previous seasons, the tribe managed to survive the winter, though though many members succumbed to hunger. They felt no sorrow, believing that only the strongest warriors and the best hunters deserved ample food, while the frail and unsuccessful could only feast on the leftovers of others. Those who lacked skill and perished from starvation had only themselves to blame, although the first to die of hunger were often the most diligent slaves. Chiyou's father, Jiang Qiong, served as the chief of the Jiuli tribe and was the mightiest warrior among them. Even though Chu had refrained from hunting or engaging in battles throughout the winter, focusing solely on his Iron Eater, he still lacked for nothing. In fact, he had surplus meat to feed the beast, and the tribespeople voiced no objections. Not only was Jiang Qiong an exceptional leader and fighter, but with his 30 copper-headed, iron forehead warriors, no one dared entertain contrary thoughts. Yet Chiyou now realized he could not solely fixate on his Iron Eater. It seemed ill-suited as a mount, and perhaps it would be wiser to hunt and procure more food for the tribe. However, the sage had once mentioned a creature that ran like fire, and should he encounter it while hunting, capturing it as a steed would be quite advantageous. Chapter 80. The wheat turns golden. The wheat in Bai Feng's territory had begun to take on a golden hue. He found himself nearly every day seated in the fields, watching the wheat, sensing that the southern winds would soon rise, heralding the time for harvest. Once the wheat turned golden, it would be imperative to gather it quickly. Even if it could not be threshed and stored immediately, it must be reaped without delay, lest a storm come and cause it to sprout. The wheat clan in the wilderness has already discovered the ripe, golden grains, and the ears of wheat brought back for inspection by Bai Feng were found to be rather small and sparse, yielding only about 14 grains per ear. In contrast, the wheat from Bai Feng's own fields is plump and abundant, with nearly 20 grains per ear, marking a significant difference from the wild variety. By selecting the largest ears with the most grains to keep for seed, the yield of next year's harvest should be even greater. As summer approached, the oppressive heat became unbearable. Every afternoon or evening, Bai Feng was always anxious about the possibility of rain. He hoped it would hold off for just 3 more days, allowing them to finish the harvest without any issues. The clan members had never seen wheat that grew so robustly, nor such large grains. Initially, they had little hope when they began planting, as their mindset revolved solely around hunting being paramount. If they could achieve a harvest akin to last autumn's bounty, their lives would be unimaginably better, something other tribes could scarcely fathom. Which tribe could boast of not losing a single member to starvation or freezing during winter? If word of their tribe's previous winter conditions were to spread, others might dismiss it as mere fiction, more unbelievable than a tale of a woman stepping in the footprints of a deity and giving birth to a son. The women of the weaving team were equally incredulous. While the fire starter also cultivated wheat, he lacked such organized farmland, refraining from spreading manure across the fields or weeding. After all, wasn't it the norm to sow seeds casually in nature? Yet this magnificent sight shifted their perspectives, revealing their ignorance. Bai Feng truly seemed to be the son of a deity, capable of producing such excellent crops. The clansfolk hoped Bai Feng would perform a ritual to beseech the gods for a bountiful harvest, praying for clear skies during these crucial days of harvesting. Although daily offerings of food and remnants were placed before the stone tablet of heaven and earth, there had never been a grand ritual. Bai Feng was more than willing to conduct a ceremony, whether to soothe the hearts of his people or out of his own sincere desire to seek divine blessings for a successful harvest. Thus, he earnestly performed a sacrificial rite. The tribe did not have the custom of casting food or people into the fire as offerings to the gods. Regardless of how lavish the sacrifices might be, they were eventually retrieved and shared among the tribe's people. Instead, they tossed items like cedar resin, plentiful yet inedible, into the flames. Bai Feng was uncertain of the proper ritual procedures, yet he believed his improvised method to be superior to the eccentric dances of the former shaman. Consequently, the previous high priest, now relegated to the sidelines, assisted Bai Feng, observing and learning this unfamiliar ritual process. While it was customary to burn yellow paper, they had yet to create such materials. So Bai Feng inscribed prayers for divine protection on bamboo slips and cast them into the fire. Finally, all the clansfolk knelt in unison, performing 3 bows and 9 prostrations, thus concluding the ceremony. The most challenging aspect was articulating the written prayers, as the tribe had never conceived of requesting the gods in such a manner. With the completion of the ritual, the tribespeople's anxieties dissipated. They felt reassured that their deity was powerful and would certainly grant them favor, especially with their leader being a son of the divine, ensuring their pleas would be heard. The day following the ritual, the wheat matured at an astonishing rate, even the roots turning yellow. Unlike the practices of later generations, the harvest in Bai Feng's tribe involved carefully cutting each ear of wheat with a small knife and placing them in baskets for transport, leaving the straw untouched. There was no fear of rain, as they could gather it later once the wheat was fully harvested. Bai Feng began by searching for the largest ears of wheat, cutting them separately to save as seed grain. To avoid trampling the other wheat, he carefully walked along the field's edge, fearing that disturbing the central grains would result in a greater loss. The entire tribe participated in the harvest, each member equipped with a small knife, unperturbed by the tool's adequacy. The previously crafted sickles would only be useful for gathering straw later. For 2 full days, they rose at dawn to harvest, returning home only for brief breaks to consume their provisions, and often not returning until after sunset. Through the tireless labor of all, the wheat was finally harvested and stacked in a specially constructed warehouse with a cement floor, offering better moisture protection than the earthen ground and safeguarding against rodents. Though there were occasional mouse holes in their storage, Bai Feng felt powerless to address the issue at that moment. They had no cats, and even the wild cats known for hunting rodents were notoriously untamed, often shunning domesticity. Unless Bai Feng could capture and rear a young wildcat, he had yet to encounter one in his vicinity. However, lynxes, which bore a close resemblance to cats, were plentiful, though they preferred larger prey such as deer and sheep. Bai Feng was fortunate that the shoes he wore were crafted from the pelt of a lynx caught by his clansfolk. Bai Feng could not yet estimate the yield of the wheat, as they were merely heads at this point, with a significant amount of moisture in the grains. The problem of threshing was addressed when Bai Feng created a tool resembling a flail, capable of striking continuously, which would later evolve into a weapon. After threshing, Bai Feng did not intend to mill all the grain into flour, as it would be excessively labor-intensive and time-consuming. Cooking it into porridge was a feasible alternative, and crafting a stone mill for grinding flour seemed even more daunting than cultivating wheat itself. Nevertheless, the tribe possessed individuals skilled in stone tool crafting. With a brief explanation of the desired shape and a good tool, they could continue to produce it, regardless of any mishaps. It was essential to create at least one stone mill for the entire tribe, even if smaller in size. With the introduction of wheat, the absence of flour was inconceivable. The noodles Bai Feng longed for must be made. Of course, this was not solely for his own enjoyment. Those who contributed significantly to the tribe would also partake in the delicious noodles, serving as a means of acknowledging their efforts. Chapter 81. Abundance. That very evening, after the wheat harvest was completed, rain began to fall again. Yet this time no one was concerned. Everyone welcomed the rain, appreciating its cooling effect on the sweltering weather. Bai Feng's previously started fish pond project had been halted halfway. Now that the grain was harvested, the tribespeople were no longer anxious to venture out for hunting, as the prospect of obtaining ample food from their own home was far more appealing than exhausting themselves in the wilderness. Thus, the strong men diligently excavated in the chosen location, and a massive artificial lake began to take shape. However, Bai Feng measured with his foot and felt it was still too small, merely the size of a soccer field, so he decided to double its area. Bai Feng was undeterred by the troubles of water seepage in the fish pond, for the groundwater level in their location was relatively high. During the excavation of the water cellar, water was discovered at nearly 4 meters deep, albeit somewhat brackish, rendering it less palatable compared to the lake water. Thus, they opted to forego well water altogether. Furthermore, with such a vast lake nearby, even if seepage occurred, the continual influx of water would prevent the pond from drying out. Therefore, Bai Feng harbored no concerns regarding this issue, only worrying about the fish's survival. The expansive, densely packed threshing ground had all the wheat ears dumped there, yet it was insufficient to accommodate the entire harvest. Everyone swung their arms vigorously, wielding flails to strike the grain. Those without flails fashioned bamboo paddles to do the same. The objective was simple, to extract the wheat from the ears. Once the wheat was threshed, they would take advantage of the evening breeze to toss the mixture of wheat and chaff into the air, allowing the wind to carry away the lighter chaff while the heavier grains remained. This process was repeated until the wheat was thoroughly cleaned. Lacking bags to store the wheat, they constructed a granary from cement in the warehouse, as using bamboo or wood would have proven cumbersome. The gaps were too large, risking the loss of grains. Moreover, structures made of bricks and cement could be reused, with a valve installed at the bottom. By simply pulling out a wooden plank, the wheat would flow out like water under the influence of gravity. Although the winnowed wheat had shed its chaff, clumps of dirt, stones, and various insects remained, elements the wind could not disperse. Hence, when transporting the grain using ceramic and wooden basins, children squatted nearby, meticulously sifting through the contents to remove impurities. Apart from the robust men excavating the fish pond, nearly all the tribespeople were busy at the threshing ground. The previously frail wildlings had nearly regained their strength and had become the main laborers in the threshing process. Their contributions to the tribe's agricultural endeavors were significant, as their frail bodies precluded them from engaging in more strenuous tasks, Fortunately, weeding and harvesting wheat did not require exceptional physical prowess. Based on their contributions, the tribespeople acknowledged them, deeming them worthy of being considered true members of the Baifeng tribe. This meant that, since the wheat harvest, they no longer needed to subsist on the most basic and inferior food, but could partake in the same fare as the older tribespeople. The new members were acutely aware of their previously distinct treatment but bore no resentment, understanding their current lack of qualification. Nevertheless, the food they now received was a marked improvement from their former circumstances. In addition to the improvement in their diet, they were also eligible to earn work points. The Baifeng tribe's system of work points differed significantly from future systems. Only upon fulfilling the minimum work requirements would additional points be awarded, making calculations simpler and ensuring that the shaman would not be overwhelmed by excessive demands, thereby avoiding inflation. Currently, only a handful of individuals received work points, primarily a few skilled craftsmen, as their tasks required speed and diligence. In contrast, the hunters and fishers relied heavily on both skill and fortune. The wheat was successfully stored in the granary, and that very evening, Baifeng allowed them to sample the new grain, providing a generous portion for a delightful meal, which consisted merely of porridge made from wheat. The hearty wheat porridge was well received by all, as the addition of wheat rendered it thicker and more filling. The stones chosen for milling were the ubiquitous granite, though the chiseling process was labor-intensive, with sparks flying from the hammer and chisel with each strike. Progress was slow, and it would likely take several days to complete the grinding stone. The expanded fish pond had only reached a depth of 1 meter thus far, yet the task of transporting soil had become cumbersome. At shallower depths, it was easy to discard the soil, but now even the strongest tribespeople found the task daunting. Consequently, Baifeng instructed the construction of a wooden frame at the pond's edge, equipped with a wooden pulley, grass ropes, and bamboo baskets, to gradually lift the soil out and transfer it onto a cart for transport to the city walls, where it would be used for further construction. After more than half a month of excavation, everyone had barely ventured outside the city, save for the fishing team, who visited the large lake every few days. As the stability of their catch made it preferable to hunting, sufficient fish could feed the entire tribe for 2 days. Baifeng estimated the pond's desired depth to be around 3.5 meters, which would be adequate for fish farming. However, when they reached approximately 3 meters, water began to seep from the pond's bottom. Previously, water had only appeared at depths greater than 3 meters, and Baifeng was taken aback to find the groundwater level even higher than before. With water now seeping in, they ceased excavation and began dumping collected sand and stones into the pond, along with broken bricks and tiles. This would create a base layer at the bottom, facilitating future dredging while also providing a slight barrier against seepage. Even without fish, such materials were beneficial. While Baifeng was uncertain of their advantages, he rationalized that at the very least they posed no detriment. Baifeng's previous guideline for fishing was that if a female fish with roe was caught and still alive, a portion could be released, provided the tribe was not facing food shortages. This was to ensure the continuation of fish populations. Now, however, Baifeng considered sending the fishing team specifically to collect some female fish with roe and a few live males to introduce into the pond, hoping to produce fry. Yet the fishing team candidly reported that the fish had largely passed their breeding season, and the lake was teeming with newly hatched fry, even more numerous than tadpoles. Baifeng had grown accustomed to such awkward situations, maintaining an impassive demeanor as he replied, "Then let us simply gather fry." Although the tribe had yet to develop sturdy nets capable of catching large fish, creating tools for catching smaller fish was relatively straightforward. In addition to fry, various aquatic plants, water grasses, and other assorted flora and fauna from the lake should also be collected and placed in the pond. Baifeng was uncertain what the fish would consume, but he reasoned that they would thrive on whatever was available in the lake, ensuring a steady supply of food. Furthermore, the plants could be harvested to feed them as well. Chapter 82. The Evil of the Land. Before proceeding to catch fry, it was imperative to fill the fish pond with water. Baifeng felt that the tribe's irrigation system was insufficient, as there was only one pipeline. While the upstream water supply was ample, the lower pipes had become quite tangled. Baifeng deemed it necessary to repair the entire water diversion project, though for the moment, they would have to make do. After the autumn harvest, when the land had yet to freeze, would be a more opportune time for such work, as it would not require the labor force. A temporary channel was excavated to direct water into the pond, and as the valve was opened, a steady stream of water flowed in. However, the volume was regrettably small. Baifeng estimated that it would take at least a day or two to fill the pond completely. Consequently, he left 2 tribespeople to monitor the pond while the others returned to their respective tasks. Baifeng accompanied Sui to inspect the vegetable garden they had planted, where many vegetables had grown to a harvestable size. In Bai Feng's eyes, the cabbages were pitifully small, resembling the baby bok choy he had purchased in later years. Nevertheless, thanks to the application of fertilizer and Sui's diligent care, they were far superior to their wild counterparts. After harvesting a couple of cabbages, Bai Feng decided to prepare a simple stir-fry for Sui. Now that they had an iron wok, Bai Feng frequently cooked stir-fried dishes for the two of them, though most of the time, their meals resembled those of the other tribespeople, as Bai Feng had never been a particularly skilled cook in his previous life. Many of the dishes he was familiar with lacked the necessary ingredients, and even when available, he was uncertain if he could replicate them. Without any vegetable oil, only well-refined and solidified beef fat was used. The garlic chives were finely chopped, and once the oil was heated, they were sautéed until fragrant. Then, the tender and freshly harvested cabbage, which had been thoroughly cleaned, was added and quickly stir-fried before being removed from the heat. Sui greatly enjoyed the meals prepared by Bai Feng. However, she found little interest in this nearly vegetarian dish. After a simple taste, she expressed her delight at the exquisite flavors and eagerly awaited the larger pieces of meat that Bai Feng was preparing. Now, Bai Feng had introduced a new seasoning, Sichuan peppercorn. The tribespeople were quite curious about the red peppercorns, which emitted a peculiar aroma. However, the pepper trees were laden with numerous thorns, and standing beneath one often left a tingling sensation on the tongue. Driven by curiosity and with the mindset that even if it were toxic, consuming a single pepper wouldn't be fatal, one individual plucked a peppercorn and placed it in his mouth, savoring its flavor with his saliva. The result was a numbing sensation on his tongue that nearly rendered it insensate, prompting him to hastily spit out the red fruit, though the lingering numbness in his mouth persisted. He often observed Bai Feng as she taught the healer the names and uses of various wild plants, as though everything could be medicinal. Perhaps the chief might indeed recognize this peculiar numbing agent. What if it were a vital medicinal herb? When he approached Bai Feng with a handful of cracked peppercorns revealing their black seeds, she joyfully rewarded him with a fist-sized piece of meat. Peppercorns were truly remarkable, serving not only as an essential spice but also as a potential anesthetic for localized pain. In this era where enduring injuries was commonplace, they could effectively provide temporary relief. In her childhood, when Bai Feng had to endure punishment at school, she would rub peppercorns in her hands until they became numb, allowing her to withstand the blows without feeling pain. When a tribesman inquired why this peculiar spice was called pepper, given its strange taste and indescribable sensation on the tongue, Bai Feng chuckled, explaining that such was the nature of pepper. As the saying goes, a flushed face hides a dark heart, and the leaves induce numbness. Sui could only tolerate a small amount of peppercorns. Thus, she opted to use just one or two when stir-frying meat, saving the rest for when she became accustomed to the flavor. After a delightful meal, the two were thoroughly satisfied, lounging and enjoying their post-dinner moments while evading the chore of washing dishes. Unexpectedly, a tribesman guarding the fish pond rushed in to disturb them. He reported that the water channel supplying the fish pond had run dry, and the water flow from other areas of the tribe had diminished as well, indicating that the entire tribe was on the verge of a water shortage. Bai Feng, momentarily stunned, quickly rose to her feet and gathered the people to investigate the water source. It was not like the later times when water shortages came with notifications and eventual restoration. As expected, all the tribe's outlets had reduced to a mere trickle of water. This was indeed a troublesome situation. Although there was still some water in the cisterns, the cattle also required water, and since the cisterns had not been filled this year, it was uncertain how long that small amount would last. Bai Feng hoped that the water inlet from the Great Lake had simply become blocked. Given that the water pipes were buried underground, if one of the pipes along the route were obstructed, it would be quite a hassle to repair. She headed directly to the Great Lake to investigate, following the water pipe without discovering any leaks. Bai Feng felt certain that the blockage lay at the inlet above. However, upon reaching the lake, she found that the inlet was not blocked, but rather slowly receiving water, leading her to believe that the issue lay somewhere along the route. To swiftly locate the problem, she employed a method of bisection, digging up the soil at the midpoint to find the pipe. Without dismantling it, she discovered that the joints were not leaking, as it was impossible for ceramic pipes to be perfectly sealed. Thus, there was some seepage. Additionally, there was no sound of water within the pipe, indicating that the problem lay upstream. After applying the bisection method twice more, Bai Feng and her companions finally pinpointed the approximate location and unearthed the issue. To their surprise, it was a burrow made by a mole. The damage revealed that the mole had broken the ceramic pipe, with fragments lodged inside, preventing water from flowing downstream and instead diverting it into the mole's burrow. Following the tunnel for several meters, they discovered another opening on a slope from which water gushed out. The mole had likely drowned, But there was no time to waste. They had to remedy the situation. After clearing the debris, a significant portion of the water resumed its path through the pipe, while some continued to flow outward. This section would require a new ceramic pipe. Baifeng lamented her misfortune, or perhaps the land was cursed. Just as she contemplated further modifications to the water diversion project, trouble found her. Fortunately, she had used ceramic pipes. Had she utilized bamboo, problems would have arisen far sooner. However, repairs could not be made that day. The water flowing downstream was still sufficient to meet basic needs, and the fish pond could wait until evening for replenishment. To fully saturate the pond would likely take several more days. The pipes could not be crafted immediately. The potters, through trial and error, had constructed a shaded area for ventilation and drying, which also prevented the sun from cracking the ceramic. The pipes were not limited to a single segment. Baifeng instructed them to create several additional lengths for backup, ensuring that replacements would be readily available should further damage occur. Chapter 83. Expanding Sources. Since the water supply was nearly exhausted, they decided against releasing water into the fish pond. Given its considerable size, the cement produced by their tribe was insufficient for a proper base, so they opted to only use cement to create the pond's foundation. The foundation was sloped, with steps for easy access, and platforms were constructed in several locations to facilitate future fishing endeavors. Training the tribespeople to swim became an urgent priority. Currently, only a majority of the fishing team could swim, while the rest of the tribe could not. With the new fish pond, it was imperative to learn swimming skills to ensure safety in case of accidental falls into the water. On the day the water pipes were completed, they were promptly installed, restoring the tribe's water supply to normal levels. For several days, the cattle were watered by drawing buckets from the cisterns. The task of fetching water for the cattle proved more arduous than cleaning up after them, leaving the tribespeople feeling as though their backs were no longer their own. Once the cement dried, water was immediately released into the fish pond. The fishing team began returning with various flora and fauna from the lake, though temporarily housing them in large tubs until the pond water cleared. Baifeng was astonished by the lake's biodiversity. In addition to the usual assortment of fish, the tribespeople had captured what they deemed inedible creatures such as freshwater snails, hard-shelled spiders, and mud-dwelling eels and loaches. They also retrieved various aquatic plants. Baifeng, upon inspection, determined that most were inedible but was delighted to discover lotus roots and water chestnuts among the muddy finds. Having seldom visited the Great Lake, she was unaware of its treasures, having always focused her thoughts solely on fish without considering other possibilities. The tribespeople did not recognize these peculiar items as food. Had it not been for the chief's desire to explore all options, they would not have dug through the muck for such curiosities. Both the loaches and eels were perfectly acceptable as food, although the latter carried a strong earthy flavor. In this era, however, that was hardly a drawback. As long as there was meat, few cared about taste. The eels were unearthed while the tribespeople were foraging for other plants, startling them when they emerged from the mud, leading them to mistake the creatures for snakes. Attempting to flee, they found themselves stuck in the mire, but upon closer inspection, they realized the creatures resembled snakes, yet were undeniably fish. There is no escape. Rather than flee, it would be better to take a risk, directly seize it and crush it, for what if it bites and the venom proves fatal? Thus, he reached out to grasp the eel, only to find it intent on escape, its slippery body making it difficult to catch. It was only upon squeezing it to death that he realized it was merely a fish. Crabs and the like are typically caught with bamboo tongs, as their toxicity and edibility are uncertain. Nonetheless, he endeavored to meet the chief's expectations. Baifeng then became aware that he was guarding a treasure trove without realizing it. He was hesitant to consume the apple snails due to their numerous parasites and his inability to discern which were safe, so he decided to use them to feed the fish instead. In the future, along the shores of the Great Lake, he could easily catch eels and loach in the muddy waters, which would serve as another vital source of sustenance. As for crabs, they resembled the large spiders spoken of by the tribe, possessing a sizable physique, though they were not yet at their plumpest. Nonetheless, their flavor was sufficiently delightful, albeit the tribe was wary of consumption, as the first to eat crabs would be a brave warrior. Lotus root, rich in starch, was a source of hardship for Baifeng during the days without potatoes. He could forgo any vegetable, but life without potatoes was unthinkable. Unfortunately, potatoes were still across the ocean, far beyond the realm of his imagination. The lotus root could be deemed the most favored substitute for potatoes, and the blooming lotus flowers were a sight to behold. Moreover, lotus seeds could also serve as food. It seemed prudent to cultivate more lotus flowers in his fish pond. Baifeng inquired about the abundance of these plants in the Great Lake, and they informed him that in a particular bay, they thrived abundantly, already sprouting buds. Lacking the capability to dive and harvest the roots, they could only collect a few from the shore. Bai Feng could already envision the magnificent spectacle of a vast expanse of blooming lotus flowers. When the time was right for the blossoms to flourish, he would certainly take Sui to witness it, plucking flowers and gathering roots amidst the lotus pond. As for the water chestnuts, with their prickly exterior, they had only gathered a few, never considering them edible, but Bai Feng, upon peeling one open, tossed it into his mouth, discovering it to be quite palatable. The tribe was once again astonished by Bai Feng's vast knowledge. To both generate income and conserve resources was a task for impoverished tribes. However, Bai Feng's tribe was flourishing abundantly, rendering the need for frugality irrelevant. The tribe members could feast to their heart's content, and with such a rich variety of food, they could experiment with new culinary creations. Yet, with limited oil available, they could not stir-fry but could only steam or boil. If they grew weary of boiled dishes, they would turn to steamed ones. However, without seasonings, Bai Feng found the primitive flavors unappealing. The notion of tenderness was merely a fanciful idea, applicable only to specific ingredients. The millet was a staple food for Bai Feng's tribe, well known to all, and thus the tribe members symbolically brought back a stalk to present to him. Bai Feng feared that the millet from the Great Lake might tempt them into cultivating it, risking the complete depletion of the lake's resources. However, there was no concern for his own land, as there was ample space to cultivate, and he considered attempting to grow it as edible reed shoots. Bai Feng selected several items he recognized as either edible or of utility and instructed the fishing team not to solely catch fish but also to gather those resources. If manpower was insufficient, they could expand, adding another 100 individuals to surely unlock the resources of the Great Lake. The fish pond was full, though seepage was inevitable, necessitating daily replenishment. The water remained murky, and Bai Feng decided to wait for it to settle before introducing any fry. As for the apple snails and lotus roots, tossing them into the pond would ensure their survival, given their resilient nature. Over the past few days, the tribe's meals began to include yellow eels, loaches, and crabs, once considered too daunting to eat but now becoming a familiar part of their diet. Bai Feng joyfully cracked open a large crab shell, relishing a delicacy that had once been unattainable in his previous life, its price far beyond what a struggling mortgage holder could afford. He could only indulge at a buffet. Regardless of Bai Feng's endeavors, Sui remained his staunchest supporter. Thus, when he set about preparing crabs, she, though frightened, resolutely assisted him. Once the crabs were cooked and removed from the pot, Bai Feng first opened a crab shell for Sui. The yellow roe appeared peculiar, and she hesitated, unsure of its edibility. Yet, trusting Bai Feng would not deceive her, she bravely took a bite. The moment she did, she found it irresistible, and Bai Feng had to assist her by cracking open crab legs to satisfy her unceasing appetite. Chapter 84, Food and Sugar. After a lengthy wait, the stone mill was finally completed, having consumed 3 chisels in the process, yet Bai Feng considered it worthwhile. With this new tool he could produce flour, opening a world of culinary possibilities. The small mill could be operated by hand. He would toss in handfuls of wheat and turn the stone, gradually producing coarser flour. However, the flour was far from white, presenting a yellowish hue and containing bran that required further sifting. The grinding process was laborious, so Bai Feng did not produce much, approximately a pottery bowl's worth, and after sifting it through a finer bamboo strainer, he deemed it ready for use. The bran, however, was far too valuable to discard. To make noodles without alkaline flour, he would resort to using pigweed ash, which was commonly found. When burned to ash, it could enhance the dough's elasticity, much like the famed Lanzhou beef noodles, which incorporated into their dough. He mixed, rested, and kneaded the dough. Quality was subpar, resulting in a brittle dough. Hence, he opted to forego pulling noodles and instead rolled it out and cut it. The broth was a clear soup made from beef bones, its clarity and aroma enticing. The noodles, once cooked, were ladled out and layered beautifully in bowls, accompanied by some chopped wild onions and a few slices of radish. Alas, there were no chili peppers, as the oil-splashed chili was the soul of the dish. Yet even this left Sui drooling more than the condensation collecting on the pot lid. Bai Feng and Sui each took a bowl and squatted at the door, slurping the noodles, drawing the attention of many tribe members who were captivated by the enticing aroma. They observed the chief savoring the long strands, their enticing fragrance piquing their curiosity about the dish, though they dared not intrude. To prevent drool from hitting the ground, they maintained a modicum of restraint, casting but a glance before departing, save for Shennong, who, having discerned Bai Feng's temperament, boldly lingered nearby. Typically, any surplus of delectable food was generously shared with those who were deemed skilled. However, Bai Feng had not made much noodle. He and Sui each consumed a bowl, and the few others present received only half a bowl apiece. Yet, Sui continued to gaze longingly at Baifeng, yearning for more. Winning the hearts of the tribe was as crucial as winning the affections of a wife. However, since Sui had already had her fill, Baifeng could only promise to prepare more in the future, ensuring she would have her fill then. Those who had partaken of the noodles now rallied to assist in grinding more flour, which was hardly unreasonable, right? Regardless of whether it was the buckwheat with large leaves and blooming white flowers, the millet bearing ears, or the sorghum still growing but yet to produce ears, the tribe was filled with boundless anticipation, wondering how much these crops would yield and how they would taste. In any case, the flavor of wheat was acceptable. Having heard that the chief would grind it into flour for other culinary delights, they had not yet tasted noodles but could enjoy wheat porridge instead. The wheat's husk was notably thick, leading them to feel that the porridge paled in comparison to that made from white rice. The rice has merely been consumed, and now we await the bountiful harvest from the expansive rice fields. The white sorghum was sown with a casual attitude, given the abundance of land and diverse seeds, yet its flavor may not be particularly delightful. Moreover, it seems to grow tall stalks without producing any ears. Should it fail to bear fruit, it shall be stored as fodder for the cattle. In the mountains, wildflowers are blooming splendidly, and a meticulous tribesman has observed that bees frequently visit a particular low-growing flower. Thus, he crouched down to witness the entire process of the bees collecting pollen. To his surprise, he became somewhat entranced and even followed the bees to other blossoms, ultimately wandering back to their hive in a daze. The warriors of the hunter's team first noticed that one of their own appeared to be missing. Looking around, none of the faces were familiar. After calling out several times, he still did not emerge. This was troubling. They hastily retraced their steps, yet along the way, there were no cries of distress or any signs of struggle. He had inexplicably vanished. The hunters began to feel a sense of panic. What could possibly take their kin without a sound? Starting from the spot where he had disappeared, they found no lost weapons nor any traces of blood. Why had he vanished? Was he a spy? The tribe had long sought honey but had never encountered a sizable beehive, let alone tasted it. This time, however, the fortunate tribesmen stumbled upon a vast colony of bees. The hive was perched high upon a towering stone wall, at least 20 meters tall, with honey cascading down and forming a substantial crystalline pool on the ground, gleaming golden in the sunlight. He was roused from his reverie by the cacophony of buzzing bees, having lost track of time and his original intent. Upon realizing how close he was to the hive, he was frightened by the sheer number of bees and lost interest in them, retracing his steps while slapping himself in admonishment. His reckless behavior not only jeopardized the hunting plans but would also waste precious time and manpower if the team realized he was missing. Regret overwhelmed him, yet he hurried back, hoping to salvage the situation. In his preoccupation, he forgot that locating the hive was indeed the hunter's task, and such a large hive could be considered a significant achievement. When he finally rejoined the group, he was nearly in tears, pleading for forgiveness from the bear leader, almost on the verge of kneeling. Although his kin were angry, they were relieved that he had not been captured by a wild beast. When the bear inquired about his unauthorized absence, the tribesman recounted his tale, suddenly grasping the importance of discovering a beehive. To ensure safety, the bear led a team to the colossal hive he had mentioned, and upon sighting it, they were awestruck by its scale, the buzzing of the bees resonating like thunder. With the hive found, there was no need for hunting. The bear immediately decided to return home and consult with White Wind on how to safely procure the honey. They did circle around the stone wall briefly, and aside from the swarming bees, they discovered a few smaller hives, from which honey had already dripped down in abundance. Harvesting from these smaller hives seemed relatively safe. Upon hearing the news, White Wind was filled with excitement at the prospect of finally obtaining honey, although the danger described by the hunters was concerning. Nevertheless, honey was essential. They would prepare their equipment, for the hive would not relocate. Chapter 85. Preparations before honey harvesting. The endeavor of collecting honey necessitated thorough preparation, for honey holds greater importance than meat. A bowl of honey provides more energy than a bowl of meat soup, and it requires no additives while being capable of long-term storage. According to the tribesmen, the honey on the stone wall could weigh several thousand pounds, and they only needed to gather a few hundred. However, the specifics of the operation warranted careful study. Bees differ from other creatures. Being stung by one or two is manageable, causing only minor swelling and pain, and considering the current physical condition of the tribesmen, it may not even be particularly bothersome. Yet, the hive was teeming with bees, and the risk of being stung to death was significant, necessitating adequately sealed protective gear. Moreover, as the hives were on the stone wall, climbing up posed a challenge. They contemplated whether it might be feasible to lower someone down from above. White Wind deemed it essential to personally investigate the hive's location. Thus he instructed a tribesman to lead the way. Upon arrival, White Wind quickly assessed that the hive's position made it impractical to approach either by hand or with a ladder. Constructing a nearly 20-meter ladder seemed excessively challenging, and one misstep could lead to dire consequences. They then opted to take a detour to explore if there was a way to lower someone from above. If not, they would have to attempt a large triangular ladder, for they could not abandon the prospect of the honey. From the front, the stone wall loomed tall, while from behind, it appeared as a sheer cliff, prompting caution in approaching too closely lest they provoke the swarm. However, from the mountaintop, it was clear that lowering someone down presented no issues. The ground was stable, with no risk of collapse, and numerous trees provided solid anchoring points. White Wind surveyed the area, formulating a plan in his mind, before leading the group back down to the base of the stone wall. After roughly estimating the height of the wall, he returned to prepare the necessary tools. First and foremost was the protective gear. They had materials such as cowhide and sheepskin. Unable to create a single piece, they fashioned separate trousers, shirts, and gloves, ensuring each individual wore leather socks within their shoes, finally securing all openings with ropes. Convinced that no bee would sting them, the headgear presented a challenge. Whether crafted from bamboo or woven grass, the weight and shape would hinder movement and operation. Ultimately, they opted for cowhide, with White Wind devising alternate plans for eye protection. Once donned in their protective attire, the tribesmen resembled comical figures clad in oversized, subpar diving suits. Yet, at that moment, aside from the eye openings, there were no vulnerabilities. The suits were heavy and stifling. Anyone wearing them found the experience quite uncomfortable, and the amount of leather required was considerable. Ultimately, the tribe managed to produce only 4 sets of protective gear. Previously, the pottery team had experimented with firing glass, and White Wind had provided them with general guidance on glass production. With time, they had managed to create rudimentary glass beads, albeit with impure colors and numerous bubbles. White Wind envisioned having them craft protective goggles from glass. Even if the transparency was lacking, as long as they could see, it would suffice. Upon receiving the task, the pottery team approached the project with earnestness. They had previously only attempted to fire glass, never considering its application in crafting items. The glass scraps they had produced were carelessly discarded by the roadside, free for anyone who desired to take them. Unaware of how to work with glass, they merely functioned as potters, and it was inconceivable to think they could melt glass into a malleable form to shape by hand. Thus, they sought the expertise of the blacksmith, believing he would possess the necessary experience. Upon hearing the inquiry, the blacksmith first posed a question regarding the peculiar properties of this glass-like substance. Apart from its transparency, he noted its fragility, and to him, it seemed not vastly different from iron. Both materials were derived from sand or stone, subjected to high temperatures until they melted, and upon cooling, they solidified. Consequently, he confidently proclaimed that they had found the right person, asserting that blacksmiths were most experienced in dealing with such materials. He proceeded to impart the intricacies of his craft, detailing the techniques of hammering and quenching. The blacksmith was convinced that the glass's brittleness stemmed from improper quenching, and thus instructed them on the optimal timing for this process, explaining how the results could vary dramatically with different shades of red. The potters naturally placed immense trust in the blacksmith's words, marveling at his dedication and the absence of any concealment in his teachings. After expressing their heartfelt gratitude, they endeavored to experiment, borrowing various tools and anvils from the blacksmith's workshop. However, when they extracted the softened glass and struck it while in a semi-molten state, it shattered spectacularly rather than deform as anticipated, causing several of them to recoil in shock from the scalding splinters. They did not perceive a flaw in their method but believed their technique was lacking, perhaps due to excessive force. Thus, they retrieved another piece of fully heated glass and gently tapped it, successfully achieving a deformation. Encouraged, they carefully hammered it into shape, and indeed it transformed. Initially, they were not overly ambitious and merely crafted a flat glass pane, intending to test its quenching properties. They acquired a water bucket and submerged the reheated glass pane, naively assuming that the worst outcome would be inadequate quenching. To their astonishment, the glass shattered violently. The pottery team, unaccustomed to such a reaction, was bewildered and hurried to summon the blacksmith's kin for assistance, eager to ascertain the cause of this calamity. Upon hearing their account, the blacksmith himself was taken aback. Such a failure should not occur even with improper quenching. He undertook the process himself and, being experienced, found that he could indeed work the glass, even shaping it into the form of glasses. However, it too exploded during quenching. At a loss, the blacksmith resorted to casting methods. Knowing that glass could be melted down to a liquid state, he crafted molds and poured in the molten glass, allowing it to cool and take shape. The end result was a product, yet it was marred by an excessive amount of sand, rendering it unusable. Even after polishing, it remained hazy, providing minimal protection. And when worn by the tribe members, it left them nearly blind. With no further recourse, the blacksmith expressed his inability to assist, prompting the potters to seek counsel from the chief, Bai Feng, hoping he could offer guidance. However, Bai Feng only knew that glass products were typically molded or blown, lacking clarity on the specifics of the process, but he assured them that the quenching step could be entirely omitted. The potters, left with no choice, set out to explore the art of molding glass, fully aware that direct handling with their hands was out of the question. Departing from Bai Feng's abode with heavy hearts, they encountered a curious tribesman who observed the bluish-green transparent object they were shaping, inquiring about their intentions. Chapter 86. A Bounty of Returns. Upon learning that the chief desired them to craft a frame from this material that would allow one to see, the inquisitive tribesman was filled with confusion, tilting his head and remarking, "There are many stones in the wilderness that are whiter, as pure as ice, yet more resilient. Why choose this?" The potters immediately escorted the individual to Bai Feng, hopeful that if his words held truth, they could be relieved of this troublesome task. Why had they ever thought to pursue glassmaking, creating such a headache for themselves? Moreover, Bai Feng had only granted them 3 days to produce results, threatening to withhold provisions if they failed. Now, it seemed they had a chance to pass this burdensome duty onto another. The man reiterated his account to Bai Feng, describing the general appearance of the stone. Bai Feng recognized it as white crystal, realizing he was not sufficiently familiar with the local resources and resolved to explore more in the future. The pure white crystal offered far superior visibility compared to the glass they could currently produce, which had a bluish-green tint and lacked clarity when crafted into glasses. Bai Feng promptly instructed him to gather as much of the transparent stone as possible, the larger the better, for urgent use. In just half a day, they returned with a substantial haul of white crystal, the largest pieces being the size of Bai Feng's calf, entirely suitable for crafting protective eyewear. The current method involved chiseling, gradually shaping the general form before refining it to ensure a smooth surface, allowing the wearer to feel comfortable. Bai Feng and the stonemasons commenced their work, relying on Bai Feng's previous experience with carving, managing to produce 4 pairs of glasses. Bai Feng's plan involved suspending a large basket from a long rope, with a person seated inside to harvest honey. Once the honey was collected, they would lower both the basket and the honey to the ground, with one person harvesting and 3 others managing the rope. Their tribe lacked sufficient hides to create bee-proof clothing, so they intended to ignite damp wood, leaves, and mugwort beneath the beehive to disrupt the bees as much as possible. Meanwhile, the others would stand at a distance, tightening their clothing to minimize exposure, smearing mud on any exposed skin, and creating smoke around them. For the honey harvesting role, the robust trio of Shennong, Chiyou, and Hui volunteered to handle the ropes, while the agile and quick-witted Lu was chosen to enter the basket and gather the honey. The ropes were thick and securely bound together to prevent any mishaps. After testing their clothing and glasses, everyone felt confident and ready to embark, though Bai Feng insisted they wear the glasses for a day to acclimate, as the imperfect polishing made them slightly disorienting. Once Bai Feng was assured that they had adapted to wearing the glasses and could navigate comfortably, he led them to the beehive the following morning, prepared for the task. They donned their bee-proof clothing, with a cart filled with damp wood, leaves, and mugwort positioned beneath the hive, ready to be pulled away once the honey was harvested. A nearly 3-meter-long and 2-meter-wide basket was transported to the mountaintop, with each corner tied with 3 ropes, ensuring that even if 1 or 2 broke, at least one would remain intact. A wooden frame was secured between 2 trees, equipped with an iron pulley system, and the ropes were properly threaded. With everything meticulously arranged, Lu checked his protective gear one last time before entering the basket and crouching down. The other 3 held the ropes firmly as they slowly lowered Lu down. Bai Feng and the others observed from a distance, unwilling to draw near and risk danger. Some of the more timid individuals even lit fires to create thick smoke on one side while fetching water and mud on the other. The fire beneath the beehive was ignited using oil-soaked torches, lighting a pile of dry wood. The wet wood above would not produce significant flames but would generate copious amounts of smoke. As Lu descended steadily to the beehive, the smoke billowed heavily. The bees sensed something amiss, yet the smoke diminished their combat effectiveness, rendering them incapable of stinging the intruder. Lu diligently sliced through the hive, and honey flowed abundantly, realizing that his actions hardly affected the hive at all. Thus, he had no intention of halting his actions, and Bai Feng was equally pleased with the development. This swarm of bees seemed to have no natural enemies in this vicinity, and the beehive was situated in such a location that no creature could ascend the cliff to pilfer their honey. However, this time Bai Feng was allowed to succeed. The immense basket was filled to the brim by the deer, and aside from the spot where they stood, the rest of the area was entirely occupied by stacked beehives, each glistening and oozing honey. It was time to conclude their endeavor. The deer called out loudly for the bears to gently lower the basket to the ground. Even with 3 individuals pulling the ropes and a pulley system in place, they found it quite strenuous, their arms beginning to ache. Furthermore, the swarm of bees buzzing around them and clinging to their bodies instilled an unusual sense of panic. Yet they still trusted that their garments would protect them. Sensing that the deer had safely landed, the 3 of them untied the ropes and discarded them over the cliff, descending with their load to assist the deer in gathering the honey for transportation. Eventually, 2 carts laden with honey were laboriously drawn toward by Feng. Honey continuously dripped through the gaps of the carts, creating a sweet trail, while many bees stubbornly clung to them, eager to impart a painful lesson to these intruders, unaware that their stingers merely pierced a leather garment. Bai Feng and his companions were somewhat apprehensive upon seeing the bees that surrounded the bears, as they had followed them even from a distance, yet they were without protective gear. Consequently, they hastily rolled in the mud. Fortunately, by the time the bears arrived, most of the bees had dispersed, although some remained, having already stung and fatally injured themselves. However, none escaped the bees' retribution. Fortunately, their numbers were few, resulting in only a minor sting. Bai Feng's ears and legs were each stung, swelling shortly thereafter. The others fared no better, each suffering similar fates in various locations, yet they were too preoccupied with the honeycomb to dwell on their pain, poking at the honey with their fingers and savoring its sweetness, utterly blissful. As they pulled the carts brimming with honey, some would invariably lick the honey that had dribbled along the way, unwilling to miss even a hint of sweetness. Bai Feng gazed at the abundant honey, overwhelmed with joy, as it meant bountiful provisions for the tribe in the future. Chapter 87. The Onset of Turmoil. And his companions hurried toward the tribe. Vel was hardly worth mentioning. Upon arriving at the tribe, the villagers were nearly frenzied, having caught whiffs of the sweet aroma wafting through the air. Although they could not approach the carts, they eagerly followed behind, dipping their fingers into the honey that had fallen to the ground. Even mixed with dirt, they showed no disdain for the combination of earthy and sweet flavors, jostling against one another. The individuals driving the carts had already consumed copious amounts. Them indulged too excessively, for overindulgence could lead to digestive troubles. A single bowl of thick honey water could remedy such issues, ensuring smooth passage. The shaman had long been waiting with people and tools at the ready. The honey extraction apparatus consisted of a wooden barrel with a hole at the bottom, through which a bamboo stick served as a spigot. The pieces of honeycomb were placed inside, and a wooden mallet was used to compress them, allowing the honey to flow out naturally. The remaining impurities could be simmered down to produce beeswax. During the honey extraction process, an innumerable crowd gathered outside, eager to witness the amount of honey produced. With each press of the mallet, honey surged vigorously through the bamboo tube, collected in prepared containers without a drop wasted. The extraction of honey from the 2 carts took the better part of the day, and only as dusk approached was it completed. Bai Feng estimated that they had produced 3 barrels, each as tall as his thigh. While he could not ascertain the precise weight, he surmised, based on the villagers' efforts, that it must have amounted to around 600 pounds of honey. After all, that particular beehive was indeed magnificent, and Bai Feng had barely collected a tenth of its bounty. He believed he could return for another harvest before winter, taking care not to disturb the bees excessively so that they could survive the cold months. Where the carts had halted, a large puddle of honey had formed, but fortunately, it was on a cement surface and had not collected much dirt. The villagers meticulously scraped the honey into their clay bowls using bamboo strips, which they would later rinse with water to savor slowly. Cleaning the carts was a challenge, as it was impractical to lick the sticky surfaces, and the residue made it inconvenient to carry other items. Bai Feng instructed them to wash the carts thoroughly with water, cautioning that the wash water was not to be consumed, but rather collected for the cattle to avoid waste. The fish pond had cleared up, and thus the fish fry caught by the fishing team were all released into the pond, as they were all accustomed to the same water, eliminating the need for acclimatization. Shrimp, crabs, loaches, and eels were caught in lesser quantities, but some were still added. The apple snails were hardy and easy to raise, reproducing rapidly, so several bowls were poured in, allowing them to thrive independently. Reeds, millet, and aquatic plants were casually tossed along the bank. While planting lotus was currently impractical due to the lack of silt, and not much had been dug up, when the lotus seeds arrived, they could simply be scattered. Now that many of the large-scale tasks had been accomplished, everyone returned to their respective duties. No one complained about the abundance of food. Thus, those who fished continued to fish, and those who hunted continued to hunt. Salt was now transported directly by cart, sufficient for the tribe's needs for several months. Bai Feng had also begun filtering and purifying the salt long ago. Although the previous salt was relatively clean with few impurities, Bai Feng still deemed it prudent to filter it once more with cloth. After several rounds of filtration with charcoal and burlap, the first batch of pure salt was produced, which was then made into saturated salt water. Future salt blocks would be washed with this saturated solution, yielding refined salt. By continuing this process, Bai Feng's tribe would consistently utilize clean, refined salt, even for pickling purposes. However, should he engage in trade again, Bai Feng would certainly offer unrefined salt bricks, as there was no need to squander labor on unnecessary filtration. After all, wild folk only cared that the salt appeared white, indifferent to any unseen impurities. At this moment, within the Swearing clan, a significant event was unfolding. The old chieftain had passed away. In truth, he was not particularly old, having lived barely over 30 winters. As for the manner of his death, no one cared. Whether he was slain by a blade or choked while eating, it was of little consequence. Having lived so long, it was simply his time to go. However, he had far too many sons, and Bao Shi was merely one among many, yet he was the most cunning of his siblings. While all others remained steadfast in their oaths, he had long since attempted to make a small vow, only to break it without facing any repercussions. Since that time, he had increasingly disregarded the sanctity of vows, later violating even grander and more serious oaths. Yet he suffered no penalties, instead reaping numerous benefits from his transgressions. Logically, he should have followed the established customs, sharing his rightful portion of the clan's wealth with his brothers before establishing his own tribe as a subordinate to the Swearing clan. However, he had long recognized the pitfalls of such actions. Take the Shennong clan, for example. Once regarded as the mightiest tribe without rival, it had diminished with each successive division. Even the more distant tributary tribes have become beyond their control, such as the Bear clan, which is now flourishing splendidly. Bao Shi had previously sought the counsel of a great shaman, who used divination with yarrow stalks to predict his future. The result foretold that within the next decade, a great war would erupt across the land, and no one would escape its clutches, only to gradually return to a state of tranquility thereafter. In this tumultuous process, some tribes would be absorbed, others annihilated, and only the mightiest of clans would endure. If the Sui clan continued in this chaotic manner, failing to unify firmly and dispersing with each change of leadership, could they still hope for victory in the impending conflict? Bao Shi placed no faith in oaths, yet he held a strong belief in divination, for the predictions of the shaman had proven remarkably accurate. Moreover, even if no war were to arise, strengthening the Sui clan remained his ambition, a duty he felt compelled to fulfill as the son of the previous Sui leader. His brothers outnumbered those of his father, and when his father passed, he did not designate a successor for the tribe. Their eldest brother, Chiyou, was strong and skilled in hunting, but his volatile temper often led him to chastise and strike the warriors of the tribe, indulging in women and frequently taking pleasure in the slaughter of slaves. Although the tribe members, including the leaders of several larger tributary clans, believed that Chiyou should inherit the Sui clan due to his unmatched combat prowess, Bao Shi held a different view. He regarded Chiyou as a formidable warrior, yet unfit to be a leader, for a tyrannical chief would inevitably incite rebellion among the tribe. To him, the other brothers were equally inept, some indulging in leisure thanks to their father's legacy, while others lacked even the qualifications of a competent warrior. A few younger brothers had only just begun to walk, and the one still in swaddling clothes, whether he was truly his father's child remained a matter of speculation. Chapter 88. An Alliance. Through Bao Shi's efforts over the years, he now commanded a force of 3,000 warriors, a modest number within the tribe but still second only to Chiyou among his brothers. Furthermore, during last year's gathering, he had only distributed a small portion of the spoils to the tribe, having concealed the more sustainable resources for a future opportunity. These supplies would serve as his capital for rising again should he face defeat. Bao Shi believed his father had not been murdered but had indeed passed away from old age, having lived for over 30 winters, with his teeth beginning to loosen, a sign he was no longer a capable warrior, as even consuming meat had become a struggle, marking the time for his demise. However, he felt his father's death had come a tad too soon. At least waiting until after the autumn harvest would have been prudent, for even if conflict arose then, it would not affect the gathering of crops. Should a war break out now, while it might preserve the strength of the Sui clan, the immediate injuries would require time to heal. His father's body could simply be cast into a cave. The pressing concern was how to seize power. Chiyou believed he was destined to become the new clan leader, emboldened by his formidable strength, and his arrogance blinded him to the number of adversaries lurking in the shadows. Chong He, leader of the He clan and an elder of the Sui clan, was also a close relative of Bao Shi's father. Thus, Bao Shi referred to him as uncle, despite Chang He being only a few years his senior. The He clan boasted a powerful military force of 4,000 warriors, and their unrestrained ambition for power was evident before others. Yet, Chi was oblivious to the fact that a leader of a tributary clan might contest his claim to the Sui clan's leadership. Upon receiving news of the old leader's passing, the leaders of nearby tributary clans hastened to the Sui clan, as they too were elders with a degree of influence. The Sui clan relied on the strength of these tributary clans for both offense and defense, yet their ambitions were tempered by age. Having lived for over 30 winters, they were aware that they might meet a sudden end like the previous leader, and thus managing their own clans sufficed. Bao Shi's younger brothers were unexpectedly eager to vie for the leadership position, failing to consider whether they commanded even 1,000 warriors or possessed sufficient weapons and resources, nor did they possess the aptitude for leadership, perhaps mistakenly believing that being a clan leader allowed for unlimited indulgence in feasting and pleasures. Bao Shi's assessment of them was stark. It would be better for them to leap from a cliff than to remain alive, for once he seized control of the tribe, he could not spare those brothers, as they were a bane to the clan. The younger brothers were of little use, and their demise would not be mourned. Yet, how could he wrest power from his elder brother Chi, who commanded the strongest warriors in the tribe? Observing the affable Chang He, Bao Shi formed a plan. Though as a younger brother he could approach Chi unimpeded, Bao Shi was still young, his body not fully grown, making him incomparable to Chi, who had dominated the wilderness for years. Even a surprise attack could easily be countered. Leading his warriors there was out of the question. Chi, despite his foolishness, would not allow his younger brother to bring warriors to meet him at this juncture. Bao Shi turned his attention to Chang He, reasoning that since their goals aligned, why not unite? He believed that together they would have a fighting chance, and even if a surprise attack failed, the combined forces they commanded would rival Chi's. Moreover, Chi's warriors did not favor him. No one appreciated a leader who hoarded resources and displayed a fierce temper. Bao Shi, on the other hand, shared his spoils with his warriors, treating them with kindness and never resorting to unwarranted punishment, which garnered him their affection. Should Bao Shi aspire to leadership, they would undoubtedly fight valiantly for him. Approaching Chang He, who displayed no grief over the recent death of his brother and smiled cheerfully, Bao Shi led him aside, away from the other clan leaders. Without preamble, he posed the direct question. Uncle, do you wish to become the leader of the Sui clan? Chang He, taken aback by Bao Shi's forthrightness, considered his 4,000 warriors and felt emboldened, replying with pride, why not? I command so many warriors, and my management of the clan is meticulous. The previous Sui leader was your father and my brother, thus I have every right to claim this leadership. As long as you have the courage, Bao Shi thought to himself, suppressing a cold smile, while feigning trepidation on his face. Uncle, should you wish to lead, I would naturally support you. Your capabilities would undoubtedly strengthen the Sui clan. However, it seems they all currently back my brother Chi. He is fierce-tempered, lacks the ability to govern the tribe, and revels in bloodshed. I fear that should he ascend to leadership, one day my head might be severed for his amusement, or he might forcibly extract more provisions from the tribe I manage. Chang He readily acknowledged Bao Shi's concerns, recognizing that given his understanding of Chi, the prospect of him killing a brother for amusement was indeed plausible. Thus Bao Shi, he proposed, why not take your warriors and join me in eliminating Chi? Once I become the leader, I shall ensure you are provided with ample supplies of grain and cloth, and I will not demand excessive tribute from your tribe. Bao Shi, however, remained skeptical and had no intention of allowing Chang He to become the leader. However, Bao Xia feigned a demeanor of trepidation, seeking to compel Chang He to utter a vow, the more malevolent the better. Only then would he be inclined to assist Chang He. After a moment of surprise, Chang He proclaimed his oath with great fervor, albeit with the intention of rewarding Bao Xia with a mountain of provisions once their endeavor succeeded. Yet, he did not specify the size of the mountain. Subsequently, he insisted that Bao Xia also swear an oath, to which Bao Xia felt no pressure whatsoever, promptly delivering an even more venomous vow, fully aware that such oaths are seldom fulfilled. Observing Bao Xia's compliance, Chang He felt reassured, for no one dared to disregard a vow. Nevertheless, leading several thousand men toward such an obvious target posed significant risks. It was conceivable that rather than eliminating Chi, they might fall victim to a counterattack from Chi's forces. A more secure plan was imperative. At this juncture, Bao Xia proposed his strategy: to accompany several uninformed, elderly elders under the pretense of negotiating matters with Chi, ultimately ambushing him and assassinating him within his quarters. Chang He, however, was not entirely convinced. Their bronze swords and axes were ill-suited for a surprise attack, as the mere touch of their weapons would betray their intentions. Moreover, Chi donned a thick rhinoceros hide armor, which their bronze swords might not pierce. Thus, he envisioned a nocturnal assault, reasoning that Chi, in his arrogance, would be more relaxed at night, significantly increasing their chances of success. He proceeded to outline the attack positions and timing for Bao Xia, entirely oblivious to the scorn etched upon Bao Xia's visage. Bao Xia produced his iron dagger, slicing a piece from a nearby warrior's leather armor, folding it thrice before placing it atop the meat he was consuming. He then thrust the dagger down forcefully, the 3 layers of thick leather failing to impede its penetration, the dagger embedding deeply into the flesh. He's prattling ceased, first astonished by the dagger's sharpness, then unable to conceal the envy and greed gleaming in his eyes, yearning to claim the dagger for himself. He understood that had it been a bronze dagger, piercing through 3 layers of leather with such force was uncertain, but the dagger would undoubtedly bend. Nevertheless, he suppressed his avarice, recognizing the necessity of Bao Xia as an ally to secure the chieftaincy for himself. Once he ascended to that position, everything would ultimately revert to him. This dagger was acquired from a prominent tribe known as the Bai Feng during last year's full moon gathering. They possess not only many of these iron blades but also a formidable bow, though they are unwilling to trade. Bao Xia eagerly sought to inform others of the Bai Feng tribe's existence, ensuring everyone was aware of their valuable resources. Such knowledge would entice others to attack them, thereby eliminating a formidable rival, or at least weakening the Bai Feng's strength. From that brief encounter, he had discerned that the Bai Feng were akin to him. Their tribe was exceedingly prosperous, with all members untroubled by hunger or cold, and only 20 days' journey from here. Henceforth, regardless of who became the chieftain among the Swerin, it was imperative to cultivate a favorable relationship with them, exchanging our grain, furs, and beauties for their iron blades. Though Bao Xia's remarks might appear foolish, they concealed ulterior motives. He listened intently, envisioning the Bai Feng's affluence and plotting to seize this so-called Bai Feng tribe, considering the idea of trading food and beauties as a notion only a coward like Bao Xia could conceive. Yet, he still affirmed his agreement. The paramount concern now was how to assassinate Chi. Although the iron dagger was relatively small and inconspicuous, if Chi were to discover Bao Xia possessed such a weapon, he might become wary. Furthermore, what pretext could they use to approach Chi? However, Bao Xia reassured him, stating that though he owned more than one such dagger, he would not disclose this to others, only claiming to have acquired this singular piece, which he had concealed from the elder chieftain, let alone Chi. Otherwise, how could such a fine weapon remain in his possession? As for the reason, the Bai Feng tribe presented the perfect opportunity. His father was relatively peaceful, disinclined to attack other tribes, whereas Chi was warlike and fervent. If informed of a wealthy tribe like theirs, would he not be tempted? They could present the dagger as a tribute, a legitimate pretext to procure an audience, and when the dagger was in plain sight they would strike swiftly, confident that Chi would be unable to defend himself. He found this plan highly feasible and proceeded to contact the other elders, merely suggesting they convene with Chi to discuss an offensive against the Bai Feng tribe. The elders, upon hearing this, expressed no suspicion and readily gathered to accompany He to meet Chi, believing it prudent to carry an additional weapon for assurance. He concealed a bronze dagger within the thick collar of his sheepskin coat, considering it a final safeguard. As they spoke, the 8 of them approached the entrance to He's cave. The guards stationed nearby, recognizing Bao Xia and the elders, paid them no heed, especially as they bore no visible weapons. Upon entering the cave, they found Chi reclining on a wooden bed, embraced by 2 beauties, languidly chewing on a small but exquisitely flavored bird meat. Should the Bai Feng witness this scene, they would undoubtedly declare him a tyrant. Yet, despite the scorn, should he brew his own wine, he would undoubtedly trade generously, allowing him to indulge in intoxication, the best outcome being his demise through excess. Upon noticing the group's entrance, Chi initially intended to grasp a sword with his greasy hands, but seeing only a few elders, he relaxed and continued to relish his feast. Tilting his head back, his words muffled by food, he inquired, "What brings you, old ones? Do you seek to request a few beauties from me?" Although they were aware of Chi's foul temperament, this assembly wielded considerable influence within their tribe, having held sway even during the previous chieftain's tenure. Yet, they were taken aback by Chi's blatant disrespect. Just as they were about to respond, He and Bao Xia intervened. Bao Xia played the peacemaker, urging, "Everyone, please remain calm. After all, these individuals are our elders. You should speak with a bit more civility." To his surprise, Chi dismissed the appeal, retorting, "Bao Xia, though you are not an old fool, you are certainly a useless waste. As the son of the Swerin, if you lack the ability to hunt wolves alone, you might as well join the other worthless individuals awaiting death in the wilderness. Bao Xia's expression darkened. He was merely 13 years old, still in the process of physical development. In Qi's eyes, he was indeed a weakling, yet Bao Xia took solace in the notion that while his body would continue to grow, Qi's intellect would not. Nonetheless, he refrained from retorting, bowing his head submissively to accept his brother's insults. Seeing that these individuals accepted his scorn without a hint of resistance only fueled Qi's disdain, prompting him to shut his eyes and disregard them entirely. Speak, you useless lot, what business brings you before me? If it is not of great import, be wary lest I feed you to the wolves. This time it was Chang He who stepped forward, stating, Chieftain, we have discovered a wealthy tribe, albeit one with limited military strength and few warriors. We have procured some exceptional treasures from them, particularly a dagger that is not only sharp but remarkably durable, far superior to any bronze blade. We have come to present this dagger as a tribute to you. Although the position of chieftain had not yet been definitively established, Chang He's reference to chieftain was music to Chi's ears, especially upon hearing of the promised treasure, which instantly piqued his interest. However, Chi was not particularly excited. He merely opened his eyes and continued to lie there, awaiting the presentation of treasures. Chang He turned to Baoxi and exchanged a knowing glance. While Chang He, with empty hands, approached Qi's side, to strike Qi if necessary. The other elders, having received no prior notice, were only aware of the discussions regarding the Beifeng tribe and were utterly bewildered by the impending offering of the dagger, uncertain of Baoxi's intentions. Baoxi retrieved a silver dagger from his sleeve, holding it up to the sunlight and giving it a gentle twist, causing a flash of cold light. Not only Qi, but also Chang He beside him swallowed hard, particularly after witnessing the dagger's formidable sharpness. Qi believed his golden bronze sword could achieve similar feats, and even more so, given its larger size. He thought this small dagger was of little utility beyond its distinctive color. To demonstrate its sharpness, Baoxi picked up a twig and began to whittle it with the iron dagger, prompting Qi to acknowledge that this dagger was indeed exceptional. Then Baoxi asked if he could use Qi's bronze sword, intending to strike it with the dagger to see which would sustain damage. Without a moment's hesitation, Qi handed the sword to the beautiful attendant on his right to pass to Baoxi. Chang He thought this was perfect, as it left Qi weaponless and unable to contend with them. Upon receiving the bronze sword, Baoxi raised the iron dagger and struck down with force. The dagger lodged firmly into the sword, and when he wiggled it free, a deep groove was left on the bronze sword, yet the iron dagger remained unscathed. It was then that Qi realized the dagger's extraordinary nature. He pushed the two beauties beside him aside and urged Baoxi to hand over the dagger for a closer inspection. Baoxi nodded in agreement, subtly signaling Chang He. With only 5 paces separating him from Qi, Baoxi approached while Qi continued to recline, not yet sitting up. Tossing the bronze sword to the ground, Baoxi advanced with the dagger in hand, taking 1 step, then 2, then 3 and suddenly lunged forward, thrusting the dagger towards Qi's throat. Sensing the danger, Qi attempted to rise hastily, only to find it was too late. Baoxi's dagger was already upon him. He could only remain supine, using one hand to intercept Baoxi's thrusting dagger. Qi's strength in one hand surpassed Baoxi's, preventing the dagger from advancing even slightly, as both parties strained against each other, locked in a stalemate. The onlooking elders, witnessing the unfolding scene, were rendered helpless and panicked, uncertain of how to respond. Qi extended his other hand to grasp for his sword, realizing too late that it had been discarded on the ground by Baifeng. He then decided to seize Baoxi's wrist with both hands, intending to lift him up. Baoxi, sensing impending doom, shouted for Chang He's assistance. Chang He hurriedly withdrew his bronze dagger from his collar and aimed it at Qi's waist. The dagger pierced through the rhino hide armor and into Qi's body, causing him to wince in pain as his hands instantly lost their strength. Seizing the opportunity, Baoxi freed himself from Qi's grasp and directed the dagger toward Qi's neck. A line of blood erupted, thickening as it flowed. Qi remained silent, unsure whether to clutch his neck or his waist, and within moments, he collapsed onto his bed, unable to rise again. The elders, realizing the gravity of the situation, dared not flee. With Qi dead, the chieftain would surely choose between them, and they, as elders, would have a say in the decision. Observing Qi's lifeless body, Chang He lunged toward the 2 beautiful attendants, who had watched the entire ordeal without fear, pulling them into his embrace and squeezing them as if his tribe had no women of its own. Baoxi wiped his dagger clean and glanced back at the elders, who quickly averted their gaze. Meanwhile, Chang He, oblivious to the approaching danger, laughed heartily at Baoshi, proclaiming, "Our objective has been achieved. Changhe shall now become the chieftain of the Swiren clan. The promised beauties and provisions shall be delivered without fail. Ha ha ha. However, I believe that dagger should rightfully belong to the chieftain. You are not yet worthy to wield it. Hand it over to me, and I shall reward you with some provisions." Baoshi replied indifferently, "Very well," and stepped forward with the dagger. As Changhe turned to regard his beauties, Baoshi swiftly plunged the dagger into his abdomen. Changhe felt a sharp pain and a swelling sensation in his belly, only to discover that the dagger had fully embedded itself within him. His face registered disbelief. "Baoshi, how dare you betray me? Have you forgotten your oath? Do you not fear the wrath of the gods for breaking it?" Baoshi chuckled darkly. "I am a god myself. Why would I punish myself for breaking an oath?" With that, the dagger began to slash wildly, and Changhe's abdomen was soon rendered to shreds, its contents spilling onto the ground. He turned pale, sweat pouring from him, pointing a trembling finger at Baoshi before collapsing like Chi, never to awaken again. The two beauties finally sensed the gravity of their situation and began to weep, yet they remained rooted in place, awaiting the latest victor, Baoshi, to claim them. Baoshi showed no interest in the women, instead turning his attention to the elders, who, though aged, would not sit idly by if Baoshi truly intended to harm them. Given their numbers, Baoshi, armed as he was, stood little chance. However, he had no intention of slaying them. They posed no ambition and could still govern their tribe effectively, serving as valuable allies. Kicking Chi's corpse, Baoshi proclaimed loudly, "My brother was incompetent. Changhe, the chieftain of the He tribe, coveted power and murdered Chi. I have avenged my brother by slaying Changhe. I, Baoxi, son of the former Swiren clan leader, shall now assume the role of chieftain. Who supports me? Who opposes me?" The elders exchanged glances, some nodding, others shaking their heads. Yet before Baoshi could pose his question a second time, they all spoke in unison, declaring Baoshi the most suitable candidate for the new chieftain of the Swiren clan. Satisfied with their response, Baoshi requested their company in announcing this news to all tribespeople, declaring himself the new chieftain of the Swiren clan. As for the He tribe, with their chieftain deceased, they would revert to the Swiren clan, rendering the name He tribe obsolete. As for his brothers, he deemed it unnecessary for them to establish their own factions. He believed he could provide for them as chieftain, so they would remain, though whether he might suddenly perish remained uncertain. Chapter 91. Romance Cannot Be Eaten. While the Swiren clan underwent significant upheaval, the Baifeng tribe did not idle. They mobilized the entire tribe for several days as their millet crop, the foxtail millet, ripened. Of course, both its yield and quality could not compare to those of later generations, yet it was undoubtedly superior to anything that grew wild. The millet porridge received unanimous acclaim from the tribe. Once the millet was stored, they finally enjoyed a rare 2 days of leisure, mainly due to a heavy downpour that rendered all outdoor activities impossible. When the skies cleared, Baifeng resolved to take Sui to the Great Lake to admire the blooming lotus flowers, which were now in full bloom. While the wild folk possessed no romantic inclinations to appreciate flowers, Baifeng certainly did. After a year of delightful nourishment in the White Wind tribe, Sui had not been burdened with any strenuous labor or the need to engage in combat or hunting, allowing her to develop rapidly. Her once slender frame had grown significantly taller since their initial meeting. Unlike contemporary adolescent girls who often restrict their diets in pursuit of an ideal physique, Sui remained blissfully unaware of such concerns. Though White Wind praised her beauty, she held the belief that only plump women were truly attractive. Consequently, whenever she had a moment to spare, she indulged in food without hesitation, welcoming all delicacies. Especially after acquiring honey, her hands and mouth were perpetually sticky. White Wind, fearing for her dental health, given that she had no opportunity for a second set of teeth, concealed the portion of honey reserved for the chieftain, only allowing her a small taste every couple of days or mixing honey with water for her enjoyment. Now, Sui's figure had fully matured, at least in White Wind's eyes. She no longer bore the appearance of a minor. Their embraces no longer evoked feelings of guilt. Should she bear children now, Sui would certainly be capable. Concern for Sui, but for himself. He had encountered Baoxia and learned of Shenyuan and Chiyou, who existed in the same era. Though the exact onset of the Great War remained uncertain, based on the ages of the individuals involved, Shenyuan would likely have been no older than 30 during the final Great Hunt, possibly around 25. As for the legends claiming Shenyuan lived over 100 years and Chiyou nearly 90, White Wind dismissed such notions outright. In an age where the average lifespan was barely over 20, Reaching 40 was already considered quite old. The chieftain, despite having ample provisions, was still expected to lead in times of war, enduring his share of injuries and ailments. Furthermore, the tales of Shenyuan being pregnant for 2 years, giving birth to a child who could speak immediately, and achieving extraordinary feats by the age of 15 struck White Wind as mere mythology. However, it was undeniable that the 15-year-old Shenyuan must have been exceptionally formidable. While not omnipotent, his myriad accomplishments in his time indicated remarkable talent far beyond the ordinary. If White Wind had not gleaned a modicum of knowledge from millennia of human experience, he would be unworthy to even assist Shenyuan. Presently, both Shenyuan and Chiyou were likely still in their youth, akin to Baoxia, yet in a few years they would assume leadership of their tribes, heralding an impending chaotic era. Historically, the White Wind tribe had not existed. Even if it had, it might have been absorbed into the dragon's legacy or lacked the merit to be more than mere scales of the dragon, ultimately vanishing amidst the flames of war. The current state of the White Wind tribe was a variable, and White Wind remained uncertain about his future. Even with policies and insights that surpassed those of his contemporaries, refrained from contemplating fatherhood, fearing that during the war, a child might not yet be able to walk steadily, rendering him incapable of protecting them. Yet what harm was there in indulging in romance? White Wind took Sway to the Grand Lake, guided by the tribe's members. They successfully discovered the blooming Lotus Bay, adorned with pink and red blossoms, alongside unopened buds, a sight truly breathtaking. As White Wind navigated the bamboo raft with Sway seated behind him, they drifted into the sea of lotus flowers. Sway joyfully picked her favorite blooms, piling them onto the raft until it was filled to the brim, while White Wind watched her with affectionate eyes, not hindering her delight. Sway had never imagined the world could be so beautiful. Her existence had revolved solely around food. Had she encountered this lotus field before, her thoughts would have been limited to whether the flowers were edible, rather than considering their potential as decorative pieces for her room. After circling the Lotus Bay, White Wind steered the raft to the shore, rolled up his trousers, and plunged his hands into the mud to unearth lotus roots. In no time, he had retrieved several segments. Eager to join in, Sway was gently helped down from the raft, but despite her enthusiasm, her lack of experience proved a hindrance as she struggled to find any roots. Just as she began to feel disheartened and turned to return to the raft, a sharp pain shot through her foot. Believing she had stepped on something sharp, she was about to call for White Wind, only to discover a crab had latched onto her foot. Startled, Sway squeaked in alarm, but freeing herself from the crab's grip proved challenging. White Wind swiftly detached the crab's other claw and gently pried it off her foot. Unfortunately, Sway's foot had begun to bleed, and White Wind felt a pang of concern. Then scampered to the shore to gather some abundant thistles, which, though prickly, would suffice for her wound. After collecting a few leaves, he crushed them with a stone to create a poultice, applying it to Sway's injury. Sway, not one to be overly dramatic about her situation, accepted the bleeding with indifference. Once the bleeding subsided, White Wind felt reassured and continued to paddle the raft into the distance, hoping to find some water chestnuts, also known as chicken head rice, to gather and share with Sway. However, this idyllic moment was fleeting. After half a day, White Wind returned to assist the fishing party of the tribe, for romance could not substitute for food, which remained paramount. Yet, the joy of fishing, especially when the catch came in abundance, surpassed even the happiness of watching flowers bloom with Sway. Ultimately, the entire tribe returned home laden with their catch, and White Wind rewarded Sway with her long-desired honey, maximizing her happiness for the day. While other crops had yet to mature, certain plants were ready for harvest, particularly the hemp that White Wind valued highly. The quantity of clothing they could produce and whether they could weave nets for fishing depended on the yield of the planted hemp. Chapter 92. The Consolidation of Power. The hemp cultivated by the White Wind tribe thrived not only in the designated hemp field but also in other plots, growing remarkably well, often exceeding 2 meters in height. Even seeds casually scattered beneath the city walls exhibited incredible resilience, astonishing White Wind with their robust growth. Although not as impressive as those in the fields, hemp is dioecious, with male plants growing taller and thicker but yielding no seeds. As the time for harvesting approached and the stalks began to yellow, he mercilessly cut down each male plant. The female plants, which bore seeds, were left for a few more days to ensure the seeds dried thoroughly. Once the male plants were harvested, their leaves were stripped away and placed into lime water for retting. The female plants followed suit after the seeds had been collected. Processing hemp was relatively labor-intensive, but White Wind entrusted these tasks to the skilled women of the weaving team, as he felt somewhat out of his depth. His role was merely to provide assistance within his means and meet their reasonable requests. As for the pottery team's glass, although White Wind had not specified any particular shapes, he wished for them to continue their experiments with glass. Even if the colors remained varied and transparency was lacking, it mattered little, as long as it allowed light to pass through. White Wind hoped they could produce a simple glass window, a square pane of glass which should not be overly difficult. His window was already prepared, though the frame was still wooden. Once the glass panels were completed, they could be installed, enhancing the room's illumination. However, the progress of the pottery team has been exceedingly slow, with little distinction observed after each kiln firing, leading to a decline in Bai Feng's expectations. Eventually, he simply forgot about the matter and shifted his focus to the mica sheets. Equally transparent yet more fragile, and readily available everywhere. A whole sheet of mica can be easily snapped off with a gentle twist of the hand, making it a viable substitute for glass. Although white crystal is clearer and harder, and its yield is substantial, shaping it into a flat surface proves to be quite laborious, and excessive transparency is undesirable, as it leaves Bai Feng with little privacy. Although they currently have no plans for children, they still wish to enjoy their time together as a couple. On the side of Suiren, Bao Shi had just dealt with several elders, unifying their stance to assert that Chong He had assassinated his brother Qi, and in retaliation, he had slain Chong He for the sake of his brother. This would significantly reduce the resistance he faced when assuming control over the entire tribe, as the warriors managed by his brother would likely offer little opposition, and the members of the He tribe would be even less inclined to resist. Accompanied by a few individuals, Bao Shi exited Qi's cave, where two beautiful women lay amidst pools of blood. Of course, the killer, Chong He, was also among the slain, all victims of the same bronze dagger. After all, it was not Bao Shi who had dealt the fatal blows. Summoning his warriors, Bao Shi instructed them to follow the elders and gather all tribe members, along with some key figures, to announce his intentions to lead the Suiren tribe. Soon, a multitude of tens of thousands gathered at the hillside, arranged according to their status and affiliated subtribes, awaiting the elders' declaration of significant matters. Bao Shi's ineffectual brothers positioned themselves at the forefront, with two of his less informed siblings absent, as such affairs were beyond their capacity to engage in, let alone speak on. Among them, one inept brother, Jun, had been utterly drained by his indulgence in female company, appearing so feeble that he commanded little respect. Yet, this very fool found Bao Shi's elevated position intolerable, believing he ought not to stand there. Had it been Qi, he might have begrudgingly accepted it. Thus he shouted for Bao Shi to descend. Though the others remained silent, their eyes betrayed their contempt. They could not admit their own ineptitude, yet they felt Bao Shi was unworthy of such a place. For even the dullest among them understood that such prominence and attire were reserved solely for the tribe leader. However, they lacked the courage to confront Bao Shi, hoping instead that their strongest brother, Qi, would emerge to expel the bothersome Bao Shi. Their hopes, however, were dashed as they called out for a considerable time without Qi appearing. Bao Shi waved his hand, feigning sorrow as he proclaimed, "My brothers and fellow tribesmen of the Suiren, our tribe leader, my father from the previous generation, has passed away. And my brother Qi, who should have inherited our father's position, was just recently assassinated by the leader of the He tribe, Chong He." Upon hearing this news, the crowd gasped in shock. Their tribe had just lost its leader, and with it, the prospect of a powerful successor. Bao Shi continued, upon Qi's death, he rushed to the beautiful women without a moment's hesitation, revealing Chong He's utter lack of capability and his complete disregard for our tribe's welfare. After using the women, he ruthlessly killed them, demonstrating his shamelessness and bloodthirstiness. In order to protect the Suiren and avenge my brother, I took the life of Chong He. Now, I believe I am the only one worthy of leading the Suiren tribe. Does anyone have any objections? The ordinary tribesmen had no objections. Each bowed their heads in silence, waiting for the leadership to reach a conclusion. Regardless of who became the leader, their lives would remain unchanged. Upon hearing of Qi's demise, Jun's courage suddenly surged, and he uttered words questioning Bao Shi's qualifications to lead, approaching him with menace and raising his fist to strike. Bao Shi, unperturbed by this weakling, deftly dodged the blow, and his dagger found its mark in Jun's side. With a mournful cry, Jun collapsed, blood streaming down. Witnessing this scene, the other brothers, who had contemplated vying for position, lost all motivation, bowing their heads in feigned ignorance, hoping Bao Shi had not noticed them. Observing the compliance of the crowd, Bao Shi gathered the elite warriors under his command, using force to further intimidate everyone. It appears that all have recognized my right to lead the Suiren tribe. Fear not, for I am not one to revel in bloodshed. My sole desire is to strengthen and develop our tribe. Subsequently, Bao stripped several brothers of their military authority. They would no longer command their own warriors, reduced to mere brothers of the tribe leader with some privileges. They would not be allocated territories to govern their own tribes but would remain within the confines of the main tribe. This resolved the issue of the Swearan tribe's increasing fragmentation. However, to restore the Swearan to its former glory, or even surpass it, would require reclaiming the previously separated subtribes under Swearan's management. Chapter 93. A Series of Troubles. The Bai Feng tribe was once again shrouded in gloom, for the weather had turned dire. Initially, they would not have minded the heavy rains, but now hail was falling, threatening their crops. They could only watch as the hail bounced and rolled, utterly helpless. Rice, buckwheat, and sorghum vegetables were now completely decimated. Bai Feng held a particular dread for summer storms, not only due to the intensity of the rain and wind but also because hail frequently accompanied them. Fortunately, this deluge did not last long, and the hail fell for only a few minutes, giving Bai Feng and the others a glimmer of hope for salvage, as the crops had yet to mature, merely growing tall stalks. A single hailstorm would not spell total loss. After the hail, even in the midst of summer, the temperature remained low, as everyone shivered while assessing the extent of the crop damage. The buckwheat suffered the most severe damage. Its short and fragile branches were shattered by the hail, scattering debris everywhere, and the flowers that had just bloomed were obliterated. Bai Feng could see that the buckwheat would yield nothing. The rice fared somewhat better but would still see a significant reduction in yield. The sorghum, which had only been growing tall stalks without forming ears, appeared even more pitiful after the onslaught, though the overall impact seemed less severe. With no hope for the buckwheat harvest, it was promptly uprooted to serve as fodder for the cattle. Although it pained Bai Feng to do so, it was the only option, as harvesting it now would still provide some utility. Delaying would render it suitable only for firewood. The cattle also exhibited some changes, as a cow had given birth. Although, by the timeline, it should not have been time for a calf, the newborn was nonetheless exceedingly anxious, being the first life to emerge from their tribe. However, the cow was still young and giving birth for the first time, which inevitably led to complications, and the calf could not be delivered. Bai Feng had no choice but to venture into the pen to assist in pulling the calf out, but a birthing cow does not recognize its owners, especially since they were not raised by Bai Feng and retained their wild instincts. The other cattle had scattered to graze, leaving only the calf by the side of its mother. When the white wind arrived, the mother cow was in a state of agitation, fiercely resisting any approach. Upon sighting the white wind, she charged forward. The calf was unable to intervene, nor could it. Under such circumstances, even if the white wind wished to assist, he dared not approach, for although a single cow held immense significance for the tribe, the white wind valued his own life more. Yet, witnessing the mother's struggle, having exerted herself for over 2 hours without success, the onlooking tribesmen, especially those who routinely tended to her, were filled with concern, knowing that the cow was of extraordinary importance to the tribe and having developed a bond with her. The white wind instructed others to bind the cow's hooves and horns with ropes, while several men exerted all their strength to hold her back. Initially, the white wind intended to assist in pulling the calf, but the tribesmen were apprehensive, deeming it too perilous for their leader. Thus, they pushed the white wind aside and took matters into their own hands. The white wind did not contest this. He stood by, offering encouragement. Fortunately, assisting in the delivery of a calf posed less danger than aiding a human birth, as the primary risk lay with the people, while pulling the calf required only strength. After considerable effort from the tribesmen, the calf finally emerged. At this point, the mother cow's resistance intensified, as she was fearful of trampling her newborn, prompting the men to continue their efforts. They cleared the mucus from the calf's head and the amniotic fluid from its mouth, confirming its survival, albeit in a weakened state, unable to stand due to exhaustion. Another reason for the mother cow's distress was that her milk had begun to flow, yet the calf had yet to suckle, causing her considerable discomfort. With her legs bound, she posed no threat of kicking, so the tribesmen lifted the calf to encourage it to drink. Although the calf could not stand, it was able to open its mouth and, once positioned correctly, began to suck eagerly. Gradually, the mother cow calmed down. As the milk flowed, the calf regained some strength and was able to wobble upright. They slowly released their hold, allowing the calf to find its footing and drink at its leisure. Afterwards, they untied the ropes binding the cow's legs and quickly distanced themselves. The mother cow did not retaliate, and upon seeing both her calf and herself safe, she promptly freed her horns from the bindings and turned to lovingly lick her offspring. Observing from a distance, the calf now felt reassured, ceasing its anxious cries, and ventured out to graze with the herd, leaving only these 2 cows in the pen. Once the placenta was expelled and disposed of, the White Wind and his companions felt at ease to depart. As for the placenta and umbilical cord, consumption was strictly forbidden, despite the tribesmen's willingness to accept them. Ultimately, the White Wind discarded it into the trees beyond the city walls to feed the wild beasts. However, he did not anticipate the troubles this action would bring him. The fortifications had begun to take shape according to the White Wind's vision, with the parapets at the city gate extending for dozens of meters, a critical defense point against enemies. Construction in other areas could proceed at a slower pace. 2 sturdy arrow towers had been erected, each capable of accommodating a single person. The 2 essential weapons of the White Wind's tribe, the powerful crossbows, were placed within each tower. Although a small tribe had attacked previously, the White Wind understood that future conflicts would involve genuine armies of thousands, not mere skirmishes between villages. Aware of his tribe's limited resources, the White Wind recognized that a cautious defense was the most prudent approach. If he could muster a population of over 10,000, he might contend for the title of cultural progenitor, transforming the descendants of Yan and Huang into those of Yan and Bai or Bai and Huang, thus not beyond the realm of possibility. The dwellings of the tribesmen had largely transitioned to brick houses, while the old earthen structures remained intact, repurposed for storing firewood and construction materials like coal and cement. However, not all houses had been coated with cement. Only the White Wind's abode featured a cement exterior, as the tribe's production capacity had not yet reached such heights. Nevertheless, the houses had been constructed, and applying an exterior finish could be accomplished later. Chapter 2. The summer season was rife with severe convective weather. Each evening heralded thunder, dark clouds gathering, and the occasional drizzle. Yet the thunder was enough to instill unease in the hearts of the people. During such times, everyone inevitably returned home early to rest, and no one needed to be assigned to guard duty, for few animals would dare venture out in such weather. Thunder roared throughout the night, punctuated by the sporadic sound of rain. The White Wind was roused from sleep, feeling as though something was screaming and howling in the distance, unsettling his spirit. Ultimately, he convinced himself that it was merely the thunder frightening him and forced himself back to slumber. Upon waking in the morning, he found the ground damp with puddles forming, rendering many tasks impossible. Nevertheless, the tribesmen rose voluntarily to gather. After roll call, they dispersed to attend to their duties. With no work to be done, many preferred to return to sleep, while those with ambition sought to earn their keep by building their own homes. Of course, not all tribesmen were diligent and industrious. Many were content to coast along, believing their lives better than those of wandering savages. As the White Wind was inspecting his vegetable garden, a tribesman rushed over in a fluster, announcing that the cattle herders were seeking him. Something grave had occurred within the herd. The White Wind's first thought was that the calf born yesterday had encountered trouble, so he hastened towards the cattle pen. En route, he spotted the cattle herder, weeping profusely, tears glimmering in his eyes. The White Wind surmised that the calf must have died, yet it had stood and suckled just the day before. It made no sense for it to perish. Has the calf died? The White Wind ventured tentatively. The herder paused, wiped his tears, and nodded in affirmation, tacitly agreeing with the White Wind's inquiry. It's just a calf. If it has died, then so be it. We will have more calves born in the future. Consider this an opportunity for experience, the White Wind consoled him. However, the cattle herder seemed unmoved by the comfort, instead erupting into deeper sorrow, sinking to the ground in a fit of wailing. Perplexed, the White Wind pondered how the loss of a single calf could evoke such despair. Turning to the other tribesmen, he noticed their expressions mirrored his confusion. The White Wind's heart sank. Could it be that only one calf had died? They shook their heads. Then both the cow and calf are gone? He inquired, to which they first nodded, then shook their heads again, leaving the White Wind in a state of bewilderment. How many have perished? What has transpired? Please, be clear, he demanded. The cattle herder struggled to suppress his sobs but ultimately failed. It was another tribesman who spoke up. Chief, our herd was attacked last night. 4 cows have perished, and many more are injured. The White Wind felt as if the ground had shifted beneath him. Who attacked? Which tribe? Were there any traces left behind? He pressed urgently. The tribesman replied, Chief, it was not the wild men. It was wolves, numerous wolves. The pen still contains 2 wolf carcasses trampled to death, and the ground is littered with paw prints. Wolves again. The White Wind felt as though he was locked in a relentless struggle with these creatures. Having been ambushed by wolves upon his arrival in this world, besieged by them last winter, and now witnessing them invade his own cattle pen, this was intolerable. The White Wind was torn between grief and fury, but there was no recourse. The deed was done. He approached the weeping tribesman, helping him to his feet as they made their way to the cattle pen to assess the extent of the losses. As soon as one approaches the vicinity of the cattle pen, a pungent stench fills the air. Upon entering, one is greeted by a scene of bloodshed, with the ground littered with gray and yellowish tufts of fur, and paw prints marred by water. The herd remains in a state of panic. The sound of the wind entering the pen incites a flurry of commotion, startling even the wind itself. At the edge of the pen lie 3 mutilated carcasses of cattle, each riddled with wounds, their flesh gnawed and decayed. Overcoming the foul odor, one crouches down to inspect the remains, discovering that their entrails have been removed. Among these 3 carcasses is the mother cow that had given birth just yesterday, identifiable by the distinctive patterns on her head, though her eyes now appear dull and lifeless, mired in mud. A wave of sorrow washes over me. It is no wonder the tribe's people weep so bitterly. Just yesterday, they celebrated a joyous occasion, and today they are confronted with multiplied grief, a burden unbearable for anyone. However, only 3 carcasses remain. The calves are conspicuously absent. Following the traces on the ground, a clear dragging trail emerges, leading to a hole that has been gouged into the wall, marked by numerous claw marks. Creating such a large opening in a thick wall is no small feat, especially one ample enough to drag a calf through. Unable to reach the higher parts of the wall, they resorted to digging a pit, ultimately creating a gaping hole large enough for 3 of me to escape through simultaneously. I am filled with indignation, yet I recognize that tending to the herd is paramount. I venture inside and call for the calf, which emerges after a couple of soft moves. Its once pristine white coat is now matted with mud and blood, obscuring its original hue. Dried blood stains its horns, uncertain whether from wolves or other cattle, and I notice several places where its skin bears scratches, the fur torn in patches. Fortunately, the spirit seems intact and it poses no immediate danger. The other cattle in the herd appear similarly injured, yet none are in mortal peril. They can still rise, eat, and drink. Even if I wish to administer some medicine, their heightened alertness renders me hesitant to approach. On the ground lie 2 wolf corpses, trampled beyond recognition. Had it not been for their distinctive pelts and size, I would scarcely associate them with wolves. Extracting the 2 wolves from the mud, they are no longer fit for consumption, yet their pelts remain intact, with only bones and entrails crushed. I instruct my people to skin these wolves, intending to fashion boots from their hides. I cannot bear the thought of stepping on them daily without a means to avenge my grievances. Turning back, I step outside the city walls to examine the situation surrounding the hole, tracing the path where the calf's body was dragged. Following the drag marks for some distance, I eventually discover a skeleton amidst a heap of rubble, bleached and devoid of flesh, an absurd testament to their frugality with food. The skull remains intact, as there is little left to consume, and my anger intensifies as I recall my own past torments inflicted by wolves. I resolve to take no further patience. I will eradicate this pack of wolves. From now on, no wolves shall linger near my tribe. Should they come, they will be met with annihilation. Fuming, I hurry back to the tribe, preparing to gather supplies and follow the trail to exact vengeance upon these wolves. It is fortuitous that our tribe is in need of quality hides. Given their audacity in creating such a large hole and their ability to slay 4 cattle amidst our herd, it is evident their numbers are not few. Yet, as I journey back, a thought strikes me, prompting me to take a detour. Indeed, the placenta of the cow has vanished from the tree, leaving behind a plethora of wolf paw prints. A twinge of regret surfaces. I had failed to consider the implications of hanging meat outside. Was I not merely inviting the wolves? In the future, should such items arise again, I shall burn them rather than display them outside. Chapter 94. Assault on the Wolf Denver. My fury is palpable, mirrored by that of my entire tribe. I announce my intention to encircle the wolf pack, and not a single voice raises an objection. Rather, all hasten to arm themselves. Of course, I do not intend to act rashly. While our numbers afford us confidence in hunting wolves, precautionary measures must be taken, particularly against rabies, a threat I am ill-prepared to confront. Although ancient medical texts document treatments involving the brains of rabid dogs, I cannot guarantee efficacy, though by similar reasoning, the brains of rabid wolves may serve as well. Other methods exist, such as the moxibustion technique described in the elbow-behind emergency formula, which leverages the rabies virus's intolerance to heat. Furthermore, Gu Hong established a timeline for the onset of rabies, suggesting that if symptoms do not manifest within 7 days, the patient may be spared. If 100 days pass without symptoms, they are likely safe. Gu Hong undoubtedly possessed extensive clinical experience in treating rabies, yet the effectiveness of moxibustion appears limited. There are also herbal remedies, such as the blood stagnation decoction, which attributes rabies to the stagnation of heat within the body, inciting madness. Zhang Zhongjing's formula was still utilized as late as the 1980s to treat manifested rabies, yielding remarkable results, though it has since been forgotten with the advent of vaccines. Naturally, I am aware of these treatments and the necessary herbs are readily obtainable. However, I have never personally treated a rabies patient, relying solely on literature and case studies. Thus, I deem it prudent to avoid potential complications. Such unfavorable outcomes are best left untested. Bamboo armor provides little defense against blades or axes, nor does it ward off bees. Yet it proves remarkably effective against the bites and scratches of wolves. Nevertheless, time does not permit the crafting of elaborate bamboo armor. Any delay may allow the wolves' traces to vanish, complicating our pursuit of their hiding place, particularly as evening brings the likelihood of rain, which would erase all signs. The thunderstorm from the previous night obscured the wolves' movements as well as the chaos within the cattle herd, and with no one stationed outside, the wolves seized their opportunity. However, the audacity of a wolf pack to roam so brazenly within human territory, and under such stormy conditions, reminds me of the pack I encountered last winter. It cannot be merely any wolf pack. Their numbers must be substantial, and their audacity remarkable. Reflecting on the gaze of the wolf king that I encountered, I surmise that this current incident is indeed the work of that same pack. I instruct everyone to gather bamboo, breaking it into strips to bind around their limbs and bodies. Though somewhat uncomfortable and cumbersome for movement, such defenses are sufficient for wolf hunting. After all, we are not engaging in combat with humans, where a balance of protection and agility is essential. I have already crafted myself a set of vine armor, primarily out of fear for my own life. My iron armor is currently being forged, and I resolve that if my intellect and strength do not place me among the strongest of this era, then I shall become the most formidable in terms of defense. It is still only midday, and time remains ample. Over 200 robust men, armed with bows and arrows, knives in hand, and clad in comical bamboo armor, follow in my footsteps to hunt down the wolf pack. The wolf's tracks are unmistakable, revealing not only their return path, but also their descent to hunt cattle. Although the trails overlap, the differing timelines allow for easy identification, indicating that the wolves must indeed reside along this route. The further we travel, the clearer their signs of habitation become. We can even observe their trails leading in varied directions, suggesting that this pack comprises no fewer than 100 wolves, a number reminiscent of the pack we encountered last year. However, by dusk, Bai Feng and his companions had yet to locate the whereabouts of the wolf pack. To avoid squandering time on futile efforts, Bai Feng issued a direct order to set up camp for the night in the wilderness. With their considerable numbers, they need not fear the wolves. Even if a pride of tigers approached, they would still contemplate whether to confront such a formidable group of humans. Fortunately, the heavens had no intention of unleashing rain that evening. The moon shone brightly, and the stars twinkled abundantly. They hastily constructed a makeshift encampment using branches and kindled several bonfires that blazed throughout the night. At dawn, as soon as the first light broke, they extinguished the fires and hastily consumed a meager meal before resuming their pursuit. By mid-morning, although the wolf pack remained elusive, they could hear their haunting howls from downwind, which alleviated their fears of being detected too swiftly. Once the wolves came into view, there would be no escape for them. Gradually drawing nearer, they finally discovered the wolves' lair nestled on a hillside strewn with rubble that created numerous caverns, providing ample shelter for the pack. While observing the playful young wolves trailing their elders, learning the art of hunting, Bai Feng felt no twinge of compassion. He was no saint. Advancing further, they reached the range of their bows, yet the number of wolves outside the den was rather scant, as if most remained asleep within. Nevertheless, more than 20 wolves were still formidable adversaries, and Bai Feng welcomed the challenge. Finding a suitable vantage point, he nocked an arrow, and just then, a mother wolf seemed to sense something amiss and glanced in their direction. Without hesitation, Bai Feng released his arrow, striking true. The others followed suit, unleashing a volley of arrows, resulting in only a handful of the wolves escaping unscathed. Their cries echoed mournfully, reminiscent of a child's wail, sending a shiver down Bai Feng's spine. Yet he held his ground, awaiting the emergence of the main pack for a decisive strike. As anticipated, a few wolves cautiously poked their heads out of the den, testing for danger. After several attempts with no sign of threat, they dashed toward the wounded member of their pack. However, Bai Feng deemed this too few to engage and decided to bide his time until the entire pack emerged before launching another concentrated assault. Indeed, it wasn't long before the remainder of the wolves, seeing no immediate peril, ventured out to investigate. Seizing the opportunity, Bai Feng signaled for everyone to unleash their arrows once more, resulting in a significant number of wolves being struck. Once it seemed sufficient, Bai Feng lowered his bow, rose to his feet, brandished his long knife, and with a fierce shout charged forth to confront the wolves. The pack, already rattled by the previous barrages, lost their ferocity upon seeing Bai Feng charge, scattering in disarray to evade his lethal strikes. Even their attempts to counterattack lacked cohesion. Despite their numerical advantage, they were incomparable to the wolves Bai Feng had encountered the previous year. Just as he began to question his assessment, a resounding wolf howl reinvigorated the pack's spirit. Looking up, Bai Feng recognized the Wolf King from the previous year, still brimming with vitality. This time, however, he was determined to slay it. Under the Wolf King's command, the remaining wolves swiftly regained their fight, organizing their counteroffensive with the precision of seasoned hunters. Even armed with knives, Bai Feng and his warriors found themselves besieged by the wolves, who sought to outmaneuver and bite. Yet, as a few wolves managed to inflict minor wounds, they quickly discovered that the human flesh was as tough as bamboo, and before they could reposition for another attack, they were struck down by Bai Feng's blade. With more warriors joining the fray, the tide turned decisively in their favor, outnumbering the wolves and exploiting the disparity in size and strength. The wolf pack crumbled under the onslaught, and no amount of strategic direction from their king could salvage their plight. Witnessing his comrades fall one by one, the Wolf King was left with no choice but to abandon the den and the injured members of his pack, calling upon the few remaining wolves to flee. The wolves began their retreat without hesitation, Bai Feng and his men having dispatched more than half the pack, yet dozens still escaped. Bai Feng resolved to leave no survivors. Even this significant toll did little to satiate his thirst for vengeance, especially with the Wolf King still alive. The Wolf King's gaze, now even more venomous than the previous year, provoked Bai Feng's ire, prompting him to instruct Shennong to shoot the Wolf King with an arrow. Did it truly believe it could evade their long-range weaponry as it had during the winter months of last year? Without needing further prompting, Shennong too was intent on eliminating the Wolf King. Drawing back his bow, he released the arrow, which shot forth with deadly precision. The keen-eyed Wolf King sensed the impending danger just as Shennong loosed the arrow, attempting to flee, but it was too late. The arrow struck him down from above. Bai Feng observed intently, witnessing the arrow pierce the Wolf King's body. Even if it did not perish immediately, its days were surely numbered. As the pack witnessed their leader fall, they became disoriented, disregarding his commands and fleeing in a panicked, haphazard manner. Wolves were swifter than men, particularly in the mountainous terrain. Thus Bai Feng instructed his warriors to pursue, shooting arrows at any that lingered. Should they exceed their range, pursuit was to cease. The death of their leader rendered the remaining wolves no longer a threat. Yet, even with the Wolf King struck down, Bai Feng felt an unsettling unease and decided to investigate further, lest the Wolf King possessed some lingering aura of resilience. Scaling the hillside with several warriors, he meticulously searched, but aside from a pool of blood, he found no trace of the Wolf King's corpse. Surely, the narrative could not be so trite, he mused. Following the blood trail down the slope, he discovered a larger pool, indicating the Wolf King had paused there, wounded but not dead. He suspected that the king had dragged itself away, using its forepaws to pull its battered body along. A sense of astonishment washed over Bai Feng at the wolf's tenacity, perhaps a testament to its indomitable will to survive. Now that the Wolf King had fallen, the remaining wolves posed little threat, and the wolf problem near their tribe was effectively resolved. The wolves they had dispatched would barely compensate for the losses incurred by the cattle. Bai Feng hoisted the Wolf King's severed head, while his warriors carried the body, returning to the battlefield to begin the process of collecting their spoils. Those who had pursued the fleeing wolves returned, having managed to catch only 6 of the nearly 30 that had escaped, the others having fled too swiftly for their arrows to reach. The wolves were meticulously arranged by size, and after a thorough count, excluding a few diminutive pups, there were a staggering 84 wolves. This pack was remarkably prolific. The pups, albeit of little utility due to their diminutive size, were still chosen to be taken along, as they could provide a few nourishing bowls of broth. As for the ecological balance of the area in the wake of the slaughter of this wolf pack, Bai Feng felt completely unperturbed. Given the current abundance of wildlife, the loss of a mere few dozen wolves was inconsequential. The vacated territory would soon attract other wolf packs. He only hoped that the newcomers would be more discerning. Furthermore, with so many wolves having fled, it was fortuitous. The Bai Feng clan also served as competent hunters, and their hunting grounds had ceased to teem with the bountiful prey they once found. The two areas could conveniently alternate, and the local predators had been sufficiently thinned out, rendering it safer. After eliminating the wolves, it was time to inspect their den, to see if anything could be unearthed or if any wolves might be hiding within. For safety's sake, they decided to ignite damp leaves and kindling at the entrance, allowing the smoke to permeate inside, hoping to flush out any concealed wolves. As the smoke billowed, Bai Feng and his companions found themselves choking, the acrid fumes slowly infiltrating the cave. Before long, they heard the plaintive whines of a wolf, reminiscent of a puppy's affectionate antics. Soon, a large wolf could no longer withstand the smoke and bolted from the den. The vigilant warriors stationed at the entrance swiftly struck, delivering a fatal blow to the wolf's spine, leaving it thrashing in its final moments. Minutes passed without any further signs of wolves emerging, and the cave fell silent. They decided to dispel the smoke, allowing it to dissipate before venturing inside to investigate for any valuable items. Using pine branches as torches, they found that the entrance was sufficiently spacious for an adult man to crouch through, and within, the area expanded enough to stand and walk freely. However, upon entering, Bai Feng was immediately assaulted by an overwhelming stench. Not merely smoke, but the pungent odor of the wolf den, a foul melange of acrid smoke and an indefinable scent that churned his stomach. Yet, having ventured this far, retreating seemed unreasonable, especially as he had already glimpsed potential treasures within. Upon closer inspection, he discovered a multitude of tiny wolf pups scattered across the ground. A rough count revealed over a dozen, many of which appeared to have just been born, their eyes still tightly shut. Bai Feng instructed his companions to carefully carry the pups outside, urging them to handle them gently, with no thoughts of harm, even to those that were still alive. Suppressing his discomfort, he circled around to ensure there was nothing else of value before preparing to exit, as the air inside was becoming increasingly stale, and the torches flickered dimly. As he turned to leave, his gaze fell upon a glimmering object on the ground. Crouching down, he brushed aside some debris to reveal a sizable piece of metal, approximately the size of an egg, accompanied by several smaller fragments. Under the firelight, it gleamed a rich golden hue and felt remarkably heavy in his hand. Bai Feng surmised it was gold, as bronze could not possibly possess such weight. Hastily, he emerged from the den, discarding the torch, and retreated to a distance to inhale several deep breaths of untainted, fresh air. The tumult in his stomach persisted, and a sense of dizziness began to wash over him. With the daylight outside being far more favorable, Bai Feng examined the two metallic pieces he had collected, confirming they were indeed gold, as evidenced by the bite marks left by wolves. Only gold could be so malleable. This must be the fabled wolf-head gold.